ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ní ẹ̀kẹ́ gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún léje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ jọ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jó ẹrùkù bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jó aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàràbọ̀bà Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ lọ bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Atima ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanama ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Soko sunu baby subramia, Ejemo, Anamana, Ejemeje, Anamana, Wana mejemo, Anamu, Karatuba jodiri chukuma chukutuba jodiri ndemo, Eguma wego. Para chuba jodiri chukuma duku chuba jodiri ndemo obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona oyibo
it is everyone befere
ayandaba 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 Susu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia, Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them.
Oh, that's yeah, we mo. Yeah, we mo. Oh, that's yeah, we mo. No basa ega ponto mo. Yeah, de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
Boy feeling.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, ayandaba.
and there it is right there. Okay, ni won kankan. So that long missed now rejuvenated little clip. That was our part to Tome in the backdrop, by the way. So you see, there are no permanent friends, no permanent force in politics. Only interest is permanent. So, part Utomi's interest served then being a Tinubu acolyte. Part Utomi's interest served now being a Peter Obi acolyte. So that's just the way politics works. I'm not going to do all the usual intro because it doesn't seem to serve any purpose. So do as you will. If you want to click on whatever it is, click on them. And if you don't want to, so let me just abandon that. Let me go straight to the narrative because I tire of asking people to click on like and being ignored. So you do that at your will. Let's go straight to the conversation because there's plenty to go through in the course of this session. Federal government discontinues treason case against Sowore. So there it is right there. It huffed, and it puffed, but it did not blow the house down. So there it is. It huffed and it puffed, but it did not blow the house down. So this is Sowore down, gaining his freedom. The federal government has declared its intention to discuss. The federal government has declared its intention to discontinue the treasonable felony case instituted against the publisher of Sahara Reporters, Omoyele Sowore. The development was made known in a document by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi. The document, dated February the 15th, 2024, was addressed to the Federal High Court of Nigeria, Abuja Division. In the document, the government disclosed its intention to discontinue the case against Sowore's co-defendant Olawale Bakare, aka Mandate. The document reads, between the federal government of Nigeria, the complainant, and Omoyele Sowore and Olawale Bakare, aka Mandate's defendant, notice of discontinuance by virtue of the power conferred on me under Section 174 sub 1 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 amended, Section 107 sub 1 of the Administration of Criminal Justice Act 2015, and all other powers enabling me on that behalf, I, Lateef Sheikh Olasunkanmi Fagbemi, SAN, intend to discontinue charge number, and then it goes on to give the charge number. Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, Honorable Attorney General of the Federation, Minister of Justice. Meanwhile, the trial judge, Justice Emeka Nwite of the Federal High Court, sitting in Abuja, had on Wednesday, February the 14th, threatened to strike out the over 4-year-long treasonable felony case. The judge also urged the federal government's prosecution team to get its act together following the inability of the federal government's counsel to make clear their arguments in court on Wednesday and in November 2023. Sowore was arrested by the DSS operatives at midnight on August the 3rd, 2019, 2 days before a planned #Revolution Now protest, tagged Days of Rage, convened by the pro-democracy activists and slated for the 5th of August 2019. Following his arrest, he was arraigned by the DSS on several occasions and was later released following sustained pressure. Sowore was being legally represented in court by the law firm of pro-democracy and human rights activist Femi Falana, SAN. Meanwhile, Sowore has vowed to sue the federal government and the Department of State Services to the tune of 100 billion naira for the cost of time and resources, mental and financial trauma caused his person, business, wife, and children, and extended family, and the alleged assassination of his younger brother, Olajide Sowore, in 2021. He made the development known on Thursday in an exclusive telephone interview with correspondents. So there it is. Uncovered and unbowed. So there it is. It ended in a damn squib. That whole hula baloo and bulaba, that ended in a damn squib. So nothing to see here, essentially what the government is saying. But so we're telling them that there's plenty still to see. But of course, you can have the expectation then that the Ipobian space, they will quickly seize on this narrative now to try and leverage it for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. You don't need me to tell you just how quickly they will very quickly ethnicize this, and the ethnic jingoism will start as early as tomorrow. So you can expect Nnamdi Kanu narratives and ethnic jingoism off the back of this, trying to leverage the Sowore release, because essentially it's a presidential pardon. Obi breaks silence on 3.5 billion, pardon me, Obi breaks silence on 3.5 billion naira scandal, renders presidential campaign account. So it looks as though this Oluchi Opara has now forced that obedient space now into into some house cleansing. He has forced probing of them against their will. Because of course, we're now firmly a year since that election. So I don't know what constitutes ample time for accounts to be rendered, but 12 months, a lot of people will say, is more than sufficient ample time for accounts to be rendered. So now allegations of looting, and very quickly, our man from Oka breaks cover. Obi breaks silence on 3.5 billion naira scandal, renders presidential campaign account. So let's see now how they try to spin this. Presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, has demanded a thorough investigation of alleged financial impropriety against the national chairman of the party, Barrister Julius Abure. Obi made the call at a media briefing where he rendered account of the 2023 Obi Dati presidential campaign organization funding on Thursday. For the party, LP, I am a member of the party, and they have chosen to say I am the leader. What we need to do in the party, and I have discussed this with the leadership, is that we must now appoint a reputable audit firm to audit and be able to deal with the account of that part. When I am involved in money, it must be transparent. So all the allegations and counter allegations now must be thoroughly investigated and verified, and we will reconcile it and know exactly what to do. Obi said. Correspondents report that the National Working Committee of the Labour Party slammed a 6-month suspension on its embattled National Treasurer, Mrs. Oluchi Opara. The LPNWC made the announcement during a press conference at the party secretariat on Wednesday in Abuja. Opara, however, told and by the way, there's a clip that I'm going to play you in this regard. So very quickly now, Obi now we've been chasing him to publish those accounts for the last 6-8 months. So now that the allegations have now gone viral on television and the social media space, so hurriedly now he's claiming he has published an account. But we still want to see that account, and we want it verified independently. Opara, however, told correspondents that she would challenge the suspension in court, as the NWC's action was premeditated, especially that those who took the action when they knew she was not in Abuja to meet the less than 12-hour deadline to appear before a panel after removing her from the group's WhatsApp platform. She had, on Monday, accused the LP National Chairman, Barrister Julius Abure, of mismanaging 3.5 billion naira raised from the sale of nomination forms and fundraising activities in the build-up to the 2023 general elections. Also, on Tuesday, while speaking on Arise TV's Good Morning Show, Opara also claimed that the Abure-led NWC is working hand in hand with the Edo state government, which is governed by the opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP. So let's not get into that one, but there it is right there. So it looks as though now It looks as though now the mighty lady Oluchi Okpara, I'm just thankful that the lady is called Oluchi Okpara rather than Abimbola something. So there is no way they can do their usual ethnic circle wagoning. So you can't circle wagon ethnically around this. So now you have to confront frontally. And our squeaky voice from Oka, he's still trying to maintain this veneer that is using to fool his people. So let's move on from that to this. Food crisis, no plan to establish price control board, says Tinubu. So this is another fake news being spread about by you know who. President Bola Tinubu says he will not set up any board to regulate prices of food commodities in the country. What I will not do is to set up, pardon me, what I will not do is to set a price control board. I will not also approve the importation of food, Tinubu said at a meeting with 36 state governors, attended by the vice president, the national security advisor, and the usual bigwigs. His comment comes days after Vice President Kashim Shettima hinted at plans to establish a national commodity board to curtail the escalating food inflation in the country. The president's special advisor on media and publicity, Ajuri Ngalale, revealed the details of Tinubu's discussion in a statement titled President Tinubu to 36 governors. There must be zero tolerance for incompetence, support local farmers to boost food production, and remove rent seeking. Whilst declaring open a 2-day high-level strategic meeting on climate change, food systems, and resources mobilization at the presidential villa, the VP said the federal government will tackle price volatility by establishing a national commodities board. So I think that might have been an off-the-cuff statement made by Kashim Shettima there. But is this such a bad idea? Is really with the next progression of that. So now the headline piece. President Tinubu governors mall creation of state police over insecurity to hold more meetings. So it looks as though the steps towards that state police is now being the first steps in that direction now firmly taken. The first step in that direction now firmly taken. The Nigerian government and the 36 state governors are having state police to let's start it from here. Mohammed Idris, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, on Thursday told State House correspondents that there was a discussion around the issue of state police. The Nigerian government and the 36 state governors are having state police to curb insecurity in the country. Mohammed Idris, the Minister of Information and National Orientation, on Thursday told State House correspondents that there was a discussion around the issue of state police. The federal government and the state governments are mulling the possibility of setting up state police, he said, adding that it was still going to be further discussed. He described the discussion along the line as a major shift, considering that the Nigerian government under previous administrations had vehemently opposed the idea of state police. Idris said there would be more meetings and work to be done to achieve this. The correspondents reported that President Tinubu had been scheduled, they should read, to hold a crucial meeting with governors from all 36 states at the presidential villa on Thursday morning. The meeting was scheduled to be held before the president would depart for the African Union meeting in Ethiopia. Tinubu will today depart for Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to participate, blah, 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 blah. So, on the margins of the summit, the president will also attend an extraordinary summit of the Authority of Heads of State and Governments of ECOWAS in his capacity as the chairman of the regional body. So the regional body has shrunk under him. So there it is right there, the green shoots of state police. So the first steps are already taken in that direction, then that is to tell you then that real consideration being given to that. So real consideration being given to that. Let's go on from there to let's go on from there to the next one. Let's go to this one. CBN stops international oil companies from remitting 100% of forex proceeds abroad. So So I'm not going to reach to the arrogance to say that these people listen to us and then they form policy positions off the back of what they say on this platform. But I will reach to say that the high functioning ideas that we mooch around with, we discuss and bounce around on this platform, those high functioning ideas eventually percolate into the mainstream, not necessarily through us, but through logical steps that lands them there. So the same logical steps we take to land us at whatever conclusion is what they then ultimately laterally take. It's just that they're slower than us because, of course, they don't have our brain. Because we've discussed endlessly on this platform that there should be a clause, not just in Nigeria, but in the whole of the African region, that you cannot remit the whole of your firstly, you cannot export. You should not be able to export a resource in its raw state. So there has to be one or two level of processing before either cocoa, either gold or diamond or oil, whatever it is. You must not be able to, and it should be an African-wide position, you must not be able to export any resource from the African shores in its raw state. There has to be a minimum of two processes before those products can be exported. That's one. And if you are listening, you people that steal ideas, that is the biggest idea that you should steal. Well, maybe not even steal. You people that come here to look for ideas, if you are listening, that's the silver bullet. If you are looking for the silver bullet, if you have the testicular fortitude to follow it through, that is the silver bullet right there. It should be a pan-African thing that you must not, nobody is allowed to export in a raw form any resource. So there must be a minimum of two processes of production that takes place wherever that resource is harvested. And off the back of that, this headline is something we've also discussed endlessly, that there must be a slowing down in the remitting of our resources, especially foreign exchange, that is tied especially to resources from the African shores. So that's not to say you cannot take all of your money, but you can take all of your money, but you cannot take it in one fell swoop. So you can stagger it over a period of 4 to 6 months, so that in that period, that foreign exchange is active within that economy to stimulate it. So we've discussed this endlessly on this platform, and this is now about the third idea within the space of 2 weeks that we've discussed endlessly on this platform. And very suddenly, Cardoso, by the way, if you are listening, you can super chat, all of those monies you are getting from CBN. We know you are listening, so you might as well super chat for all of the ideas you are getting from here. So and we'll give you more ideas, Cardoso. Don't worry about that. So, Yemi, my party man, Yemi, pardon me. CBN stopped international oil companies from remitting 100% of forex proceeds abroad. So this is it now. The country now gets serious. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has stopped international oil companies operating in Nigeria from immediately remitting 100% of their forex proceeds to their parent company abroad. This was disclosed in a circular signed by the Apex Bank's Director of Trade and Exchange, Hassan Mahmood, where it stated that the practice known as cash pooling has an impact on liquidity in the domestic forex market. According to the new guidelines, IOCs, so IOCs is essentially international oil companies. So according to the new guideline, IOCs will now be allowed to repatriate only 50% of their proceeds immediately, whilst the other 50% will be repatriated. I hadn't even read this before I said whatever it is that I just said. According to the new guideline, IOCs will now be allowed to repatriate only 50% of their proceeds immediately, while the other 50% will be repatriated 90 days from the day of inflow. What the CBN is saying, the central bank has observed that proceeds of crude oil export by international oil companies operating in Nigeria are transferred offshore to fund parent accounts of the IOCs, otherwise referred to as cash pooling. This has an impact on liquidity in the domestic foreign exchange market. In line with the ongoing reforms in the foreign exchange market, it has become necessary to take measures to address this trend. Consequently, the CBN hereby directs as follows. Number one, banks are allowed to pool cash on behalf of IOCs, subject to a maximum of 50% of the repatriated export proceeds in the first instance. Number two, the balance of 50% may be repatriated after 90 days from the date of the inflow of the export proceeds. Furthermore, the Apex Bank introduced rules that will guide cash pooling by IOCs going forward. They include approval from the CBN before repatriation of the funds. Under the cash pooling framework, a parent entity of IOCs will have to reach an agreement with the CBN before cash pooling. The bank also required IOCs to submit statements of expenditure incurred in the period prior to the cash pooling. Others are evidence of the source of foreign exchange inflow. Number two, completion of relevant foreign exchange forms as required under extant regulations. The CBN mandated all banks to inform their customers and comply with the regulation. More highlights. In recent times, the CBN has introduced reforms meant to increase liquidity in the foreign exchange market. While this new policy might achieve its objective, it risks throwing IOCs into the same pit operators in the manufacturing and aviation industry phase with billions of delays. So yes, they're going to go into that loop. But they're not really going to, pardon me, they are not really going to go into that loop is really what the thing is. Pardon me, pardon me. They are not really going to go into that loop because if they are staggering, let's say for instance, I am an IOC, I do my transactions this month, you are an IOC, you do your transactions next month, and Ajanle Koko is an IOC, he does his transactions 3 months down the line. So by the time my maturity is coming to retrieve my money, his 50% is still held in abeyance, and that then, so it's sort of like a pyramid sort of scheme, kind of. So I don't actually think it runs the risk of falling into that loop of monies being stuck in Nigeria. In the last interview by the governor, he explained that the bank has successfully cleared about $2.3 billion of the estimated $7 billion owed. The CBN's action of clearance comes late as some notable multinationals have exited the country, citing difficulty in operating as a USD-dominated entity as one of the reasons for their exit. Well, they will come back, but they will come back under more stringent conditions, is what I suspect, because Nigeria is not a space that can be ignored. It's just too big a market for any player has to have a presence in Nigeria. Insecurity, poverty cannot be tackled overnight. Sultan responds to. So this is Igboho getting into a fight with Sultan of Sokoto somewhat. Let me show you this now. A lot of people are saying that the Tinubu administration is rudderless and it has no direction or vision. So I think that may well have percolated into their Sorok space. and they present you this. So that these are the areas of priorities. So we're not talking about whether they have achieved those here, and then what are they done? Don't do the diggity dagada. Forget all of the gym jams and jammy jammers that you guys do. But this is a mission statement of intent. So what the achievement is up for discussion. How near they are to it is up for discussion. But you saying that they're a rudderless administration that has no future of a direction of travel. This is their direction of travel. Number one, economy, reforming the economy to deliver sustained and inclusive growth. Nobody can say that the economy is not being reformed. We just went through a storyline that speaks to that. National security, strengthen national security for peace and prosperity. So not enough being done there, if anything at all. Food security, boost agriculture to achieve food security, energy, unlocking energy and natural resources for sustainable development. So that's their mission statement. So and it carries on still. Infrastructure, education and health, diversification, governance, improving governance by effective service deliverance. So that's a 5-point agenda right there. So they're quite clear in what their intentions are, and hopefully that clears that up. So hopefully that clears that up. Federal government states more creation of state police. And by the way, I'm not seeing any signs of super chats coming through. So that super chat is now open for people who want to busy themselves with that. So for people who want to busy themselves with that, so now this one is really for the obedience. This next headline is for the obedience. This is what they should feast on for the next week. Tinubu appoints daughter's husband Oyetunde Ojo as CEO Federal Housing Authority. So this should feed the obedience at least for a week or so. President Bola Tinubu has appointed Oyetunde Ojo as the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Housing Authority. Mr. Oyetunde Ojo is the husband of the president's daughter, Folashade Tinubu Ojo, who is also the Iyaloja of Lagos. Discussing this in a statement on Thursday, the president's media aide, Ajuri Ngalale, stated that Mr. Ojo, a former member of the House of Representatives, has over a decade of work experience in the housing and hospitality industry. The statement also added that the president's son-in-law holds a master's degree in peace and conflict studies from the University of Greenwich, United Kingdom. The appointment followed the president's approval of the reconstitution of the executive management teams of parastatals under the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development on Thursday. Mr. Ngalale said the appointment by the president is aimed at repositioning the national housing and urban development sector to meet the present and future needs of Nigerian families nationwide. In view of President Bola Tinubu's historic approval of the establishment of building materials hubs across all 6 of the nation's geopolitical zones, financing and establishment of a national social housing fund for low housing and vulnerable groups, and land reforms to collaboratively streamline access to land across all states and unlock nearly $300 billion of debt capital in the sector, his expectations are high that the above-named appointees will hit the ground running in the delivery of affordable housing for millions of Nigerians in need. So there it is. So that is their woo for the daughter right there. The first daughter must eat. The first daughter must eat. Tinubu to commission Lagos Red Line Rail project on February the 29th. So nothing succeeds like success. So very difficult for you would look silly for you to yes, did it not take them 130 years to build it? Is it where are they going to get it? Forget all that. It'll be very difficult for any balanced mind to argue against this as an achievement. Tinubu to commission Lagos Red Line Rail project on February the 29th. So that is Sanwo-Olu then. telling us that that is coming home. So this is what Sunday Igboho was responding to. Sultan speaks on monsters harassing Nigerians. So I'm always dubious when the Sultan of Sokoto speaks, because I cannot. There's nothing that goes on, because it's the overall it's almost like a deity within that culture, and it is very difficult that he does not know the mullahs sending these people into the south to go and ravage and savage. So he cannot claim that he does not. There's nothing within me that believes that the Sultan of Sokoto does not know the backdrop to what is going on in insecurity that is within him from the Sahels. The Sultan of Sokoto and chairman and Northern Traditional Rulers Council Al-Haji Mohammed Saad Abubakar has said things are not okay in Nigeria, and Northern Nigeria in particular, as the two monsters have been harassing the citizens, insecurity and poverty. So I think they are both interlinked. So I think clearly they are both interlinked. He expressed fear that with millions of Nigerian youths left without jobs and food, Nigeria is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. So they keep saying the country is sitting on a keg of gunpowder. Maybe we want to test that. Maybe the country needs to go through that, whatever it is that we seem to dread and fear. Let us go through it and see what comes out on the other side. Let me give you just a tiny little soupçon of this video, this exchange, and then we come into the room.
At some point, I'm going to show you some of the slides of all of this. So that's why we are. That's it. So that's you see Mr. Abure on the left and Oluchi Opara.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me.
All right. It is Shakespeare that says that brevity is a source of responses. So to Ms. Opara, you raised this dust of these allegations recently, which led to your suspension. And maybe you have to help us reiterate some of the things you allege against the national chairman of the party, besides what we displayed on the screen. What exactly did he do that you're uncomfortable with, that you went public?
Thank you very much. I allege the issue of embezzlement, money laundering, and misappropriation of Labour Party finances. Labour Party is a public institution. And I also allege the issue of forgery that happened with our account number 1010984346. And this forgery happened between because the national chairman died on the 29th of December 2020. Then from 28th of February to 7th of March, the national chairman of our party, Julius Abure, forged his signature to withdraw money from that account. Yes, as at that time, we were looking for a place, somebody to take over the party. That was when Madam Lebeke Maria came on board. But unfortunately, I want to disappoint everybody that Maria Lebeke did not have access to that account until March of 2021. And these are my letters, because national chairman was on air this morning flagging waving documents. Please, I would love for you people to zoom into this document that I have. I would love for it to be zoomed. These are my documents that I wrote to national chairman demanding accountability. If you can zoom into this document, I would really love that, because I wouldn't want shown whereby people will think that all these are being made up. National chairman also made mention of audit reports. He left it. He didn't show to the public. Yes, what we got from all the elections, we had 2.something billion naira. That's excluding Bayelsa, Kogi, and Imo, where we got 958 million naira. Sum that up. Then the off-reload elections, we had 30 million naira. Then this is to us Nigerians. I want Nigerians to know that if you fight corruption, corruption will come back clapping at you. But I want Nigerians to trust me on this, to believe me, because I am in the right position to say what I am saying, that corruption has eaten deep into Labour Party.
All right, Mr. Opara, let's switch gears now to So, Ms. Ifowu is sitting by your side, Publicity Secretary of the Labour Party. I'm sure you heard all she said. Are you privy to this information? Was there any time she raises?
I want you to listen intently to the response of the Labour Party publicity, whatever. I want you to listen intently. That woman has made pointed allegations. She's brandishing paperwork to say, focus on this paperwork, focus on this paperwork. I have proof. So she sounded quite confident and she sounds prepared. Now listen to how this guy responds. This guy they sent in to go and do whatever it is that he's doing.
Alarm, and what was done?
Thank you so much for having me in a studio here. Until recently, who was our national treasurer, until she was suspended yesterday for bringing the party to serious opprobrium, disrepute in the public space. The issue of embezzlement that she raised has no basis at all. She has just changed her statement from saying that we got 3.5 billion on the sale of forms for 2003 elections. Thank God she has also expanded it now. She has just agreed that it was 2-point-something billion. That tells you the character of the person we are dealing with.
Okay. So that's the direction he follows. So it's ad hominem. He goes on to attack the lady rather than what the lady said. But the lady actually gave us staggered figures. She went to 2-point-something billion, and then she mentioned another 800-something. She mentioned a series of monies that arrives at the 3.5 billion that she broadly alarmed to the space. But he doesn't, in the course of this, whatever it is, he never really goes to what is being alleged, but he just goes directly to character assassination. And that is the Labour Party template. Integrity, that is it, Labour Party version.
But we are not going to let it lie low, because if you go back in the days past, during the era of the late Salam, in 2015, there was an audit in the party that indicted her and late Salam of unilaterally conducting the affairs and finances of the party. I have the evidence here. I will send it to you. Over 20 cases of where our national treasurer here collected money and posted to herself and to the late national chairman. We don't go back to the where she was talking about when Abure assumed. Abure assumed office March 29, 2021. And there was someone that was sitting as the acting chairman. Abure was only a secretary, a nominal signatory to the account. The acting chairperson was the one that was signing account with her treasurer.
Mr. Ifo,
they stopped it there.
Mr. Ifo, just a minute, Mr. Opera, he has raised another issue. I don't know whether you have a quick response to that before we get to some of the merits of the case.
Response.
You're free to respond to each other at any point in time, decently, Bo.
I'm talking about is that A.A. Salam is late. He can't be here to defend himself. So I want us to give respect to the dead. Talking about that issue, Julius Abure was also in that system. And there are no evidences to prove that monies were transferred to my account. But I have a whole lot of evidence to prove that monies went to Julius Abure.
Okay. I want you to listen to this, because the lady keeps on brandishing papers as evidence and nobody seems to be paying attention to it. But I want you to especially listen to what she says next.
Lot of evidence to prove that monies went to Julius Abure's wife's account, to his family's account, to his brother's account, to his personal account. I have all these evidences. I want Nigerians to believe me.
So that's the national treasurer of the Labour Party telling us that she has proof, categorical, proof positive, of monies being transferred from the party to Julius Abure, the chairman of the party's wife's account, his brother's account, his acolyte's account, private accounts linked to his friends and family. And she's not alleging. You see the paper in her hand now. She's brandishing proof that, look, here it is. I have proof. So if she presents that proof, those are what she's presenting to you are proofs of transaction. So they cannot go to the bank and erase it. So you can easily follow that back and see how that audits. But then, of course, rather than address that, they attack our personality. And Peter Obi comes out today to make some rather sluggish, the usual sluggish, that he does. These people are criminals. I think we all know that.
Obiora Ilo here is not the right person to. Obiora Ifo is not the right person to respond to these issues because he's just joined the party. Abure handpicked him, so I don't expect anything less from him. And I had expected Obiora Ilo, being that he's preaching, Obiora Ifo, being that he's preaching transparency and accountability, he should be able, bold enough to speak up when corruption happens under his nose. But unfortunately, he's hiding it. But anyway, I know that with time, since he knows what I do not know, he'll come and explain to us what he knows that I do not know, because this is my office I'm talking about.
So, Mr. Ivo, let's come back to some of the things she has raised. I think, if we understand,
let me address one point.
Go ahead.
Correct one point. We are talking about a forensic audit released in 2015 concerning the affairs and the finances of the party.
All right. So he continues to go after the lady's personality. I'm not to say that the woman is criminal or not. I don't know her backdrop. I don't really care if she's criminal or not. But he's going back to what he proposed to be a forensic audit in 2015 or whenever, that he's going to now say indicts this lady. But it doesn't in any way address now what has been alleged. And this is the Labour Party template. Very soon he will start to say the opposition are behind it.
That the treasurer of the party looted the account of the party.
Can you put that up?
It is here. It is here. It is here. It is here. No, it is here. It is here. We don't need to be. We don't need to. When you shout, you try to block the. Cool down. Somebody is moderating this.
She's not shouting. So she brings a series of documents, and he brings his mobile phone, some WhatsApp message that was sent to him by Abure. That just hold the phone up. They won't know.
You're lying, and you know it.
Somebody is moderating. And when you don't allow me to talk, I'm dropping facts. Can you
moderator, please.
She's not shouting. The moderator said they can interject, and she's inviting him to make whatever it is that is hiding in his phone to make it public, because he is making serious allegations against her, and she has the right to fight for her name.
To talk. These are facts.
Mr. Opera, allow him just to land.
Out there.
Mr. Opera, just let him land.
To talk, ma. These are facts.
All right.
Forensic audit.
Let him keep lying.
Signed. Read it. Look at the documents here.
Push it out there. Push it.
Now, let me also talk about. I can hold this very well. Let me also talk about what she was talking about, money stolen. See, the party has an auditor. An auditor, qualified auditor by all standard. And he has given out the audit of this party since 2021 that Abure came into being as the leader of the party. We are going to publish tomorrow the audit, full audit report until June 2023. Our audit has been submitted to INEC. We are clear. If she is not happy, we are even taking this opportunity to challenge every stakeholder.
All right, Mr. Ifo, let's
this audit. Mr. Ifo, if investigation on this audit.
Hold on, Mr. If I can button on Mr. Ifo. Just a minute. Let me come back to you, Mr. Opera. Was there any time this was raised to you that about this allegation? Because you have a right to respond, right? You're on live TV. Your reputation is at stake here. So he's been making allegations just like you made against Abure. So
allegations were raised. Allegations were raised, and they were on the other side. It was only me and national chairman. Later, they came back because when they saw that the allegations were unfounded, they came back to join the moving train. Talking about this thing have gone to INEC, I am not aware of that. So whose signature was used? Because they brought this thing for me to sign, and I said I cannot sign what I do not know.
All right, so that's another corruption identified right there. They are claiming that they have sent published accounts to INEC, audited accounts, but the auditor who authenticated it when the signature of the treasurer of the party is not on it. So this is it. We cannot continue like this, as Peter Obi keeps saying, and I agree with him for once in my life. We cannot continue like this. Crooks Anonymous, Onijibiti. Badwe.
About. So how come? Let them tell Nigerians how they were able to now send the document to INEC without my signature. These are questions to be put out there for people to understand that Nigerians, please come out and support me on this. Don't trust me.
All right, Ms. Saifo, just so that
I will respond to that.
I am supporting you on this. These people need to there's nobody on this planet within the Nigerian firmament that does not know that Julius Abure is a gold standard crook.
All right, Ms. Saifo, I did say that we have a lot to unpack in a short time, but just a straight question to you. When she raised these allegations, what did the party do to attend to it? Did they just gloss over it, or they attended to
it? We know what the party did. They suspended her. So they suspended her. They said they were convening a meeting. She wasn't in Abuja. The meeting was taking place in Abuja. They convened the meeting, said she refused to attend a meeting that she could not physically attend for reasons of logistics, and they suspend her. So this is it. When Choyinka told you Badwe, if you wondered what the definition is, there he is right there. An Igbo man wedding and Hausa hat. That's Badwe right there.
Because she has said that she raised it.
Me to cover up.
Yes, she raised the matter at 2 or 3 occasions.
More than that.
And at the meeting, we agreed to look into it. And we involved some other stakeholders who also agreed to look into it. Now, just last Friday, listen, that was in November, December last year. Just last Friday again, where she came up with this issue, we said, okay, that we are tired of hearing this issue, that we are there and there, NWC, we raised up an investigative panel that will give us exactly what happened. Probably, I can't, no, wait 1 minute.
No, I have 30 more minutes, 30 more seconds, I beg you.
Yes, we get 1 month. And within 3 days, she couldn't even respect the National Working Committee. Within 3 days, she went on air to castigate the party.
All right.
And it will
all right. Ms. Efo, thank you so much for your thought. Thank you. Ms. Efo, let's allow Ms. Opara to have a last thought. Ms. Opara, just your last thought on this. 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds, Ms. Opara, so that you have your last say on this.
Thank you. I am the right person to say that money is being stolen. Obiora,
prove it.
Cannot say this. It is my office. It is my jurisdiction. Money is stolen.
She is busy
Ms. Efo, allow her to talk. Ms. Efo, allow her to...
Look at that. Agbero politics. We cannot continue like this. Agbero. He's trying to shout her down for exposing their thievery only.
To talk. Ms. Efo, allow her to talk. Ms. Efo,
Mr. Abure has sent money to his wife's account. I'm going to put out the accounts for others to see what I'm talking about. To his brother's account, to his company's account, personal account. I'm even disappointed that Obiora Ifo, who is supposed to be transparent, supposed to be accountable to the people, is here defending what
my apologies to both of you. We do not have the time anymore. Definitely this conversation. Ms. Obiora, Ms. Oluchi Opara, the national treasurer, now suspended by the party, the Labour Party, and Obiora for the national publicity secretary of the Labour Party. apparently this conversation is far from over. So we're going to look for another time to expand even further. We didn't even get to the merit of the case and all of that, but we looked at it from the surface.
All right, I have to concur with Peter Obi that we cannot continue with this sort of badge politics. Sending money to your wife's account is just crude. Even the Buhari looting, they had more sophistry, more sophistication to it than all of this. Sending money to your wife's account and all of this sort of goings on. But there it is. A new Nigeria is possible. And certainly that is not what it would look like. So that is the new Nigeria that was promised you. But who did that lady remind you of? She reminded me of this, that Obiora woman. This is who she reminded me of. I think it must be a thing in the East that they come in this flavor. Watch this. Don't you see that the resemblance is quite striking? That is, it seems to be the flavor coming out of the East at the moment. So that's it. Those are the talking points. So we go to the my camera is up. So that's it. Those are the talking points. We go to the care guides, and then there's still plenty of space on the platform. By the way, anybody that wants to hop on. So that's it. We go to the care guides, and then we kick off the conversation. But first, as I know you've all been waiting for the care guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wẹ́lá ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Iku Koneru Agweche. So a handsome super chat to kick the session off by Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. So we want more of this. We're not getting enough of the super chats over the last few days. So if that can go up, then that would be good. So thank you, Ayo, for the super chat. And it's not only Ayo that should be super chatting. Often instances when Ayo is not there, we had never get any. So thank you, Ayo, for that. So Iku Koneru Agweche, may death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, our father of the bride, Ajan Lekoko. Good to have you, Ajan Lekoko. Thomas is here in his car. So that's Thomas right there. Thomas is a very wealthy man in Australia. He's either driving his Lamborghini or his superbike. So that's Thomas right there in Australia. So joining us, Bishop. So always a delight when Bishop is here. Man of prestige graces us with his presence. Good to have you, Prestige. And konnichiwa to our man, in the East. World Peace joins us from Japan. So good to have you, gentlemen. Like I said, plenty of room still in the studio. Anybody that wants to jump, hop like a rabbit and hop into the studio. Hop like a rabbit and hop into the studio. Let's kick the conversation. We'll kick the conversation off with Bishop if his connection is strong.
Woman, can I just make a comment before
Yeah.
you kick it off? Good
Yeah,
evening,
correct.
everyone. Yeah. About the video you just show us now, one man, did you see that man address anything that that lady said?
It's graduate now.
Yes,
But
he
you
didn't
know,
add nothing.
you know they are criminals now. So hold on. Shola Ade, if you want to join, click on this link that I've just sent to the studio. Yes, you know they are criminals now. So what can he say? The woman was brandishing bank statements. So he had no room to argue. So he had to attack her personality instead. Can you imagine? The woman is telling us on national television that the chairman of the party is looting party funds into his wife's account, and you are telling us that she was accused of something in 2015. Anyway, yes.
One man, it's very unfortunate. He didn't just one. He was just assassinating the lady, attacking the lady. Address what is on the ground, what the lady is talking about. He refused.
By tomorrow, they will tell you she's a Tinubu agent by tomorrow. That's what they will say.
I know they are go to. Yeah, let's go on one. Thank you.
The woman accused them, and the response to that accusation is to suspend her, not to address what she has alleged, because what she is alleging is quite serious and is fundamental. It goes to the heart of everything that they are selling themselves by. They are telling us that they are integrous. They are telling us that they're a departure from the norm. They are telling us that they are looking to deviate the country from where it is. But what she's just now put out is the core rot at the heart of the Nigerian corruption. Just crudely. She was telling us that when they wanted to sell party forms, they were selling it in cash. Go and bring that 3 million in cash. And Abure was pocketing it. She said a lot. And what did the guy say? He said, yes, you want to look at a woman. She said 2.5 million. And then, oh, God. These people are clowns. They just are the worst of the worst.
Woman, I was so disappointed in that guy. I was expecting him to address just one out of the allegation this lady raised. He didn't. He was attacking the lady back. The lady brought his own evidence. The guy is bringing one WhatsApp message on the phone that nobody will see. The lady said he has the account where they transfer the money to Aburi's account, his wife's account, his brother's account, his Adominum accounts. These people are this one. Is this same people that want to change Nigeria? It is well. Let's continue, one man.
All right.
You didn't hear P2B. P2B, I told you guys yesterday that
I have it too. It's just that I didn't want to hold people.
P2B is trying to dissociate himself from Labour Party. Did you see Abiro in that press conference? Who did you see?
He has to resign. Maybe this is his window to leave the party. And if he doesn't,
the signs are there. They know that they've stolen money. Now, Abure came out today to say, "Oh, we have audited account and we have sent it to we have sent the audited account to INEC." P2B is now coming out to say we will send external auditor to go and check the accounts. They are not deceiving themselves. Crooks, criminals, and fraudsters. Now,
but Emeka, hold on. We cannot continue like this now. A new Nigeria is possible. We cannot continue.
In their dreams. It's possible in their dreams.
We
I told you who P2B is receiving advice from. You will see her. That's the person that's the real soulmate of P2B.
The dancing queen.
The dancing queen of the obedient movement. That's where P2B is receiving money, receiving his advice from. That's the mad person advising P2B. Continue.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Emeka. So yes, it's set to be an explosive. It's going to be an epic session. But Bishop, I was coming to you, but with your permission, Bishop, let me go to Shola first. because we like to defer to people joining us for the first time. So let's go to Shola first so that we can document this. Oh, and it's just now dropped. So let's then come to you, Bishop. So Bishop, where do you want to pick it up from? Do you want to pick it up from Peter Obi, or not Peter Obi, the Obi Abure, that whole kerfuffle, that whole palaver, or do you want to start from Omoyele Sowore, who they've now unshackled from the Nigerian state? So what are you making then of just comment into it wherever you like?
Okay, let me say good evening. Let me start by saying good evening. And let me take your place by saying, please, not minding what woman said. Please click on the like button, subscribe, and do share. Invite your friends, talk to them about the platform. Invite people to come and join us. But just click on the like button if that's the only thing you do for today. Good evening, Nigerians. Once again, it's a pleasure to be in your business. Let's start from the Sowore case. Yeah, I think it's good as in the country. Let's close out as many things as we can close out. But how we attach to it some kind of I don't want to call it
Bishop, let me hold you. Let me hold you in abeyance and start with Shola, who joins us. When a new voice comes, we always.
You want to shut me up? I've already started now. Okay,
yeah, we like to document new voices just so that we know his politics in case the system drops. So Shola, let's hear from you. Good to have you here. Is this your first time here?
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Actually, I'm just listening for now. If you can let the other speaker continue, then I will join in later. Thank you.
After I've cleared the deck for you.
I'm really sorry. I'm really
fine.
sorry. It's my first time of joining. Sorry, I'm really sorry.
No, that's fine. Good to have you here. So, Bishop, back to you.
Yeah, you are the prophet.
You said that
As I was saying, on the Sowore issue, yeah, maybe it's okay. And I know it's going to generate a lot of controversy. And there's going to be ethnic maybe red today. They are party now, they are making party today. But there will be no reason if they are going to let go Sowore. I don't know whether the government was involved in the release of people, but why wouldn't they let go Nnamdi Kanu? That's a little bit difficult, but that's on the side. Yes, federal government discontinue. It's okay. Sowore grandstanding says he will sue federal government. That's nonsense. The trial, the prosecution was perfectly in order. I've said it and I've maintained it. You contested in an election. You were beaten, you lost woefully, and the following day, you rose up and say revolution now. Now, the simple definition and the definition of revolution is a violent overthrow of a constitutionally consistent government. So if you are starting a revolution now, because you lost an election, you participated, you lost. Up to that time, everything was okay. But you now call for revolution after, no government anywhere will hold it out. That they bully and they are trying to use as a elector, and you just calm the nerves and let's try and see how we can. There were no violent things traced to him. To come to kind of a truce and let it go and let face the real challenges of the land. But that does not give Sowore. It's just because of the messy way they have handled the prosecution. Ordinarily, look, if I throw a post that I'm going to kill somebody, I say, look, I will kill you and there is evidence. I don't need to wait until the law don't need to wait until I kill that individual. The fact that I'm threatening him. So if you are threatening a revolution, we don't know what you have up your sleeve. It is very nonsensical. You lost an election, you participated, and because you lost, you are not calling for revolution. Now, nobody, no government will stand that. But I support the resolution and the withdrawal of the case. On what condition? The same. Whether Nnamdi Kanu is guilty or not, let them extend it to him, call it down, find a political solution to it. Because as far as I'm concerned, even though they are accused, even though the weight of Nnamdi Kanu, because he actually asked people to kill people, and we saw the consequences of some of his orders on his followers. They carried them out, and they were evidence. Okay, we are answering him. Yeah, we have done so. We have done what you have directed us security operatives. So for that, but otherwise, honestly speaking, they should accord the same treatment they are giving to Sowore so that we will not color it as that thing. So kudos to the government, and if Sowore wants to go to court, so be it. Let it start another round of trial. It is government's choice. Maybe it's Yoruba connection that's playing out. I cannot defend that. But that they have turned it off is okay. But thinking that the government does not have a case is completely nonsensical. There was a case against it. Because hopefully on national television, it calls for revolution now. And the simple definition of revolution is the violent overthrow of the government that is in place. So kudos, let's move forward in Nigeria. Yes.
All right, you can interject, but we want to slow down the interjections.
One man, what do you want to do?
Can the person speak a little bit louder, please?
One man, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can interject, Ajanle Koko, but let it not be conversational. Just have the interjection. Let Bishop respond, and then I'll move into another topic. I want to get through people as quickly as I can. Let's hear from Ajanle Koko.
Okay. Bishop is saying that Sowore has case to answer. Why did they release it? I mean, why did they? Why did they let the case go if they have anything against him? Obviously, they didn't have nothing from the beginning. They were just looking for a way to punish him and stop him from galvanizing people and mobilizing people across the country against their APC misrule. And every charges against him came out to be lie, false, and baseless. And because they couldn't have nothing against him, they lie against him that he was doing money laundering via United Arab Emirates. She represented passports to show that he'd never been to United Arab Emirates before. And, everything was thrown out by the court. So they don't have anything against him. And you cannot model Sowore case with that of Nnamdi Kanu. Sowore is an activist, a politician, and a man that never violated the law of Nigeria, but rather it's Nigerian state that violated his right by forcefully arrested him and put him in detention unlawfully. So let's get this thing clear. It's not every time that you want to go against people that are fighting for Nigerian people to have good governance and happiness in their own country. So I just want to let you know that. Let me know
all right, Bishop. Hold on, Bishop. Bishop, hold on. Give a brief response to that, and then from that, I'll move into another topic. I don't want us to be held in that space because we're just starting. So give a brief response, and then I'll move it.
That's exactly what I was doing. That's exactly what I was going to do. Well, I'm not surprised that people had that position. But you are very entitled. I'm not interested, and I don't care about whether there was money laundering or passports or whatever. Sowore hopefully said call for revolution in the Nigerian space in an election he participated in. What is the definition of revolution? Peter Obi lost an election now, and is now calling for a violent overthrow of the government, and you say that is not criminal? Let the other people do. People can, in Nigeria, people are free to believe and to hold whatever to what they want to believe. But you can hold your own belief. We have our own belief. I'm not sure if you know Sowore more than some other people, including myself. But the truth of the matter is, in participating in an election, and immediately after one calling for revolution, once you lost in that election, is most unpatriotic. So don't tell me that he's fighting for whatever, that's the human rights. Human rights are good. You participated in an election, you lost. Instead of congratulating the winner, you are not calling for revolution, which is violent overthrow overthrow of the government. And you are saying that one is, and let's move forward. And woman, thank you.
All right. Let me move you to this headline. CBN stops international oil companies from remitting 100% of forex proceeds abroad. So we're getting a lot of very, very clever policy positions from the CBN over the last 2-3 weeks. They now seem to be really grappling with where the leakages are in terms of monies getting out of that country. It looks, the way things are going now, you can see the possibilities now of the achievement of that 1 trillion economy that Tinubu was talking about. So what are you then making then of this now new policy position by the Central Bank of Nigeria?
See, I can say this in few sentences. In one of the oil conferences in Nigeria many years ago, this is not a new idea, by the way. It is just the willpower to implement it. I want to remember the name. There's one professor something in the oil sector that actually muted it, that we are not in control of the process of ourselves. Now we have different arrangements in the oil industry. We have the JVCs, joint venture agreement companies. We have the PSC, production sharing contract. We have the marginal field operators. We have and then how we transmute from allocating acreages and the rest. Now, the problem is this: because we were failing in our duties of what they call cash call, so it was giving the IOCs leverage on due advantage to do as they wish. So we were not really in control, in charge. So this idea has been put there, but because there were powers that be, they were not able to implement it. If we have the courage to implement it, some people will go out of business. I was trying to mention one company the last time we were having a conversation in the UK that is always, in fact, let me mention Duke's Oil, that is always in charge of our international things, and is the repository of a lot of the money. And the money sits there in their account before they now repeat whatever they wish and make deductions. So we don't even determine what comes to us. So it is a step in the right direction, like the other one that we said the last time, that NFPC should not be receiving money. This is another step. And I remember when we said it, no, I don't know who opposed it. I don't know for what reason, I can't remember. But yes, it is good. The thing is, if the president has the willpower to implement it, there will be some ruckus. There will be some people that will kick, and it will kind of destabilize some things. But after the storm, there will be a calm. And we are going to benefit more from our resources other than before, and we're going to be in charge, in control of our destiny. So yes, I applaud it. It is long in coming. It's something that should have been implemented 20-30 years ago, and those are the kind of things I look forward to, that's going to bring the desired reform into the system. So yes, once again, I applaud it as a welcome development. Very, very welcome development. And I believe they will be able to implement it to the letter also. And any erring IOC must be sanctioned heavily. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Tinubu appoints daughter's husband as CEO Federal Housing Authority. So everything changes but remains the same. So we are back to the friends and family governance of Malam Buhari.
Yeah, for the office, I will not do it. Whether he's qualified or not, we've had several, we've had situations like that before. For the public and the challenges we are in, probably I will not do it. Not that it is illegal. I will say it is illegal because it is not. If I was a member of the Federal House of Representatives, he has a constituency. The fact that he by chance married to the daughter of the president, well, but for the public, I will not do it. Will I condemn it as an act? I would say it's not something I would be proud of doing if I were to be in the presidential. Maybe he can get some other thing, committee, whatever, that he can continue. And if he contest an election and win, after all, Obasanjo was the president, his daughter was a senator. We've had governors that had their wives in the House of, we have governors that had their daughters in the House of Representatives and what have you. So he's an individual that is well qualified. But I'm just saying, personally, for the optics and the times that we are in, I will not do it. Because it's going to cause a lot of unnecessary distraction and talk and the rest, but they have not broken any law.
All right, brilliant. So to the headline on the screen then, so a lot of conversations have been had around this particular topic, and a lot of people feel that it is the panacea to, not the panacea fully, but it will go a long way towards resolving, if not solving even the insecurity situation that the country has been grappling with for goodness knows how long. Federal government and states begins the conversation around creation of state police. So the green shoots of state police are starting to spring as the first steps have been taken. I know you are opposed to this, Bishop.
No, I am not. And I said I am not, but I only don't see it as the silver bullet. And I have my reason. I would rather prefer we go for community policing. It will employ more people, and let's hand over the police, federal police, as to the state. Let them have more control so that they will supervise what the community policing is doing. So it's not like I'm against it, but I've always said, and I still hold that position, it's not like the silver bullet that's going to solve all our security problems and challenges. We know very well that we are not, the criminality in Nigeria is not extremely very high. The way we make it, the way we make it to look like, oh, there is insecurity. With our population, with the economic challenges, there will always be insecurity. And can we tame it? Can we eliminate it? I don't think so. But we can tame it to the barest minimum. So I believe that the approach of the community policing would have yielded a better result. But if we are going to go to the state police, why not? Let's go it. Everything, everybody, every patriotic Nigerian wants is to be able to see, because we are seriously under police. At less than 400,000 policemen to 200 million or thereabout persons, I think we are about 60 to 70% under police. If our police population today capacity increases to about 800 to 1.2 million, then maybe. But like I said, I am not against it. I just don't see it as the silver bullet. If they can incorporate it with community policing that comes from, the wards to the local government, and you recruit images, and you keep account of their operations, I'm sure it will yield better results. Because it's just few instances. The little crime and criminality that go on the ground is something that can be tackled at the community level. Because it's a matter of who know who in the community. And if there are straight faces, people will raise alarm and they will come together. And if we can secure our homes, secure our little community, then it will be very easy to secure the state at large. But let's experiment with it. Let's go with it. If that's the decision, I think it's okay. Whatever step forward we take, no matter how imperfect that step forward is, I am in for it. So for us, in as much as I don't think state policing is the solution, I think we should experiment with it, and that is the right way to go.
All right, brilliant. Bishop, give us a brief commentary on the Labour Party graduate accounting system, and then we go on from you to Kolata. So to the clip that we just saw and the storyline that's been going on for the last 2 days, they tell us that they are integrity people, but apparently they are just sending party funds into private accounts.
Okay, yes, I will get to that in a minute. But there was another thing that the chief case was the president, and that were mentioned apart from this issue from their meeting is the issue of food importation and the price control regime that your graduate lawyer friend got the court order for. I don't know how that was to do. I think I'm pleased with what the president said about food importation and the hunger in the land and the price control that the Balado got a judgment that government must put a price control mechanism in place. Are you hearing me? Hello?
We cannot hear you. Carry on.
Okay. So I agree entirely. Like I said here a few days ago, a problem of inflation that has affected price that in the food crisis. There is food, but it is expensive, almost getting out of the reach of some people, which is not acceptable. Throwing our borders open is going to destroy that agricultural industry because some people will turn Nigeria to a dumping ground and farmers will not be able to recover from it. It is expensive because the earning capability of people in Nigeria have been eroded over time.
All right, Bishop, you are breaking up somewhat, but if you can take us to the Peter Obi space, is it? Can you hear me? Can people hear me still? Or am I the one breaking up?
We can hear you. We can hear you, woman. We can hear you, woman.
Yeah, no, yes.
One man, you are clear. We can hear you loud and clear.
Bishop, are you there?
Is everybody hearing me? I'm hearing you.
We can hear you now. So just take us to the Peter Obi. Take us to the Peter Obi space, and then we go on to Kulata. Just because of the network.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. If you say the network. Well, the Peter Obi case, space, you can see it's just like what they did today. Was it today or yesterday? Giving the account was just like they call it data or something. Just hurriedly packaged together just to respond because of the woman, what the woman said. And just promising that they are going to invite the reputable audit firm. After how many months? I thought they should be presenting that audit report today. After how many months that the elections be over, you are just promising today that there's going to be an audit. Meanwhile, you have already submitted an audit report according to you in that report to the look. It's messy, and I don't know if it can get messier than it is already. Unfortunately, the real issues have not been addressed. Both at the meeting of the presentation they had, it was just deflection and deflection and deflection. And even the one that you just played to us, just let me see, I've not listened to any one of them, both the account rendition or presentation and the interview with the woman on the television, on the one that you just played. I've not listened to them. But you can see that the matter even came was not well, he was not prepared. He was just deflecting, just trying to turn it to character assassination. So how do we move forward from here? One, it's a failure of the system, it's a failure of the and every noise about Labour Party coming to change the thing, coming to with a different narrative, pointing finger that there are some people they are party of what's that thing? Party of the way Peter Obi used to address them. That there's a way he used to address them. They are just the same thing, birds of the same feather. As it is in APC or PDP, so it is also in Labour Party, unfortunately and sadly so. So they have nothing new. They are not bringing anything new to the table. All the noise about character, integrity, whatever, excellency of the process is just powder ash and that. And that's my take on that. But it's still it's an ongoing thing. We'll see how it unveils in the coming day. They have accused Akure of fraud, of what do you call it now? Forgery. Apapa and the other guy accused him. Now this man is coming to accuse him of forgery also. How will he come out clean on this? It is left for every one of us to see. Thank you.
All right, Brian. Thank you. So that's the excellent Bishop. So thank you, Bishop, for kicking things off. Let's go on from Bishop. And by the way, it won't be even by early as tomorrow. They will start doing whataboutism. Rather than address what the lady has alleged, they'll start doing what about. So that's really how that goes. Let's go on from you, Bishop, to Kulata, who joins us. Kulata, are you ready?
Hey, woman, what's up?
Ogagba, your voice is a bit, you sound relaxed.
I am relaxed. I'm exhausted, so I'm just relaxing.
Well, look at that. That dollar has to be earned. So that dollar has to be earned, but some of those dollars now leaving the Nigerian shores, they want to keep it. Keep it. Do you want to kick it off from the CBN? Stop international companies from remitting 100% of their forex. Do you want to kick it off from there, or come into it wherever you like?
Oh yeah, we can kick it off from there. So this is the latest salvo from Cardoso, which is to, improve liquidity in Nigeria. But this goes against what is boss. Tinubu has been shouting that there will be no restrictions for investors to bring money into Nigeria and out of Nigeria. So what this guy is saying is you can't take money out, you can't take your forex out of Nigeria immediately. You have to wait 3 months to take 50% of your money. So how do you, this is not truly free market principles, and investors will be wary of this kind of decision. But I get why they're doing it. I'm not saying they shouldn't do it, but this is yet a gap between Tinubu's rhetoric and his policies via a CBN governor. I know reality is different. They need to do what they have to do, but I'm just here to remind everyone that Tinubu has said it multiple times that there will be free entry and free exit. This is not free exit. This kind of like puts a stop, a pause in the exit. So at least more dollar stays. But I think some investors may react to it badly. But I understand why they're doing it, because we need the liquidity.
Do you think this sort of policy should be industry specific? And by that I mean it's not a catch-all for all industries, but for especially the extraction industry that necessarily have to be in Nigeria. Like oil or anything extraction based.
Yeah, but
Or,
this
or
one is
yeah.
this one is extraction based. This is IOC. These are our
Well,
oil
there they are.
partners.
They can't run somewhere else now. It be made
So for money because they have
well,
no choice.
better.
Because they have no choice. For the ones that are in Nigeria, the ones that are still in Nigeria, they're running offshore, but at least they'll still do business in Nigeria. So with this, at least, the money will stay small. We can do one or two things with the money. But in general, though, I don't think they should expand it beyond this scope because it may just seem to discourage people. Because, if I want to invest now, I want to bring in dollars and I'll be making money. Are you going to tell me, so that dollar, you can only take 50%, then we have to wait another 3 months? Oh boy, they know they do me like that in Dubai or Singapore or in these places now. I'll carry my money and go to those places. Especially, if except what business I'm coming to do in Nigeria is really unique to Nigeria. The advantages of me doing this in Nigeria, and I just have to do it in Nigeria. Otherwise, why will I want to not be able to take my money whenever I want to take my money? So from an IOC perspective, they can get away with it, but generally, I don't think it's encouraged, in my opinion.
All right, brilliant. And the release of Omoyele Sowore, not that he ever really had a case to answer, but there it is. I don't think that release ends there. I think he'll be chasing them for compensation. But what are you then making of that? They discontinue their case.
No, I'm not even going to lie. I'm one of the happiest people hearing this news. On a personal level, I'm not going to say more than that. I'm very happy he'll be able to travel. It's good news. I don't care about Showore's politics or one thing or the other, but I care about his personal life. And the fact that he'll be able to come back to New Jersey is a big, big, big deal. And for that, I'm glad. At least that phase is finally over. Whether he attempts to drag the government, that's his business. I really don't care. But at the end of the day, when I read about the case, he was supposed to be defending the case with someone else that is no longer in the country. So what's the point? He tried to kind of like defend by himself. It was not going anywhere. So what the decision kind of makes sense, kind of like just let him go. So as soon as they hand him his passport, I want to see him in New Jersey, with his family. And I mean, relax. You're not going to save Nigeria. Just chill, relax. Spend you. How many? I mean, how long? This saga has been like 4 years, right?
Yes, it's
Just
been
spend.
4 years. It's been 4 years, so a long time.
I mean, 4 years chasing shadows. I mean, no revolution, no nothing. I mean, it's silly at this point. He needs to come home and he needs to just relax with his family.
He really needs to move on with his life because whether he's out to rescue the people or not, the people are not indicating that they want to be rescued or want to be rescued by him. So
Yeah.
it doesn't have sufficient enough of a following to keep on. Nobody seems to care now. All this noise that has been making
It's
for so.
only Ajanle Koko and Foley that care at this point. And Ajanle Koko, you can't even vote. So it's essentially it's only Foley that has a meaningful vote, a single vote in the country of 200 million. So give it up, man. Give it up. It was good at doing Sahara. There are many opportunities where it can blow up that space. It can be very effective in doing that. But all this student union revolution now, one thing or the other, it's not cutting it for the kind of country we have. I mean, we're talking about Nigeria where you will expect people to react to some things and then they keep quiet. Are those the same people you think will follow you to the streets to do one thing or the other? And besides that, all those kind of like activism doesn't really, the results are either near nor there. Like when you think about Arab Springs, for example, at the end of the day, what did people really get?
That landed them in a worse position than they previously were. That Arab
Exactly.
Spring, yeah.
Look at Egypt. I mean, it's so those, I mean, acting out of emotions and just being generally reactive. I'm not a fan of all those things. I never witnessed any of this student union riot. I just stayed in my BQ anytime they're doing those shenanigans. I didn't even see it. So
My Jabata, they don't.
what's my what's my business? Well, I mean, what's
uh,
my business with those things?
after all
I
that expensive education, you want to be rioting? No,
You'll be rioting for what now?
that they won't like it.
No, at all. I've not even expected to be looking at. I mean, so I'm happy for him. On a personal note, he just needs to go home. That I just care to see him home. That's all I care. The rest, it's none of my business. But he needs to come home. It's about time.
All right, Bridan, talking about coming home, people may be able to at least go to their farms now if this pans out in the way that a lot of people anticipate that it should pan out. Tinubu governors, more creation of state police over insecurity. So the first steps, the green shoots is starting to spring in that space. So endlessly we have discussed the merit or lack thereof, but it looks as though, and different administrations have picked it up, but they've always buckled. But it looks as though now necessity demand, mother of invention, the state police, it looks as though it's coming to a reality, Kulata.
Well, it's good that that discussion. I do hope it quickly turns to something passed out of the House and the Senate, and then goes to the states to ratification. I think where we may have issues is going to be the states, where some governors may start backpedaling. But I think they discussed it with governors today, so I hope all the governors are on board. But I don't. I mean, I've talked about this many times now. I think I'm landing to a point where I don't want state police. I want municipal policing. I want local government level policing. But that local government policing, if I as much as I want it, it also means we have to we need to get local government autonomy. I really don't
Yeah,
want policing.
sorry, Kulata. Is local government policing? Is it not an offshoot of local of state policing? Because it segues more coming from the states than from the central space. So you can't have from central policing, federal policing, to then go to local government policing, but you can have from state and then subdivide it to the local government. So local government or whatever terminology you just used there, that sort of policing should be an offshoot of state policing, should it not?
I've kind of looked around, done my research, looked around and seen what works and what countries that work, what they adopt. It's some form of federal police, yeah, aka FBI or French gendarme, or maybe I'm murdering the pronunciation, who cares? And then some local level, municipal level. At the state level, there's maybe some state patrol or some coordinating activity or inter-county one thing or the other. But the bulk of it needs to be at the granular local government level, because you don't want a governor using the apparatus of state police to do one thing or the other. Imagine a wiki with with a state police force unleashing mayhem. Just imagine that. Emiabo now, but if it's at the local government level, it's smaller. The scope is smaller. It's one local government or the local. So if a local government chairman misbehave, you can still reprimand one way. You can still try and reprimand, and then it needs to. Oh, I mean, the fact that they're talking about state police is great, but that is a medium-term solution. In the immediate term, how about they fund forest guards that are hired locally? They just give those states some grants to fund guards, and you give them ammunitions. I mean, decent ammunitions that those people roaming around will not overwhelm you. So in the immediate term, they need to do that. And I know they're doing some police recruitment. They need to get at it. But at the same, I mean, you need to be able to walk and chew gum, right? So they should be able to continue in that state police. I would prefer local government, whatever, but at least it's better than nothing. They should continue to push that, because that constitutional amendment, it may take a few years. It may take 1 or 2 years. I mean, for you to pass it, then send it to the states for ratification, and then send it back. So that in itself, I think, is kind of like 2 year plan. But an immediate plan should be aggressive recruiting of forest guards, local forest guards. I mean, need the attorney general to do whatever it takes so they can get guns. When I said nothing short of an AK, nothing short of an AK. So firepower for firepower in the forest, and have it at the local level, and have some federal grant money to fund it. So I expect kind of that immediate. I mean, and then Pulaku or whatever they said they want to do, start aggressively implementing that. So these herders will not have excuses to be roaming around and harassing people in their farms. I know they're not the only ones with insecurity, but that's a significant chunk. And I mean, between them and people impersonating them, we have the bulk of the insecurity situation. And then, of course, now you have a lot of franchised kidnappers. It's more like a franchise where they just send all these ragtag poor people to go and kidnap people. And you look at those kidnappers, they look so poor. So you look at all the millions they're giving them, where's that money going? It's definitely not going to them. They're probably paying them 5K, 10K, or whatever to go and do the mayhem that they do. And some Babasale somewhere is collecting the heavy dough. So, I mean, bottom line is we need I mean, there needs to be a sense of urgency in ramping up recruiting of existing police force structure and creating the forest guards and arming them. And then the special units that they created that is currently operating in
Crown is telling us that they discussed forest guards today as well. I think that is paramount over and above
they
everything
did.
else.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Then
that's what Crown is saying.
then that's good. If they discuss forest guards, that's good. Because I'm like, we can't. The state police is still. It will take a while. So if they discuss forest guard, that's a step in the positive direction. The new units that they created, we need some militarized police focused on like swift in and out actions to go ambush these criminals. I know they created one that is being deployed in Abuja and Plateau, but we need them ramped up quickly. hire graduates. I mean, because this kind of force, I mean, you should hire people that have decent education, that are well even killed, know what they're doing. So they need to wrap that up and kind of like, in addition to these forest guards, where the forest guards firepower, I mean, is not that good, get this heat teams that are called sweeping, comb the place, sweep out. So we need to kind of like ramp that up to at least 15 different units now. One Ekiti, one Ogun State, Northwest, Northeast, Southeast, Edo, all these places. We need just those kind of like mobile, fast units. So we need kind of those in the next 6 months to ramp that up along with the forest guards and of course the recruiting. Then you guys can continue discussing state police and how we're going to fund it and all that stuff, all that good stuff. But we need those immediately. But going back to the meeting they did today, Tinubu, I don't know what's happening to Tinubu when it comes to food. Shetima initially said they're considering commodity boards. Tinubu said no, they're not doing commodity boards. So no type of price controls. Then he also shut the door to importation. So anybody that thinks there's going to be immediate relief in terms of like food prices and the pressure is not happening based
So,
on
sorry. What emboldens those two spaces? What emboldens shutting the door to importation and telling us that there will be no food price commodity board?
he
What
said.
or does he have enough in the reserves to because I
I
mean
don't know. So the one thing is for the food
Bulata,
importation.
Bulata, can I
Let, let,
put
let me land
quick?
this point. I'll let you
Go
interject.
ahead.
Oh, you're not even clear, Gon said. For the food importation, he said that will give windows for rent seekers to take advantage of it. But I kind of like disagree because it depends on how you structure the importation. Are you going to just have a select few people that will be bringing food? I mean, if you're going to import food, then you import food. Open it wide open, so it's market driven, it's competitive. For the commodity boards, it just kind of shut it down. I don't think it's like it doesn't have any interest in some sort of price controls.
was that not even one of his campaign?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
confused. I think that was on his manifesto. So I'm just here sitting confused that he doesn't want to do that. What was his reason though? What was his reason again? Oh God, I forgot. He said
Is he rent seeking still?
no, that I mean, commodity boards is going to be government controlled somehow. So I don't think that's kind of rent seeking. But just said he's not
Did he
interested
say
in
did
doing
he
it.
say yet? Did he say we're not doing it yet, or did he just? Is it a flat no, or it?
I think, based on what I read, though, it was more like, no, we're not doing it. I mean, let me see if I can get back to it. Rather than say, okay, maybe not for now. The vibe I got was like, just shut it down. So I'm like, okay, are you just relying on this distribution? I mean, this you said they should go to the food reserve. How are we going to effectively distribute those things that will make sense? Okay, now remember what I was trying to. I now remember. He said he's going to unleash police to go and look at people that are hoarding grains because I think it was Rational Mind or someone that said it that people are using their commodities now as a store of value as naira becomes more useless. So there are hoarders
Is
that are
it
hoarding
illegal?
food.
Is it illegal to hoard grains? What would the police do? Is it? It's not illegal to hoard grains.
Could you mean?
I mean, you hold it till the market is right for you. That's business. That's what they call business. I mean,
And so he said so I mean they said they'll be going to all the warehouses to make sure they're not hoarding and all that. I don't know. So is that the strategy that we're going to be chasing after hoarders and uh and then we know we have skyrocket. I mean our inflation just reached 29.9 today, and a lot of it is driven by food inflation. So you close the door to commodity boards, which was like, I think that was in his manifesto. I think I saw that in the manifesto. No short-term importation for quick relief. You close the door to that. Now we'll just go after orders. He said we have the capacity to self-sustain ourselves. I get it, fine. But what's the plan on?
Can I say something?
Wait, Bishop was going to say something first. But let me just finish my thought. So, what's the plan for mechanized farming? Where's that sense of urgency? Where are all the tractors? Like, so I'm confused. I'm just confused. I don't know if this man is getting bad advice or he understands what's going on. But Bishop, go ahead. Sorry.
I just wanted to point out one thing very quickly. There's a difference between
Bishop, we can't hear you. Can anyone hear? Can you?
I can't hear you.
Okay, I think we can. That spot that you're in now. No, we can't hear you. No.
You're not coming across.
No, Bishop. I think when you get to a better network space, do you want to try again? No. All right.
I said, okay, you can't hear me. When I get to a better
no, we can.
I'll pick up.
Oh, all right, brilliant. It dips very heavily, and then we pick one word, and then it has this grain. Yeah.
When I get to a better place, I will let you know. But if you are hearing it now, it should be better. But when I get to a better place, I will.
Yeah, we can hear you now. If you want to say it now,
quickly, Very quickly, I just want to say there's a difference between commodity board and price control regime. They're not the same thing. And I don't know if we can actually use them interchangeably. I don't think so. They represent completely different things.
I think you will use that commodity board as a means of doing some price controls. You will buy excess grains, you will store it, you will use it to kind of like regulate the price, so it's a bit more predictable. It's not. I mean, it's a mechanism to use for price control. It's not say directly price control.
And yes, it was a campaign promise. It told us it was going to build silos all over the country to manage to mop up excess grains and manage food prices. It told us that during the campaign.
So it's not that. I mean, it's a means of achieving some price control and stability.
All right. Can I have that quick interjection, and then we'll move Kulata onto a different topic? And by the way, Shola, if you want to interject, you can as well. If you want to share a thought on what's been said, you can as well. Ekene?
Yeah, one man. I'm still.
You have to speak up. You have to speak up, man. Your voice sounds. Speak up.
Okay, are you hearing me?
Yeah, a bit better. Carry on.
Okay, I say I'm somehow still confused how government wants to control the price of goods of people doing their legitimate business. I don't think it doesn't make sense to me, because they sell according to how they got their food stuff. You don't expect people to buy fertilizers. All those things, it's not cheap in the market. So when they spend all those money to produce their farm products, you now want to come in and they control their price. It doesn't make sense to me. The government should go into making those things that make those prices to jack up in terms of producing those commodities come down, like fertilizers, insecurities, and all that stuff. That is, and another thing that I know, it's not that Nigeria don't have enough food. It's just the purchasing power of the people. The money you have in your pocket doesn't get you enough. That's the issue. So you just think about somebody receiving 30,000 naira as a minimum wage. What can he purchase in the market? So, and it's not that Nigerians are not making money. It's not that somebody earning 10,000 naira a day cannot do anything. I don't know. So they should look into those stuff. The minimum wage is nothing to write home about.
Hold on. Somebody earning 10,000 naira a day cannot do anything.
I'm telling you, doesn't get you anything today.
That's hyperbolic now.
No.
That's about what? In excess of 300,000 a month, they cannot do anything.
Yeah, I cannot do anything.
Right.
How about now? You can do something.
You cannot do anything. Honestly, with the price of just look at the cement now. Cement is not imported now. But the problem is that people are saying that cement is costly. Do you look at raw materials, the importation? The government has increased the price of import duties 6 times.
No, cement are not everyday goods now. When people want to cite example, they immediately
cement is almost everyday goods. Cement is almost everyday goods.
How many people are in that space of buying cement? Is the average Nigerian buying cement?
Almost a lot of people. But if you are not building, you are passionate, you are doing some renovation and all that. So cement is everyday goods.
It's not everyday goods.
It's everyday goods.
All right, make that point. And then
you take those things when you increase import duties all the time. You expect people to sell goods at lower price. What do you mean? What kind of thinking is that? What kind of government is that? You increase your import duties every day by day. Those things they bring in raw materials to make that product to produce those stuff, both cement and all those stuff. Then after those things, you expect them to stay. I don't even know how these guys think. That's my take. How do they think?
Sorry, please let me interject, one man. Good morning. I think what Kne is saying that 10,000 will not be okay for somebody earn 1,000 a day, 10,000 a day. It might be right to some extent, but the rate of food price since 3 days now, I don't think you can make a family man that has 3 kids and a wife. He cannot provide 3 square meals for them, for his kids. You should understand what they call poverty is when you cannot provide 3 square meals for your kids, which is necessary, which is needed for them to grow. So hold on, this boy will not let me do.
All right, let me mute you because I think your son needs so yes, Kulata, you can address that space or not, but from there let's go to the the Labour Party space and Obi coming out in that space as well. So do you want to address what Ekene and Warpe said, or do you want to go straight to it?
No, I don't want to address it because it's subjective. Like one person, it depends on how you spend. Yeah, because
I cannot see how 10,000 naira a day cannot sustain somebody.
How many people Nigerians even earn $10,000? 10,000 naira a day. If that is the case, I guess Nigerians should be dead by now. But it takes a while for hunger to kill anybody.
No. I don't want to labor that space too heavily because it can go on forever. But when BQB came just the other day, he said he traveled to Nigeria. And he said the markets were busy, the people were struggling, but they were coping. That's what he said.
I was in Nigeria like 3 weeks ago now myself.
So we have to be a bit steady.
I was in Nigeria 3 weeks ago. And I didn't just stay in Lagos. I went to Oyo State and I went to Osun State, and I saw things by myself. So I don't have to listen to anybody to tell me about what's going on. I understand what is going on. So at the same time, I did not see people eating from trash. So let's keep that one moving.
All right, to the Labour Party space. You saw that interview between the party publicity secretary and the party still treasurer but suspended. She's coming in with receipts, with bank statements, etc. And he's just ad hominem and calling her names. So what are you then making then of these integrity merchants that seem to be smellier than most?
Labour Party, they hit a jackpot. And what you're saying is ability to manage that loot. Labour Party, not in their wildest dreams, expected that Peter Obi will join them and get all this attention and money. And obviously, this Abure guy, it seems, based on what I watched on Arise TV, that lady and him, the lady was pretty pinpointing issues. The Aburi was just kind of like talking in generalism, that one thing, the appointed caretaker chairman, this, that, until that Ayo girl called out the timeline was wrong. I wasn't really paying too much attention on it because I'm more focused on governance now. Labour Party, I don't give a shit about Labour Party. They're not in government. They don't have enough representative to determine anything. This is just a sideshow. And of course, there's a lot of money that's there. So there's corruption there. Abure is probably having having at it. And maybe the lady is not in it enough. And if Abure is having his fill, Peter Obi must be aware of it. So it just tells you what you need to know about all of them. They're the same old.
All right, we'll continue to monitor that space. I think a lot of people are very cynical about that space, but a lot of naivety have been subsumed by the glitzy language that they've been using. But that language starting to unravel as
One man.
yeah.
One man. Why are we worried about Labour Party's issue? That's the internal party crisis now.
It's in the headlines. And also, you asked the question, let me respond. The Labour Party has still not stopped campaigning, and they continue to campaign, telling us that they're this integrous party that is whiter than white, cleaner than snow, telling us we cannot continue everything, we cannot continue like this. But anytime, just as earlier says today, we did on their corruption. This is a cesspool of corruption, that space. So yeah.
I understand.
But they audited the account today now. They can
hold on. Sorry. Early campaign bring early criticism. I agree that. But funny enough, me, I'll come for you, one man. This criticism is supposed to be coming from APC, not you, one man. I know you were making a show. Let's analyze APC criticism against Labour Party, how they are running their party affair. Not like making us wait for Labour Party. They talk about Abure. Abure steal money. They all steal money. PDP right now they are questioning their whatever 1 billion that leaked out. We're not talking about that. Or APC don't have their own scandal too. That's not a problem. Nigerians are hungry. Let's.
One man is a moderator, you know. He's an impartial moderator.
It doesn't make sense to me anyway. But it's your show. I'm not going to.
No. How can it not make sense to you? Labour Party is one of the leading parties in the country. They were there were 3 steps from actually being in charge of that country. All of the political space, we run commentaries about them. We talk about the corruption in the PDP. We talk about corruption in the APC. So why would we not be talking about corruption in the Labour Party?
Yeah, true. It's good. We talk about it now. Again today, we're talking about it, making like a how do I say, a point of reference. Man, I don't really care about what Abure. They are corrupt. I know. Anyway, I don't want to talk about Labour Party. Talking about that, like, make me talk more. Let me go back to Tinubu. Kulata, you are here. Are you hearing me?
I do hear you.
Kulata, I still remember last year when I come up with the situation where make a federal government, make the flood the open border, make the floor the country with food. I can maybe reduce food prices first. When you will come up with a solution so that make the build more silos, support the local marketer farmers. So by the time the local farmers they bring their food, will the government will take out from them, and by that time we will stabilize food production. Do you remember the topic that last year?
I remember now. We've addressed it several times. Yeah.
So can you see Tinubu is clueless for the 6 ministers, like Alibaba and the 40 thieves, has no clue. India just did the same thing last year during this grain block or the high sea, Russia and Ukraine. There was this kind of inflation was coming up in India on grain. What did India do? They moved quickly to import. That was at that time India having deal with Russia. They went to Russia and buy a lot of grain and flood the market, and they came out to explain. Not like there's no grain with them, but this you start seeing the pattern of inflation, which will drive demand. So to kill that demand, they opened their border for grain to flood it to bring the price down. That killed the spike of inflation. I don't know. I did not study economics like that, but it's not a rocket science. Not every time you do theory, there are certain things you do practically. You see it's obvious. Everything is stage managed.
Even common sense says that the
Common sense. Sean,
the insecurity situation in Nigeria will not let us quickly get
food.
Harvest like that, bountiful harvest like that, because a lot of it, people just can't go to the farms. It's not that easy. So to stubbornly refuse, I don't know. I just don't. That's why I said I don't know.
Sorry, please. I just want to understand what the one Peter saying. Now, the government say they are not opening the border to import food. Is there merit to it? Yes. And I can tell you the merit. Is it going to bring some form of discomfort? Yes. But on the reverse side, even if they open the border and they flood the market with food, is it going to bring down the price of food? It is not guaranteed. It is not guaranteed.
Sorry, why is it not a guaranteed? It's a basic demand and supply economics. Why is it not guaranteed? Yes. If 100 yam is available, it will be more expensive than if 10,000 naira yams are available to the same market.
Because I will tell you, because if you are importing food presently in Nigeria, it is likely to be more expensive than what is produced locally. That's one. Except you want to argue otherwise. Number two, there is going to be a fourth part.
No. I'm not conceding that if they import food, it will be more expensive. The cost of production of food is significantly reduced internationally than it is in Nigeria. We're talking about mechanized, industrialized farming.
Yes. So let's take three places, three economies where food is cheaper than Nigeria today. Where food is very, very cheaper than one of them. But let me finish the false side of it. And the false side of it is this. It's going to drive a lot of local farmers out of business. And that is the consequence. Whatever decision is taken today is going to come with some level of discomfort. That discomfort might vary. But it will be very dangerous if we go back to opening our borders and we temporarily bring food and we run farmers out of business. People that have collected are taking loans to start farm and foreign products. And that was how most of our local industry died several years ago when they started importing, what's the name of this, detergent and the rest. And all manner of things and our local. So, yes, it might bring some temporary succor, which is not guaranteed. But the false side is that it's going to drive farmers out of business. And that one is going to be causing more long-term damage. So, like they used to say, it's a catch-22 situation. And when you review which one, can we just endure and put necessary discipline, like I said, and I've said it again. There is no food scarcity in Nigeria. It's just that it's expensive. And there are so many factors that are responsible for that being expensive. Some middlemen operating in the system and some opportunities and some of the actions of the government, which, the earning capability of the people because of the inflation as a result of some of the policies. But if we open it and we are very objective, if we destroy a lot of farmers and we set them out of business, and by the time we want to bring them back, it will be very difficult to restart that part of the industry. Food is expensive, but food is not scarce in Nigeria. The current said as much just a few minutes ago. So just something about that for me, I start to be collected.
Oga Bishop, I beg, hold on. All this you are saying is just theory. Food is scarce in Nigeria. We don't have food in Nigeria. We are underproduced in Nigeria. Insecurity will be having for 20 years. Let's say just put it this take at 20 years. It has come now to roost.
Sorry, can people not speaking keep themselves muted? There's just too much background noise coming into the stream. Yeah, carry on about pace.
Sure. So now so we take like a year or two. Let's just put 2 years to recover for those food shortages we have. Now for that two years shortage, shortages, are you going to say people should starve to death because government put the policy in place? In the Aso Rock, hold on, please. You'll be talking. In the Aso Rock, they eat. Are you telling me they eat food from the?
You can't draw parallels between. How you been talking is completely not necessary. What do you mean? You've been talking to
No.
tell me, hold on, I'm held on. Telling me you've been talking and shut up is not completely not acceptable. What are you talking about?
All right, sorry about that. Make your point and then we get back to Kulota.
Bishop, I did tell you shut up. Sorry.
No,
I'm not coming at it. I'm not coming at it. I'm not coming
I
at
don't
it.
want us to go into. Just leave
No,
it.
I'm not going. No.
Leave it now. Just leave it. Just let him make his point and then we get back to Kulota. I don't want.
Maybe the breeze making me. I didn't say it to you.
That's fine. If you don't want me to respond to
hold
it,
on, Bishop.
I said the way you addressed it was not right. I said you should go on. If you don't want to answer,
Bishop, apologies if you are offended by Harriet. Just make that point you wanted to make, and then let's hear from Shola. I don't want us to go in that direction. Yeah.
Okay, let me make my point. Anyway, food is short in Nigeria. Tinubu had to open the border. It's still managed. Talk to farmers outside Nigeria that will bring food. We know how. Does Nigeria even know how much they are shorting their grain? This was the problem. Do you know how many yams we need to consume in a day? Do you know how many sugar we need to consume in a day? These are the things you look into. Then you check this with foreign companies that produce these things. Then they'll bring it in. If it's 6 months, you put a treasury. If it's 6 months or 8 months, then you manage the border, how the food comes in. At the same time, supporting the local farmers. Give them all the support. Now we have to deal with insecurity. You don't just plant corn today, you harvest it tomorrow. So what are we not talking about? And he's saying that he wants to use the grain reserve. The grain reserve that he's using is not imported. We need food. We need it now because there's no riot on the street right now. That's why people are complaining. Do you know how much for a bag of rice as today in Warri is 105,000. 105,000 for a bag of rice. Everything is going up by the day. You cannot, between Benin and Ondo to Kogi, which is the connecting access of Nigeria, kidnappers is not letting people to move. You never bring the food in. The Gabumae is clueless. It's not fixing any road. The roads are not being fixed on a very fast pace. This time you need a fast pace. Not you collect money and you are walking the road.
Price of gas has
gone up. Everything is going up. Everything is going up. They're telling me we should bear on who expenses. If you sell 1,000 naira home today, it's useless. Do you know how much for drugs? One of my mother drugs used to buy for 6,500. It's 5,000 naira now. 5,000 naira now.
All right. Thank you, Wapis. Wapis, if you can find a quieter spot, that'll be better. Yes. Respond to that, Bishop, and then we move on. Yeah.
I will just respond to bullet points. Number one, food is not scarce in Nigeria because you say so. I will just take it off the face value. I said something here a couple of days ago that if you want to buy in Daleko market today, you want to buy 100,000 bags of rice, you will get it. Is it expensive? Yes. I don't know where. I don't know whether it's a mom you said that bought rice for 105,000 naira. People bought rice that we are using for wedding in a few days on Saturday. They did not buy it for even 70,000 naira. They bought for 57,000 naira per bag of rice. 57. They bought in Akure, Ondo State, and they bought in Ibadan, Oyo State, because those are the two places we have culture. So 57, let's even say 70, 60 to 105,000. I don't know the kind of price that's for 1,105. Now, I did not say food is not expensive. I said there is no food scarcity. Is it costly? Yes. Is it out of the reach of some people? Yes. But is there food that if you have your money today, if you hold 1 million naira and you want to buy food, you will buy enough food. It depends on your style. If you collect 10,000 per day and you want to eat breakfast in Sheraton, lunch in the Comedian, and it's not okay. But for somebody that wants to go and eat in Mama Basira or wants to buy 5 cups of rice and cook, 10,000 is far more than enough. Except we just want to expand that, that aspect that everything is collapsing. Everything is not collapsing. We are in very challenging times, but there is no food crisis.
Okay. I think a lot of people.
Can I contribute as well, please?
Yeah, come in, Shola. Let's hear from you.
My own little contribution to what everybody has been saying. Yes, I do agree that there's high inflation in Nigeria. Things are difficult. prices of things are high and cost of living is unbearable. However, we have to understand that this inflation is not in Nigeria alone. And our people, the problem we have is that we want solution now. And things doesn't work like that. The insecurity has been going on for how many years? That alone has been affecting production from the farmers. Farmers are unable to go to their farmers because of the herdsman that has been affecting them. So this already is a build-up of things that has been happening but has not been addressed. Now it's being addressed, but we all want solo. Tinubu is there. Everything should have been okay. Price should have come down. It doesn't work like that. I live in UK, and woman, I think you live in UK as well.
No, I mean, no, you are laughing. Come on in, please call that for me.
Well, I don't know anybody that I don't know if anyone in the wherever I live in UK. On BBC News yesterday, you will hear about inflation that is happening in UK. People are complaining as well. Things are very expensive.
In fact, they declared a recession today, did they not?
Exactly. Things are very expensive. We used to buy 10 kilo of rice. And I live in UK and I'm saying it right here. 10 kilo of rice 2 years ago, we used to buy for about 16 pounds or 18 pounds. Now it's about 27, 28 pounds. That's how much we are paying for 10 kilo of rice. Rent, within 2 years, interest rate went 5 times more than what we are paying. A mortgage of 300 something went up to over £1,000 within a year.
Are you on a tracker rate?
No, it's a variable rate. Where if your mortgage went off a fixed rate within that time before you remortgage, everything.
Yeah.
Everything is very, very expensive. I am a health professional. You know, I have some of my colleagues that they cannot even go on mortgage because their salary could not even, they couldn't get mortgage. So it's not only in Nigeria that things are very expensive. There's inflations everywhere. But our own problem is that we want solution right away. And it doesn't work like that. This government only comes in last year, but is accumulated of things that's gone wrong in Nigeria. But everybody wants a solution right now. Okay, Tinubu, you are there. You should have fixed the road. You should have fixed the whatever. You should have fixed the security. Let's give them time. I know people are saying there's no time, but we have no choice. We have to give them time to see what they are going to do. For something to work, there has to be a foundation. There has never been a foundation. They are trying to build a foundation. And to build a foundation of something, it takes time. And I know the time is difficult. The people can say, oh, you live abroad. That's why it's easy for you. But it's not like that. I have families in Nigeria as well, and I know how we're helping them. But we just need to understand that things cannot just happen just like that. And that's just my only contribution.
Yes, you can, but I was going to ask Shola, okay, actually, you go first. If you want to put the question
I'll
to
ask the
Shola.
question because I really want to talk to what she said. I just want to.
Yes. Do you think Tinubu? This is to you, Shola. Do you think Tinubu is being unfairly criticized? I detect that from what you said. Do you think he's been unfairly criticized? And if he is, then is that fair game? Is it fair game? He wants to be president, and therefore he should take the criticism. Or do you think it's a partisanship taken too far?
Definitely, I would say yeah, it's been unnecessarily criticized. What can he do? Tinubu does not work alone. For Nigeria to work is a collective work. We have governors. He increased the allocation to all the governors. What are the governors doing? What are the local council doing? Every hands have to be on deck. But because there is no collaborative work, one person cannot do it. No matter how much allocation is going to the governors, if it's not properly managed, we're going to end up with the same situation. We have local whatever they call them, they are not doing anything. All those things they need to be checkmating. They are just corruption is another thing that has killed Nigeria. That is the things that, everything they are doing, they are not, there's no transparency and there is no accountability. I am a nurse. I have somebody that I manage. I have somebody that manages me. My manager have a manager. My manager's manager has a manager. So every one of us are accountable to somebody. But that is not the situation of Nigeria. And that's why we keep finding ourselves where we are now. So
one man, can I interject, please?
Yeah. Carry on.
Well, I wanted to say something.
Sorry. Come after Rational Mind.
Yeah, our sister from the UK.
When the UK, look at this guy.
That's how you people say UK. It's like UK. Yeah. Well, anyway, so you see, sometimes let me borrow this one man's English. Sometimes some of us are disingenuous here. We act like. Sometimes I doubt the sincerity of some of us here on this platform. That's me speaking. I have no apology to anybody else to that. Sometimes we come here, we make comparison of Nigeria's situation with the UK, and then with America, with Canada, and then I kind of like wonder, what planet are we from? You talk about, yes, true, there's inflation everywhere. I mean, after the recession, after the lockdown, the whole world, a lot of the government printed money.
Should Nigeria be inured to that inflation? Yeah.
Yeah, but when you start leading me with these questions,
okay, carry on.
My point is you ask me please later, but let me just but the point is this: is that all these countries we're mentioning, the UK, here, America, or Canada, their government made palliative available to their citizens. Not the palliative, the kind that they did in Nigeria, that somehow to keep it and hid it away from the people that were supposed to be the beneficiaries of it. Everything that works here is the opposite here over there in Nigeria. And then now we
rational mind is not palliative assistance.
Well,
regular assistance.
Well, then I just want to use that palliative. Let's just say palliative. Let's just use our common Nigerian language, palliative. And then we have some other social benefits that you can get from the government. But our people back in Nigeria, we don't have it. And then we come here and we're making this kind of comparison like, oh, everywhere is inflation. Yes, you see, that is being disingenuous because you just want to use one thing that seems to be like, that look alike to what we're going through in Nigeria and compare it to Nigeria, forgetting to talk about that aspect that the government is subsidizing for the people in the country where you live and country that all of us live here. And then we can come here and make it look like for asking too much from Tinubu. Come on, what are we talking about? That is just being people like people with no feelings. You and I will live here. I mean, how many people do you see in the street of London or Edinburgh or whatever there in the UK that is climbing people? I mean, people going into you
go to King's Cross, you'll see them there.
You draw a parallel. I know you draw a parallel,
but they are in New York as well. Are they not in New York? Penny for a guy, piling for money.
There is assistance, not the kind that you see.
Please, let me comment.
Can I respond?
Hold on. Let Shola respond. Yes.
Can I respond to the young man that is talking?
Young man.
Well, I'm not going to call him an old man. So okay, just with respect. In response to what you're saying, it's not the matter whether we have feelings or we don't have feelings. I don't know where you live. I live in UK and I work very closely with people because I'm a community nurse. And I work closely with people. Maybe I don't know the UK you're talking about. Maybe the UK of 20 years ago. We live in UK now where many people are not getting support. Even the British themselves. Many people are not getting financial support. Even, getting homes. That even sometimes when I go to work, I take money out of my own pocket to give a client because there's no more free for all in UK anymore. If you don't have British citizen or anything, you don't get government support. Whether you come with 10 children, you are not entitled to housing. You are not entitled to public funding. So maybe I don't know the UK you're talking about. A lot of people are suffering as well. So it's individual people that are now supporting people.
So a lot of people are suffering
If
at
UK
the
you're
level of
talking
Nigeria,
about is the
right?
same,
Is that what you're saying?
sorry, can I just finish, please? If UK you're talking about is we're living in a country where government support, we won't
We
be
have
having
people living
people
in the UK too,
sleeping.
not just
We won't
you.
be having people
People living
sleeping
in
in
UK.
Hold on, rational mind. Carry on, Shola.
If the UK you're talking about, we won't be having this terrible cold weather, people sleeping in the streets. We won't have people begging in the streets, asking for funds. So that what I'm saying is that, yeah, the situation might look similar, but not the same. I do understand that. But I know one thing is our people are impatient. They want solution now, and
Yeah, but our people are impatient.
it's not possible like that.
Goodness.
Anyway, that's my contribution. You are
sorry,
free to your own opinion.
Sorry, let Prestige interject.
Yeah, Prestige next. Yeah, Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I just want to make a little bit of comment. I think, the problem we're having in Nigeria, some people has left Nigeria, get educated in abroad and everything, but mentality, their mind haven't left Nigeria. They still have the same mindset when they come to overseas. They come here and bring out this false equivalent about what's happening, inflation and everything. The UK government, I live in America, they know how to control things. They give people some financial, some financial aid and some other things. We call it palliative, financial assistance. But in Nigeria, we call it palliative. If you look at the cover, a lot of people got money, people making less than, I think about 100,000, yeah, or whatever. I've forgotten the range. They get money. There's an assistant. They try to control the inflation. The lady that was speaking, we do respect you. Can you tell me what added value this present government has added to the present economy? They have been in power for 9 months. At a particular time, the buck has to stop with the current government and stop doing, what about they did before 10 years ago, 20 years ago? Is it not time you started implementing? Up to today, 9 months, I can't see one single added value the government has done. I know they have proposed everything, everything's kind of modality right now. Until I actually see any of those implemented, talk is cheap. That's what they do. And you're coming here doing all this false equivalent. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Call a spade a spade. If things is wrong, like you said, yeah, we need to give them time. I don't know what's going to happen, but as of 9 months, they haven't done anything. I mean, they are brainless. The government, they are brainless. They don't know what they're doing. They may have all the education. Every kind of plan they have tried to implement, nothing is working. They need to change course. So we should not come in here and try to sugarcoat things. I don't know what's going to happen, maybe in a year or two. Maybe everything right now, the modality they put in place, maybe it will yield fruitful. But as of right now, things are not working. People are protesting. You see them flogging people today, in Lagos because of yam and whatever kind of things, people try to collect because I guess people jump the queue. But does that warrant for you to flog people because of rice? What is rice? Rice, what is rice? I mean, they make it like rice is something or spaghetti something. I mean, who eats rice here? Rice is not any luxury food. But anyway, I speak during my turn. I just want to intervene about
Okay,
that false
please
equivalent.
let me address Madam Shola or Mrs. Shola. Sorry to use Madam or Miss Shola. Anyway, it's funny enough. Everybody on this platform, I think almost everybody lives in abroad. I live in Japan. Japan just entered recession yesterday. But guess what? Before we enter recession, government has make plans for the people. Unfortunately, I didn't get it. My tax was high. I paid a lot of tax last year. They already shared almost $1,000 for each child. So, in short, $750 each for each child of the family. And they are putting more. They have put plans on ground too. They have cut taxes for people for April. Our tax since April. Now, you came here to tell, if you give Tinubu a break, really? He said he will hit the ground running.
He didn't say give him a break. She said it's not sufficient enough of a time. What Ashola is inviting, that is it your consideration that as soon as he gets into office, he will turn Nigeria into Dubai? We all know the state that the country is in. And it played out in open glare what Buhari and his people did. Are you hold on? Are you expecting an instantaneous solution to decades of rot and mismanagement? That's what she's saying.
Yes. It's yes and yes and yes again. He
Well, then
campaigned for that.
that's
Hold
ludicrous,
on, one
isn't
man.
it?
It's not ludicrous. Then why he did do it? Say it's ludicrous what you were saying in campaigning. Why did he say when I was campaigning, I'll come, it will take time for me to fix it. Probably my agents will not fix it, but just vote me in, let me see what I can do. Why did he say that?
Who has ever campaigned? You follow
So
politics.
what now?
Name one
Then
country that.
then that answer, that answer,
Let me say this. Let me say this. In politics, this is the universal norm in politics. You campaign in poetry and then you govern in prose. That's how politics works. In Japan, in the United States, yeah, you campaign in poetry and you govern in
one
prose.
man,
That's how politics.
one man,
What do you
one
mean?
man.
He said,
That
is he a
the what you are
magic
saying, that
man? Is he a
what you
magic
are saying,
man?
what you are saying is for politicians to say, not we that can,
No,
not we that is.
it's common knowledge. What do you
It's not
mean?
common. It's not one man. Can you just hold on?
All
It's
right,
not
carry
common
on.
knowledge.
But there's somewhat
It's
of
not
a
common knowledge.
there's somewhat of a naivety to it.
No, have you wrote thesis and you defend your thesis in school? Why didn't you say it's a common knowledge that you're just going there to just make things up? You
Is
go there
it?
and present your thesis the way it's supposed to
All
be,
right.
and if you don't find it worthy, they will discredit you. He came and tell us that he will fix the economy and he will hit the ground running.
Normal,
Please
can
let
I
me land.
speak?
All right, can I
Hold on.
continue now?
All right.
Hold on, please. Hold on, please.
All
Everybody,
right.
hold on. When I want to talk,
Hold on.
one
Hold
man
on.
almost cut me up.
Hold
I
on.
wanted to address.
After what pace, Kolata carries on. I think we've heard that. We've heard him too much.
One
Yeah.
man, I need to respond also.
No.
The,
I think we've had sufficient response. Let
I from
sorry.
Nigeria will respond.
Can I direct the session? Let Warpace land and then Kolata continues. Warpace.
She said, because I'm very concerned and worried about what she said, that we are impatient. For 9 months, on who expenses? For 9 months, we are not even seeing anything that will indicate that, okay, this policy you put on ground will profit us in 3 years' time. We are quick to point to India and some other country when Mayfele came up with another design policy, and they will say they point to India like, oh, go and look at India. When India did it, it didn't work. He almost crushed their economy. They point to almost 5 to 6 countries. Now, this is policy that he is doing, and people are pointing to other places like India have done it. People are passing through inflation, and they open their bar for foods to come in to suppress that hunger first. And you are saying that we are impatient? Why is it that they can pick and choose what's good for them and not what's good for the citizens they want to rule over? Madam, Mrs. Shola, sorry to call you Madam. Why is what you just said is very insulting to people, that we are not impatient for somebody for being in power for 9 months? So we cut slack again for another 4 years? When it was 1 month, we said, oh, it's 1 month, let's give him 6 months. Now it's 6 months now, you are saying almost 1 year is too short. But he's not impatient for money being released in his administration. Better to just lose 3 billion. Why are they not impatient? They're not impatient to do that. Why are you not speaking to that? The people's money has been taken every day. Just commodity you do for the common citizen, you said the citizens are impatient. Now, let me make my last final submission. When there was World Cup, the AFCON, everybody focused and forgot about hunger. Do you notice that? Now the AFCON is over, and people are asking for food. You are telling people that people are impatient. At least they were patient for you for that few period. You didn't give them kudos. For 9 months, they'll be patient. You didn't give them kudos. Now they are bad people. Anyway, I hit the floor for Kolata.
All right, Kulata. No, Kulata, bring that space or Kennedy, interjections get too long sometimes.
No, it's not too long.
All right, let Kulata just round it off and then we move on. Kulata, back to you.
Okay, so here's the thing. Everybody knows me here. I'm not a guy for righteous indignation and all. I don't easily get moved. But when we're talking about I'm upset. It's not the fact that he cannot fix things overnight. Of course, he's not expected to fix things overnight. I'm upset because of the solution he is proposing, meaning we're going to release grains. But what is the mechanism to distribute the grains? We're going to send police to go to warehouses to go and look at orders. Like, how would that be effective? And then you now shut some doors of kind of like commodity boards that even India is doing. India, that is the highest producer of rice. The government of India is buying up all the rices now and storing them in silos as we speak. So it shut down to that. It shut down another potential solution that will come that has its own downsides. Everything has a pro and con. So it's not like one decision is just 100% positive. So that is where I have issues. At 35% food inflation, proposing solutions that are not quick fixes, the masses cannot afford to continue to be hungry. Hunger has no ideology. Hungry man in Sokoto, hungry man in Ebonyi, hungry man in Ilesha, hungry man in Cross River is hungry and angry. And there's some things that a government should know not to mess with. And the number one is food. If people cannot eat, it's a problem. And as things are going, first thing is we know the food is driving up inflation. We know we have to control that inflation as soon as possible. But you're saying, okay, I'm going to fight insecurity. Yeah, Buhari said I'm going to fight insecurity. Everybody said we're going to fight insecurity. We know that is not going to happen overnight, even with your best effort. We know that is not a 2 month thing, a 3 month thing. It's a long-term thing. So what immediate palliative, I know that word has been butchered to death tonight, do you have to kind of like provide some reprieve? Because you leave things going this way and you're going to fight insecurity, you're going to be chasing orders all over the place. The food inflation will keep going up. Your attempt at reducing inflation, which is even making naira, because that also impacts naira. The higher the inflation, the more useless your naira is. Even if your trade balance doesn't matter, it's still going to impact. So you're not really addressing the bottom line. You're not looking for creative ways to address this thing, and people will keep getting hungry, and you cannot govern a hungry population. It just doesn't make any sense. So I really question what he's suggesting. I don't think he understands the gravity of the situation, because the obstinate stance is not something that can provide a quick reprieve. We need a quick reprieve. That's where I'm coming from. I will not compare a 4% inflation to a 35% food inflation. I mean, that's like stage 1 cancer to stage, if there's anything called a stage 5 or stage 6, person don't die finish. So it's not. It's kind of like it's not a fair comparison. And my only biggest issue is it is 35% today. What will it be in 3 months' time with this kind of solution? I'm looking ahead. I don't see a quick way out of it based on what he's saying. And if we say, okay, we should sacrifice. Like, okay, by the time it gets to 40%, are we still going to continue saying sacrifice? Because at that point in time, with this proposal,
you cannot keep your citizens
you can't keep them hungry now.
I mean, that's just a basic. But I mean, what's going on here? I mean, you cannot say people should endure with hunger when there are solutions to it. What's going on?
And you know the worst part, as inflation goes high, our naira goes useless and devalued. Even the farmers, the few farmers we have, they have more incentive to sell across the border than to sell to Nigerians.
That's what they are doing already. They're crossing it over the jail.
They'll sell it because it's our currency is so cheap now. It's cheaper for people to buy. So that's why I said I'm disappointed in the solution, because I just don't think he gets it. I don't think he has truth tellers in his administration to kind of like tell him, like, Baba, food is not something to be messed with. Whatever we can do to get this food under the control, let's do it. So that's my own take on it.
All right, brilliant. It's a head scratcher, because it's so obvious. It cannot be the case that they don't have the realization, because we are all universal in our thoughts, and I think it's just commonplace. But why they are not quite moving aggressively in that? Just don't let the Nigerians don't have a history of hunger. Are we Ethiopia or Somalia? What's going on? Thank you, Kulata. Stay with us. There's still a few more topics I want to run you through, but to manage the time, let me take the conversation to Prestige And then after Prestige, Shola, and then we go on to Ekene, and we keep on keep it moving. Prestige, good to have you. Come into the conversation, Prestige.
Okay, thank you. I'm here.
All right. Do you want me to talk you through it, or do you just want to pick it from whichever one piques your interest the most?
Yeah, go ahead. Because I was busy before, I wasn't listening. You don't have to, enumerate everything. You can just give me the bullet point of each.
Yeah, so let's bullet point this then. Sowore finally gets his release. I wonder if he's on the flight to America just yet. So Omoyele Sowore now, they discontinued. Not that they ever really had any solid of a case against him, but they discontinue it now. So Sowore now finally gets his freedom. What are you making of that? And how does that transmute to the Nnamdi Kanu narrative?
Okay. What just transpired today is considered to be a presidential pardon. That's it, because there's not ever adjudicated in the court or whatever, because this has been going on, for my own recollection, for almost about 4 years right now. I mean, I don't know how many times they had been into court and nothing has really, come out or whatever. But I saw a video that Sowore, after the election, he publicly, asked for a revolution. In my opinion, that I like Sowore a lot, but in my opinion, that amount to treason. But other ones, that he embezzle money and that kind of, I'm not familiar with it, because when it comes to Nigeria government, they can truncate anything. But the one I'm familiar with, what he said, according to Nigerian constitution, when he openly, and he was a, he was a presidential candidate. It's just like Obi or Atiku after they lost, they come and say, hey, go or what Trump did, over what Trump trying to do, the insurrection that he did, that he was engaged in. Of course, he's in court right now, but so that's part of it. In my own opinion, that amount to treason. So having said all this, it should have been adjudicated a long time ago. You can't put somebody, detain somebody for that long, 4 years. I've never seen a justice that work, when it comes to that. So presidential pardon, yeah, every president has the right to do that. So let's not sugarcoat anything that happened. It's purely presidential, pardon. That's what happened today. And that begged me to judge what happened to
Did you
Nnamdi
say
Kanu.
presidential pardon or the attorney general just withdrew the case?
No, come on now. Tinubu directed him. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's a presidential pardon.
He wouldn't have done it without the consent.
They have no case, one man. They have no case. So why should they continue having him? I mean, have that guy to
come on, rational mind. It's presidential pardon. Let's it was never adjudicated.
Man of president. Do you know what?
Come on, this is my turn. Everybody, please. Do you know what? I don't want all these people like you, Kulata, coming here to contain my point.
This is not Kulata. This is Ajale Koko.
Oh, Ajale Koko, right.
When Bernie Sanders was calling for revolution in America, was he arrested? Did they charge him for treason?
No. You see,
Hold on. You're a Democrat. Bernie Sanders in your party called for revolution.
He never called for. He never openly called for a revolution. You are missing both. It's the same force equivalent. You are bringing to this narrative.
When people like you talk this way, it's a presidential pardon. Tinubu instructed Attorney General to do that, and the same thing should go for Nnamdi Kanu. Did what do you call it? This Sowore carry people? I mean, group of people.
Okay. Ajale Koka, you just need to stop. Let me finish making my own point. When you get your own turn, when you get your own turn, you can bring your force equivalent. I'm going to make my own point. Okay, let me stick to my own point.
Let us say something. You will continue. Let me just drop this. You will continue. Sowore did not carry arms. He didn't mobilize people out to topple the government violently.
Well, he did, though. He did. He invited people to take to the streets in a revolution, and a revolution is usually to topple a sitting government. So he did do that.
Check your diary, Mr. Woman. Calling for revolution without carrying arms, without destroying.
What is the difference? What is the difference with what Sowore said openly, but it wasn't implemented than what Trump did with the insurrection? Tell me the difference.
there is no. I mean,
Aja, if you Nnamdi Kanu just let.
I don't know why Nnamdi Kanu is your problem.
Just leave.
no, you are
Well,
connected.
he didn't let me land. He didn't let me land.
Okay, land, because you are just making some point that doesn't really make sense, man. Continue.
It doesn't make sense to you because you're a Sowore guy. We are all sentimental, so it's not a problem. But anyway, in my own opinion, it's a presidential pardon. I mean, Tinubu instructed him. He must have gotten order, from the highest, authority in the land to do whatever he did. So, like I said, the case wasn't due to get it in court. So we all know that. So that begged me to, to come to Nnamdi Kanu's space. How come that has not been, given to Nnamdi Kanu? Is it like there's still justice in Nigeria? The Southeastern doesn't have justice? And what do you expect his people to be? How do you expect his people to behave? Igboho has been released. He's enjoying himself in Germany. Sowore has been released right now. What's going on? Is that an imbalance of justice in Nigeria? Both of those people are from the Southwest. I'm not somebody that come here.
Can you hear the way he's connecting it? This is
yes, I'm going to connect it, and that's how I feel. Let me speak my mind.
It's a total nonsense. When everything has to be,
you are going to hear it whether you like it or not.
You have to
unless one man don't want me to speak, and I will respect one man.
Yoruba.
But you have no right.
Look at the way they are treating
you
Yoruba.
Have no right to interject on my point. You can't stop me.
All right.
Only the person that
Ajande Koko, let him carry on with his thoughts. Back to you, Prestige.
Okay.
People are just too tribalistic.
Yes, no, those are his thoughts now.
Those are his thoughts. I'm going to go tribe on this.
Carry on, Prestige.
So, but anyway. How come, people have enumerated what Nnamdi Kanu carried and something like that, but that's supposed to be mentioned to him too. He has been in prison for a long time. At least Sowore has the freedom to be working and everything, but he doesn't have the right to go to, of course, it was recently that he was granted the permission to travel to other states. Now he can come to, to America, New Jersey, and stay with his family and everything. Whether he wants to continue with his, crusade, that's okay. But I believe it's still justice that should be, make across. I mean, how do you want his people to feel right now? I mean, they're gonna feel, people that support Nnamdi Kanu, they're gonna feel there's no justice. I mean, how do you want the country to unite together if we can't do things across the board? Are we not part of Nigeria? So no, I don't want to go into detail because I'm not happy about that. Okay, let me just make it. Let me just leave it like that because if I go into detail, excuse me.
President, can I interject for 1 minute?
Are you going to interject telling me that Nnamdi Kanu committed the worst offense? Is you stay there? Is that what you're going to say? But you go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead.
Not for you to tell me what I will say. Now, two things. I agree with you entirely that Sowore ran foul of the law when he openly called for a revolution and set a date. It is on TV and set a date for people to come out. And 2 days before that date, he was arrested. He cannot take that back. Every other thing, I don't care. But calling for a revolution after, to that extent, I agree with you. To the extent that Nnamdi Kanu called for the attack on our security operatives, that cannot be taken away. And he supervised, and those attacks were actually carried out. Did people listen to his instruction? Yes. Did they attack policemen? Yes. Did policemen lose or lost or whatever their lives? Yes. Can we get a middle ground and take it one after the other and look for political solution? I have advocated that. But trying to do this idea of, it is because it is Southeast or whatever, honestly speaking, it's not going to. It's not going to cut it. We are just trivializing something very serious. Sowore did not carry out his own. Nnamdi Kanu did. And a lot of policemen, they were reporting to him. We attacked them, we took their guns, we were killing policemen. We had him. We listened to his broadcast. And he himself was reporting it. So, comparing them, do I want a political solution? I've always advocated for that. Yeah. But reducing it to the issue of the Southeast does not deserve judgment or justice, come on, we are just being. It's what?
I think sometimes, some
all
of
right,
us come
brilliant.
here.
But back to you, Prestige. But let's moderate the interjections going forward, just so we can get the conversation round quicker. But back to you, Prestige.
I mean, some of us just come here. We are all naive. We are not educated. We are not informed. We don't have senses. I mean, look at what. I mean, it's very, very clear. I mean, it's very clear. That the feeling like the Southeast doesn't belong to Nigeria. I mean, that's what's going on. I mean, tell me, the part of Sowore come from and the Igbo come from. The leaders, have they go and agitate for them to be released? Does that make any difference? Because people are going to be coming here and say the Southeastern are not playing their politics right, Johannes or whatever, they don't know how to do their stuff. I mean, they have done that, but that hasn't made any difference. So the same favor should be, should be done to Nnamdi Kanu. I mean,
Man of Prestige, can I ask you a question?
hold on,
This is
let me
collateral.
finish. I'm tired of you interrupting me, please.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if both of them are equally yoked or whatever, they committed treason. What is the difference? They committed the same crime, and you're trying to weigh which one is more, which one is less, or whatever. So what's wrong with giving him a pardon? Is it because Tinubu is from Southwest and he's doing the same thing? And you're gonna come tell me who wants to interject? Go ahead and interject.
Prestige, you continue conflicting pardon with conviction. I mean, you cannot talk pardon when there's no conviction.
It's talking like person that does not know meaning of pardon. He's just talking nonsense. Telling some people that some people doesn't go to.
I'm talking nonsense when it comes to your
hold on, Prestige. Take a position from Kulata. Respond to it, and then I'll take you to another topic.
So, man of Prestige, you're coming out very emotional. I get it. I understand your emotions, right? Each case is looked at it based on its own individual merit. I think Rational Mind has corrected you on pardon because there's no conviction. The Sunday Igboho guy was in Benin Republic. So whatever happens in Benin Republic, you can't tie it to Nigeria's Attorney General. Sowore had a case in Abuja with someone else. That person is no longer in the country. The case literally cannot carry itself. Kanu has his own individual case. Some judges have released, I think he's gotten some, whatever that word is. They said they should release him or whatever, but then he still has pending case. But he still has pending case. You can't just tie those three. They have no connection together. You have to take a case based on his own merit. But do I understand your emotions? Yes, but it's all emotions until you have to start looking at it from a rational standpoint.
I'm looking at you from rational, but I mean, I may be speaking very emotional the way I see things. That's just the way I see things. Everybody see it differently. To me, they all committed crime. In Nigerian, when it comes to Nigerian constitution or Nigerian status. So I just feel like the same favor should be afforded to both. That's the way I see it. I mean, you may weigh whatever, is convicted or whatever, that kind of things, he escaped from prison and all that kind of things. But the way he was renditioned to this country, that's another story, and he has been granted to be released. So why can't that be afforded for peace of the country? I'm just looking at it for the peace of the country. If you want unity, why not give it to him and say, okay, go back to London? He's not going to come here and start causing trouble. I mean, why not release him for the peace of this country? Let that part of the country. Me, I don't feel like that, I mean, there's a lot of Southeasterners who feel like that, like they don't belong, if this keep on happening. I mean, I don't feel like that. I'm a true Nigerian. So I'm just speaking to the way
Man of Prestige. Man of Prestige, you are right to say Igbo are defranchised in Nigeria. They don't belong, they're not profiting from the Wazobia structure. I will agree with that. But putting that emotion on Nnamdi Kanu is totally wrong and misleading.
Well, I'm speaking from the way I feel about it. Okay.
I know. That's the way you feel about it. That's the way you feel. I know that's the way you feel about it, but it has effect on other people. You have to be clear about this. Nnamdi Kanu.
What piece? The background noise is quite a lot. Yeah, I have to say that.
Yeah, yeah. Nnamdi Kanu. See, if you want to hold your ground on the Igbos are not included in Nigeria, you are 100% right. But it's wrong for you to hold on to project it through Nnamdi Kanu.
I'm telling you, this is how some of his supporters feel.
Don't wait. The
Believe me.
Nigeria don't care. We don't care. It's supporters. Sir, let me tell you one thing. Just
That's
one
the
thing.
thing. Is the
Let,
supporters
let
not
me tell.
Nigerians?
Oh no, God, sorry,
Are they not
I don't want
Nigerians?
to. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let me move into another topic. Prestige. That space is the government is starting to take the steps towards state policing now. So your thoughts on that? So unless the interjection is necessary, let Prestige just go at this at his own pace. Prestige.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, let's get away from that. That one is too emotional.
No,
So,
it
but
was the
anyway,
background noise really that was getting a bit much. Yeah,
okay, yeah,
and it's understandable, children. Yeah.
yeah, it's a step in the right direction, but it's just a modality right now, just a plan. So, until actually implemented, to me, I'm looking at it from different perspective. Yeah, that is definitely needed because as of what I gathered, if I'm wrong, let somebody correct me. I mean, Nigeria has about 300,000 police force right now with a population of 230 something million compared to USA that has about 360 million and they have a full-time police, about 700,000. That's not including the part-time and everything. When you compare, when you included everything, they have more than a million, safety and police who carry gun. So with the number of police we have, it's not anything to compare with what we have. We should have more police. But that's notwithstanding. It's not just the number. I mean, they are not equipped, technological wise in order to handle what's going on in Nigeria. So decentralizing the police is the right thing. But my main fear about Nigeria, I don't need they just talk it because this Nigerian government, all they do is talk, until I actually implement it. Then it's going to come to how is it going to be implemented? What's going to be the criteria, of this state policing? Are you going to give the governors, uh, authority to handle people like Wike, Hope, Uzodinma? They're going to use you to, for their to do whatever they like. Okay, who's going to control the election? Is it going to be the federal police, or are you going to leave it for the state police that's going to be under the control of the under the control of government, under the control of governor? So that's where I see the negative part of it. I don't know how that's going to work, but it needs to be planned out purely. But we are overdue for that. I mean, we don't even have enough police, and they need to be trained. I don't know about localizing, like it has to be from state to local because I mean, tell me the man, they don't have the budget. I think somebody said something about local. I mean, not in Nigerian space. It has to start from the state. I mean, okay, what state in Nigeria has the budget? Only Lagos State.
I think the budget will have to come from the federal policing, because of course, if they decide to localize policing, then you don't need it to be as heavy as it is. So they have to cut their budget and use it to
Okay.
support.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I guess the point I'm trying to make as of right now, only Lagos police has the capability with their budget, because the Lagos economy is bigger than some of the countries in Africa. That is the only, and they've been clamoring for that for a long time, long time. So that's the only state as of right now that can afford state police, in my own opinion. I don't, from that's what I can say in that regard. The other state, I mean, where's the fund for them to like it properly state if that's going to be implemented for the federal government, to afford the state police? That would be a good thing, but it's a step in the right direction. We are overdue, but I will put a caveat to that because of Nigerian space. What happened? How the governors and everything, whether they're going to utilize it properly. And another thing to that, it has to be localized because they can't have somebody a malam, I'm sorry, let me use the right word. They can't have somebody from originally from Kaduna who is not familiar with the terrain of, let's say, Imo, where I'm from, and start go policing that area. They're not familiar, they don't know the people or whatever, so it has to be localized for that to properly function because that's how it's obtainable here, like over here, just like city police, of course you have federal police, that what we call the marshal, within each state. But each local government, cities and everything, they have their own police. Then you have the state patrol that patrol the state. So in conjunction, they patrol the whole thing. So I think that's plausible. Is how it's going to be managed. The modality has to be set properly. Say this is what is going. This is how we're going to implement it. Then the orientation of the police has to be the second thing. It doesn't matter being localized or not localized. The police has to be well paid. They have to be properly trained, digitized, and everything for them to function properly. So I don't know. This just proposed today. I hope it's not just talk. Sometimes talk is cheap when it comes to Nigerian, Nigerian government. I hope they started implementing it because from what I gathered, even the former government, they have been, planning for this for a long time, but nothing has actually been, has not been actualized. But until it's actualized, I will just call it a talk right now because the government has, they have tendency to do something like this whenever they come and tell us what we want to hear. Maybe, hopefully, this is not it. It's properly due, but it's a step in the right direction, one man. That's what I'm going to say. But we see what happens. So let's give it till next year or whatever, end of the year, see how the modality actually shape up.
All right, Braden. Let me take you to the next headline. So the Obi breaks silence on 3.5 billion scandal renders presidential campaign account. So it's the narrative of the heavy looting that is going on in the Labour Party. Does this catch you by surprise? This is standard fare for Nigerian politics, and Julius Abure does have a reputation for corruption. So, where are you waiting that divide then? Oluchi Okpara, this treasurer of the party, has come out to tell us that the chairman of the party, Julius Abure, has just been looting funds hands over fist. What are you making of all that, Prestige?
Okay, I'm looking at it from different angle. Okay, if that's actually transpired, I saw her with the paper or whatever. I don't know what's in the paper, whether whether it's the right information and everything. But I have an issue with that. Why wasn't that discussed? Or I know Obi wasn't in charge of the accounting or whatever. He left it for them. From my understanding, why wasn't that discussed within the party before she came out? For, come to come to
She said she highlighted it severally, but there was no response.
Well, I mean, Labour Party. I mean, they are not immune from other party. I mean, that's Nigeria for you. I mean, each party, but it has other party come out and give their own, transparent account.
What about
Or does this
are
guy?
we what about? Yeah, are you doing what about?
No, I'm not doing what about it. Him. I'm not saying it happened. I'm not saying it didn't happen. That lady, who knows? It might be some political motivation. She may have been bought. She may not. I don't know. I don't have the right information, but I don't believe anything that come out of come out of when it comes to Nigerian politics. They're all corrupt. Labour Party is corrupt. The only person that I know is not corrupt is Obi. So you may equivocate to that. Of course, you have your opinion. That's the only person I know is not corrupt. He wanted a transparent account. He came out today and said he wanted a transparent account. But some people are condemning him that he wants transparent account. He probably was involved and everything. No, Obi wasn't involved. He hired he hired an independent auditor to audit the whole account. That's the right thing to do. I hope other party can follow suit if if that happened in other party. So if that's actually happened, yeah, that's the right thing to do. So I'm only gonna talk from Obi point of view what he has done because not just because I want him in that party, I want him to leave that party. I mean, the party is just like another corrupt form his own independence party, and this is gonna help him going forward. It has nothing to do with Labour Party. I was never a believer in Labour Party to believe with because they are all the same, nothing different from Labour Party to PDP. The people in power. I don't know who is Abure. I can't account for what he did or what he didn't do. Even that lady, if he was bought or he just coming out, to try to save the party. It's all corrupt, but I'm only more focused about a bit transparency, try to for us to know what actually happened, bringing it into the public. So it's all party thing that has to be accounted for. I'm not gonna say how about other party, how come they didn't come and do their own auditing. So that's where I see that.
All right, brilliant. Did you want to speak to any more topics before I was going
Yeah,
to
what
go?
other? I think have other. I think have other topic.
Yes, there's this one. Oh no, that may not interest you. This would interest you. So this one is for the obedient. So you probably enjoy this. Tinubu appoints daughter's husband, Oyetunde Ojo, as CEO, Federal Housing Authority. So Nigerian PLC, family business.
What is new? Nepotism continue, escalating the nepotism. Of course, people have been crying about it. Tinubu nepotism. Buhari did the same thing. Of course, he's not listening. So that's the space we find ourselves in Nigeria. I don't know why he think. I'm not saying they're not qualified. I think I read the man has a master of PhD somewhere or whatever. But there's a lot of qualified people. But
Everybody has a master's. It's just nepotism,
yeah.
isn't
But
it? By
the
the way, his master's is not related in any way to
right, I'm just talking about education. There's a lot of education, but the optic. I mean, if I'm in that position, I'm not going to do it. So I'm immune to whatever. I'm immune to Nigerian nepotism. When Buhari did it, Tinubu has been doing it. So there's nothing new about it. What can I say? I mean,
Are you disappointed, or are you just not surprised? Are you disappointed that that he will go to that space?
Yeah, I was disappointed initially because I thought he was going to make it more federalized, the appointment and something like that, just to bring the country together because there's a lot of things going on in Nigeria. We need unity, that will go a long way happening in Nigeria. But that's the way he wants to, parlay his government, So what can I say? Yeah, like that's why I use the word immune. I mean, I'm disappointed when he started this
Hold on,
appointment.
Man of Prestige. Why would you say you are surprised? Somebody who made his son the head of the advertising agency in Nigeria. I mean,
But this
make
is
a land now.
Nigeria.
Make a
That was
land.
in Lagos.
Make
But
a
this is
land now.
Nigeria.
Make
I
a
thought
land.
maybe he was going to follow a different space.
Make a land.
Go
Man of
ahead.
Prestige.
Go ahead.
So, and he made her daughter Yaloja of Lagos. I mean, you see, like I said it on this platform. You can never give what you don't have. If somebody is a corrupt person, there's no way you cannot expect him to change. You cannot expect a variation of a shadow from that kind of a person. So for me, I'm not surprised. I am expecting him to even make the FRS now to give it to what's it called? Is auditing firm that is auditing Lagos State revenue. What's that? Ali Button. What is
Alpha Beta.
Alpha Beta. That's what I'm expecting. In fact, there's rumors that he has willed to himself one of the big oil field that belongs to him, that belongs to Nigeria, maybe some other person. They've been having back and forth on that. He has willed that to himself and his supposed brother Tinubu, Wale Tinubu. So so many things happening.
Yes, I think we covered that. Orlando Oil, yes.
What do you expect? Somebody who took the whole of Lagos to himself, he calls the shot. But the cooperation within the Lagos state government there is him and his wife and his kids. They bought into all of them. What are we talking about? So you cannot give what you don't have. That man is who he is. Why would people expect him to be different, any different when he gets in there?
Well, right now, man, I guess I was speaking that way because Nigeria is not Lagos. I mean, Nigeria is bigger, way bigger than Lagos. I thought he was going to come with different trajectory when it comes to that. One thing I will say about Tinubu, he is one of the smartest, if not the smartest politician in Nigeria. But when it comes to governance, policy-wise, I mean, he has been a failure. I don't know how he able to handle Lagos and some of the things that he's building. I mean, he built something, but in my own opinion, I don't think he built Lagos what Lagos is. Everybody has their own opinion. He was able to, he was able to rule Lagos, and Lagos is it's just a state. Of course, people say that he didn't steal any money, but he used the, he may have not steal it, like stealing, just go carry the money, put in his account. But he was able to manipulate it. That has something to do with being smart politician. Yeah, he's a smart politician, but when it comes to policy and governing, up to date, these 9 months right now I can talk about right now, he has been a failure in all ramifications because there's no value addition to the progress of Nigeria that I've seen so far for the whole policy that he has laid, that he has laid down. So I don't know what's going to happen like in a year time, but I can only judge him as of the present. Smart wise, political, yes, he is genuine in that regard. But policy wise and all that kind of thing, governing, I've not seen it like that. But you can be all smart you want or whatever. If you don't implement your policy or govern well, then what are you? You're a failure. So that's the way I look at it. So I'm not really, like I said, when I used the word surprise, I thought he was going to change. I know how he ruled Lagos and everything, but I said Nigeria is different. He's going to try to unite Nigeria because he only won like about 1/3 of the population or wherever. He's going to call for unity because he called for that unity immediately before during his inauguration. So I thought he was going to go towards that route, but I'm not seeing that. So this one he appointed right now is just a bare minimum. So I'm not surprised about that. It doesn't fade me. So he's implementing, he's duplicating the same thing, that Buhari did. Yeah,
Oh,
that's nice. Yeah, thank you.
All right, Prestige. Let me take you to one more spot, and then we go on from you to Rational Mind. We were going to go to Shola, but I think she dipped. Let me take you to the space then.
One man,
Yeah.
and I don't drive the lady away now.
It's your rowdiness now. She's not used to being. I was trying to make it nice for her, but you guys are
No, one man.
the
When
way
you
you
come,
are.
when you come to this place, okay, you have to be ready. You're gonna have different opinion, okay? So you have to be
Yes.
ready. I hope she come again and be strong. This place is not for weak people. I'm not saying she's weak. I don't know her, but you have to be strong to come to this place.
I'm sure she will, but it's quite late in the UK anyway, so I'm sure. Maybe she's on a shift even. She says she works as a nurse. Yeah. But let me take you to this space. CBN stops international oil companies from remitting 100% of their forex proceeds abroad. So yes, you say they are not working, but that sounds like a masterstroke policy. Prestige.
It sounds good. I can see where that may be good, but if you really look at it purely, is that a good policy? What's that gonna do? That's gonna. Are you gonna have investors coming to Nigeria for that? Half of it. To me, right now, it's not a good policy. I don't know if you're just promoting it for you to hear how people is going to speak about it. Maybe in the long run or later, it might be good, but right now, no, that's not gonna make any difference in Nigeria because every policy. This is exactly what I'm talking about. The policy they have, implemented so far or talk about. None has helped. None has helped. Nigeria or helped the naira right now. You see Naira drop maybe some percentage one day, then the next day it went up. I think wasn't about 1,600 today or whatever, or yesterday. I think yesterday been I think the Naira again, it has gone back to day before yesterday anyway. It has gone back to 1,600. So everything is very volatile. I don't think this is the right policy to implement. It sounds very good right now, but in the long run might be it sounds very good right now, but in a short run it's not the right policy to implement. That's how I see that.
All right, brilliant. Excellent. So stay with us, Prestige. Let's go from you to Rational Mind as we continue with the conversation. Rational Mind, you're up next.
Yeah, Mama, you want to feed me the topics?
All right. So do you want to kick it off with the Labour Party space? And it's only really a big deal because of how they have conducted themselves within the political space. All these righteous indignations, piety, and holier than thou. But then, of course, they are more corrupt than everybody else. So, what are you then baking of Abure found with his fingers in the tail?
You said find his finger in his tail. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So for me, we've discussed this issue for the past few days now, but it's becoming seemingly, or should I say, it's looking like there is substance to that.
It's obvious that it's stole. You can say that now. It's because it's becoming obvious.
There's nothing obvious to it. Man, we cannot lay a finger to it until it's proven clearly. But it's seemingly, it's looking like there's something somewhere, because you could see how they were struggling to defend Abure's position. Even Abure trying to defend his own position on Arise, and some things were not really making sense. So I think at this point, and again, seeing that Obi also released, did his own, give his own accounting of how they used the campaign funds that they got for the last election, presidential election. I begin to see maybe there's something to it that maybe Obi is trying to dissociate himself from Abure and the Labour Party. Like somebody said here, I think it's time maybe he needs to just because this is not too much of a problem, baggages that is happening around Abure, either whether valid or invalid, maybe the substance to those allegations or not. and it's too much a baggage for him, who said or who has carried himself as an integrity person, somebody who is not as corrupt as the rest of the other two major candidates in that last election. So for me, I think it's time for him to start not just only dissociating himself from Abure, but I think he just need to take himself away from that Labour Party and start another party, or maybe I just hope him and Sowore could really work together. But I don't know how Sowore would want to. Maybe I was just looking at that from that point of view, that maybe you should just switch because AAC seems to have that militancy like that of the obedience. I'm just suggesting to
but
him.
It doesn't. AAC doesn't have the spread or the structure
They
now.
do not. They do not. But
Yes.
then, but you need to understand too that Labour 2. What was Labour 2? What was Labour? Labour 2 was not known. I mean, even though he was maybe among some people, he was known because of the last this man, Fawemi, back then. Maybe other governors that ran on their platform and that won before this guy used it. I think Mimiko used it. I think Adamo Shumole too. I think he used it too. And yeah, so besides those people who used it in the past, I mean, you see,
Rational Mind, would you take a quick intervention if you don't mind?
It's okay, it's fine.
Yeah, so about
that's enigmatic.
I know, but what money? I know, I know.
You know, I like to announce enigmatic. Now that's enigmatic on D. Yes.
And anyway, Rational Mind, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, my brother.
Yeah, Baba. So on the part of Sowore and Peter will be working together, it's like you are speaking about day and night. You know, Sowore is a philosophical type of person, and he has ideology. He plays ideological politics, unlike Peter Obi. You know, he's a political alert, lacks ideology, and he's basically played this type of opportunistic politics. And Sowore has actually said it several times, and that's why the
sorry, what did you mean by political harlot? Are you accusing Peter Obi of being an Allen Avenue sort of politician?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right.
I mean, we know he's going to move very soon, and then you see the problem they've brought to Labour Party with their terrible type of politicking. Labour Party used to be a tranquil party. It used to be a party, you know, a Sion party that they really are not out there. They challenge the government. They have an ideology. They are not rich. They are not poor, right? They are not your friend. They are not your enemy type of a political party until the headless mob of the Obedience came in to basically soil the integrity and the reputation of this Labour Party. Now they're almost always in the news for the wrong reasons these days. So they've basically shifted the you know, the trajectory and the natural political ecosystem that the Labour Party used to traverse to something very truculent and virulent now. So basically, everybody will associate LP now to something that is quite disingenuous these days. We're talking about corruption here and there, and some people are still trying to differentiate who is corrupt, who is not corrupt in the system, dissociating themselves with LP and Obedience. So they've really brought a lot of baggages, you know, with their problems to LP. And when they move eventually out of Labour Party, because the problem that Labour Party is facing now is the problem of identity. You know, man, Obedience, they are not practically Labour Party people. They are not card-carrying members. Even those ones that are that claim to be card-carrying members of Labour Party, they are basically subservient to only one man, right? There is a party of only one man. When he moves, they go with him. So they are basically not Labour Party people. They've just come to soil the image of that party, and I wish they can get away with. They can just go away from Labour Party and let Labour Party restructure their once tranquil political home. So that's what I just want to say. Rational Mind.
Thanks. Yeah. So yeah, I do agree with you on some of the points you made. That Obi and Oshore does not have some similar ideology. Yeah, I can agree with you. And I know Oshore has in the past also accused Obi of being part of the establishment that has made that country the way it is. And he has always maintained. I just love Oshore for his consistency, even though I've been one of those people who have always tell him to, oh, sometimes you might have to do a little bit of evil to achieve some good. But he feels that no, you cannot join evil. Evil does not. But I can understand his position on that. So that's why you always have my respect when it comes to that. But you see, sometimes I just feel that sometimes in life, or you run tabatori issue issue. So meaning sometimes.
You know Ghanaian is in the studio. If don't be speak Yoruba proverbs or otherwise Ghanaian.
So I agree with you that they do not have idea. But then another thing you said about the identity of Labour. I don't think Labour has any identity. I don't know if there's any identity. It's unknown until this when Obi came in. Maybe you can talk about when Oshomole ran with it, Mimiko ran with it. Maybe that's the only time, or maybe Fawemi ran with it back then. So, but I don't know any of.
The identity I'm trying to refer to is, you know, a typical obedient, right? They are not really. You can't really call them Labour Party people. They are there because of Peter Obi. Even the ones that are pretending to have, to have actually acquired Labour Party's membership, card-carrying members, right? When you probe adequately into them, you understand that that card is just a facade for the moment that Peter Obi is there. Once Peter Obi moves back to PDP or wherever the heck is going, right, you will see that they will move with him. So we can't actually call those obedient Labour Party people. Like Labour Party is a multi-purpose, or how do they say it, van to achieve their,
special purpose vehicle.
Yes, God bless you, Mama. Special purpose vehicle to achieve their obedient, nonsense. And then Peter Obi being there now that is who they are subservient to. They are not subservient to the political party. That's why you see the legacy political structures, legacy political players, right, in Labour Party now being basically subsumed, right, as you can see. So what you can see right now is that when you look at the leadership structure, I don't know if you've seen it from a rational mind. If you have taken time to look at the leadership structure of Labour Party now, you understand what I'm talking about, as against what it was 1 year ago or 2 years ago. So these people, they've taken the time to usurp the old, structural level of Labour Party, and that's why you see this acrimony. The legacy people say they think, okay, you came into my house as a landlord, you've taken time to chase me out, and then now what next, right? So when Obi moves to PDP, all of them will move back with Obi. I mean the obedience. So the Labour Party, the legacy folks will remain in their house. They will remain in Labour Party and continue to build it. While those people, they will go astray as they've come astray to basically soil their image. And then when we talk about this account too, do you know this is PDP? I think within 2 or 3 weeks after the election, right? They came to make account of their stewardship and everything. The same thing as Labour Party, as PDP, as APC, same as Sowore's party. These people have been promising. This is 9 months, and they come out with some fictitious amount. Even Wike himself, what Wike gave to Obi personally in dollars is more than the amount they have declared that they spent. And
do you remember he gave him vehicles as well for his campaign?
And like a lot of politicians that gave him money. Everything that they've come out to actually declare, that is just a small screen. And this is what we are talking about. They say they want and the opportunity that they say they want a paradigm shift. You want a paradigm shift, you want to pick one from the thieves. Why don't you look at the way of Sowore if you actually want a paradigm shift? Look at what they are doing now. Whatever they've declared now is like 1/10 of what it was. Do you want to tell me How much is that in dollars? If you actually the equivalent of that fund into dollars, how can you substantiate that into dollars? Don't you know the remittances from the US alone, from obedience in the US? Convert that to Naira and look at what they actually declared today. Rambling after 9 months, cooking the books. Look, bro, take your time, bro.
All right. Yeah, I think some of it, like I said, some of the things you said, there's a point to some of the things you said, but I was also still want to disagree with some of the things you said. Yeah, that there is the ideological, let me use a one man's English, thrust. One man with this yeah English. the ideological catechism. Well, let me just
hold on. I think there might well be a voice that speaks to that space as well, that sums it up more succinctly than Enigmatic just did. Only one person can be more succinct than Enigmatic. Rational Mind, listen to this and then pick it up from the back end of it.
This recent election, it's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also. And then it became a regional party, more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue.
So there it is right there. So is this what the professor was talking about all those months ago? The chickens now coming home to roost. Is this the Bajue from the pockets of the obedience nation worldwide into the private accounts of Julius Abure? Bajue.
Well, man, no, I don't think there was any need for you to play that. You know where I stand with the Nobel laureate, Mr. Wole Soyinka or Professor Wole Soyinka. I used to once have my respect, but I no longer have that regard for him anymore. This was a man who, after he was, we know the story, but I don't want to bore us. But you see, woman, let me not go into that so that's not to start off some other conversation here. So my point is this, is that however you want to say it, graduate or not graduate, well, it's up to whatever. That is his own opinion. And I know everybody's opinion should be respected. But when I see element of bigotry, that's when I get really, really riled up. I can't stand it because I've seen what racism, ethnic phobia, whatever phobia you want to call it, has caused humans in the history of humans. So I don't want to be a victim, and I don't want anybody to be a victim.
Are you calling Professor Soyinka a bigot?
He's a bigot. Yeah, he's a bigot. Yeah.
I don't think you have a clue what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's a bigot. He's a bigot. Yeah, he's a bigot.
You have no
idea. He literally put his life on the line for the East.
You have zero idea what you're talking about, and I'll let you say you made a mistake.
Let me not. You have to do it, dude. Let's not do this tonight, please.
There's no dude. What? Let's not do this tonight. Don't say what you don't know.
Would you allow me talk? Would you allow me talk? I can say whatever I want to say. You won't shut my mouth.
Of course, there will know
you just spoke your own mind a while ago, even some of the crap you said.
Yeah, but you don't sit down there and call a distinguished professor emeritus.
That BS of the crap of
you are the one that started it first.
Nobel laureate winner. Nobel
laureate. How did they even come? Let's not go into that history, please. Hey, come on, guys. Let's not go into that. So my point is this.
Wait, are you trying to attack his Nobel laureate, or what are you trying to do?
Yeah, come on. Dude, would you allow me to speak, please? Would you please?
Hold on. I think even Shola cannot bear what you just said. So, Shola, did you want to give did you want to slap Rational Mind a bit?
She has called me a young man now, so let's go back now.
Oh yeah. Look, let's see cows. Okay. Yeah.
I'm not slapping everybody. I'm not slapping anybody. And I'm sorry if you take offense because I called you a
No, it's
young
okay,
man.
my sister. It's okay. I
Oh, it's just okay.
like it when people tell me I'm a young man. No problem. Yeah, I sound like a young man, right? So
Nobody knows you now.
Nobody
Chill
knows
out.
me. Yeah. Can you show
No. Yeah, no, we are not doing that tonight. Can you?
Yeah. So,
Carry on right now.
so
Yeah.
please, guys. Okay, you want to say something, Shola? Go on. If you want to say
No,
something.
you carry on. When you finish our
All right. So my point is this. So, when you bring this, the Nobel.
And that was just an aside, or later in case
I
it's
know.
not really.
But when you bring, I know you want to poke me.
I just wanted to do the graduate.
Yeah,
Yes,
I know. But so, like I said, you used to be a person whom I used to know as somebody who is an all-rounder kind of person. But you see, like I said, nobody would associate with Tinubu and his brand of politics that would not allow himself to be sold to this buffoonery or this ethnic bigotry that we've seen played over the years with Tinubu's politics. And that is what happened with the Nobel laureate. I mean, I used to respect him. I remember those years when I read about him. I mean, my dad had a stack of books of the Nobel laureate, which I read. This was a guy when after he put a gun to somebody's head at the radio station and he ran. Where did he run to? He ran to Imbanefo. What's his name? Former Eastern Region governor. He's the governor general then. He ran there before he was later given over to the Nigerian.
So isn't that isn't that antithetical to bigotry? Iran to people is supposed to be bigoted against. That means you have no freaking clue what you're talking about.
What am I talking about?
You called him a bigot, and then you are saying Iran to people that are not of his own ethnic stock.
Yeah, I said that, but then
do you listen to yourself?
Then you should be asking yourself that same question. Are you listening very well?
It felt safe to go to people that are even not of his own kind, and you're saying he's a bigot. Yeah, bigot. You just sit down on the internet and listen to nonsense. You cannot call Professor Shoyinka a bigot. I'll take it personal.
I will call him
He's
that.
not. You can't come and you can say whatever you like, but don't call Professor Shoyinka a bigot.
A person that was jailed for fighting for Igbo.
Yeah. So hold on now.
Hold on. Because of Obi, because he described Obi as a graduate. Because they are supporting Obi because of politics.
It's not because you only say graduate. Hold on.
And did he ever openly declare support for Tinubu? No. Hold on. Did he ever openly declare support for Tinubu?
Hold on.
He did it.
You see. Am I joining?
You are better than this.
I know I'm better than this. You see, when I speak,
a corrupt politician, Obi for that matter, now described Tinubu, Wole Soyinka a bigot.
He's a bigot. He's a bigot. Hold on.
We'll leave you with what you are doing tonight.
One man. Can I say something?
No. I'm sober. I'm very sober. I'm as sober as
One man, please. Can
I am as keen as a whistle. So
no, don't come in, Joseph. I want a rational mind to navigate back to because it's really about Abure and his corruption, and the interjection will take us in a totally new space. Yeah.
I'm sorry, my friend. Let me just, because I have so many things to say about this whole thing, because I was on Abure before. Who was that person?
Sorry, Joseph. We're just trying to manage the time. Carry on,
real quick. I don't know which one. Let me address that of the Mr. Wole Soyinka. My point is this: is that for the fact that you see, you don't have no. But how do I say this? Once I mean, I believe people change. That's what I'm trying to say here. People change. For the fact that somebody used to be one Nigeria person before, does not mean that they cannot one day turn and become becoming a nationalistic people from my own tribe. Yeah, it's possible. I mean, we once had what's his name, Buhari, who was a one Nigeria man who was championing one Nigeria. But what we see how he played out when he became a president, a civilian president, how he was just shutting his eyes to his own clans people when they were just Rounding the whole country.
The Professor Soyinka say it's Yoruba nation. Did he say it's Yoruba nation? You just say gibberish.
Farabale. When you were having your monologue, I didn't interject you. So please, I beg you.
Because I'm all saying nonsense like you're saying right now.
You can say it's up to you, no problem. You can say I'm saying nonsense, but let me say what I want to say. You will not stifle my voice on that. So, for the fact that somebody has once in the time past shown himself to be like, oh, I'm for everybody, I'm for nobody, I'm not for one person or whatever Bubu said this. I'm just trying to quote him. So, for the fact that he said that does not mean that he always going to be that way. I know many people today that used to be like, oh, they are for everybody. But when they joined Tinubu's bandwagon, especially this last election, we saw their roles. I mean, what was GFK? What's his name? I said GFK. What's his name? This guy, FFK. Woman. We saw how. So, what man? Let me tell you, for the fact that somebody used to be a good person, it's something you have to continue working on to maintain. It does not mean that because you're a good person, you always remain that good person. You can turn. Something can change. You can tip your life over or tip that person's life over and will become a racist or become a bigot. It's possible. So since change go on in people's life, that is what has happened to Wole Soyinka. Maybe it means the man is getting old, or maybe because I joined Tinubu's bandwagon. I don't know what is wrong with the old man. This is a man who himself was a fascist himself. Either you want to refer to him as that or not. Somebody who put a gun, somebody said for declaring a different result. But you believe that you have the real result. You feel that person was reading the wrong result, and you put a gun to his neck. What kind of what else? How can we define the fascism? If not, that is a definition of fascism. Because you saw some boisterous young people in Nigeria who want change, who feel that the current status quo should not be maintained anymore. They're against it. Then you have to call them fascists because they were going outrightly against them because their future was in the balance. And then you're calling them a fascist. When you were younger, you did the same thing. I mean, something must be wrong with this man we're talking about. This man called the Nobel laureate.
This so-called professor.
Well, you call him a professor. But for that, he has a professor, it's just a title. He's a human like myself.
It's just a title. Do you know what it takes to get one?
I do not pedestalize people. If my dad come and my dad mess up here, I will tell him the truth to his face. Because I know what that could people's tradition is one thing. Then we talk about people's future. Because we all came to this earth to come and live our life. I will not, because of my own life, interfere with my kids' life. They have their own life to live. I will not mess up their own life with my own stupid decision or my stupid actions. That's who I am. So my point is this: is that for the fact that I knew all this story that he was once a person who was all rounder, who see everybody as one Nigeria, who even himself he had to risk his own life to go and move food to the eastern part of Nigeria when during the Civil War. We know all of the stories. But for that he did all that in the past does not mean that he cannot be a bigot today. People change. That's my point. So I hope that answers that question. So my point is this one, man. I don't know why you're bringing it up. I understand how sometimes you poke at me in a good way. I understand that. But my point is this, going back to Abure's matter. For me, I think I agree with Enigmatic in some of the things he said, but I still disagree with him. I don't think the Labour Party has any identity, whatever identity you want to call it, Enigmatic.
You mean now, or
even though they have,
okay. Sorry, it's a socialist-leaning party now, so that's an
ideology. I understand, but I think the identity is talking about. If I understand what Enigmatic was saying, is that they have their own way, their own style of doing things, but the obedience came in. But another thing you should understand, Enigmatic, is that most of the obedience, maybe you don't know them. I mean, most of the obedience. Some of them are not card-carrying members. Like you yourself, you said when you were making your submission, they are not card-carrying members. Yes, I think they bought it at some point. Maybe the ideology does not. It's like strange bed, or just strange fellows, or strange bedfellows. I don't know how the former vice president used that word. They're just strange bedfellows who just do not have the same ideology. They just want to just win an election. I understand all of that. Yeah. I can agree with you on some of the things you said on that. But the point is this, is that I think Obi needs to move out of that party at this point. Maybe he wants to go with Sowore's party, but I just feel he needs to go with a more revolutionary party that has the same ideology like himself. And maybe they need to sit down. Him and Sowore needs to sit down.
What is that ideology?
Well, like I said, revolutionary ideology. They want change.
What does that mean? What's the ideology?
What is
I'm
that?
asking you a genuine question. What does it mean?
Well, yeah, you see, like I said, they want a change from the status quo, and the economic they want the people to be empowered. That's the same thing as Sowore. It's just their strategy of trying to achieve this is quite different. I know Sowore said it's not going to remove fuel subsidy. Obviously, let me not go into all of that. I don't want to bore us with all this story. My point is this: that they do have some similar ideologies, as in they see that Nigeria, this status quo has to be pulled down. We need to kick these people out. But the only thing I know is Sowore is not going to work with these guys, because I know he has once labeled Obi as maybe himself being part of the status quo. Why would he go and meet Obasanjo? I think recently too. Recently there was another picture trending online a few days ago where I saw him went to meet Obasanjo in his Otafam, or maybe Otafam, Abeokuta. So
one man, please. I apologize. I do sincerely apologize. Are we trying to rewrite history on this platform?
Okay, what is history I wrote?
Like in 2019, who ran against who? Who was the vice president of whom? Which party was he? And we're now trying to compare someone with Sowore. I mean, are we trying to redefine history, or all of us just shut our brains down?
Compare. I'm saying they should work going forward. That's what I'm saying.
Where's the basis of the work? I don't even understand why Janliko Kugugo is keeping quiet.
What Kulata is saying to you, Rational Mind, is that there's no ideological convergence between Sowore and
there is
because Obi is a certified crook. And Sowore is an agent of change.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But I said, well, this is my point. The people that make up these obedience today, some people call them other name, the derogatory name they call them. I mean, I'll call them obedient. People that make them obedient today, like I said, I've said it on this one. I'm not an obedient person, but I'm obedient. If you want to refer to me as an obedient, no problem. If you want to call me obedient, no problem. But my point is that I lean towards obedience because I see some of the things that he wants to do aligns with my ideology too. Work for the people, empower the people. And that is what Sowore was all about. Maybe the route by which Sowore wants to achieve this is different from the route Obi wants to achieve it. I understand that. Maybe that is where they butt head. But then can they reconcile these differences and create a kind of party that both of them can really shoot into the line?
But there's an ideological chasm.
Give me an example.
It's no different from saying that Sowore and Atiku should converge. So that's the same logic now. There's an ideological chasm between Sowore and Obi.
Rational Kulata, I'm keeping quiet because Rational Mind is under the influence of Ukuram. Yes. How can you say Sowore and Obi to come and work together when Sowore is calling for free education to university level, and Obi is saying that Ministry of Education to be scrapped at the federal level? There's no ministry for education. Rational Mind don't even call for what is impossible.
You see, here we go.
Two parallel lines. They can
no. There's a fundamental principle. There's a fundamental principle in my friend. Okay, you want to come in? Just come in real quick. So that
and the ideology that Sowore stand for. Obi cannot stand for such ideology. Obi is a capitalist. And Sowore is a socialist-oriented politician. So how would they work together? It's never going to work.
But Labour is a socialist, no? Is it not? Is Labour not a socialist? Is Labour not a socialist?
All right, start to bring that space home. I think it started to ramble a little bit. Let Adandeko finish that interjection, round it off in a very, very short summary, and then we'll move on.
Obi in, what do you call it? In Labour Party has destroyed the ideological the political ideology of Labour Party now, because what Labour Party stand for in terms of ideology does not align with what Obi stand for in terms of political ideology. So that is why you are seeing the internal wrangling, particularly with what the Arabambi and the rest of them. What they stand for is different from what Obi stand for. And they can't, like you are saying, he will have to leave that party. That is not the party for him. It was Abure that, you know, how do I say it? Through its crooked way of doing things, brought Obi in through the back door, forged a lot of documents, and even the manifesto of the party, they have to go and, you know, utter a lot of, you know, what they stand for in their manifesto in order to satisfy Obi. So all these corrupt practices that was...
I gotta go, you're going in a long thing. You're going in a long thing.
And the manipulation they did for Obi to...
It's okay. We get out what you're going, even what you're not saying. Let me just make this point real quick. You see, my point... I gotta go.
They can't work together. Just forget it. Don't even.
No, I'm no problem if they can't work together. But I'm just as a political analyst here. Somebody will call me emergency political analyst. Yeah.
Political analyst.
Political analyst. Yeah. But I think I know. Sure, isn't also I'm a political analyst. Yeah, I'm analyzing politics.
Well, okay, it is what it is.
Yeah. So my point is this: you see, I believe there are some fundamental ideological, as long as there's this in principle, there's a principle that is that they both share, the development of the people. If you believe you want to achieve that development through socialism, which we're a champion, or Obi being a socialist capitalist, I'll use the word, because the party he ran on, Labour Party, is more of a socialist kind of party, and he, from his own background as a capitalist himself, trying to fuse, because even here in America, we're more like a socialist, capitalist country, society, economic kind of policy we run here in America, because that's why there's social, it's capitalism. They still also have social kind of thing here that they give to the people, because even they have to subsidize money. So let's just say that. So you see, as a student of political science myself, that I did many years ago, I understand that there are certain things you can fuse them together. You can reconcile some kind of political engineering you can do. If these two people are truly real politicians, that is Sowore, because I know Sowore is the kind of person that wants to get his way, or either it's his way or there's the highway. So, but for me, I believe that if he really wants to see a change, because you need those obedience, as obedience also you need your own part of part of this whole political.
I cannot mind. Do you believe those figures that will be read out today?
No. All right, bring it home off the back of that question. I think we are now
because the reason why is I know people that actually contributed to this campaign in Dallas. These are big boys now, and there's no way on God's
those are cooked figures.
There's no way on God's act, because
there's a zero missing behind that figure. There's a zero.
One man. I have to make some phone calls tomorrow just to find out what's going on here. I'm going to make some calls tomorrow to Dallas, because I'm like, there is no
anything short of 50 billion naira is
something is off somewhere. So I'm asking your mind, do you believe those numbers? That's
well. If you have anything to the contrary, then
I'm asking you the question, sir.
No. You can't ask me that question. Well, you can ask me the question.
Why can't I ask you the question?
I'm not going to answer you. I'm not going to give
you. Why not?
Because I don't have any other figure to the contrary to what they presented.
Your opinion? Do you believe those figures?
Well, I find it very.
All right, give that opinion, and then from there I'll go on to Ekene. I think we've not.
You see, this is what the people do here. How come above there's many topics I want to talk about.
What do you mean?
Make me stay on this one topic.
We've been on 40 minutes. Shola's coming and out. I wanted to be the documental voice. Hold on, BT. Shola came in and out. I wanted to document her voice, but I think
so let me wrap up. I'll just wrap up and then I will just
answer the question. That's all I'm asking.
But I said to you that I still find it I mean, I'm still like wondering. I mean, are you saying that's not all the amount of money you received?
Okay.
I'm still wondering too, because he said he was going to release more. Like he said, sometimes they're going to bring in another auditor.
No, he said that's all they got. That's what he said.
Okay, whatever I say, let's just leave that. So my point is this, one man, is that let them start thinking of how to work together. That's it. So on Sowore, real quick, one man, for me, I'm glad that they withdrew the case and he's off the hook. But then my thing I'm just thinking about is he has to get back here, and he has to. I know his passport must have expired, and he has to get some other passports, and I think his green card too, because he has overstayed. There's a certain number because he's a green card holder, so there's a certain number of year you can stay. Like about a year or so, something like that. You must stay outside the US. If you stay, you lose your status.
6 months.
6 months. Okay, so if you he has overstayed, so I think maybe his wife has to redo it, or maybe they might have to use some kind of way of getting him in first and maybe reapplying for his green card. There's a process to that. I just wish him the best, but I'm happy for him that he's going to get his life back with his family, because family is everything on earth, especially if you have one. I'm happy for him, so I just wish him the best, and maybe for now just stay a little bit off from all these things. But like I said, it needs to start if he really still wants to fight for a real change for that country. Except maybe they frustrated him. He just want to come down here and forget the whole thing and just go with his reporters, which I doubt he will ever do. So yeah. So Sowore, please, I wish you the best, and please do not give up. Do not give up on your people. Nigeria needs to be rescued from these criminals, especially the one right now that we have in Asoro. One man, I leave it at that.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Rational Mind. Yes, I'm looking through. I don't think we have Shola anymore. Let's go on then to Ekene, the Jagaban of the one man platform. Ekene Hafa.
One man. God bless you.
Okay, kwata.
Yeah, one man is Mado.
The Igwe one of Lagos State.
One man is Mado.
Well, same to you. I'm sure they are kind words that you are saying. Look at this guy. You think they are not understanding Igbo?
If you understand Igbo, you should be praising me for praising you now.
Yes,
I said
yes, now.
Somebody that it will be good for. So
amen. Oba Atokwe. Is it your side? They say Oba Atokwe. Are you Oba? Is it your side?
No. Oba.
Okay, yeah, you call your own Oba Obis, don't you?
Yes, Obi of Yonacha, and all of them.
Yes, you know that's the only one we know. There are no prominent royalties in the southeast outside of Obi of Onitsha. I cannot name a southeast.
The one we have in our town is gone since then. We have not been able.
That one is Baale now. The one in your town, we call that Baale in Yoruba land. Baale.
No, our own is Igwe Zoboko, one of Oba. So he died about 4 or 5 years ago. We've not been able to replace it. A lot of politics happening in that environment. Politics is not nice; it's local.
Are you in contention? Are you in contention to be the
very big one, though? You know, we have 9 villages in my town. 9 villages. So the 9 village now is contesting who will bring out the next king. So for the past 4 or 5 years,
your name is your name in the hat?
I know rich now.
Are you not the biggest boy in town? I know you be the biggest boy in town.
For where we will sit down the look one man.
You remember I said when you go Christmas, you video me. I see the G-Wagon now and all this thing where you put for yard.
No, you don't see any G-Wagon. You just one high person here. I beg you. I don't get G-Wagon one man.
All right. Now the G-Wagon you get. All right. So coming to the conversation then. What are you looking at in the politics today? You guys promised us change, but you've given us Julius Abure. So it's just anyway. It's not surprising to anybody.
One man, for me, I don't want to talk too much about that, but there is an angle I want to come from. Just for me, you know, these days I don't want to be like some weak mind that come to discuss people. I like people that come here around to discuss our policies and how to move forward. That's why I commend Kulata tonight.
He's not one of the Okenyana warfare we have in this platform. He somehow developed some sympathy for Nigeria, and I've been seeing it for some days now. So I like when people talk, the way they talk makes you to become attracted to them. It's not necessarily whom you support. It's necessarily how you feel about your country. Even though you support a candidate, you should be able to say this policy is not working. I expect the government to do it this way or that way. It doesn't take anything from you. But but some weak mind that doesn't want to talk the truth, but they always discussing people. They talk about Obi, Sowore, this one ideology, this nonsense things that doesn't make sense, that doesn't develop our nation. Those ones are the weak people. But when somebody like Lata, I have to put numbers, the kind of inflation we have in Nigeria, I somehow enjoy him tonight, and I give him kudos to that. So, but others are, if they are just okay now, go when they come, it's just to try to demon
The rest of them are Efulefus.
Yes, okay now, go Elders, I don't know how to manage a soup. When you give them soup to eat, they cannot even manage that soup. They'll just lick that soup and remain the fufu. They'll tell you to bring another soup. That's how they behave. So,
all right. So let's go to the politics then, so you don't call us all lefu. What are you making of the release of Omole, or the discontinuance of the case against Sowore?
for me, Sowore, he has gotten what he deserves. So I don't think there is nothing much.
Have we lost you after all that way?
Other things that other people that demand it, they should look into their matter also, so that you not look like it's just the government of the Yorubas, everything favoring them. So that other people will feel among. That's how it is.
When you say other people, are you other people like Nnamdi Kanu? Nnamdi.
Yeah, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. So it's just as simple as that. Nothing too much. So give them what they deserve. Let them be happy. Even if they criticize the government, take their criticism as a way to build a nation. Don't just you understand. So that's how I see it. So I don't see it as anything. It's good that he got what he deserves. So nothing much. Let him move on with his family, continue his political career. Maybe one day he will get there. So that's all. But the reason I started the way I started, I will not continue to talk about the happenings in our country, because things are getting worse and worse every day by day. And when I see people living in UK trying to come here to give comparison with the happenings in UK and Nigeria, I just shake my head. Those are the people that I called Okenyana warfare in this platform. You understand? Because I don't see Nigeria close to anything to a nation as of the moment. Nigeria is not close to anything to a nation. So what are you comparing it for? Is it that we are staying in Nigeria, we don't know the happenings abroad, or we don't deal with abroad? We deal with Chinese. We know how the amount what we used to buy goods 5 years ago is even reducing. The only time that their price went up was during COVID-19, and after a few months, the thing started going down again. So what are you telling me here? Their price is stable at all time. You don't compare your nation with those developing ones, those ones that you just UK, this and all that and all that. And you come here, you don't know that Nigeria is living in darkness. You don't know. They just brought light now that didn't last up to 20 minutes for the past 3 days. I've been wasting money on petrol. And you don't know that those money we are wasting on petrol, it can go a long way if we have electricity for the citizens. You don't know. These are simple analogies. Those things can help, even though there is food inflation. When you have electricity, those money you waste on petrol, because the kind of heat in Nigeria today is something that you cannot bear. You must sleep under AC or fan before you can sleep. It's very too much. And the government are not looking into that. All you just come here and give comparison, UK, and you go to your bed and sleep. You sleep under your AC, you sleep under your steady light, your steady Wi-Fi, and you think even data sef, you think data is cheap in Nigeria. You use free data, everything use free. You sleep under it. You come here to give us
where are they using free data? Is that in America?
I don't know. But the only thing I know is that your monthly data is your monthly data. Here you use about
you have monthly data in Nigeria too. What do you mean? You have monthly data? You have unlimited all you can eat data in Nigeria?
Well, you can when you come, you can use Nigerian data now.
When I went, even about 3-5 years ago, they had all you can eat data.
Well, for me, the only thing I know is that there are some things that you can enjoy. I said, even if you don't have money in abroad, there are still things, government amenities you can enjoy. I say, yes, I'm a citizen. Not in Nigeria.
Before a woman invent AC, I need to sleep.
Those days you have a lot of trees, you sleep under the tree, all those stuff.
So it's almost the tree now.
Yeah, that's how it is.
The tree don't disappear.
All the tree don't disappear now. So everywhere is gone now. So it's not so that's my problem with a lot of people that come here to give comparison about Nigeria. You see, one man, Nigeria have about 20 million out of school children, or even more than this is a country. 20 million can make up even two countries safe. 20 million out of school children can make up two countries. You don't talk about it. Come here to tell us, and the government is not even saying anything. Just look at your national budget for 2024. The education sector just have about 6% of it.
That's at the federal. That's at the federal level. Education is usually at the state level. So
well,
that's at
whatever the only thing I know.
You are not adding the state budgets on education to that, are you?
Well, for me, I'm not adding the state education though. I'm looking at the federal for now. But you see, in the education system today is not the public school is not favorable for any Nigerian child in Nigeria today. Yeah, no public school is favorable to any Nigerian except few of them. So if you want to get your kids educated, just have money to send them to private school. And most of those private schools, they don't pay teachers.
The public schools are adequate. It's a matter of prestige that people send their children to private school. It's just a show of thing. I better pass my
talking. No, one man, you are wrong. When it comes to Nigerian case, that's not true. Maybe you are relating the situation in what works in Britain. You are mixing it up with Nigeria. It's not. We know that in advanced world where we live, yes, when you want to live a luxury, you want to give a luxury education to your children, then you can take them to private school. The public school function well. They are well taught. Facility.
A lot of the doctors and engineers that come abroad, they went to Jakonde school. A lot of them, they went to Jakonde school.
But one man, that was when Jakonde school in the 80s. When Jakonde was Jakonde. When public school was public school.
You want to compare what investment by Jakonde on education with what you have in Lagos State today, or in Nigeria of today. Do you know how many teachers that Jakonde hire from outside the country? The Indians, the Ghanaians, from many places to come and teach. Do you know books that were given free that were never given before in secondary?
Ajele Kogo, it will not be better for these leaders now. I'm telling you.
So do you know the investment and the commitment that Jakonde, had for education back then? So one man, don't compare the situation. It's luxury over here where we live to take children to this. And as a matter of fact, there are many public schools in this area are far better than private school. Many of them. Many. Don't let us even say anything. Let me just leave it there. Ekene is telling us the truth. When somebody that lives in Nigeria is telling us what is going on in Nigeria, what they are going through, I think we should listen to them and not just try to rubbish them and try to make them look as if they don't.
But it's a partisan view now. Ekena is giving us a partisan view.
Not on education. This is not partisan. What he's saying on education is not partisan. I had one of my nephews who told me that sending children to public school in Nigeria is like sending your children to park to go and play.
Abolo. To go and bring Abolo there.
Take your children to park. He said that is it. He was telling me, he said, sir, that is how it is. When you take your child to go and have education in public school, it's like you are sending your child to the park to go and play. You know, when they go and play at the park, they just play, they came up with nothing. It's terrible. Can I continue, Gary?
So I don't want to. So when we talk about that, one man say we are partisan, and one man don't let me take the honor I give you tonight too. I just purposely give you that honor. So don't let me take it away this night. Just allow me to talk. So you see, when we bring up all these issues and all that, and people that stays abroad enjoy a lot of things from the government, why as a Nigerian you have to struggle so much to build up your future without any government support? And they even, you still give government time to do some things. At least this is 9 months of this government. People are patient enough. People have given them time with the kind of hardship they have brought upon Nigeria. There is no, just check for the past few months, the kind of instability we have in our economy. You know, for me, the price of the dollar is not even an issue. The issue is stability. Because if I have a stable dollar today, I can always meet up as a businessman. I know how to meet up. Not when I'm trying to meet up, you devalue the naira again. You kill the economy, you take away, whenever, any day that the naira is devalued, you have taken away money from the people. That's how it works, practically. So if you have 1 million naira, your 1 million naira is no longer your 1 million, it's no longer 1 million naira because they have reduced your purchasing power. That's how it works. If you are buying 2 cartons, you can only buy 1.5 cartons.
Sorry, Ekene, did you know that under Emefiele, they were using $2 billion a month to defend the naira? $2 billion a month.
2 billion. That's your APC now. So whether you want to explain there, for me, I don't have time for this discussing of the failure of the past administration. What I want is solution to all these things. And if the government is saying they are building policies for that and all that, and you cannot see the effect in the life of the common man. Let me tell you, the food we have in Nigeria today, I think it can serve Nigeria the way I see, because there is nothing that I want in the market that I don't see. It's just the purchasing power of the people. That's how I see it, honestly speaking. Even though we have some. Okay.
Can I ask you one question?
Okay.
Yeah, just like one man said, would you have supported a situation where we borrow 2 billion every month to help the dollar to be stable?
See, let me tell you, whether they have supported it, whether they have read, whether they.
I'm not
Let
saying.
me tell you,
it's just a yes or no question. Would you have supported that?
I won't support that. But my point is this. My point is this: whether it has happened or it has not happened, I don't know how they did it during Buhari government. But you know, the problem I have with our government is Buhari staying for 8 years, blaming Jonathan and never performed. Then Tinubu come again, wanting to follow that same line of thought to blame Buhari, your party man. Then before we know it, the 4 year will finish. Then you find another relics and the campaign promises and use it to campaign again and grab your power. And the country will continue to go down. That's what I hate. They should be able to come up.
Do you know that that's the shortest? Now we are talking of the shortest solution. The shortest solution, right? If they don't do what they are doing, is borrowing that money every month and looking for every way to suppress that dollar from actually going up. So instead of subsidizing that, and at the same time, right? So if
the only thing I know and I've taken away for the past few months in the works of the Tinubu administration, the CBN governor, is that obligation they are trying to pay off, about 2.something billion or so. So I'm still waiting for the time he will announce that obligation that it has been laid off from their desk. Then I will now know the impact it will have in our economy. So let it not be that their obligation. Let's say that obligation is still the reason why they don't have balanced economy, because that I see his explanation that day. So I'm still expecting. He said in a few months' time, that obligation, they will meet up with it to be able to attract some other foreign investors and all that. So I'm waiting for the announcement of that obligation that they have meet up with that demand. Then that's the only thing. But for me to come here and be explaining all this defending this and all that, I don't have that time, honestly speaking. I've already hold them on one thing, but other things I'm not seeing anything there, because you cannot come to my shop and tell me how much I will sell my goods. It doesn't happen like that. When you are not even giving me loan on a good interest to do business, you don't have any right to do that. It's only the government that support their people that have the right to control their price. You cannot do that. When I struggle, do all my business and all that, then you come back and tell me this are the amount I will sell it, and this is how to negotiate my product. Everybody wants to meet up in Nigeria. So don't come and use your own to spoil my own. You are there, you are enjoying your 60 million vehicle, 160 million vehicle, your allowance and all those stuff. Then the little stock I have in my shop, you come and give me a price for it. Are you mad? What kind of government is that? I cannot even. You can only do that when you maybe you have given me loan with the good interest to go to the farm. You're giving me fertilizers. You're giving me some help in my agricultural product. Then you can come and tell me, please, this is the price I expect you guys to sell to help the masses. But when you have not done that, you don't have any right. It's just cruel government. They don't have the mind of the people. So all their policies is just anti-people. Just check the 2024 budget. The National Assembly budget has gone up to 74% for few people. How many are they? Are they up to 1,000? 344 point something billion naira for just few people in a country that don't have money, and that they must meet up with that, because that their money is very important to them. They don't owe them. If you owe them, they will not come to the assembly to speak for the government. Then you talk about teachers today. In fact, we don't have conscience. We don't have conscience at all in this country. We don't have conscience. Honestly speaking, if you know the condition of Nigeria and you see a worker going home with 30,000 naira minimum wage, and you say that our government is doing good, you are a very wicked person. Honestly speaking, you're a very wicked person. If you know the price of food stuff, they are not talking of beauty. You think about a teacher that worked for 35 years cannot even afford 3-bedroom flat. You cannot afford it. Then somebody go to serve the country just for 8 years. He have all the money that can feed a nation, and you come here to defend them. Then your teachers that imparted knowledge in you, that made you people what you are today. You leave the country, you go to abroad, you do all your exploit and all that. This politician has not even imparted anything more than the teachers, the workers. If you know, most of the private school today paid it just 30,000, 40. If you see the amount they are collecting, 30,000, 40,000. Highest you will see is 50,000 salary. You talk about government school, and upon that you still owe them the money for a few months. You cannot even pay it. But when it comes to your your sitting allowances and all that, they don't miss it. And you have you come here to defend them. You give workers 30,000 naira in today's economy. You reduce their purchasing power. Then you expect them to go to the market to buy a delica of rice, 2,000 naira, without 30,000 naira. When they buy it 3 times a week, how much is remaining? Bread is about 1,700, 1,514. If they decide to eat bread every day by day, with the is the 30,000 naira enough just to eat a loaf of bread every day for 30 days or 31 days? You guys, we are wicked to this country by supporting these wicked leaders. And even when you have supported them to come into power, when they are doing, I'm not even against you supporting any candidate, but I'm against you not telling them the truth when you are supporting them.
Can I please let me just put something. Let me just say something here, please, just briefly. You see, one man, I don't know if you saw the video at Lagos Island, where people were queuing up for loaf of bread of, they said they were selling those breads 100 naira, and come and see how they were being whipped, like they were flogging them. They were, oh my God! You see that Nigerians are suffering.
It's war against indiscipline now. War against indiscipline.
War against war against indiscipline, and even some people are even saying, is that bread okay? Like, is that bread good? Because a loaf of bread now in Nigeria is about 1,000 plus, and that bread is 100 naira, and people were queuing up.
We are rushing, and you see, let's say now, if fuel price is still what it is, people are now calling for the return of the fuel subsidy, because you cannot give them electricity so that they can be able to buy fuel and sleep under this heat. But the problem now is that many people cannot afford the fuel, and there is no electricity. So definitely that heat, you must experience it. Everywhere they hot for now. I don't even know the kind of weather we have now in Nigeria. Everywhere they hot. So, for me, I don't have any problem with your candidate you supported. But my problem with you is that you're not able to tackle their policies and know where they are getting it wrong in terms of benefiting the masses. Just like Kulata, I say you become attractive to me the way you think and how you talk. And that's why sometimes I become attracted to Kulata. Sometimes the way he talks, not like other people, even though he supported that candidate.
Mrs. Kulata will hear about this, all this attraction that is going on here.
Yeah, you can call it whatever you want to, however you want to put it. But that's how it is. You cannot compare Nigerian inflation to the UK you people are talking about. Out of school children. All those stuff. Unemployment rate. You cannot compare it with whatever indices you are trying to bring from other countries. It's incomparable.
Any of these things a new phenomenon? Which of these things that you are listing is a new phenomenon?
Then why are we not able to stand up and talk about how to tackle these things?
It's already been tackled now by recalibrating the economy. These are Buhari legacies now.
I have just told you where I'm waiting for them again. I've just told you what I'm holding them on. That obligation.
It will take at least 2.5 to 3 years for and that is even with luck and a good
look at IMF coming to tell Nigeria to remove subsidy in electricity, and the government has even approved that. to remove. Even the electricity itself, whether you remove subsidy or not, the best thing now is even to go and cut off that light. Because for me now, I'm not even ready to pay anything again. It's just to go and remove it. Anytime they're ready to give us right, any amount they put it, then we can pay. So I cannot be paying for what the service you didn't render to me. It's very unnecessary. Just like UK now, that place you are comparing with Nigeria, you didn't give them light for 2 days or 3 days, and you want them to pay you. I think that tell me that there will not be protests in that country.
No, Ekene, if there is no light, if there is no electricity in UK for 2 days or 3 days, the economy will collapse now. And a lot of people will die there. Thousands of people will die. Businesses will close down. They can't survive.
They can't survive.
So that's what
Nigeria,
in Nigeria.
Nigeria I just tell you for the past 3 years, 3 or 4 days.
All right. Advanced country where we live, if there's no electricity for a few days, billions will be wiped out. Billions will be lost.
And they will come here to tell me Nigerian should have patience. Is Nigeria not patient enough? Why are we like this?
Can I start to bring it home? And then
let me finish. I will bring it home in a few minutes. Let me finish. Nigeria is a patient country. In fact, I love my country so much. We are so kind. If you say that we are not trying for this nation to survive, you are a liar. It's just because you are blinded by the candidate you supported. If you say Nigerian are not trying, Nigerians are trying a lot. They're doing things for themselves, trying to survive every day by day, doing their stuff without minding who is there. Nobody is even talking about who is there. Now, the Nigeria problem now is solve this problem for us. Give us solution as a leader. That's the problem of Nigeria. That's the problem of Nigeria today. But you people there, you think it's all about Tinubu and all that. People are going hungry. None of them is thinking about Tinubu. Nobody is thinking about Dobi. Nobody is thinking about the politics of 2027. They are thinking of the food to eat today. And that's why I say we have a lot of weak mind in our educated men. Because when they come on to discuss problem, the only thing they do is to discuss somebody else. They start to bring Obi, Atiku, this and that. Instead of
is it all Nigerians that's hungry? Or is it just the poor people?
See, nobody is left behind now.
Can I just that question that Mike asked you? I know that a lot of people have made adaptations to their lifestyle because of the economic thing, but I wouldn't say that this narrative of I don't want to diminish what is going on in the country, but to keep on saying that it's not we're not in an Ethiopia type of situation. All this narrative of where everybody is hungry all the time, I'm not quite sure. I've not seen any that documented anywhere.
Well, it's just that you choose to bring in videos that favors you. If you bring if you are true to yourself, the first you should have been seeing those videos circulating in social media, especially from those market women that have been shouting on Tinubu to get down if he cannot do the job. I've seen a lot of videos.
Those are skits now.
Those are not skits. Those are not skits. Even if you want to call it a skit, I don't care. But the videos you bring here, you don't recognize them as skits. But you see those ones as skits. But no problem. But you have to be using your platform to help Nigeria, not politicians. That's the only thing I have to say. And I think you've been doing that, but you still need to put more effort. Honestly speaking,
we also have to talk about, people that are not starving. Make it look like everybody's just starving there,
Mike, don't say that. Nobody, even if you are rich today.
And when we say price decrease,
let me tell you, if you're an importer, last year importing 2 containers or 1 container, your purchasing power has reduced. Honestly speaking, it's very hard to get that 1 container or 2 containers today. So it's affecting everybody. It doesn't matter you rich or poor.
Hold on, those that increase their price, are they earning more money now? Or are they earning less?
You don't earn more money. You increase your price to meet up with your quantity, the quantity you have to buy in the next consignment. That's the reason.
Maybe you
You
guys
don't
should start
necessarily jack
producing
up
what you
price
instead of
because
importing.
when as a businessman, you know the effect of adding prices to your commodities. The effect is that people will not buy. It reduces the purchasing power of the people. So they will not necessarily. It's just like we are talking about cement is produced in our country today, but cement today is about 10,000, 11,000, some places 8,000, some 9,000, some Enugu state, some places in the far east 13,000 cement price. But I don't blame
I noticed that
prices
of things went up all over the world. I mean, every country went up.
Forget about that. Well, I don't want to say about all over. I'm talking about my country. Don't tell me all over the
Now, why
world.
should your country be? I mean, an exception?
Okay, no problem. Continue to discuss all over the world.
Can I talk as well, please?
But for me,
yes, let Ekene land, then we will hear from
For
Shola.
me, the inflation is too much in Nigeria. Cement is produced in our country, but when you consider that the import duties, the man has to clear his goods with a rate to clear a container today is about 18 million. A container of goods. How much goods is inside that container? You use 18 million to clear a container. So it's even jacking up to 20 million. In just few days, they have increased it to more than 5 times. So importation doesn't happen only for you don't import only finished goods. You import raw materials. Then go to import raw materials, and that's why you see the increase in price of cement. So I laugh at people that say importation this and importation that. You don't produce without importing raw materials. And when you are using that, when you are jacking prices for clearing of goods and all that, you are still killing your production. You don't know. You are still killing that production because you will know that goods will not be cheaper in your country. So instead of you to import raw materials, you import finished goods. So that when you clear them, you start selling your product, not necessarily going to go and also you buy gas in a higher rate and all that. It doesn't make sense. So let's build our nation one man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So that's the majestic Ekene giving it to us in the real organic sense of how it's happening within our nation, Nigeria. So thank you, Ekene. Stay steady. Stay steady as we hear from Shola, who has been with us for quite a few hours, but now she has the floor. Shola, good to meet you. Speak to us.
Thank you very much. Okay. First of all, I'm going to start with the issue of Sowore. As somebody said earlier, each case carries its own merit and is judged according, to what they deserve. So that is that. Something, I'm really saddened when we see adults, not respecting other people's view. We have right to have different opinion, and that doesn't mean we should insult each other. We see it as it is, and opinions will always differ. All of us will not lie down and put held in the same way. Yes, I live abroad, and I did, compare. The comparison might not be the same, but we're not spending the same money. People are not paying £2,000 for small 3-bedroom in Nigeria. We are paying that here. And these are the flats that people used to rent for £800. And now people are paying about £2,000 for it monthly. Yes, we have light, but you have to pay for it. Some people are paying monthly. Some people are paying monthly. Paying about £300 every month. And that is that. Yeah, I just said we need to have a bit of patience for the new government. Nigerians, we are just like the children of Israelites. That when they took them out of Egypt, they started complaining, oh, we're hungry, oh, take us back to where we're coming from, oh. And then God made them to now suffer for another 40 years. And I will still say it, I know people are hungry, but high cost of living is not only in Nigeria.
Do you think that hunger is exaggerated, Shola?
No, I'm not going to say hunger is because you can see it. Look, is it now that people are hungry? Is it now? I remember I took my children to Nigeria when my son was around 8 years. The 8-year-old boy is 24 now. And I remember when we went to Abuja, my kids were hungry, were crying because they've never seen little children pushing Kiriata wheelbarrow. They've never seen that before. So I'm talking about how many years ago? About 16 years ago. So is it now that we don't have light in Nigeria? Is it now that people cannot queue for anything? It's not, everything is not now. Everything did not just happen in the last 9 months. This is Nigeria. This is what has been going on for a long time. It is not the matter whether you live abroad. I go home regularly. I'm going next week as well. So I'm not like, oh, she lives abroad, she doesn't know what is going on in Nigeria. No, that is not the case. People have been suffering for a long time. And up to now, are we still not seeing people spraying bales of naira at party? Are we not seeing that? Is it now that schools have not been good? You see, one thing I cherish about Igbo is that they have one voice. They have that unity. And the Hausas, I always say if Nigeria should break up, it's Yoruba that will suffer. Because we don't have one voice. Awa Nicola Dabi. Ote. Awa Nicola Dabi. I don't want to use the word Kini. It has not come to the stage whereby we have no respect for nobody. We insult people at free will. Last election is something that shocks me in my over 50 years of age. It's something that I never think that it will happen in Nigeria. You know, when the last speaker was talking, the moment they speak about Emefiele, he tries to wave it off. And when they're speaking about Obi, he will quickly shoving it off. But when it comes to Tinubu or whatever, they put more emphasis on it.
I noticed that as well, by the way. When I was inviting the conversation on Abure, it just glossed over it. But I noticed that, but I just didn't push him. Yeah.
So why are we not being truthful to each other? We're not people. There's some people that has been talking on the platform that they are not truthful to each other. You know, when we're talking about development in Nigeria, is it now that Nigeria has been ruined? We're talking about corruption. Corruption destroy Nigeria. And it has destroyed Nigeria to the level that it will only take the God's grace to put us back to where we come. I went to Jakonde School. I grew up in Lagos. Last election, politicians turned us to enemy of each other. My have heritage in Isaleko. My forefather, they are Obas there. When I saw what was going on, I was having sleepless nights. We used to live together in harmony. I have friends that they are Igbo. We went to from primary school where we've been friends for over 40-something years, from primary school to secondary school, and we're still friends up to today. We never look at each other as you are Igbo, I'm Yoruba, you are this. Last election destroyed that unity. I supported Obi initially. When I see Igbo going to allow us to put Biafran flag, that puts me off. And I was like, what is this? And I can guarantee anybody that supports Obi, if he carries the election again in Lagos, he will not have that luck again. Because his supporters have ruined it for him. This is the stage where we are now because of politics. We now hate each other unnecessarily. Politicians are still spending money. I know somebody here from Igbo side that just bought a house over £1 million and he paid cash. Those are the money that he should have used to develop his community. And we are here, you know, insulting each other unnecessarily. Insulting people who can be our grandfather because of election, because we are supporting one person, where we're not agreeing with one person. Let's behave maturely. We don't have to agree. We don't have to insult ourselves because we are Igbo, I'm Yoruba. That is the level we have destroyed Nigeria into. People want Biafra there and they still want to live in Lagos. How will that work? So is it that we work together in harmony? Why are we not shouting about our local governments? I know somebody where my brother lives in Omole. The guy bought almost your street, a local government. This money that he should have been using to rebuild roads. My father house in K2, I left Nigeria many years. I still went to my father. My father owned the street. The street has never been tied up to today. And many like that in Nigeria. And we have local governments. We have government that's supposed to be closer to people, to the community. We are not talking about them. We are talking about government that comes 9 months ago. What happened 8 years ago? What happened 16 years ago? What happened 20-something years ago? As Nigeria has not been suffering. Do we have like...
My sister, can I just interject a little?
Yeah, sure.
Just a little. Yeah. You see, why we are so divided in Nigeria is because, one, the politicians, just look at now, everybody is talking reasonably. When we get to the next election, you see they'll kick this stuff of tribalism because that is how they roll. That is how they keep us divided. When we are divided, we're distracted. That's how they play that. That's how Nigerian politics has always been played. The only time we didn't play that kind of politics was during June 12th, when Abiola was elected as president. That was when tribalism did not come into it, because then the people that were running were the second. You see, the Second Republic leaders, like the likes of Jack Conde, all those guys, Jim Wobodo. These people were people that had their people at heart, that had something to offer. You see, after that Second Republic, the people we have now are just, no matter the way you look at them, they are all criminals, parading themselves as politicians. They are criminals. Because when you talked about local government, I'm telling you today, where I lived at Ijesha, I live somewhere at Aguta Shalo. It's not been 30 years today. The place is a mess. So it's not like the local governments cannot work. It's just that the local government does not even have the power, because the state controls this local government. It is what the state wants the local governments will do. Because right now they have a law that will give the local government power. That means the resources will go down to this local government, and that is the only way the local government can function, and that is the only way we can ask them questions. We can hold them accountable. Because if you go to the local government now and tell them, why have you not done this road? Why have you not fixed this hospital, the health center? They'll tell you it's not, the government has not given them any money. So you don't blame them.
That's not true anyway. That's not true anyway, because Shola was just telling you now about some local government person that bought a whole estate. I can tell you personally of a local government councillor that I know personally that's building hotels all over his own hometown.
One man, I'm not
so they get a budget, they loot it in the same way everybody loots it.
One man, I'm not telling you that what Shola said is a lie, or what you said is not happening in Nigeria. It's happening. But the only thing is that why you cannot hold these people accountable is that, one, the institutions that these criminals have established is against you. Because how will you ask them questions? The only way you can ask them, the only language these people understand is confronting them by going on the streets and protesting, and they will kill you on it. If you go there, they will kill you. And that is why I still insist that I heard what the Senate wants to do today, or the governors are saying today. State police, if you give them the state police, give the state back their resources. When you give back the resources, this clamor at the center will reduce. Then we can start going to our states and asking them, oh boy, what do you do with our money? We'll go now. See, nobody will be Godfather. Godfather will just die a natural death if resources go back to the state. You understand?
One thing is that we lost focus. Everybody should have been united together, unite together, and let's begin to shout out about our local governments, our governors. These people are getting money. That is what should be the.
Sorry. Let Shola let her continue with her thought, just to establish.
That should be our focus now. Let's be shouting it, making noise about them. They are getting money. Okay, I'm going to go to River State, where they were. Is it NDDS or something like that? Look at the humongous of money given to develop that region.
And the man is rewarded today with a Senate president. He's now the Senate president.
Up till now,
sorry, let Shola carry on.
And up till now, nothing's to show for it. If I'm not saying Lagos is, I would say Lagos is trying. Let every state even do quarter of what Lagos is doing to develop their state. Nigeria will have been better. Life will have been better. Are we saying we shouldn't have had light? What happened? Look at the billions of money spent on all these whatever they are building all over for us to have. Is it not sabotage? We sabotage everything. Some people are making money, they didn't allow it to work. Nigeria should not have been in darkness up to God, over 50 years. We are still in darkness. We should, all is sabotage. And that is what some people are trying to do to this government again, because the policy they are doing is not favorable to some people. So we can shout from now to tomorrow, we can say we are not having patience, nothing will change. As I said earlier, if the foundation is not put right, we will just be scraping things at the end, then we go back to it again until we solidify it. We just need to be in harmony. Let's begin to call our local government, our governors out.
Sorry.
Then again, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, land the point, then I'll ask you a question. Land that point.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. I quickly want to go in terms of food scarcity as well. You know, something amazes me. We have good weather to our advantage. We have good soil. And yet people are hungry. People are building mansions. And they cannot create a greenhouse. Even me that I live in UK here. I plant okra, vegetable, tomato is so easy to plant. Atarodo, tatashe. The only thing is that when it's summer, everything died. You have to plant it again from February. And if I called my sister, I say, why are you hungry? You don't even need a soil to plant anymore. Go and get a bag of gari, get a bag of ewa, get a bag of rice, put sand there and start planting things. If you are living in a communal area, all of you can choose different things and plant. Why is our people hungry? Is it ignorant? Is it negligent? Is it lack of knowledge or what? Why are we hungry?
They are waiting for government to feed them.
Little things in our garden, in our backyard. You don't need a soil now to even plant. You can plant in a bag and it will grow. These are the things that we should be teaching our people. How to be self-sufficient. In fact, people now, little fish pond. If you have place, do a fish pond. But people are building mansions, this and that. Yet, no green area for them to plant something to eat. Before, when I was young, our neighbors will grow during season of agbado. They will grow it like that. Tomato is the easiest thing to grow. Tomato. If I was telling my sister that when I'm coming to next week, I'm going to bring her all this seed for her to grow. We have fantastic weather. This last year, I planted tomatoes in my garden and some things. By August, I was already, plucking them out because I know by October everything will die. In Nigeria, we have good weather. Wow, these are the teachings we should be now teaching our people.
Let me ask you this.
And that's just what I want to say. Thank you.
What would you say to people who accuse you of having an ethnic bias because your brother is in charge of the country, that you are making excuses and giving him somewhat of a pass because your tribe man is in here?
I have said it that it's just an ignorance. I have noticed in this platform. But I wouldn't say because I have somebody who is even like Yoruba as well. But we shouldn't be thinking like that. We can have different opinion. Have we not have Igbo as Jonathan was there, Hausa was there? What different did they do? Nothing. Nigeria did not improve. People were still hungry. People were still homeless. There was no light. There was no water. There was nothing. So what is different? Nothing is different from what is
So
happening now.
Shola, my question: what's the problem? What do you think is the solution to Nigerian problem?
Well, the solution for me, what I've said is that at least when we're talking about hungry, people are hungry. Let's begin to teach people. Begin to plant little thing in your garden. If you don't have garden, you don't even need to have a garden. Plant in a bag. That is the only way we can do it. If you go to almost everybody have house now, mansions, they are building mansions. Ask them, show me greenhouse, no greenhouse. And they are crying foul when you have beautiful weather to grow things. This is what we should be now teaching our community, our people. You will see that all this hungry will be eradicated. The only thing they will be buying in the market is meat. Because even you can have a little catfish, that one grows like anything. Within 6 months, it's so massive. Even me that I live here, do you know what I used to buy? I used to buy what is it called? Because I'm from Ijebu, I used to buy ogiri. This thing is so tiny. They will wrap it in a massive bag, and when you open it, it's like $2.99. And I said, this thing I can do it. I went on YouTube, and I saw how they do it. I must tell you, is that job because I boiled the egusi for about 3 days, and I fermented it. Now I do it myself. I do it in a large quantity. I used to order catfish. Now I go to the fish market, do it, put my whatever outside, grill it myself. And we have, if in Nigeria, you don't even need to, you can put it in the hot sun. So those are the things we should now be teaching our people. Do you know, I was telling my son the other day, I said, maybe you need to set up a YouTube for me. I was telling my youngest child, I think you need to set up a YouTube for me. Maybe I need to be talking about this. Because that is the only way out. And I pray God will give us direction. And we should not be fighting ourselves about who is there, Yoruba is there, Igbo is there. Me, before God and man, if I was in Nigeria during the election, I would have voted for Obi.
Why?
Because that was it. Okay, then I was looking at Tinubu's health. And I was looking at 3 of them. Atiku is a corrupt man. We know how he almost sold everything about Nigeria. So he was the only one that's okay. He's more agile and everything. But the action of his supporter blew me out. And I was so disappointed. The insult they were giving everybody. Then later, when I started hearing some things that Tinubu is saying, I said, okay. I wasn't doubting Tinubu in the first instance, but I was looking at his health. That his health might not be able to carry it. But now he's surprising everybody. But if there's any election, I will never vote to be because of the behavior and the attitude of his supporters. They really disappointed themselves. And it's just a shame. You know, we should behave in a mature manner. Everybody doesn't have to be, I'm educated, because I've had somebody else say, you people come here and speak English. Yoruba, we're known for that. Our parents like to spend money for us to go to school. It's not a crime, but it doesn't matter. Our grandparents doesn't go to school, but they have knowledge. They are able to manage things. We should be able to manage things among each other. When people raise their opinion or their suggestion, we don't need to insult each other. Say your own, I say my own. We don't have to agree. We can agree, we can disagree. And that's just my own point. Thank you.
One man, you should come to
hold on. Shall I take a position from Ekene, and then we'll move on after that. Ekene, yeah.
Okay, my sister, with all due respect, thank you very much for your submission. You make some valid points. But the issue with Nigeria and what I found out, the fact you are trying to establish is still confusing to me, because everything you said here is all about individual capacity. And what you do to develop yourself is up to you. So other people do things to develop themselves.
Sorry, Ekene. Before you carry on, have you done any of what Shola just fleshed out there? Do you have a little space in your bag where you are planting vegetables?
He has abandoned farming now. He has focused on importing container.
That's
the problem of Nigeria. They all focus on importing.
My individual capacity is not the concern of the government, because if I tell you that even me today, I still spend money, the little land that I have in the village, I still spend money for cultivation. So I don't come here to talk about individual capacity. I have plantain. I don't come here to talk about individual. If I need plantain from the village, then I order it. They just roll it at the back of Siena. Bring it to me in Lagos.
So why are you complaining about hunger then?
So forget about what I'm complaining. I'm talking about the concerns of Nigeria and what is the happenings in our country. I don't come here to discuss individual capacity. Even in business, there are some individual intelligence that makes you more successful than your neighbor in business. So if you don't have that individual development, you cannot succeed in business. So what she talked about is individual capacity. I'm talking about the governance, the system we're into.
But what you are complaining, what you are blaming the government, what you are mainly blaming government for is individual capacity.
Mike, let me finish.
Those are the main things you are blaming government for. You are saying people are hungry.
The government
is that not
have
supposed to be individual capacity
now?
The government have their responsibility. They have a goal. They have a target. They have the reason why they come. And she made a point that I don't talk. When they want to talk about Obi, I wave it away. It's not like that. How can I be discussing Obi when I already have a president? That's a weak mind for me. I don't discuss Obi when we already have a president. So coming here every day to talk about Obi is a weak discussion. It doesn't develop anything. If you are trying to excuse Tinubu because
we thought you were asking question, man. What kind of question are you asking? It's like you're having another floor.
Let me finish, Mike. You
have a question for the lady, and you're having floor for all things you already said before.
I just want to make my point from what I understand from what he said. You understand?
Well, you already said what you're saying right now when you have the floor now. You said you have a question for her, and then you are repeating things you said before that we listened to for like 2 hours.
Yeah, let me finish. Let me just conclude. You understand? So talking about Obi doesn't develop the nation. I talk about Tinubu because he's the president, and I'll continue to talk about him, discuss his policy, how it's affecting the nation negatively or positively. That's how it is. So I don't come here to discuss somebody that is not in government, even though I supported him. So let it not be a thing of pain to you that I come here to tackle Tinubu's policy. That's the job he has taken to govern Nigeria, and that he must do. And if he didn't do it, we hold him accountable. And if he does it, we congratulate him. That's how it is. There's no two ways about that. One man, thank you.
All right, thank you. I know what's really funny. You know, like people, or some characters in Nigeria, they will wake up every day swearing, say no go ever better for Nigeria. Nigeria will never work. They will swear, rain curse. And then when things is not working, the same people will come and be crying. So you don't swear now. Enjoy your curse now. Enjoy your swear. You don't swear. Give the country. These same characters, they really want to name Nigeria all kinds of bad names, zoo, all those things. And then when foreigners like South Africa Ghanaians start repeating the same curse that they gave their names, they gave their country, they will be the same people on the internet fighting South Africans and Ghanaians. Now, why are you insulting my country? Why are you calling my country zoo? You the one that, these people, that's why I can't stand when they complain, When they talk, I'm like, okay, what kind of human being are this? If you swear for your country, then if they swear they catch your country, then shut up. I mean, now you swear for the country now. Because that's what they all do. You don't get ever better for Nigeria. That country never work. That's what they swear, and they are the same character that will come and complain the most. If you don't say no one made the country work, then okay, it's not working. Your wish has been granted, then shut up. God damn it.
All right, so that's the voice of no nonsense Mike.
Mike, is it my fault that they call us Generator Republic?
All right,
call us Generator Republic. Is it my fault? Is it not what the government did to us that they made them call us Generator Republic?
Let's move on to Ajande Koko. Ekede, Ajande Koko, you're up next.
Can you hear me?
And then after Ajande Koko, we'll go to Larry. Yes, we can hear you. Carry on.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I think our sister Shola, let me use this opportunity to welcome her on to this platform. I think she has spoken so well, and really see the passion that she brought, passion for Nigeria to be a good country, and a suggestion so far, I think we should take to a suggestion that Nigerian individually can do something to help themselves instead of waiting for the government, particularly planting some vegetable and stuff like that. So, but other than that, let me answer this question. She was advising that we should be patient. Then my question is this: how long should we be patient for this administration? I haven't seen Nigerian being patient for how many years? 8 years of APC rule. Even during Jonathan, Nigerians were patient. We've been patient. It's going bad, but yet the politicians are not showing that they are ready to sacrifice. This Tinubu administration, all of them in position of power, including the president, have not demonstrated that they are ready to sacrifice, for the betterment of the nation. They are not demonstrating that. And I want to say this. I want you to consider the statement that he made before the election. I mean, not before the election. Is it before the election or when he got elected? He said, people should not pity him. He said, I know the job that I'm going for. People should not pity me. So why should we pity him? And why should we be patient when he promised so much that on the first day, on your inauguration day, you announced that this thing is gone, petroleum subsidy is gone, and that automatically, skyrocketed the price of the petrol. So, please, Ms. Shola, can you answer my question and let us know what was going on? Hello?
No, I think we may have lost Shola. I think she's yes, she's built up.
Oh, okay, okay. Maybe our system have problem. She will come back, no problem. So let me leave it there. Go to wherever you want to go to.
All right, brilliant. So let's hear from Paddy, who joins us. It makes his rare appearance. Paddy, good to see you. Is this is it 3 times a year you come here? So is this the first or second time, Paddy?
It's probably the first. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Good to hear from you.
Yeah. I was just taking time to listen to the show tonight, and it was quite interesting. But to hear the diverse opinion, and it's also good to meet with a new voice, and I'm referencing Shola's voice. And I think one of the things that actually made me come to speak, I think you try to echo that point, albeit it being subtle. It's the cry of starvation in Nigeria, and I'm wondering, okay, yes, probably it's politically inclined, it's opposition, they need to create that panic moment, but then there probably might also be some people who genuinely believe that there is starvation in Nigeria, and it's not true. Yeah, and I think Bishop.
There is hardship, but there's not starvation. I wouldn't even. That hardship is it's with a lowercase h, even I would say.
Right. There indeed is a higher cost to purchase of things. I think Kulata tried to reference it is inflation. And I think one of the things where one of the subtle, maybe flaccid way, or let's say maybe a very young way or juvenile way of explaining inflation, maybe for likes of Ekene, who I am seeing, I mean, he's beginning to bolden up, and showing a side of him that wasn't as chivalrous as it was when he first joined the platform. It's that there's people have money, and then there's fewer resources, and so first there's that inflation, and then there's food, and then the cost of purchase of those food is higher, right? And then when I see contents like people are rushing for yam or rushing for bread, and I'm wondering, in this same Lagos that people have always been rushing for commercial buses, it's a stick. That's how Lagosians are. They rush for everything. I mean, I think one man also clearly that was when Buhari and Idiagbon were beating people up for always misbehaving. People rush for Mulue, rush for Damfo, rush for. It's a normal thing. Everybody just wants to find a chance to get ahead of the other. Even in parties, when they're sharing gifts in parties, people are rushing. So it's just so that they can get one over the other person. But I understand that it makes it appear as though it's echoing what's going on. But it's not gloom and doom as I mean, I remember when I was much growing up back in Nigeria, we used to see dead bodies on the road. We used to see people. I mean, that's not what we have right now. We are not praying that until it comes. But for everything that's been happening in Nigeria, from even during the military era to the Third Republic, Obasanjo, Yar'Adua, Goodluck Jonathan, even Buhari, this is the very first time we have a presidency or a government who is doing something different. It's to cut off subsidy, and even if they don't even cut it off, all the way, but we can't keep owing debt so that some people can keep making money off it, round tripping money. It doesn't make any sense. And people asking for light, they're asking for oil, they're fuel, they're asking for this subsidized, this should be cheap, but you're not willing to pay for those things. Nigeria as a country, as a third world country that we are, we can't keep growing.
We seem to forget. Sorry, Paddy. We seem to forget that tiny little detail that Nigeria. They say here in America, here in the UK, we seem to forget that tiny little detail that Nigeria is a third world country.
Exactly, we're a third world country.
Here in America, here in the UK.
Yeah? The fact that we've all been privileged to have subsidized education.
Are you guys serious?
Yes.
What is causing Nigeria not to develop?
Nigeria is a third world country.
We are not industrialized.
Hold on. Oh God, Nigeria is a third world country. Are we better off today economically than we were 15 years ago or 10 years ago?
Yes, we are richer now than we have ever been.
The choices we are making now.
Hold on. Let us talk this thing. Don't let us. I mean, when we are talking like this, sometimes it can be very irritating. It can be very irritating. Hold on. When you say we are richer now, go and look at the value of your currency.
That's not how you measure wealth.
All Nigerians are poorer now than
that's not true. That's not how you measure.
Not true.
The value of US dollar.
Let me just say this. Let me just say this. Let me just say this, and then Paddy continues with his monologue.
Power of Nigerian people.
No, forget the purchasing power.
Even the purchasing power of American people 50 years ago is not the same as today.
Hold on, Mike. The average Nigerian household now has a television, a refrigerator, almost certainly some form of a computer device, a cell phone. They have some form of transportation, even if it's a bike. The overall wealth of the average household is greater than it has ever been, cascading through the decades. So that's the wealth. But Paddy, am I wrong in saying that?
Are you guys serious, or you
no,
guys
you're
are
not.
just?
Ajala is aware.
The Nigerians are better off today than they were 10 years ago.
Awada carry, Abi. Awada carry.
They want to achieve 1 trillion economy by devaluing the naira. 1 trillion economy, they want to achieve it by devaluing the naira. That's how they want to.
All right, let Paddy carry on. Paddy, back to you. Paddy.
Thank you, one man. And I think it's probably as a country we've enjoyed too much of subsidized services. We've had subsidized education, so many of us are so vastly exposed. Nigerians are vastly traveled, and we still don't understand how to equate our lived experiences in diaspora in comparison with what's actually going on in Nigeria. Nigerians have as in core Africa. Nigerians have the most access to internet than any other third world country in the world. The average Nigerian has access to internet, and don't look at it as though having access to internet is just about browsing. It's mean that they are able to consume and pay for those things. We have cheap data, we have cheap access to telephones, and the average Nigerian has a power bank, has basic small electricity. Just like one man said, they can commute, they can get decent food, and most of our food are not even recycled food. They are freshly planted staples. We are living a better life today. Just recently, is it Wale Edo that came out and spoke about the value or amount of Nigerians that used to go to diaspora to Japa. I mean, in what world did that come from? In what world did the Nigerian? We've had the highest amount of Nigerian students, self-funding students, migrating to the UK and to Canada. In what world did we have that before? And Ajala Koko is telling me we've not had more money. In this world that we are having young, genuinely 24-year-olds and 22-year-olds who are millionaires in dollars for simply making skits. And it's not only in Lagos, it is pan the country. In what world did that happen before? In what world do we have people who are actually very enlightened and are able to do the same things that their counterparts in America are doing? In what world did we have people who are able to buy smartphones from genuine money that they're making, not just scammers? In what world did we have these things before? So we have those access.
If Nigeria is better off, if we are better off than we were 10 years ago,
and we enjoy better health as well.
Hold on. Why do you see Nigerians, particularly the professionals, trooping out or running out of the country in their thousands?
Every day, you run out. You run out fast.
Okay, so
you understand what I'm saying?
To answer your question,
you cannot mention Nigerian have access to
answer
internet.
that question.
Angelica, go name a time in history if they offer you American visa that Nigeria will not accept it. Come on now.
You want to use people using internet to measure?
Can we converse?
Good life in the country.
Can we converse?
Oh man.
Can we converse?
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Can we converse? Okay, go.
How many people?
Since you can't believe it.
Angelica, go name a time in history if they offer a Nigerian American visa that you won't accept it.
All right.
We've been heckling each other on this
question. Let me ask this question.
Okay, ask him that question, but then give him the space to.
Let me ask him this question.
Yeah.
Do you send money to people in Nigeria?
No, I don't. I don't.
Okay, you owe them now.
Listen,
how
no,
would you know that people are suffering?
No, listen.
People have always been suffering now.
Don't mind it.
You don't send money to people. You don't know how many people that we never had, that never asked for any help before in Nigeria.
Those people we are talking about, they've built their houses. Those people we are talking about. The people you are sending money to back in Nigeria. What you call it?
Forget about that.
Oh wow!
Whether they are building houses, that is not this thing. You don't send money to people.
Nigerians
you don't know how people.
Nigerians, the average Nigerian will extort you to get your FX to roof their houses, no matter where it is. So let's not start making some as.
Let me just leave you guys.
Okay, man. Good. Please leave. And
carry on, Paddy.
Even Joe Biden, America's US president, part of his campaign promises was to make internet accessible to all Americans. So why are we making it seem as though having internet is not a very, I mean, it's part of it, having internet access now. It's like having water. It's like having light.
You know, the United Nations want to declare it as a fundamental, as a human right.
Exactly my point.
Yeah.
That's the point I was about landing. I was landing. It's a human need. These are things that people used to transact. These are things people used to bank. These are things people used to get for help. People in remote areas. Our families, our grandparents, or all these people. All people is referenced that are poor. How do they contact you? It's not through WhatsApp. When you send them money, how do they access that money for their basic needs? It's not through internet banking. So why are we making it seem as though? I mean,
And that's the overall wealth and well-being of this is we are better off now than we have ever been ever.
We have tech startups.
And John Doge wants to compare that time with the time we use recharge card.
The highest we have internet small IT companies who are measuring the highest transaction that they even outpacing Indians in some transactions than anywhere. People moving money. But lottery, what's it called? Sport betting is the highest in sub-Saharan, in Africa. By these same people we are calling poor. These same people are calling poor are playing billions of naira every day in Baba Jebo and sport betting every goddamn day. Even FIFA had to start posting Nigerian content during AFCON because every Nigerian they stopped their engagements on social media.
Are you really quoting sport betting to support your position?
I said, look, here's the thing.
One man, would you allow me to interject this guy?
Hold on.
You know the thing with Pade is he likes to have a steady delivery. He doesn't like too much interjection.
How do you mean? You should allow people to interject him now. This
you can interject him now. He doesn't like his flow broken that much.
Yeah, thank you. See, here's the thing, yeah. People actually, I'm actually very shocked that in a platform like One Man Show, people are measuring success by only amount of food people are able to eat. It is ridiculous that in today, we can't equate that the fact that people are able to have massive transactions, billions, daily transactions on betting, is because they have food. It's because they have access to these things. And that's how you measure development. Look, there's no way you can say you want transition from a developed country to a non-developed country or a third world country to at least to a second world country if you don't have the basic things that people measure you by. And I'm using those things as references. And don't look at it as though people are paying Papa Jebo. That's job opportunity. POS, there are lots of people in rural areas who are making money from POS. During the credit crunch, the cash crunch thing Emefiele did, was not POS that was sustaining the entire country. The same people that we are looking down on that I'm making a point to now. That's how you measure economy. Like that's the thing that we're talking about. The only thing, and I get that people okay, so I'll give a reference. When Obasanjo and Ben Murray Bruce ban the consumption of foreign music in Nigeria in the in early 2000s, people were like, I'm just using that as a very minuscule example. This is about time we started looking in and start producing. If we start exporting more, this right now, where we are right now, is the beginning or the turning point of a new opportunity for us to start making tremendous wealth that we've never made. The richest black man in the entirety of the world, Dangote, made his money from local production of things. These are things we know, from flour, from sugar, from cement. So Ekene now that is rather focusing on importing TV every day and is complaining about China. Ekene now can go to Oba, where he's coming from, and start exporting cashew or something, or whatever it is that they produce in Oba, or even ugu, or even periwinkles or something. It's about time Nigerians stop consuming okoroko, stockfish from Norway, and let's all start doing that same thing with our local fish, our tilapia fish, and start exporting. This is the turning point. This is how you measure growth.
So when Nigerian Bureau of Statistics came out with data recently that 2/3 of Nigerians are living in multi-dimensional, 133 million Nigerians are living in multi-dimensional poverty. So what does that tell you? That is the government agency in Nigeria.
Based on what
does that tell you?
So they compare that poverty to what currency? They benchmark it to what currency?
Nigeria, they are relating it to Nigerian situation.
No, they benchmark that poverty level to what currency? They benchmark it to something. You can't say you are living in poverty if there's nothing to compare you with. You can't be poor if there's no rich country to compare you with. So what countries did they benchmark us with?
What country did they benchmark the
So what currency now? I mean, in comparison to what?
Hold on.
The benchmark
to the dollar. No,
exactly
to the dollar. Yeah.
To the dollar.
Hold
That's the
on.
point I'm trying to say.
Hold on. Don't come with.
Are you telling me that what you can do with the dollar, you can do it?
Hold on. The metric they use is in relationship with their, living condition. All right, as per education, healthcare, food, financial status, and the total condition of living. That is how they arrive at that.
Access to education, access to healthcare,
access to healthcare,
access to good water, access
food,
all these things where indices used.
All those things.
Access to Baba Jebu.
One song
Baby people that play Baby Jebu is out of frustration now. It's frustrated people that play Baby Jebu now. So when you measure it with Baby Jebu, it means that the number of youth are frustrated. So the only option they have is to play Baby Jebu. So this guy is
Did you listen to Sultan today? Did you hear what Sultan said today? He said Nigeria is sitting on gunpowder.
This is the first time they've said that, Abi.
Are you minding them, Mike?
Unemployment of Nigerian youth, particularly in the north, he said only God can save Nigeria. That is Sultan.
No, it's just new that there's unemployment in North. It's just started.
It's just today.
Not were always employed, right? They were employed before 20 years ago.
They said that same thing in 2015.
They don't have job to do.
That same code.
They had work to do 20 years ago.
Powder was
How
used
can
in
Nigeria be
2015.
better off with the state of insecurity we have today when people cannot go to farm, when farmers cannot, when people are driven out? Do you know how many millions of Nigerians are in IDP camp? And yet to you say Nigeria is better off today than 10 years ago?
I just laugh. I don't even know how we think.
So those people in IDP camp, they were rich before.
10 years ago,
Maybe the guy is not even living in Nigeria.
10 years
Let
ago,
me ask you a question.
10
When was
years
the last
ago,
time
we
you
had people
traveled to
bombing
Nigeria?
each other in Nigeria. 10 years ago,
When
people
was
were
the last
literally
time
bombing
you
each other.
traveled to Nigeria? Paddy, answer this question.
Last
When was
year,
the last time you traveled to Nigeria?
last year, September I was in Nigeria.
And what did you see?
Last year, December I
Where
was
did
in
you go?
Nigeria. Last year,
Where
December
did
I
you
was
go?
in Nigeria.
People were
I was in
clubbing.
Nigeria. Oh, so it's no longer where in Nigeria. It's now where did you go in Nigeria?
Where did you go? Where were you?
I was in several places. I was in Southwest. I was in North. I was in the North. I
And what
was
did
in
you see?
Southwest.
You see
People partying. They were jamming
I
up.
saw people
luxurious
partying.
life, right?
I saw people partying in
Popping
December.
champagne.
In December, I saw people partying. I saw people buying houses.
They are building more apartments, luxury apartments in Nigeria.
Every day,
And I've ever seen.
every day in Nigeria, you see young people's posting come and buy homes in Nigeria, showing modern day homes, smart homes with power locks, with locks like open with fingerprints. Not in Lagos, in every other place in Nigeria.
Every state.
December, we saw people competing, showing which region had the best houses. Even in the same Oba that Ekene went to, we saw a lot of people flaunting their houses. We saw a lot of young people using drones to capture mansions. So it became we have more mansions in
back in his days, it was only in Lagos that you see something.
People had houses. I mean, this is sad to say, but I'll use that example. Recently, when we saw the bomb blast, the happened in Ibadan, did you see those houses that blew up in Ibadan? Did you see what those places were like before? We make it seem as though everybody in Nigeria is just poverty. In fact, it is those who are in diaspora that even actually poorer. The only advantage you have over there is exchange rate. Nigeria and here's the thing: Nigerians want everything to come to them for free. Nigerians are enjoying subsidized electricity.
We know there are people in Nigeria that live better.
Where did you see the electricity? Where did you even see the electricity you are subsidizing?
When you start paying, you start seeing light. As of today,
when you provide light, now they pay.
Well, you told us in your village, you guys are paying and everybody have lights.
You told us that. Every time you called us when you were in village, how many times did you call us when there was no light? Did you chat with us? Did you call one man show and you're calling every night and there was no light? Tell me how many times you yourself, when you were in Oba, told us that like we're doing agenda.
Even there was
my
even
brother,
a night call.
my brother, one man, can I interject?
Hold on,
Can I
hold on.
interject here?
You still interject. Nigeria is just. I mean, let's make this make sense. We have a country. We want good education, good healthcare, good roads, good. But our dollars is subsidized. Our light is subsidized. Our healthcare is subsidized. Our oil consumption is subsidized. And to the point where the country started borrowing 20 million, or is it billion or billion pounds every dollars every month to subsidize.
All these things are subsidized. How much allocation do you have in all these things in your budget? Check your allocation now. Check your budget. Check your 2024 budget.
What are you
What's
saying?
the allocation for education? What's the allocation in your healthcare? What's the allocation? Check your National Assembly allocation. Check your executive allocation and all that. You come here and say this one is.
Sorry, hold on, Larry. Sorry, Paddy. Let me just say this, and then after this, I'll shuffle myself. I'll bring Thomas in. Mike is here as well to back him up. So you have two moderators. But it's a false reading for you to continue to talk about the federal budget. You know, there are several layers of governance. You know, for every federal space that is budgeted for is also replicated in the state spaces. So the states have their budget for education, health, and all of these things too, in addition to what you're saying. So it's not just the federal budget that then permeates. It doesn't stop there. So that's just the thing. So it's a false reading to continue.
One man, there's no false reading. I'll continue to say that. Because a country that wants to develop and they undermine their education in their budget, that country doesn't want to develop. I want you to tell me.
Sorry, hold on.
It doesn't happen in a developed country.
You don't get.
It doesn't happen in a developed country.
Can you hold on? You don't get to be right if you talk the loudest.
Budget of people that is not up to 1,000 people.
Can I hold on? Did you even hear anything I said? If the federal space, if they are budgeting, let's say, 100 naira for education, and then every single state is budgeting 1,000 naira for education, and the local government areas are budgeting 50 naira for education, you cannot then say that the 100 naira that do you see it's a cascading thing. But let me shuffle. Before I do that, let me acknowledge the super chatters are only really Ayo and Prince. So thank you, Ayo and Prince. So thank you for all that. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Paddy speaking. After Paddy, Larry comes to take the center stage. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. I'm not sure if Thomas is fully ready yet, but Mike is here. So thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks so much.
Back to Paddy.
All right. Thank you.
Mike, please, can I say
something? Yes, hold on now.
Let Paddy land.
Oh, everybody, please hold on. Good evening, everyone. Please, we have to have some decorum, please. The military man is here, so don't let us talk on each other, please. Yeah, Paddy, go on, please.
All right, thank you, Thomas. And I think if we are still at the point where we don't understand the points that one man just gave, then I think again I should stop speaking on this point. The federal government, how many schools of federal government even run? So they have their own allocation. Your state government have school education allocations, and those are the ones who impact people more. If we check, if we run a poll here, we realize that more people have gone to state-owned schools than they went to federal. The Jaconde we all scream about was a state-owned project, but even at that time, there were still federal schools. So there are all those FGGC, you hear Federal Government College, Federal Government College, Federal Government Government College, Lagos. Those different government college is even state-owned. So there are federal schools that the federal government runs, and then there are state schools that the state runs, and also the local government that local governments fund. And that is I can say that's not what happens abroad. Now you're wrong. That is exactly what happens abroad. Your counties, which is like local government, runs their schools. There are some state schools, and there are also some very, very, very tiny little federal government-owned schools. Even the same thing in England. So it's about time we started looking in. And here's the thing: many of us tend to shift away from our state governors, from our local government chairman, and focus on people who literally make policies. When we all were complaining last year how the country was in debt. We are owing IMF. We are owing China. We are owing this debt. They've sold our destiny to debt. And the government has come in to say, you know what, let's start paying back these backlogs. Let's pay back our airlines. Let's pay back all the money we've been owing as far back as Goodluck Jonathan's era. Let's pay back all those debts because the money we'll be using to borrow to pay subsidy should go into these things. And why is nobody even acknowledging that? And we are not shouting, we are talking on things that do not matter. And imagine a world where when you pay your debt, that you're able to even now get investors to come in. Is when you pay your debt, you're able to loan more money for better tactical projects. That's when you can generally build roads. Otherwise, we're going to go to PPP projects. If Tinubu comes in now and says, I want any of my friends, maybe Shagari brothers or whomever, to build a PPP project, all of you here will shout, oh, nepotism. But those projects are personal funded. And those are the ways we are going to have projects that will outlive us. But nobody wants to pay for toll. Nobody want to pay tariffs. We don't want to. If you check Ekene's neighborhood now, if Ekene is paying light and maybe his landlord is paying light, if you check 3 houses down, they don't even pay NEPA bills. The average person in Lagos State are tapping light.
Paddy, I've come for
Excuse
you.
me, Paddy. Can I come in?
I've come for you, Paddy. See,
please.
I think.
Can you guys just let Paddy finish so that I can actually come in? I think.
No, we are just trying to interject.
Yeah. The interjections are getting too much, right?
I'm even just.
I'm even landing my point.
Interjection is getting too much. I'm just joining now, so I don't know why the interjection is becoming too much.
It's actually, yeah. Go ahead.
I understand your passion, right? It is good to understand your passion, but sometimes we have to be very clear and to show some kind of sympathy. We don't just have to use one hand to just wave something away. See, I'm a supporter of Tinubu too, but I won't go ridiculous to the point of saying Nigerians are richer today. Now, when your middle class begins,
how can you call that ridiculous? That's a factual statement now.
Anyway, Mike,
let me explain why.
Who was richer than Dangote 50 years ago?
Let him explain now. Let him explain. That's why we know where it's coming from.
Okay, go ahead. Paddy, when you have middle class that is shrinking, is that a sign of prosperity?
It depends on
the inflation. When the inflation is beyond your minimum wage, is that prosperity? Now look at it this way. Like in 2010, you were earning minimum wage, let's say $30,000, 30,000 naira, and a bag of rice was 7,000. So it simply means you could buy 4 bags of rice, right? Like about today, your minimum wage can barely buy half a bag. Is that the sign of prosperity?
Wait, when you say minimum wage meaning federal government wages, right?
Mike, I'm not.
No, we're trying to understand what you're saying. Just answer the question.
Mike, I'm not taking anything up with you. It is too tedious and laborious to just.
We're trying to know which minimum wage you are referring to.
I'm not here to argue with you, Mike.
You know you can't. You know I would debunk all your points.
I know.
That's why.
I know.
So let the man continue. If you know you can't give us solid.
I want to engage Paddy.
We don't have time for engagement here. Let the man hold the floor. Let the next person. You just came in now. Other people have to talk.
I want to engage Paddy, not you, Mike. I'm not. You see,
you can interject. There's no time for you to be engaging. Let everyone else talk. You can't be doing your irrelevant engagement. It's not your floor. Mike, you can't be giving.
Are you Paddy?
Bro, I'm moderating. How about that? People came here, they haven't spoke. You just came in. You want to take over the floor.
You won't be the first person to moderate here.
No, we are all interacting now. You want to give us a point. We ask questions. You say you don't want to answer. Then let's all
you are just being arrogant, Mike.
Gentlemen,
you are not being arrogant.
No, gentlemen, come on. You are friends now. We do after hours.
I know, but
man, one point.
Come on,
logical point. When you don't want to get very kind logical points, and I don't want to engage. You know you are making a logical point.
Hold on, guys.
Mike, please hold on. Yeah, Mike, let's allow land. Let's see where it's going. Yeah, go on, Ola, please.
So, so Paddy, so when your middle class is shrinking, what you can buy, you could buy a 4 bag of rice before, and you are no longer able to buy 4 bag of rice, but barely half a bag. That is a sign of poverty. And you know how many government workers we have in the country. So it simply means that a sector of those people, they are already out of your poverty or prosperity measurement. So all those things you have to look together before we can just make some kind of grandstanding statement that, oh, Nigerians are richer today just because they can buy a recharge card. where on net do you use almost absolute basic thing to measure your level of the level of prosperity?
In Africa,
Is security
in
not
every third
part
world
of?
country, the purchasing power of a third world country is measured by how much they're able to buy the basic things that they need. The
I
fact that
understand.
hold on, the fact that there are people who are able to spend 5 billion a day on frivolities, not food, not light, frivolities, sport betting, and you're not factoring in that sector.
Sport betting is a symptom of desperation.
No,
It's not a
No, my goodness.
wait, can I clarify? No. Let me clarify with Paddy. So that 5 billion is that from coming from their disposable income or out of desperation from what they have left?
So here's the thing,
Just to
right?
clarify, no, just I'm
Okay.
only asking that question. I don't know for a fact.
The monies are able to dispose, disposable income. That 5 billion is coming. You know what I'm saying? So because we are yet to see anybody who says, "Oh, I spent my money on Baba Jebu, but I couldn't eat." Or you saw them on the road as destitute. You can find those people in America, but you don't find them in Nigeria. These people are still able to go home. They're still able to pay for their DSTV. They're still able to still buy food. They're still able to have girlfriends. They're still able to pay for data.
So it's not using your rent money to pay. It's like just you think that 5 billion is all disposable income in
Those
Nigeria.
people, those people who use money to pay Baba Jebu, they still have data.
I'm just clarifying. I don't know for
disposable
a fact.
income.
Okay.
That's my sector. Disposable income.
Okay. I'll take it at your word. I don't know for a fact, but if that's what you say.
You see, what? Let me say this, man. If you see when people say federal workers are making minimum wage and they use that minimum, the question is, what percentage of Nigerians are actually federal workers? I'm sure they're not to even 1%. As if everybody's federal workers making. When they use that minimum wage example, I'm like, come on, this doesn't make sense. And second of all, any country in the world is always going to be poor people. The only difference between the third world countries and first world countries that in the first world countries they have social welfare system. If you take away that welfare program, you see Americans on the street starving too, begging, just like you see you see them. If you just take away that government assistance, that federal the welfare program, you take it out, you will see poor people begging on the street, begging for food, begging for stuff, just like you say in third world country. So that condition is always there. And when some people say, why can't the government also give those as government assistance in terms of payment to people? Well, you have to understand, in America, when they want to give that payment, they use your social security number to track that payment. Okay, who has received what? So they have that measure in place to use to give that money out. But in Africa, what measure are you going to use to give out the welfare? People don't have. Some people have what do you call it? NIN. But what percentage of Nigeria actually have their NIN where they can use that to spread money out, give welfare to people? So we don't have those things in place. So people have to understand that. So every country, there are poor people, there are rich people. There's always going to be poor people. I'm not saying we are doing great, but to say as if
Can I ask Paddy one question? Sorry, Ola Mabinido. Paddy. So we all agree that the country is heavily subsidized, right? Most sectors in Nigeria are heavily subsidized. And right, are you there, Paddy?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so but you see the effect of even the attempt to even remove one of those subsidies, like the oil, the petrol subsidies. So, in your opinion, do you think that and I heard that the government is even attempting to remove that for electricity?
Yeah.
So, do you think is it something that where to take off to remove all these subsidies, or to keep them in, or to find a way to adjust? So, what do you think that they should do with all those subsidies in all sectors? Because based on what you've seen, the way the markets have reacted to removal of that of petrol. So, what do you think happens to the economy if you start removing all the subsidies from or other part of those key sectors? Just want to take your take on it.
All right. Personally, I see it as an avenue for many sectors to even start to boom more. And the reason I'm saying so is this, right? Currently, people, many of the other passive incomes or the extra cash that they're able to spend on things that they did not need before was because every other thing came subsidized. So that means that people would rather want to spend money to maybe buy a car. I'm just using as an example. Maybe buy a car in Lagos. I'd rather buy a car, or I'd rather collect community money to buy a bike or something instead of me to take transport bus. I'd rather take my child to a private school because I have extra money rather than taking my child to a public school to develop those public schools. So people have been spending those subsidized money on things that they probably could have used for something else. And I think so this is now giving us a chance to recalibrate as a people and begin to grow sectors that either were already dead or bring up new opportunities. And that's why I see that subsidy going. Because if you look at the things, even though yes, we understand that oil fuel increase is affecting food, but now we're having trains. So trains can now bring in food faster, quicker and cheaper. And we can also now have silos. We have opportunities for people to be able to commercialize more. In places of light, that means that we can now have states who can generate light, and more people can begin to use those lights to start up more businesses. And
Okay,
the economy will expand more. There's no federal power in America. There's no federal, it's the power consumption, that's light consumption, are privately owned.
Don't let us go too far. I beg, sorry, no verse. Now, do you know why I refer to government workers as workers at that time? Ekiti State, Ondo State, Osun State, they are mostly government workers and farmers. That is why when they are measuring prosperity of that country, don't be surprised that when those are that you see Ekiti on probably Osun State and some Yoruba states down the list when they are mentioned when they mention that.
They are mostly traders.
Okay.
Traders and farmers.
Okay. You will know where I'm coming from. Now, Paddy, do you believe there's a correlation between the internally displaced people and the productivity of the country? And are you aware we have about 4 million in different IDPs today? Yeah. And what does that tell you about the productivity of that country? If you lose productivity, if it affects your collective prosperity as a country, then I ask you a question. How does that make Nigeria richer? How does that make Nigeria household income to improve today? So what economic metrics exactly are you using to measure? Now, just a minute so that you wind it up. Sometimes when you are taking your statistic, you can take your statistic based on bias. Bias because you are doing it by feeling. It's not as if you've gone scientifically and collate data in appropriate sampling. You use appropriate sampling method just to come to the conclusion. Because you went to Kaduna, maybe you see people buying kilishi and all those stuff. The question is, where were you in Kaduna? Were you able to move around the entire Kaduna to do all those things? I'm telling you, for example, as someone from Ekiti, I know our major occupation in Ekiti. I know the major occupation in Ondo State. I know the major occupations in Osun State. And I know all those areas, they depend mainly on government.
Sorry, Ola. I think Paddy is speaking to the broader Nigerian space, not the minutiae of localities. But Thomas, when Paddy lands, I try and get to Larry, who has been waiting for a good while patiently, and we've not heard anything from him. Thomas.
Okay, one man. Thank you. Right, for that thing you just mentioned, if you add the population of Osun State, Ondo State, and Ekiti State, I don't think we are less than 20 million when you add it to that population of that country. If you don't see that population as something significant, then I think that's one of those problems in Nigeria. We are not really ready to face this fact. What about the middle belts that they depend on farming and they depend on some kind of trading and they are displaced and they can no longer go to their farm? One of the reasons we have shortage of food in Nigeria today is just because the food basket of the country are no longer productive. So if they are not productive there, if they cannot even have money to even get basic money, and we are still saying we are richer, where did we get our own data? See, one
Before
thing
I allow
is
Larry
to
go,
have.
I think I want to land my point just so that we can have Larry go.
Okay,
all right, thanks. So here's the thing. I think I'll stick to the last thing you mentioned. There is no food shortage in Nigeria as of today. Maybe tomorrow, but there is increase in the cost of purchase of food. Those are two different scenarios. There's inflation of food, not scarcity of food. So what we are solving today is not food shortage. No, There's, in fact, maybe not in abundance or surplus, but we have food, but then they are high. And then there are reasons why those food are currently high. So that's all. That's one point. On the other point, and I'll land it here. When you gave an example of IDPs, and I'll just speak to it in a very simple way, so that we don't hog continue too much. You'll be shocked that 100,000 farmers are beneficial to Nigeria much more than 1 million people who are internally displaced in Nigeria, whose input to Nigeria was not based off of that consumption. So if you have people in Borno who are displaced, maybe people in Chibok, people who were not necessarily farming or were not necessarily adding to the consumption of Nigeria, it will not impact the country. And that's why you realize that even when Chibok happened and when we're having programming in Borno, the rest of the country were still consuming and living fine. It even took international bodies to make that particular campaign even have much more impact than it did. So that shows that what Borno or what people in that local government were producing to the country wasn't as if, we didn't depend on whatever it was that they were giving us, if at all they were even giving us anything. And I say I'm not trying to downplay on their struggles. I'm just saying the fact that until we start having core same, you find out that a Fulani headsman who we do not allow to experience Ruga, we will feel that impact more because they're not able to roam and graze their cattle far much more than when we have people in some part of Borno who were displaced because those people are not producing right, they're not producing anything. But we need the Fulani headsmen to give us meat. I think I'll just land that and I'll give it to Larry to go.
Okay, Larry will come, but how we know more than Nigerian Bureau of Statistics is beyond me. So I rest my case there. Nothing more. If you and I we know more than the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics, then kudos to us. Larry.
Yeah. Thank you.
Larry. Yeah. Let's debate a bit from economy. Let's go. Yeah. Let's speak to the Sowore. What do you think about finally the federal government?
I will
What do you want to speak on?
Yeah, I will speak to Sowore, but I have one thing to say. I think it's so.
Oh yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think it's so hypocritical. We all come on this show every day, and what I think we need to keep doing is to educate people more. And I'm saying this because most of the things we talk about are basically things that are not really on the exclusive list. And every day, a normal person in Nigeria that doesn't really know more about government in Nigeria believes that the federal government is supposed to take care of everything. And most times when I look at things, people are talking about, there's hunger in the land, there's this and that, and and people keep expecting the federal government to take care of that. And to me, anytime I look at it, I'm always more like, why is it that we don't really, is it that people don't really know? Because these things are things that are not even in the exclusive list. These are things that are in the concurrent list. And if you look at every state, how many of our states have even budgeted 5% into agriculture? And you're talking about there is no food. How would there be food? We are talking about a population that completely ignored subsistence farming. Everybody is going to Lagos. Everybody wants to stay in Abuja. And at the end of the day, we're shouting, oh, we don't have food, we don't have this, we don't have that. Some states.
Okay, Larry, if you don't mind, let me ask you a question.
Yeah, ask me a question.
Now, a person like me, I believe in devoluting power, devolution to the state. The state should be doing more. But the question
why can't we let him even land? He hasn't even said anything.
Hold
on, please. Let him even. You haven't even speak for 30 seconds.
I'm asking him a question based on what he said.
No, we asked that question. Please, just indulge me for this. Yeah. You just indulge me for this. Yeah, you will come after. Let him just. He haven't even say anything. So yeah, go on. Yeah, Larry.
Yeah. So for me, right, when we come here every time, people are saying, education and all those things. And to me, anytime I sit down, I look at it, how do you want federal government to solve the problem of education when we know that most of these things, when it comes to education, most of them have already been given to the states to handle? Most of the schools you see in most of the state government, in most of the states today, people that really help are probably old students. We are even the one helping them to kind of like paint some of these schools because we felt, okay, fine, it's our alma mater. We still want to do some of those things. These people are not even doing anything. And you've always seen that the last 3, 4, 4 years, almost every state government goes everywhere in Nigeria with private jets. Any small visit from a state to state, they go on private jets. And everybody is more like, yeah, we expect, yeah, federal government to come and kind of like fix some of those things. Fine. People are saying Buhari did this, Buhari did that. What happened to all those state governors? Some of them are going for second term. And nobody is even looking at some of those things. We'll say, oh, well, Buhari did this, Buhari did it. What about all the billions that these guys have been collecting? So what happened to everything? So nobody is even, so every other aspect of the government has been collapsed. Okay, state assembly is there. None of the state assembly is even talking. And we all expect, oh yeah, you know, as if every other thing is even within the federal government to do everything. We are talking about, okay, fine, yeah, give the states everything, give the state everything. The one they gave them, what have they done with it? Even if you give those guys the whole Nigeria today, they will squander it. It's not like they're going to do anything. And we all know.
Larry, sorry for cutting you. You remember the last regime when we were talking about Wike? You know, nobody knew that they have collected all the 13% derivation of oil.
Yeah,
who told us? Is it not Wike that told us? Yeah.
So we come here every day, we say, oh yeah, Tinubu this, Tinubu that, Tinubu this, Tinubu that. What exactly do you want this guy to even do? This guy knew that some of these things every day is talking about, oh, we are releasing this from the result, because it's not what he's supposed to do. But he's just trying to, like, all in the name of, I want to make Nigeria happy. There's nothing this guy can do. If the state governments are not functional, that country will never really see what they want. So we just need to tell ourselves that truth, which everybody knows. So, but most times we always more like, yeah, you know, we don't want to talk about these guys. Why are we not talking about them when we know that these are the problems the country has? They are so powerful, they can do anything, you know, blackmail the government, blackmail federal government, when they are actually the genesis of the problem we have in that country. Every state, you see, you go to every state, you see every state they are saying, oh, we are building airports, we are building all those things. Have we really got to that point where we ask them, why are you building all those things? That is not what we need. Focus on what we need. But nobody's going to say that. Every day we are always praising our.
Larry, let me ask you this question. Where is the problem Otom always cry about every time on internet? Where is the problem now? Why is the current governor there now not shouting?
Otom was crying then because this is a guy that was really hoeing a lot. And anytime people start shouting that, yeah, you are hoeing, he start bringing all sort of excuses. Oh, Fulani men and all those
IDP camp. That's everything.
Until that particular people, right, are accountable for all the money they've been collecting. People are saying, oh, Lagos state government is working. Lagos state government is not even working. Lagos is in debt, serious debt. So all these people are the oppressors we have. There's nothing the federal government can even do. If you bring anybody to that federal government, if we still have the same mentality, and people that are learned, people that really understand some of these things are not really using every media they have to educate people. If you bring Obi today, Obi will not perform. It's not possible. There's no way anybody can perform.
If the states are not working, and they are working in isolation, federal government doesn't even have power over them. Yes. Isn't it?
So why are we always coming here like every day we discuss, oh, Tinubu do this, Tinubu do that, Tinubu do this, Tinubu do that, when we know the genesis of our problem?
Chief Larry, what is the solution? That's where I really working
The
the solution.
solution is to let everybody shout and make all these institutions work. Let state assembly do their work. Let's shout. If you know you have your
But laddie, you know we have this condition now.
Which condition do we have?
I will keep my own teeth. I will protect him. But I will complain about your own.
So then we should all.
So it's example. Or to me, if I'm from the east, Obi is and your own is a thief. To you from your own, you will shoot your own teeth, but you will hear about the other person's teeth. So we are not even open enough to have an honest conversation about what is really going on as a people.
So at the end of the day, we'll still continue, the same thing, right? We'll still look at what is happening in Southeast. Everybody is shouting, "Oh, this Abia governor is working," because this guy, is coming from somewhere else and kind of like trying to change the status quo. Is it the first government? Is it the first government?
Larry, at least I don't know whether Thomas can let us ask you a question now.
Yeah, ask question. Yeah.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
The question is this, Larry.
Yeah.
You say people blame federal government. The truth is this: it's not always that they don't blame the states. It's just because of the space we are in. We are only talking of what unifies us.
Okay.
Personally, if you don't know, I know the criticism against Fayemi. I know that against Fayoshe, so I participated in all those.
Okay.
But now, when we are talking of insecurity now, insecurity in a situation in such a way that even an ASP, or let's say chief superintendent of police, was even disobeying a sitting governor. And now we have insecurity in the land that people can no longer go to the farm. Because what brought us here majorly is just because of the type of policy that the federal government imposed that is affecting everyone.
Okay.
Now, we are now saying, governor, what will governor do about the bandits in our bushes when the federal government control the police and control the military?
Okay.
Now,
let me ask you one question before you move.
No, you will ask. Let me just pile up my question because I will soon they may ask me not to talk again. So let me just ask my question once. Now, what will the state government do when the federal government is the one that control the monetary policy through the through the Central Bank of Nigeria?
Okay.
So those are the things I want you to look at critically, not about. I know that the state governor should work, right? So when you look at those things, are you saying the state governments are the only one to blame and we should not talk about the federal government?
I never said you guys should not talk about federal government. Let me clear that, number one. And number two, you talk about security in the state. And I know that there is something called security votes. Now, have we really been able to ask some of these governors how they've really been spending some of these security votes? Because it's always easy for us to say, oh, federal government this, federal government that. And now, coming to the monetary policy that you said, every decision that the federal government has actually taken is for the benefit of not just the federal government and the state government too. Because everybody is actually entitled to that money going into the into the consolidated into the CRF. So it's not like it's just so ever since they removed subsidy, it's not like federal government is getting more than they were supposed to get.
Okay.
Everybody is getting what.
Now, a follow-up question.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how the state government spends.
Ola, one sec. Do you know that the states are getting more allocation more than ever before now? Do you know that?
I know. Okay. But
so what are you doing with this money?
Now, my follow-up question now is this. Now, we may say the states are not doing enough, right? But we know that states in the southwest form Amotekun corps to curb insecurity.
Okay.
I know that the states, they wanted the federal government to approve firearms for the Amotekun security.
Okay.
And they've tried their best, and the federal government is not giving that.
Okay.
I'm aware that the states, despite reporting to the federal government, I know that the states are the one funding majorly the police.
Okay.
If I don't know of anywhere,
Now, that
I
same
know that of Lagos.
That same Amoteku you said.
No, I'm even talking. Let me compile my question.
Okay.
Just give me 30 more seconds. Now, I know that the states, e.g., Ogun State and Lagos State and Oyo State, they are funding the Nigerian police aggressively by buying them cars and rifles. Whether that's what they are doing with the Ogbeni of blessed memory, he tried a lot to fund the police in Ondo State too, by buying them rifle and vehicle. Now the question, I don't know whether that's how they sponsor that, but the question is this: when it comes to critical decision taking, the commissioner of police in the state listens more to the IG of the police than the governor of the state. That's exactly what we're saying. So what can you say about that? We saw what Aregbesola did in Osun State, even though he offered the worker for several years. But we've seen the model of schools he built in Osun State. I'm not accelerating it, but I'm just telling you that there's a reason everybody focus more on the federal government than the state government. So we can't use state government just to deflect the responsibility of federal government where they have failed. That's my point.
Ola, can you say the states are doing? Can you say? Hold on, please. Yeah. Can you say the states are doing enough? Yeah, Bishop will come in. Yeah, let's Ola answer this. Are you saying the states are doing enough?
Nothing is enough in Nigeria as we speak today. Nothing is enough, but then we should try to put capability where capability belongs. All of them are to blame. I don't want anybody to deflect the capabilities that should go to the federal government. You deflect it, and you now bring in state. Give state their own capability, and give the federal government their own capability. That's my point.
Okay.
So let's hear from Bishop. Yeah, let's hear the interjection from Bishop. Yeah, Bishop.
Okay, now very quickly, I just want to I'd like to say something now. And several they have always been making that reference, and it's not correct. About a CSP disobeying a governor. Look, in the first instance, the governor has no business in going to intervene in the enforcement of a valid court order. Someone who is my man, but in that aspect, he erred completely. The police were executing a valid court order, and you stand there and say the policeman should step down. The policeman did the right thing because it is completely unacceptable. That is one. Secondly, some states have a perfect and good working relationship with the police. An example is Lagos State. This idea that when things happen, it is somebody's phone, if somebody's mic is on, please can that person feedback. Please.
Yeah, go on. I will check.
Yeah. Now, it's very convenient because we always apply this spirit or mentality, Aluta mentality. Oh, that when say police commissioner, we have to take order from IG. The only time a police commissioner is allowed to even refuse another if it is not lawful. If there is an armed robbery or there is a security breakdown somewhere, the policeman will use it. Even a DPO will not need the order of the commissioner of police to deploy policemen to go and respond to a situation. So every time they say that when something is happening in the state, that the commissioner will first of all take an order from the IG. We have painted that narrative, and because of people have been repeating it over and over again, it is beginning to bear the semblance of that is how it happens. That so armed robbers are operating in some place, and somebody called the DPO. Oh, DPO say, oh, I have to call the commissioner. Commissioner will say, oh, before I deploy my men, I have to call the IG. That is not true. We are just deliberately running down.
Bishop, that was just an analogy.
No, it's not you.
What are Wiki and Ameshi where Wiki was using the police to harass the state governor when Amechi was Rivers State governor. That Wike was using police to harass the sitting governor.
Tinubu, I was there. CB Tinubu, because Wike had the backing of the of Jonathan, especially Jonathan's wife. They abused strongly, seriously, that privilege. I was there. I know quite a bit of what happened between Wike and Amechi in Rivers State. Before in 2015, 78 APC leaders were claimed in detention by Wike. Wike. I went there to the CID. Physically, not that somebody told me. So Wike abused that central mind to be able to pull that stunt. That thing that happened that they barricaded that the place we call Aba Road, the government, there's a government exit there. Now that it was abused, that is a very peculiar situation. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but some people have made it like they have painted the narrative as if it is the order of the day. If there is a situation and the commissioner will force, it doesn't take order. It is only when state governors want to use them for some nefarious activities that they resort to that. They have to take order from IG people. Then on the issue of army, the Amotekun actually bear arms. The only thing they don't bear, they bear firearms. The only thing they were not allowed, they were not licensed to bear, were automatic firearms, like the AK-47, like the Kalashnikov, like the AK-49, like the...
Yeah, but Baba, that is what we are talking about arms now. When we talk of arms, we are not talking of Shakabula.
It's not Shakabula. No. Double barrel. What do you call it? Shotgun.
We want them to
shotgun
carry
is not...
But guys, Bishop, beyond the Shakabula and the guns, they must also train them. Somebody has to set the parameters for training for this state police or regional police system. I don't think they have the Amotekun don't have the adequate training they need right now.
Sorry, say that again.
I'm saying that it's more than just harming these organizations at the state level or regional level. There has to be some kind of training to understand the trend. It's about gathering intelligence, surveillance. All those things have to come into play. So OG Bolo is my point.
No, that's the point. But the truth of the matter is this: every state, and I'm saying this very confidently, every state, Nigeria have the capacity to organize if they are very intentional about it and they are serious about it. Every state have the capacity to organize training for their police. And I will tell you how they go about it.
Sorry, Bishop, land that point, and then after that, I want Larry to have his floor. He has been waiting hours and hours and hours, and it's not a forceful.
I just
not you. No, I'm saying just hold on. Not man, this rule now. I said land your point, but after you then just let them support me first, so then I'll leave.
Come on, I said okay, no problem. Don't worry. Don't worry. No, there's no point. There's no point. I will not listen to you now.
I'm going to set you to the back because you don't listen. I said, Bishop, land your point, and then after you have landed your point, let Larry have the floor because he has been waiting for hours and it's not a forceful character. That's all I wanted to say. I wasn't stopping you from talking. I'm saying after you have landed, then the platform should let Larry have the floor because he's not a forceful character. That's all.
Bishop.
Thomas.
Bishop.
I will leave. This is completely disrespectful.
Bishop,
listen. How many minutes? I was on the back stage for more than 3.5 hours.
Bishop, you can ask your question. You can continue.
Mr. Bishop, please calm down, please. Just calm down, please. Okay, ask your question to Larry, and Larry will respond to you.
No, no problem. You can go ahead. I'll be here. I'll listen. It's not fair. You know, how many minutes?
We understand, but please be
Yeah, they
just
are
calm
on the
down.
back
Calm
page.
down.
Just now that I wanted to speak for 2 minutes, it's just then that you realize that you have to. That's okay. Let's continue. It's okay. Fine. Thank you.
And Larry can continue. What about him?
So sorry, Bishop. It's only you and me on the platform now. What exactly happened that elicited that response? Just hold on 1 second. Can you just hold on? You have to learn the art of. No, I am speaking.
Let me talk.
No. I have the mute button. Okay. It's only two of us here now. So you have to learn the art of listening. I came in only to say that after Bishop has landed his point, Larry should have the floor because he has been waiting for hours. So what out of that offense to elicit that sort of a reaction?
You did not say after I have. You said Bishop landed that point. I have not even spoken
maybe you should scroll back. Okay, stay there. I will scroll it back and then you will hear me.
There is no point. Let me finish what I want to say. If you want to hear from me, I sent you a message. Look, there's no big deal in shuffling me. I don't see that as anything. But keeping me there for over 3.5 hours. I was driving. I started with you, and when I was having my say, the network interrupted, and you say, okay, I then purposely let go. That okay, maybe when I get to a better place, I got to a better place. When the battery wanted to come on, you shot me. I don't have any problem about that. But hey, after 1-2 hours, I wanted to interject, and I said, why it's getting wrong. Now you put me in when after you left, and I waited. I wanted to interject, so I could spend 2 minutes. 2 minutes. And people have been speaking for way longer than that. I could spend 2 minutes. So if you think I cannot feel that way, then you're not being
No. You've not spent 2 minutes. No, can you look? You don't get to be right if you talk the loudest. I will call you music.
I am on the highway. I'm driving.
Just settle down.
I am driving.
Pal,
Don't tell me how I am driving. I am on the highway.
Èmi náà lè pariwo, a dẹ̀ lè pariwo léra wa.
I am driving. I am on the highway. If I don't speak, you don't hear me.
Tẹ́lòmíì bá ń sọ̀rọ̀, wàá dákẹ́. Tí wọ́n bá ń sọ̀rọ̀, èèyàn yẹn á dákẹ́. That is conversation. A conversation is not two people talking at the same time. Do you understand? I said, let after Bishop lands, let Larry have the floor because he has been there for hours on end. He almost came in immediately after you and he sat down there quietly and the interjection was passing it around and he's never going to force his way through. So I just wanted you to land and then he gets the floor. So what has now elicited all of this hoopla and brouhaha?
Woman, there's no hoopla and brouhaha from anywhere. People were interjecting. I wanted to put a position. I've not spoken for 2 minutes. You said I should like that thought as if you were just waiting to hear my voice to shut it down. Look, don't tell me how I speak.
All right. It's up to you, man. I've tried with you. I have tried with you. It's an incorrigible situation. Just settle down. Settle down. You really have to learn chill. No, okay. Ask anybody else. Don't take my voice. Ask anybody else on this platform. They will tell you have to learn the art of chill. It's not a battleground now. What Jambi now? It's not a battleground. You have to learn the art of chill. Just chill out, man. Just chill. Relax, We're just friends gathered talking. That's all. All the time. It's not necessary. We love your voice here, but you have to accommodate us as well. And you have to let the people directing direct. And you cannot take every instance personally. We love your voice. That's why we always
you are painting me in a picture I really don't like. I really don't like.
All right, I've tried, man. I'm going to go to bed and I'll hand over to Thomas.
You are painting me in a picture I don't like, and that's a fact. You make it look like I'm demanding more than any other person.
Bishop, the point he's making is you were gonna have your say regardless. It was just saying that when you are done, then Larry can go ahead. He wasn't stopping you from finishing your thoughts. That's what he's saying. Nobody's stopping you from fleshing out what you have to say. He was saying that when you are done with your own opinion, then Larry goes next.
Yeah, I understand, and
That's all he was saying. That's not. Okay.
Yeah, I
Okay.
also think that both Larry and Bishop are in the same situation because they have been there for a long time, listening to other people contributing and so many.
I've been here all day, but I never said anything. But it
yes,
wasn't big
and I
deal.
think I must also appeal. I want to appeal to one man and Bishop because I've seen so many utterances between them, which to me is not very good enough. One man should know that this is his platform, and there are so many different personalities, and how to manage this personality is not easy for one man too. So Bishop,
it's not a personality issue, right?
Let me just finish, please.
We have to be civil here.
Don't add your own. Can you mute your mic? No. Hey,
BT, hold on, BT, hold on. We have to be civil here.
Don't add your own. Don't add your own.
We cannot. Let me land. Hold on.
Let me finish. I'm not even finished
What we have to do here is that we cannot keep admonishing somebody and they're not listening, not even composed, right? We have to be civil here, right?
Is Thomas there?
Hold on, Remy, hold on.
Where's Thomas, man?
Can we remove this guy from the
Hey,
let me
hold on. Hey, Pastor, can you hold on, please? Can you know we don't need you in this conversation, please?
Let me
we
land.
know what you came here to do. Just
let me land, then you continue.
We don't need you in this conversation, man. Just hush, please.
Why not?
We don't need you. I'm moderating. I don't need you in this conversation.
Why not?
Because I said so. Because I'm moderating. God damn it.
Because you're moderating.
Yeah.
You don't get to say who you need in the conversation.
I don't need you in this conversation.
Be quiet. Let me land. Okay.
Oh my God. Hold on. Let me.
What I'm saying is that we had one man who's resting. He comes up here, who's always on the side of Bishop anyway, right? He's always on his side. But the point is that I don't like the Nigerian thing of people just getting warned and warned and warned. They don't realize there are consequences to things, right? So he's here. One man says, okay, let somebody who's usually obeying the law, somebody who's a little gentle.
We are just repeating the same thing. Oh God, man!
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I just put the idiots in the back, man. That man is a psychopath.
So I'm just appealing that it's not easy for one man.
Pastor, this is the issue. When
it
comes to conflict resolution, you should not be the one leading that conversation. Is the point? They're trying to resolve something here, so that's the point. You should not be the one talking about conflict. You're gonna just add to the problem already. That's what they're trying to say. So don't. No offense.
I am just appealing to one man that it's not easy to manage different personalities because I've seen Bishop. It's a kind of when he believes in a cause, he want to put his idea across immediately, and the passion that he gives is a lot. So when you try to shut him down, it also like affect him one way or the other. But I would also appeal to Bishop also as well that sometimes you just have to let it go and calm down. I know that you are not a young man of 30. At least you have a lot of experience under your belt. You should learn how to calm down. And I also use this opportunity to also talk to Larry because I don't like the way one man also portray you as being a soft guy. You have been there for a long time. Look, we are in a cutthroat world. And
if I'm not called for hours, I just
you have to also express your mind.
Yeah,
Can I
because
say
one man
hold on, please. We'll talk. Hold on, please. Hold on. What is going on here? Please now, let's have some. Please. One man came in. He said, "Bishop, hold on. After you finish, let Larry come in." Nobody shut him down.
Yes, we know.
Yes, one man didn't shut him down.
I am just
one man said, "Bishop, can I please finish? I don't want anybody that speak now. I will just kick him out. You know I'm a military man. Please, He said, hold on, Bishop. After you finish what you're saying, let Larry come in. Larry is not a forceful person. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. I can put you in the background. I have the power to put you in the background.
No, Thomas, no.
No, Ajale Koko, no, Ajale Koko, no. No, I have to finish what I'm
Let this
saying.
go. Let us treat the issue. Let's forget about
No,
this.
Ajale Koko, I was kicked out.
Could need. What
No,
are we
no,
doing?
no.
Now.
No, we have to. It's very
One man at the bishop
Ajale
end there.
Koko.
It has ended. One man is gone. We don't need to be
It's
dragging.
already, it's over. Let's move
It's
on.
over.
Most of their problems now.
Let's move on.
Ajale Koko, hold on. Ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀.
Oh.
Wọ́n ti yanjú ẹ̀, I didn't know.
Okay,
I was kicked out. Ajale Koko, ẹ máa jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀. Will you let me speak?
Okay, sorrow.
I didn't know that they have ironed it out.
Okay, see me by and
I wanted to keep quiet. I was kicked out. I didn't know what went wrong, what went later. And I want to keep quiet. This now. Let's go on then.
Okay.
Please.
I think
all
Larry
right.
has.
Thank you.
Can we check our blood pressures, please? And the blood pressure medication.
Doctor, no, never got on.
Now, Thomas, and now that you have put me in the back state, I'm going to lose my dinner, right? I'm going to lose my dinner. You say you are. I'm going to lose my dinner. I'm going to lose my sleep. Is that it?
No, Bishop.
Bishop, John to the long, Bishop, Thomas or Monk to law, or than people more anything to tell it.
Line
Everything is over. We don't need
it's all Yoruba I'm using.
Bishop tó bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ lọ àwa tẹ́ máa ṣe máa pọ̀ tẹ́ bá lọ.
Ẹ má ṣe àwọn ayé o, Bishop, má ṣe ayé o.
Mo wà lára àwọn tẹ́ máa ṣe mọ̀ pé mo enjoy yín gan tó bẹ́ẹ̀ kẹ́ lọ ẹ ṣáà dúró báyìí.
Okay, Larry continue.
Apology. Yeah, let's just move on. Bishop, apologies that I put in background. I didn't know that you guys have ironed it out. My network went off. So that is what happened. Apologies. Let's just go on. Yeah.
I just want to correct one impression. So this platform, I know there are rules. And most times what I do is to try to follow the rules. And I know there are times where people talk and after that someone else talk. And there is a time when it's actually free for all. So that's exactly, so me not interjecting is not because I don't want to interject. It's just because I'm trying to respect the rules of the platform. So let me just clear that. So this is just to clear for the person that actually said probably, I'm not interjecting.
It's me. I understand.
Just go ahead. No, nothing to you, Larry. Nothing to you. Some of us when we came here, we don't get worried for.
Thank you for being. By the way, thank you for being a gentleman, Larry. So you see, when we come on this platform, we're all gentlemen. This thing
we're all gentlemen.
Gentleman like that.
But I'm still learning with you. The like of Mike just initiated me badly.
Let me just conclude so that you guys will actually.
No, don't conclude, Larry. Take your time and have the expansion of the conversation because you have been here for about 4 solid hours, just waiting patiently. So have the fullness of your time, and people should have facilitated for that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Go on, yeah.
Yeah. So someone was actually talking about Motekun, and have we really asked ourselves, except on those states, which other state have been active in the southwest supporting Motekun?
Ogun State.
No.
Your state.
Are you sure? Yes, Ogun State.
I am from Ogun State, and I can tell you, Ondo State is the only state.
Can you please rephrase that question?
Again, please.
Yeah.
The question
in all the Southwest states, in terms of supporting Amotekun, outside Ondo State, that has been actively supporting Amotekun. Every other state in the Southwest have not really been supporting Amotekun like that.
Yeah, what do you mean by support? Because we have Amotekun in Ogun State.
Well,
we have in Oyo State.
There's difference between having Amotekun in Ogun State and having Amotekun actively working and the government supporting it actively.
Oh, yeah, now they are clarifying it. Yes.
Okay, Larry.
I think Ekiti and Osun, they have the best security.
Can we let Larry speak, please? Can we let Larry speak? Let him finish his talk.
What be the question, Connie?
Just a rhetorical question. Let him man speak, please. Larry, we want to hear Larry.
I know Lagos State is not supporting Amotekun. Lagos State is completely out of it. So that's one Southwest state actually out of it. And even looking at all the governors, Akeredolu has actually been the main person, championing Amotekun, supporting Amotekun actively, coming out to let everybody know where he stands. Every other state has actually been playing lip service to Amotekun. And that is the truth. For that person that said Ogun State.
No. Larry, you can't say you can't say Lagos State is not supporting Amotekun.
No, Lagos State was not really part of
the last. There is let me finish, please. There is no meeting they do about Amotekun that Lagos State does send representative there. The governor may not be there.
We have Amotekun in Lagos.
Yes.
No.
No,
they have
they have the neighborhood watch.
Because they have neighborhood. Yes. How many bush do we have in Lagos? We don't need Amotekun in Lagos, do we? We don't need Amotekun. Amotekun is mainly to man our bush, our borders, isn't it? So Lagos doesn't have Amotekun. Doesn't mean Lagos is not supporting Amotekun. There is no meeting they do concerning Amotekun that Sanwo-Olu didn't send representative. They have Lagos State representative there.
You see.
No. Listen to Larry. Let us Larry land. I think what Larry is saying is this is right. Lagos State did not support Amotekun.
That was because of politics. Now
because of politics that Tinubu was playing president. They didn't support it back then because they don't want anything that.
That was during the where are the cows? Remember?
Where are the cows and all those these things? So Lagos State was not part of it. They didn't support it. Just to satisfy.
Sorry, but when they were doing the meeting, the launching of Amotekun, all the 6 governors were there now, including Sanwo-Olu.
They later left. They later not participate anymore. And they make a statement that they have neighborhood boards. There is no reason for them to be part of Amotekun. So they play. It was politics that Tinubu was playing then, and we can understand. And the fact remains that they were not part of Amotekun. That's the fact. So Larry, you can continue.
Yeah, so all of us know these things, right?
But Larry, before you go on, I can say categorically, the Lagos State Police Command are working in conjunction with Amotekun in Ogun State. I can say that categorically.
No,
you can't. No. Yes, Lagos State Police Command.
Thomas, let's hear from Larry now. Let the man finish.
You just said Lagos State Police Command. So Lagos State Police Command supporting Amotekun in Ogun State. Is that Lagos State? That's not Lagos.
Go on, just go on. I don't want to argue with you.
So that's not Lagos State, because most of all these things we say, right? It's for me. Till tomorrow, Akeredolu is dead today, but I give that to him. If we had 3-4 of Akeredolu in Southwest, I can tell you that we'll have people that have the courage to face security issues in Southwest. But what do we have in Southwest? Pure politics. Everybody was basically playing pure politics. And Tinubu was actually it was Tinubu's thing. Except Akeredolu that stood his ground. Every other person, what was happening in Ogun State? You don't want to be on the bad side. What was happening in Lagos State? I don't want to be on the bad side. So that's exactly what actually happened. We keep talking about Amotekun. Have you really looked at it? If Amotekun has been really supported, really funded, Amotekun everything is not about AK-47. What about the intelligence? What about the training? What about that thing that makes everybody wants to be part of Amotekun because they see it as something that is being supported by the states? But we don't have that. But it's always, anytime we have a problem, that's when we think, oh, there's Amotekun. Oh, there is this, there is that. But we know all those things. Everybody know, we all know all those things. And it's not like we don't know it. But most cases, we tend to want to get close to what really suits us. That's the major thing that I'm saying. Till tomorrow, even if you give them state police, right? Every state police is not going to be the same. Because you definitely still have some state police, right? That's why, for me, in as much as I want state police, but at the end of the day, if you look at Nigeria, I ask myself every day, is Nigeria really ready for state police? Because if a state and two state governors are not in good terms, you see them using state police against themselves. You start hearing border issues.
So, Larry, what do you propose then? If you don't think that's the right direction to go,
I'm not saying.
Hold on, I'm on Amotekun website now, and it includes Lagos. It says it all states that makes up Southwest Nigeria and Lagos State.
That website that you see, website is just it's just.
Do you have Amotekun in Lagos? Why do you say Lagos?
No, their operation may not. Their operation is more like
they are not part of it now. They don't have Amotekun in Lagos. They are
not
part of the.
Amotekun is not. Hold on now, Ajali Koko. Amotekun is not. They don't have. They are not separated between. It's not like each state have its own Amotekun. Amotekun is
no. Amotekun is Amotekun, and they have one uniform.
That's what I'm saying.
One on your state and Ekiti, and this is one uniform, same uniform they have. So
no, there's one Amotekun. It's not like each state have its own Amotekun. There's one Amotekun, but they operate in where they need to operate. So they operate in all strategic areas. So it won't make sense for them to be operating in the street of Lagos. Now Lagos is a country jungle.
That's not how Amotekun is not regional. Each state have their own Amotekun commander.
They have their own parliament of the state.
Governor of the state.
You say they're under governor of the state.
Each state have their own Amotekun commander.
Yeah. It's a law.
Did you know, Mike? Do you know that each state passed law to that effect, to the formation of Amotekun? The state assembly passed law to formation of Amotekun. Lagos State did not pass any law to that effect.
No, they did actually. No. Anything they did, they passed the law. With the issue
they passed a law.
Yeah, but this is what they have. You're supposed to have a commander regional for each state that will now work together. So
Lagos State does not pass law for the formation of Amotekun. They are not part of it.
No, they did now. They do pass the law.
Let me look it up.
They were the last to pass the law. That was the problem. They were the last to pass it. That was March 4, about 4 years ago. They did pass the law, but they were the last to pass it. What they don't have is they don't have the same thing that they have in other states where they have a commander. If you remember, for all other states in Southwest, they brought in former army generals that were from their states to head their own Amotekuns. What Lagos was doing was that they were not following the same model like the other states. They were relying on their own. They had their own different kind of Amotekun in Lagos. They have Amotekun, but it's a very different brand, like from the other ones. The ones in Ogun is more focused on the forest. The one they have in Lagos is more like a community or limberwood kind of thing. So it's a very different brand of Amotekun in Lagos. But they have Amotekun in Lagos.
Funny enough, I don't know until today. I never knew.
Yes.
Yeah, it's in Lagos State Amotekun law. Yeah, they have it now. It's the regional thing. The operation may not.
Follow the same pattern that we
They can't do it now. Yeah, exactly. Because Lagos, we don't have the jungles like we have. Lagos is more like a concrete jungle. It's a city, you understand? It's a city. So the operation cannot be in. It's not. Yeah.
Or kidnapping.
Like taking people into the forest. We are not forested state now, so Amotekun operation will not be really.
But they work with like, because I know they work very closely with Ogun and Oyo. So when it comes to like those bordering like with them for like kidnapping cases, armed robbery, they work with other, because the people will rob in Lagos and they will run to Ogun, or
exactly.
That's what they work on mostly. But the operation is very different from what we have in Oshun or Ondo or Oyo. It's kind of different. That's the difference.
No, the most important thing is that the structure is that's very good. And like I keep campaigning, we don't need elaborate on state police, even though they debated it today, and it gladdened my heart. People may say they will abuse the state police. I'm not saying they will never abuse. They are even abusing the current police structure we have. But then I prefer Yaya Bello to abuse the state police and do not suffer from
existential threat. The confine of Kogi State alone. Okay.
But can we go back, Larry? Just to ask you one more question. Larry, do you know once you start having state police, that means you must have state prisons, because when you pass any law in your state, you must be able to enforce those laws. So if somebody offends or in your state, maybe under a state criminal, whatever, we can't put them in the federal prison or federal jail. Now you must have your own prison system.
Yeah. So Larry, I have a question for you.
Yeah. So just to understand, what's your own framework for that to work? Yes. Is what I want.
My question is also in that line, but I want to ask you.
Remy, you will ask that question, please. That is what I was saying earlier on. That yes. That's what I was saying earlier. Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead.
Yeah. That's what I was saying earlier on, that the state police in Lagos, they are working in conjunction with Ogun State Amotekun, because they share borders. I have seen Amotekun following the police on the same Lagos State Express. They are working together. So if Lagos State is not supporting Amotekun, why will Lagos State Police Command working in conjunction with Amotekun from Ogun State?
Thomas, obviously that their mode of operation is just different from the other states. It's what we are saying. Everybody agrees with what you're saying. Their mode of operation is just different.
Go on, Romy.
But Larry, my question, Larry, do you think beyond just having, because if under my own prison, my own area now, I capture you for committing a crime, state crime.
Okay.
I can then it'd be funny for me to hand you over to federal policing or to put you in the federal jail. So should we have for state some kind of maybe regional prison system or state police system where if you commit a crime in our state under our own laws, we can actually put you there before you go to court, where we can hold you or jail you, spend your time there. They should have their own kind of prison system as well.
Yeah. Obviously, we all know that they need to have that. And if you look at the prison system in Nigeria, I think it was later, right, that most of the states had to like handle, release some of the prisons to the federal government. It's not like, federal government has always had all the prisons. Like in Ogun State, I know those the prison in what's it called? Is it in Alaba or somewhere? So it's a whole lot of things that they need to look at. I'm not really against state police, but my fear is, are we really ready for state police? Because it's a whole lot of things, right? It's not just, I know people say, it's just confined to a state. Now, have you looked at a situation where Ogun State governor and Osun State governor are not in good times? And everybody has the same power, which is I have my own state police, you have your own state police. Do we have institutions in place?
So Larry, if you listen to deliberation today at the
Yeah.
Federal Executive Council.
Yeah.
The president told them categorically that the state should work among themselves the modalities of setting up state police, because this fall under the jurisdiction, as you said.
By the way, Larry, please, can you, if you take your time and read the Amotekun bill, so you will know what
Yes.
in that bill, you cannot, as Amotekun of Ogun, just move into Lagos to your to go and operate. You must seek the approval or collaboration of the fellow Amotekun in that state first. They have laws now, even on that.
Yeah, you see, that is now we are talking about state police now, right?
So we are talking about state police. Like today in their deliberation, the president said all the 30 state governors of Nigeria should work among themselves and find out a suitable modalities of setting state police, because it's under the under the legislative, and it's not for federal government. So all the states, they work hand in hand, and then with the National Assembly and other institutions to find a very good framework of setting up police. Larry, I totally agree that this is the right time for Nigeria to start state police, because most of our governors, they are not accountable to the people enough.
I'm sorry. Can you, Larry? Can you finish that, because you said Ogun governor and Osun governor, they have their own police. I see this like because if I'm in Ogun now as a police officer under the state police, I cannot operate in Osun.
Yes,
there is no way I can say, okay, I want to go and fight.
No, Baba T. This is what Larry is saying. Fayose did the same thing in the past, in the first term.
Go ahead.
Where Tinubu and some of the ACN leaders there, when they went to Ekiti State during the election, they were all put under house arrest. And the question I want to ask is this: they are already abusing the federal police.
Yes.
Giving state police will not make so much difference. All we are after for now is we want the police that will clear criminals out of our bush. We were talking of full security the other time. When people IKT, we only rely on government job and farming.
Ola, today, I got to know that even the the forest guard is under the state.
Yes.
It's under the state, not under the federal government.
The bastardized
the state should go and
So your point is that, Larry, so just to get you clear, are you saying that we should fix that problem or not have it at all? We should not have
it. We should fix it. I'm trying to tell you that.
Okay, but you should support having the police, right? You should support having the police, right?
You mean
for me, right? For me,
Larry.
I would rather say for now, right? They should work more on the forest guards. Then, when they think they are able to design a framework, so it's all about creating state police. So now I want to see the framework they're able to come up with to checkmate excesses.
So Larry,
I have a question for you.
No, Remy, just give me a minute if you don't mind. Sorry, I beg. Larry, the thing is beyond the way you are looking at it.
Okay.
Some people says the federal might during Buhari period. They want to replicate what happened in Kaduna South in the name of Ruga, because they want you to cohabit with killers S-men that when they get your land, they multiply and they start threatening you. That's what they wanted to do. How do we know? They try to repeat the Land Use Act because Sharaki, an experienced politician, he understood perfectly what they are trying to do. He has Fulani blood himself. He blocked it. They brought water resources. He blocked it. They again went again to smuggle. You start asking yourself, why are those things so special that you have to smuggle them in, do or die? Why would you want to repeat Land Use Acts under the state? You want, so those are the things. Now the question now is this: if you have your state police, and we now hear of this story narrative, whether it is true or wrong, I don't know. Some people will not believe. So at least we want all this story of foreign people coming to your land to stop. So we don't want the forest guard to be under the federal. We want the thing to be under the state.
Forest guard presently is not under federal government.
It's under the state.
No. I'm just giving narratives. Even if those forest guards are the one you want to call the state police, have them, give them automatic rifle.
They know any quantity one. Yeah, and see, you can't say.
So Ola and Babati and Larry, from now on, like Larry said, and I always say that our state governors are not doing enough, and an average Nigeria does not know how the government.
All of them, from presidency to state, they are not doing enough.
The state are forest guard, and now they have. What are they doing with their forest guard before?
Can they carry weapons right now?
But
they
now
can.
the president are giving them go ahead.
Double barrel.
So why are they now creating
because the forest guard, rather than using the forest guard, right? Rather than using the forest guard to guard the forest, they are busy using the forest guard to cut the trees.
Oh
no, Larry. Okay. No, Babati. Let's get this thing right. Forest guard was totally dead until all these S-Bank issues started coming.
No, in Ogun State, I have a cousin that works with forest guard in Ogun State.
I know someone that works.
Their uniform is green.
Okay. Green, yeah,
I know. They used to rob also, Larry. If you remember, this guy that was our governor, Ewang, the way he was cutting, but remember the way he was robbing the state of all these trees. We have a lot of trees in Ogun State.
Yeah, that's what all of them are doing.
Yeah,
my cousin, right? Every day, he's rich, right? He's a rich guy, and where does he make his money?
It's through the bamboo.
They cut trees.
Wood.
They cut trees. They make a lot of money. Nobody's accounting for anything. So forest guard is actually under the Ministry of Forestry in Ogun State. So there's a ministry
and they don't replant, Larry. They're supposed to replant too. They're supposed to replant the cut too.
So Babati and the rest, you can see we are the one killing ourselves in our country. Even the tree you are felling is a source of revenue for the state.
No, Remy, let's even state, let's keep to the insecurity. See, existential threat. Let's forget about.
Okay, at the forest, the state have the forest guard.
Forest guard. We know, but now we'll be able to identify that forest guard, they are not effective, right?
Yes.
Let us have the state police so that all these politics of even if you like, go carry everybody in the state, put Yoruba as the commissioner, as the inspector general, put them as the military army. As long as your state can secure itself, that's what we want. So we don't get distracted about this forest guard. We want state police. Let's just be.
And any state that is not living up to expectation, we know that the state governor is not doing. So all the criminals in Nigeria can go to that state. So
do you guys think the fear of the federal government is that some region might turn their state police with succession rebel army?
No good, yeah. No good.
There's something that we are not really. There is one badge that we are not really talking about. These people shouting parliamentary system of government, and it's another badge that I saw today.
Don't mind them.
These are people. This thing is coming from
because they want to curtail the influence.
Larry, which people be that? Which people
the
are
Northerners?
The Northerners. They want
to have the highest people in the parliament.
No.
No,
Larry is good. It's good. I will tell you why.
It's good. I like it.
Why did they call for parliamentary for? Hold on.
Please, Larry, can you tell us what? Please, before you even react, Larry, tell us why it is Badue. Okay, so we know.
It is Badue because today, if you count the number of senators in the Senate, majority of them are actually from that side. Every state has 3 senators.
Damn.
How many states do we have in the north?
19.
How many states do we have in other places? Now, that's just one.
House of Reps. You can't say it like that, please.
Wait, let me talk.
We have 17 states in the south and 19 over there in the north.
Wait.
So they have more representation.
How about House of Reps? How many House of
They
Rep
have
members
more.
do
They
you have
have
for
Of course,
more.
Ghana?
we have more
They have
combined
more
together.
representatives
We
than
have
us.
more states than the
So,
we'll be back in the opposition like I will always days in here.
no, Larry, do you know why I would not necessarily agree with
I don't care.
where
So
you
far,
are
the
driving?
region is
They
developed.
should, if they rather than
Remigio.
talking, if they really want to help Nigeria, they should
Larry,
vote to scrap one of those
Larry.
House of Rep or Senate. A country in Africa did it. Let's vote to
that was
scrap one.
Senegal and Botswana.
Let's vote to scrap one. Let's have
Larry,
one.
Larry, let me contribute. Let me contribute. No, Remigio, Larry, look at it this way.
Yeah.
This National Assembly we are talking about, they were the one that did this biometrics thing they used for election that eliminated double voting. And the thing even sent some of them packing. Good point. They were still there, right? We think those people that are doing bad cannot do good. That thing, they've done good, and let us improve on that. On this parliamentary thing you are saying, we are not looking at the parliamentary system at its work. It simply means that from the parliament, those people that win that election will be the one that will form the government instead of bringing different people to become minister. Some of them in the parliament too that form government will be the minister. It simply means that at least more than half of the bureaucracy we have for now will be gone. So that means you have to be elected before you can even become the minister. Now, Larry, no, let Joe now, Jelandi now. Joe, I beg. Now, the thing I'm now saying is this. Even you are saying because they have more states in the north, don't let us make mistake. Benue State and Plateau State, don't see them as the corners. That used to be there, not now. So, and they will need 2/3 majority to pass anything.
Thank you.
That Benue State and Plateau State.
Wait now.
Right?
No, Larry, wait. They will need 2/3 majority of the states.
Thank you.
National
Even
State
if it's
Assembly and 2/3
under
majority of the federal. So the thing is,
Ola, please quickly. I just want to add it to what you are saying. If it's under parliamentary that we are in this last election, Tinubu will not form a government. He needs coalition. So he has to
it's okay.
The PDP or LP to form a government.
No, Remy, it's okay. Buhari will not have the type of rubbish power he had the other time.
Yeah.
Under the parliamentary system. I love it. Please, I know that Sultan of Sokoto suddenly found his voice. Dan Tata suddenly found his voice. Just leave them. When they are not in power, that's how they do. Let them please use that power to help us. I love it. To be honest. I don't care whether it is Tinubu that is there. I look beyond Tinubu.
Like, can you clarify, like, do you prefer that we just take out the Senate, keep the House, or we go parliamentary? I'm trying to understand.
For me, right, if they really want to help Nigeria, and they want to really help Nigeria, let's take out Senate. That's number one. Number two, this parliamentary system of government that we're saying, people were like, oh, we've tried it before. How many states, when we tried it, how many states do we have in Nigeria? Is it still the same thing? If they really want it to work, why can't us, okay, they should just let us kind of like match people together, right? Let's match people together. Let's have equal representation. Everybody have equal representation. Now, presently, we have 6 zones. Let each of the 6 zones have equal representation and let's have a government. So, parliamentary system, if you want parliamentary system, I'm not saying it's not good, but you can't use gradual parliamentary system for us. Equal representation is parliamentary system. Let everybody have equal representation. Let it not be skewed towards that one side.
They don't have that number, Larry. You are just being scared. They don't have a number.
I'm not being scared. I'm not being scared because I know what happens in the Senate. And I know that for even Akpabio, right, everything has always been, if you really want anything to be done in the Senate, you must always look for a way to pacify this block.
Okay, Larry, look at it this way. Every state sent 3 senators to the National Assembly, right?
Yeah.
How many times have you seen that called Northerners? You understand? Maybe when you say called Northerners too, you want to associate them with Muslim or Fulani, Fulani, whatever. How many of those people do you see from Benue State and Plateau State?
Okay, Do you know the problem of that Plateau and Benue today? Is because some people, and this actually, if you go back to the main genesis of the problem in Plateau State, when the Plateau State started having problem, do you know? Immediately they created Just Not. That is the genesis of the problem of Plateau State. And the same thing is happening in Benue. So it's always easy for us to say, oh, they are not, they are this.
No. You are not seeing my point.
Yeah.
Those people are facing existential threats. And they now have opportunity now to be in the parliament. And you really think they will support those people that want to run them out of their state with all they've seen, even if they've been denied all those things before we were born, but today they can no longer deny it again. The orientation has changed. So the point now is this: when we are looking at this queuing that we are talking about, is it really skilled? When you look at the North Central, it's not really skilled.
Bros, it's skilled. It's better in the Senate a little bit, but if you look at House of Rep, bros, if you look at House of Reps,
no, Larry, you have to ask for the modality, because the Senate we are talking about too can be the model of our parliamentary. It may just be okay, 3 representative from each state.
Yeah,
that can just be the size.
Yeah, that's what we are still saying.
Meanwhile, there will still be Senate. You know, the model I proposed the other time is that each geopolitical region, it can be the governor, we now form the Senate, so that anything you are seeing at the House of Commons, if they are not being properly, they will have to ratify. Because we have parliamentary system in Canada, those people we elected are the one in the House of Commons, but the Senate themselves are the appointed, and those are the people we even trust more than the politicians. So if those people show recovery, the Senate will be the one to call them to order. Honestly, I support.
Bros, what you are saying, you are actually saying what is supposed to be the normal thing. But I'm telling you that what these people are trying to do, right, it's another way around. They want to maintain the status quo. The only thing they are trying to do is to bring this, that's why I call it gradual. Because if we really want to do that normal thing, everybody needs to sit down.
But we've not even seen the bill. They've not even settled the bill.
Yeah, I'm telling you because I know where the thing is coming from. I'm telling you because I know where it is coming from.
You know, the same people, the same northern people, all of a sudden they started supporting state police, even though we know they already have state police in Ishba. Ishba is a form of state police. So when people are saying we don't want state police, they will be abusing. So what of Ishba? It's a state police, Sharia police. Bro. So when we are saying we should not have, it's just for you to deprive you in the south of forming that.
If they really want that country to be good, I think we all need to sit down and agree on what we want to do. We all need to sit down and agree on what we want to do.
Baba,
you see, to be honest, the first thing you ought to do is define what good is. That's the first thing. You know, and then once we've defined what good is, and then we can know which steps to take. Because everybody, you know, we just complain. Each person, we say this is what I want. That will solve my problem.
Everybody have their own goods.
Exactly. Yeah. So you know, just like now we say, once we create state police, my problem is over. Now we create state police. Is that really the end of Nigerian problem? You remember in the 90s they say once we get democracy, Nigerian problem is over. We got democracy now, we still have problem. So we have to define what the solution is before we start taking steps towards it, you know.
So Uncle Larry.
Yes, sir.
So the thing is, let's hear them out. You know, Yoruba will say, "Fúnra wọn ni ó máa fúnra wọn lóògùn jẹ." See,
Ola, can I interject for 1 second, please?
Let me just finish my proverb. You will interject.
Okay.
Now, from inside black pots, white pap they come out, right? Now the same Senate, now the same National Assembly brought us the best electoral system, even though people are using politics to rubbish it. We know that 2023 system has been the best in the history of that country, except those people that only see that thing from the political lens. Thank you, Remy.
Okay. So what I want to say is this: if we go back to the parliamentary system, which they are convinced that it's going to start in 2031, that means each region or each state we have. That means if you are going back to parliamentary, there's so many things you have to change in the constitution also. That means each region we have a premier. That is how it's been practiced before. That means we are going to have 6 premier from each 6 geopolitical zone. And once you have a premier, that means you control the resources of that place. 50% go to you first, and 20 or 25% go to the federal purse. And then they have to scrap either the Senate or the representative. But I prefer to scrap the representative so that each region will have equal number, although they have a little bit more of Senate than us. But if you look at the landmass and everything, nothing you can do about that. But at least the region will develop at their own pace. I also supported the state police in one sense. It will curb insecurity to some certain extent, because the police will have to go in. At least the police are from the same region from the same tribe that you are living together with. So let's have them, because first, we don't have enough policemen. Second, most of the government will be accountable. You said you want state police. And then the revenue allocation sharing formula have to change. For now, they have to change it. Maybe they have to cover out maybe 5% more for the state. Maybe they say we have more than the federal. So I don't know why the federal also have more than the state. I don't understand. So with this thing, people will now know that my governor is performing or not. And people will have the right to vote their governor out easily. Because if your state is not tackling insecurity, people will know that don't touch your state. Oh, they are den of armed robbers. They are den of kidnappers. You can go and invest in Oshun or go to Ekiti or wherever. So the beauty of it, the advantage of it far outweighs the disadvantages. So, and when the president said, go and work among yourself with the National Assembly, the state and the rest, go and find a stable modalities to set up the state police, I think it's the right step in the right direction. So I totally support, and I don't think we should exercise fear. This is not 1940s or 1960s. This is year 2024. Nobody can lord the idea over others in Nigeria. If we go that way, so Larry, I don't want to exercise any fear. It's not like before that they come behind and they do. No. It's not done that way. And I want to also assure you that the people in the North Central, they don't totally classify themselves as people like Kanuri or Igbo, or Hausa like that. They have their own, what do you call it? Their own, the way they behave, the way they think, they're totally different. So the state police is part of restructuring. And if we go that way, then every state we have to create more state prison funded by the state. I think, and more people will be put into work over the associated work that will go along with state police. I'm not talking about the real policemen. You have to recruit secretaries. You have to recruit clerks. You have to recruit so many people, drivers, so many people you have to recruit. It's another way of creating employment. So that this will not just, so at the state, anybody that want to be a governor in a state will not think twice. I'm going to this. This is my responsibility. How am I going to make money to pay all these people? Not now that, okay, I just be a governor and I wait on after I'm 25 or 28, I get money from the federal government. So
No. Remy, you see people's fear about that state police. I understand.
Yeah, I also understand.
Our last man men harassing people in Lagos today. Yes, we know. We know that they will stay beyond their boundary. But the most important thing for me is for me to even be alive to start arguing that. If I cannot go to my farm just because some people want to buy me and occupy my land, you understand? Go to Southern Kaduna now, at the indigene there like that. When they displace people, some people move in there and they rename all those community. The same thing happened in Borno. So
I have a question now.
Ola,
people...
look at Kano State, for example. Sorry, Mike. Look at Kano State, for example. They have ISBA. Do you know that the insecurity in Kano State is all-time low? Although they use a kind of Sharia or whatever, but the people behave themselves. They know that these are the people that are committing crime, and they pick them up. And then
means I will be northern. Then if I go to Kano, I know they ask for beer now.
So you behave yourself now immediately.
You know. So,
and it's one of the most secure states in Nigeria today. Kano State with 44 44 local
May
government.
may I hear may I hear Mike? May I hear Mike?
No, okay. Anyway, what I was trying to say is this places you say people have occupied. So and they've named it, they've taken the land, they are building their own house, right? And they claimed it. So that means we know where they are.
Of course, yes. We know where they are. Yeah, we know where they are.
So they've set up their community there. They've built their house. They've kicked the owner of the land out, right? And they are living there.
Yeah, that's what some people that call themselves a security experts said on our Rise TV and
So
Channel
what's
TV.
the name of the new community that they are living now, that they established for themselves? Is he a new country?
Honestly, I don't know. But that's what, I heard this thing on Channel TV and Rise TV. And, that even there was a time until Jonathan even decimated them and Buhari followed up. Even some of these Boko Haram people, they were even hosting their flag everywhere.
No, I know that one, though. But in Nigeria, we went to bombard them and kick, that one. I understand that one. Exactly. But we are talking about this one, this bandit one. Because
no, not bandit. So Boko Haram, it started from Boko Haram.
No. We are the Boko Haram era. We know that one. We are talking about now. You're saying some people come and keep people away from their land now. In these places in like Kaduna, you're referring to Kaduna, that they've come, they've chased the owner of the land out, they've occupied it, and they've taken the land. They are living there now.
Yeah.
You believe that?
At least for someone to come to the national TV and say that one publicly.
And you believe that?
I have to have a counterfeit now. Mike, it's just like if I don't know you, for example.
Now I'm going by what you present here today.
No. Look at this one. No. Let's just take this one. This is funny, actually. Let's take this one in different context. If Mike went to Channels TV, you roll out your profile. I don't know you. It is normal for me on that because you've already put yourself in tight corner by speaking publicly. It's either you have something to defend yourself or you are sued for saying the wrong thing. But for you to be able to come out, look at me now speaking here, I'm not putting my face now, right? Because I know there are some kind of thing I don't want to face. So it's easier for me to hide and free my mind to talk. But if I can show my face somewhere in Nigeria to speak, well, I have to believe until proven otherwise. But that one we are talking of yesterday was another thing entirely, to be honest.
No, I'm not talking about what you just said today is what I'm tackling. Like, there's some things we say that, I mean, even though we say we hear from somewhere, even if Nigerian president is telling me today, it won't make sense to me that people we are looking for, they've actually established a neighborhood for themselves. They are living there, they build a house there with their kids and children, so we know where they are.
Yeah, some people even did the YouTube video on this thing, though. Some people did YouTube.
Come on, it's not true. It's not true.
See. No, some people did YouTube. No, let me tell you one thing.
It's not true. Let's stop promoting all this. I just make my stomach turn. Like Nigeria, we've got used to just we've turned a bunch of lies to truth. Because like they say, when you read lie over and over and over, it becomes true, no matter how ridiculous that lie is. If you begin to tell everybody that the sky is green, even though we can see that it's blue, if you continue to say over and over and over, somehow the brain will just begin to accept that the sky is green, even though we can see that it's blue. That's why we have come in Nigeria. There's so many things we say to ourselves now that we all know, like keeping our. If we just think for a second, we know it's a lie, it's rubbish. But we just believe it's true. Wherever there's bandits right now, Nigerian army will send drone there to bomb them. So you're telling me that they've actually kicked someone out of neighborhood and taken over the neighborhood and set up. Come on now.
Let me say something.
It's not true. Let's just move on.
You don't have to believe me. And I believe that everyone here probably has a classmate, a classmate, or a friend that is in the military. If you had interacted with one of them before, they are likely to tell you some things. So dude, I won't talk about that.
It's not different between me and you and many Nigerians. My reality is not based on what somebody tell me. It's just not. When we have conversation here, things that I learn from guys, like some people come here and present information I don't know, that is new to me. And I'm like, wow, what I do after that, if I go and do more digging and go and research, I just don't go by what I hear. Or because somebody that was in the clinic, even when there was the governor that was talking one time, and I'm like, This guy saying does not make
but
sense.
where will you do that research? Why will you
No,
do
no.
that?
What I'm saying is, first of all, I use my own sense to even reason what they are saying first. And if it doesn't make too much sense, some things are not just mathematically possible. You understand? And some people will say it. They'll just say it just to say it, just to give you an answer. But what I'm trying to tell you is that at least if we are saying things that make a lot of sense, I mean, you can give it a benefit of the doubt. But there are a lot of things that we hear that just don't make sense.
Okay.
And we just accept it because he said, you know.
I will do some search now, and if I get some documents,
Just like when they say when they say Buhari was a clone. Do you know how many people believe that shit?
But no, see,
I mean,
Mike,
like, I literally, it just literally doesn't make sense. But some people believe it just
Mike,
because the person that's telling them is somebody they
no,
like. That's just how Nigerians think.
That's another level. It's just like when they say
No, it's not far from many of the things we hear that we believe, man.
I know.
A lot of things we just consider Nigerians today don't make sense, and these things become truth.
But it's like you are saying you don't believe that our soldiers were being killed, right?
When did I say I don't believe our soldiers are being killed? Now you want to put what in my hand?
No, I'm just making an example now. So, I know. Okay, say look at the aircraft that were down in Nigeria that people were saying.
No, you are creating a new conversation. You have to create a new argument as if it's something I'm arguing against. You know, and I'm stick to the main point you said. I'm like, okay, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. No, there were so many people that called themselves security experts that they brought online. Even some of them former military officers that even talk about how they were doing this thing. And even when the like of Danjuma, like I keep saying, a like of Danjuma, people may say it's like, but the question is this: what will the former chief of army staff? What will it benefit from coming out? It's just like say Obasanjo is saying things like this is happening, and we are saying we don't want to take Obasanjo seriously. That's my point, because we've got to believe.
Now let me tell you this. If listen, let's say chief of army staff for some reason come in front of me right now and tell me that bandits have taken over one village, right? They've kicked the people out of there, and the bandits are living there. You know what I would do? I would slap that chief of army staff like, what are you doing here right now? Shouldn't you be there? So now you know where the bandits are living now. Shouldn't you be there right now, rounding in the village and arresting all the bandits since you know where they are? I will not say, oh, really? So they've taken over that village and they're there right now. Wow. And then I'll come to one man show like, bandits have taken over village. That's stupid. It doesn't make sense. So you are coming to tell me you know where they are. And you are coming on, it doesn't. So I know the chief of army will never do that. But Nigerians will tell you that chief of army came on TV to say.
Can I ask you something? What even makes it worse to what you just said is wanting to know where they are. But members of the media, we even interview them where they live. They will go there, sit down with them, interview them.
Nigerian media.
No. You remember when Gumi was going to this bandit to go sit down with them, hang out with like terrorist groups, and you say, "Oh, I met with them. You should do ABC and deal with them." But your military will say that we don't know where they are. We can't do anything about it. So why do you think that is? Is what I don't understand. Is it like some kind of regional ethnic issue, or what is the problem?
That Gumi one, they need to arrest that guy for one.
The guy
have you heard Gumi talk recently?
What did he say? He's been quiet lately.
He won't talk now, but Buhari's no longer.
But Larry, I'm saying that if Gumi knows where these people are, hangs out with them, is meeting. Why? So why is your military not taking action when they know where they are? Like,
Babati.
Yeah.
When Gumi knew where they were, right? Mm-hmm. The army hierarchy knew them.
Okay.
So that was why Gumi was able to do all those things he did. But now,
so they sent him to go meet them. Is that what you're saying?
Everybody, even some of the northern governors, they know them. But things have actually changed now. That's why you are not seeing Gumi shouting. Because if Gumi does any rubbish now, I'm telling you, they will go all out for him. And that's why, for me, right, in terms of everything happening, in terms of the security issue, I see it as more of sabotage. Because if you look at the trajectory, if you look at how this military guy has actually been working, they've been working massively. This is now the point where you are now seeing the collaboration between Air Force and Army.
But Larry, sabotage by who? Like some local or some kind of foreign? Who is sabotaging? What is really going on in your opinion?
So in my opinion, right, sabotage within the political class. Number one, if you look at the military leadership, are they really totally supported and accepted across board?
In what sense?
In what sense? Okay.
Yeah.
Look at the military leadership we had before these guys. This is kind of like probably, after a very long time where we are having military leadership spread across the country. Even the chief of defense staff that came from the north, you see people coming all out against him. Why?
Who's
Because
coming? Who's people? Who's the people?
core northerners.
Core Northern. Who are the core Northerners? Give us an example of them. Give us their names.
Number one, okay, let me start from Kaduna that he came from itself. This man is from Southern Kaduna.
Who's from Southern Kaduna?
Chief of defense staff.
The current one or the past?
The current one.
Okay, he just came in. Okay.
So it's from Kaduna. I can even see the opposition coming from Kaduna itself.
Opposition of what?
Opposition.
Opposing him because it's a not.
He is opposition. Hold on. We are trying to make clear. You say opposition. It could be opposition of the government. I want to know which opposition.
Opposition from the core. You see, the core
chief of staff. The current chief of staff now is Lagbaja.
No, I'm saying chief of defense staff. I'm saying Musa. I'm not saying Lagbaja. Lagbaja is chief of army staff. There's a chief of defense staff and there's a chief of army staff. They are two different people.
Okay, so chief of defense and Musa is from Southern Kaduna.
Yes.
And then his opposition, people that don't like him, right, are from Northern Kaduna. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. They
came now. They are now against him, stopping him from what?
You see, when you see this particular part of the country coming out, like even if you want to give us someone in the north, right? Why are you giving us a Christian? Why are you giving us a minority? And that's not, if you look at doing the whole security architecture before these guys, it's well concentrated towards one aspect. And if you look at what these guys have been doing recently, particularly the Air Force, they've been working. They've been working. I know there are mistakes here and there, but I can tell you that they've been working. So for me, I know those guys, I know Lagbaja is trying his best, he's always everywhere, but I see more of sabotage within. Look at what happened in Plateau State. That the people are kind of like accusing the military. So if I were Tinubu, right, I just need to call those guys and tell them, I give you the full support. Resolve this issue. And it's not like our military cannot resolve this issue. In most cases, you've always seen, look at during those periods when, is it E.A. Jerika or which other guy that was kind of like fighting those guys, and they were more like, yeah, it's intentionally bombing the northerners and stuff like that. Look at this other guy that actually died in a plane crash. Did anybody remember his name? One chief of army staff that we had that died in a plane crash.
Yeah, we know the guy you are talking about, but we can't remember his name. He's also a good guy. You are right.
Yes, that guy is another good guy. So I think the major thing now, right, it's for Tinubu to come all out, support these guys. They can do it. It's not like they can't do it. All these Gumi and the likes of them, right? For me, Tinubu should number one change this DSS guy, bring someone else. If you need to change him, change
I
him.
think the president have done something good about that plateau. They have already started to establish a military base in the heart of that theater. They are going to establish a military base. I hope they can finish as quickly as possible because there is a communal clash among those people, and there's so many things involved, so many things in play. They say there's a lot of natural resources there. They are fighting over it, so many things. So he has approved military base to be there, and let's see how it works. And so many troubles, so many.
You know, maybe I'm glad you mentioned communal clash and also minerals, all these things. You know, when people say, we just trust the military, let the military go do it. If I'm Tinubu, I'll tell the military, go and get it done. No, what we need to do is first just get a full understanding of that space, the country, like just proper understanding of the space, proper understanding of the environment, the regions, the psychology of the people, the psychology of the military, psychology of everyone, and the process how we do things. We need to get all these things in proper perspective, and where we from there, once we get a full understanding, now we can start thinking of what steps to take to fix what, and address what and what. If we Until we start to do that, we just gonna be confused, just be talking what we were talking, like, okay, is this, and just be saying what things that just won't make sense, like, oh, is it Fulani, is it not, is this, is that, is the Kiniko. That's just the problem in Nigeria. We don't What Tinubu needs to do is just get a bunch of thinkers to come
I
and,
think what he
you
has
understand,
done is
instead of telling the soldier, the soldiers are not thinkers. Soldiers only know how to do their job, go and shoot up something, go and fight. They are not they are not thinkers. What Tinubu needs to do is get some people, some scholars, some highly intelligent people, some philosophers, psychologists, or people that know how to think, and say, come and help me study this country.
Are you talking
Study,
about Nigerian university professors
but
that they are just
not necessarily professor. No, not professor. Just thinkers. Thinkers doesn't mean Nigerian Kinikon professor, Kinikon. They are thinkers all over the world, anywhere, even in Nigeria. People are not, just bring them like.
You are right, but are they willing to come home to help? That's another thing.
No, the problem is this. If you hold on, if Tinubu today say, I'm looking for people that know how to think, they know how to reason, and I'm offering to money to give them a contract to come and do some thinking for me. I will be the first to sign up. Like, hey, Mr. President, I think I have some ideas of some issues there. People will come. If you put money on the table, people will come. It's a matter of contract. The way government, American government, I don't know if anybody ever work with government agencies. They will say we are contracting a bid for someone that know a psychologist or sociologist or clinical, and people that know they are expert in that area, they will start putting in bid for that contract. You understand? You contract things now. You understand what I'm saying? So and let me give you examples. Oh, go ahead.
Didn't Good Luck try to contact people from SA to come and fight, and that thing was cancelled?
No, not fight, to think.
Or like intelligence.
No. To just come and figure out, to just come and study Nigeria. Study Nigeria.
You know, in America, they will call they will go to those universities, the best minds. They would recruit them and come on.
No. What I'm saying is this. BT, what I'm trying to say is this. We need some people to come and study Nigeria and understand Nigeria. Right?
You can't find them in academia in Nigeria.
Yeah, you can find them in Nigeria anywhere. Thinkers are everywhere. We have everywhere. Some people we are everywhere.
But you know, on one hand they put advert out there for them to come. On the other hand, they also scout the best of the best. You can say we know.
It's very obvious that we don't have people that are actually studying Nigeria, because just from the way the politicians respond to what's going on.
They
right?
do, but
do you know that they are not? No one is thinking, and the politician, no one is thinking. Robert, give me an example now. Give me a second. Let me give you what I'm saying now. Whenever a politician wants to speak on the floor after an attack, he will just be crying and say, "The military needs to solve it." whenever a president comes down, he will say, I will fire the chief of army staff and promote the other one to go and solve it. So it's very obvious to me, and it's very obvious that they are not taking that step of understanding the picture, the whole picture, general picture of the country. They are not doing that, because that's the first step to solving your problem. You have to first understand the problem, understand the country, understand the terrain, understand the culture, the tribe, every facet, every community, understand what is the historic issue there, the psychology of the people there, the just the situation, just very full understanding, and then from there, when something happens, you can know you can have an idea of why it's happening.
Let me tell you, Mike, why I know we have the minds. Because, like I told you, I've lived in El Paso close to 3 years. I think I said it before.
No, we don't have minds. There's no question about that.
No. Let me tell you what I'm saying. When Nigerian intelligence forces come for training in El Paso, they are always leading the class, the best course. So the minds that in Nigeria, they are in our internet guide, they are there. What happens is your politicians don't seek out the advice. Or even when they are giving the advice, they don't take the advice from those people that are experts in Nigeria in all fields. Trust me, in academia, they have the best. They have good people that can tell you the truth, but nobody listens to them.
They are not using them, and that's what I'm saying. That's the first step. You have to take those people, tell them like, hey guys, the first thing we need to do is first study the psychology of the country.
They are there. Is my point. They are there in Nigeria. They are there.
They are there. I know that they are there now. I'm not even saying it was Rami that was thinking we don't have them, and I'm saying, well, I'm gonna find it in the case where if you don't.
I'm talking about those in the diaspora. I'm not talking about.
I think intelligent people are people that know how to think are everywhere. We have them in Nigeria in abundance. We just don't value them. We don't value intelligence. All we value in Nigeria is class. Who are you? You're son of who? That's what we care about. And then we say someone with degree or something.
70% of the Nigerian professors, they are looking after the skirt every time. So many terrible stories you will hear. Your professor will be just to sleep with the ladies. I don't get it. Even some of them collect research money. What research have they done over the years? Ask them. Nothing. Some of them will go on sabbatical to go and lecture in foreign land. They will collecting salary in Nigeria, collecting salary. It's just to gain the system. They are not thinking about what is my name? What am I going to be doing? What is my research work? They are not thinking that way. Most of them sometimes go and join politics and want to become governor, senator, and the rest. They're not really interested in doing any research work. They are lazy bunch of professors, lecturers. I'm so sorry to say that.
But when it comes to, I'm saying that when it comes to some, okay, I won't say for all, but when it comes to like agriculture, healthcare, military intelligence, I know for a fact, it will be at them still. I know for a fact
that one, I totally agree with you, because to become a medical doctor in Nigeria is not a child's play. It's a lot of work.
I see them. I've worked, when I used to work with these guys without borders. They are amazing work.
Hey, Babati, let me give you one finding. One finding that I did, right? You know this guy, this former chief of army staff, Buratai.
Mm-hmm.
This guy literally, I can say this guy created terrorism in Nigeria. Okay, let me tell you what I found out about him when I was doing research with him. During the fight with Boko Haram in Zambia, right? This guy would take an entire battalion of Nigerian soldiers and take them to go there and fight and not come back. Meaning, without victory, they should not come back. Almost like a suicide mission, right? So you have an entire battalion of Nigerian soldiers will go and they'll be wiped out. And then we send new ones, go there. His order is you must fight and not run. You must fight to death, kind of like fight to death. Now, what was happening was that when those soldiers get to the front, sometimes they will find out that the Boko Haram guys are carrying heavier weapons than them, are way more heavily more equipped than them, right? And when soldiers, as a human, you find out that who you are facing is more equipped than you. What you do normally is retreat, right? Yes. But then you have a useless general telling you that you must not come back unless you face court martial and be sentenced to death. Because we saw Nigerian soldiers that were sentenced to death for claiming that they ran from Boko Haram. It was the Femi Falana that went to save their life. And those soldiers were saying, would they have the weapon to fight those guys? Hold on. I'm going somewhere. Who's that?
Let it come.
Just shaitan, Mumbo. Now I'm going somewhere. Now what I'm saying is this. Now you have situation where some of those soldiers, right, in the front now are now saying, okay, since I don't want to fight, let me just quit the military. And they walk away with the weapon. Now, how many of them have done that? I don't know. Now, how do we know that a lot of these guys that left that military, that walked away with the weapons, didn't become these bandits that we are talking about? How do we know? Because I've literally seen video of Nigerian soldiers in the front line. I was one video like that. I was trending on the internet one time. Where a group of soldiers, about like almost like a battalion of them, walking away saying, the military needs to give us weapon, man. We are not fighting these guys. They are carrying weapon 3 times stronger than our own. We are going home. And they all marching home, walking away from the battlefront with their weapons. Obviously, they're not going back to the military base. They are walking away. And we all know in Nigeria, they say, I mean, those people, they may not track where their whereabouts. They may just go and settle in one village somewhere. And these guys have weapon in their hand. They know how to use it. They can start using it to make money. And what would that way of making money be? Kidnapping people, collecting ransom. So that's one area we're not even looking.
And Mike, it's also become a business. The generals don't want this problem resolved because look at what they're getting in allocation every year.
Yeah, but all this area we are looking is not really, it's not critical area we should be looking. You can't say someone don't want problem resolved, but what the problem going go is what we need to figure out. We know whether they want to resolve it or not. At least let's understand the problem first. And then we can
because you talk about sabotage. You said about Lai was talking about sabotage earlier. I'm like, even within the military, they are sabotaging themselves just to keep the money flowing.
Yeah, we know that, we can say that, but at least all these, those are not the conversations we should be having. Like, it's not just suspicions, mere suspicions. But what we need to understand is the problem. Where is the problem coming from? And once we understand the root of the problem, then we can begin to know who's not doing the job, because we know what the problem is. We know the facts of the problem. Let's say the problem is that there was some. Let's say what this bandit is coming from is where this theory I just gave, that okay, maybe it's these soldiers that walked away and they are now out there. Now the solution will be, let's go and put their record. All the people that have joined the military in the past that have walked away without being discharged, where's their whereabouts? Now we can put faces to who we're looking for. We can start from there. We can. Those are the things we need to tackle. And also, the Nigerian military, when you're recruiting people in the military, what's the plan of when you discharge them from the military? Do you have plans for them after that? Do they just become civilians? And after you train them to become killers, to become these kind of people that know how to use weapons, people that know map, they know map of, because to be honest, I mean, these bandits must know map for them to be able to be successfully carrying what they are doing. And one thing learning in the military is map. The map of the terrain of the society.
Mike, can I just ask you one question?
Yeah.
Why is Bono now safer compared to what it used to be?
See, let me tell you something, right? You guys should pay attention to something. This is the reason why I'm picking these soldiers, ex-soldiers. There's the reason why I'm suspecting. Now, one thing about military is, one thing you learn in the military, first thing is you learn mapping, right? Now, the area where they concentrate on teaching you a lot as far as terrain and things like that, usually area closer to the base, the central, the headquarters, right? Like, let's say you join Nigeria Army now, you are learning mapping, the map of Nigeria, the area, the terrain, everything, where you do most of your training, where you do a lot. It's usually like in that headquarter area, center of the country, middle of the country, right? So why is it that most of this banditry kidnapping that's been going on, where these bandits know their way around, they know the map of the area, the terrain very well, is the middle of Nigeria? Do you notice that most of this, yeah? If you notice that most of this banditry that's happening in Nigeria is happening more in the center of the country.
So I want to really get your thoughts. That's why.
Please, can I share my own opinion about what Mike is saying?
Okay, yeah. Let me just ask this question, and you can come. Because there was Boko Haram, right? And all of a sudden, Borno State became safer You hardly hear Boko Haram kill the whole local government in Borno because unlike what we used to hear. So what happened? What changed? Do you know that?
You tell us.
You know what I mean?
That's
To
why.
me, I think first and foremost, they have an active governor. To be frank,
That is just what I want to pick out.
that
A
governor is
governor that is ready to end insecurity. There have been several instances where these guys have actually challenged this governor, and he basically stood his ground. And that is one of the key things. This governor was more, he told them, he said he was going to get the IDP guys back, he was going to get everything back. The military was supposed to do their job, and he was going to ensure that they do their job. And ever since Tinubu came, like we used to hear, oh, they sacked the whole local government, they did this, they did that. You've not heard anything.
not at all. Because the guy is really trying. To be frank, when I look at a governor like that, I just say they swear for our governor in Ogun State. This is a war-torn area, and that guy is turning things over. I just checked Borno the other day on YouTube. New project, school bus, paying money, settling people down, building houses for them, doing a lot of stuff. Is it not a governor in Nigeria? So why don't you can never hear this man talk about the presidency, the Buhari or this is now this guy is doing his work very well. If they now promote this guy to be president in 2020 after Tinubu, people will now be talking blah blah blah. So I don't get it. A state like Ogun State that have enough resources, a very horrible land with a lot of technocrats, and proximity to Lagos, I don't get it. So when you look at some governors, and I don't think Borno is getting the same allocation like Ogun State. So many questions you ask yourself: what are they doing? What is hindering them? And our people continue to blame the leader at the top. Hold that governor responsible. He is the one you should hold responsible. Wow, there's a lot of problems every time.
Unfortunately, Ogun State, rather than our fine man governor to focus on the right thing.
Don't bring my blood pressure up tonight. You know, don't bring it that boy. That's how I feel it. In fact, I yelling at this.
So, sorry.
Even
I want
governor
to
of the newly won is performing very much more better than him.
I want to leave our
Are you in Ekiti? Are you in Ekiti? Why are you speaking for Ekiti people?
Well, that Ekiti governor is trying, to be frank.
How? How?
There are some things I can't remember truthfully. But
You have to remember this time around. You have to remember. Because God will come here and be telling us what we know.
Hold on now.
Yes, you can't just come here and be telling us what you don't know. You have to be remember.
I think it did something about the security situation.
Because two Muraki was gone down, and the students were kidnapped.
I know.
So that now brought them out to come and start acting. Does that make them?
I think it's about energy.
What are they waiting for before that happens?
I think it's about the electricity or energy or something like that. Maybe they sign a memorandum, or maybe the state is about to.
Before you said anybody tried, you have to know your facts. Don't just come and throw anybody out. This is the mistake we are making with all these politicians.
Calm down. If you don't like the face of the man, it's no while.
I like everybody. Let me tell you.
What I'm trying to tell you.
Let me even tell you.
Let me say this, and then you can say whether I'm lying or I don't know what I'm saying.
Let me tell you. Rational mind or
not rational mind though.
Yes. Let me tell you something. I was on the radio yesterday, 2 or 3 weeks ago, and this same question asked the interviewer actually asked me how should I rate the present governor in Ekiti State, and I told them it's too early for me to rate anybody. At least I can't. There is one initial gara in government that we all know. So if anybody just come into government and do initial gara, I didn't see them yet until they finish their job.
Okay.
And now we are the way people are actually shouting about this guy before, the tension is coming down now. That these people they're just playing with us. They're not ready. So let Mike about.
Oh, unfortunately, we lost them. I think the only problem they're having in that Ekiti that is an insecurity problem because of the forest and proximity to maybe Edo and Ondo states.
Mr.
I
Remy,
think that
none
people
of
are
them,
coming.
Mr. Remy, none of those Southwest governors. I can't pinpoint any of them that is working.
Yeah, you're right. It's quite unfortunate. It's quite unfortunate because when you look at that governor of Borno, doing all his best, trying.
He's giving them life. They know nothing about life.
God.
The predecessor will just come in and they will pick one of them. They will initiate them to their system. Before you know, they know all the terrain, and they have created more than any, even the digging of a state. They will know the road, the bush more than you. This is not about military personnel.
And I also think all those insecurity and killings in Ekiti and Ondo, it's not only about people coming from outside. There must be some people inside that state also working with them.
Let me tell you what happened. There are some bushes in Ekiti that have been abandoned. No, initially, before when we were young, there is still forest guard.
Farm settlement now.
There is this system that we call forest guard. Then, where are they now? What are they doing now?
So that is what Tinubu was telling them today, that he's ready to give them the approval to equip militarily guns and everything to their forest guard because they are under the
forest guard already have the right to carry arms, I believe.
No, they are giving them approval.
They have it from the onset. They have it from the onset.
They already have power to do that. So,
but let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Remy, let me ask you a question. If you are a military man today, and you are being given a AK-47 rifle to go and fight an insurgency, that you know it can terminate your life, you can lose your life for it, and you have children, you have your wife in place, and you have a friend that did the same thing last 3 months that was killed, and after 3 months his family was forgotten, his wife was nowhere to be found, and he's seen those experiences, and you are now calling another person again to go and fight for his country, and he know the repercussion if anything should happen to him. He know what is going to happen to his family. How would you do?
What you just narrate here is just a case out of many. So I can, if this.
And these are the problem.
Let me respond to you. If this is my profession, and I know that the gun I'm going to carry is not good enough to go and fight the insurgency, why don't I go to my superior that said this gun is not the right gun? Why don't
you have no right to even challenge your superior?
Remy,
I'm not challenging. I'm saying I don't think they.
Remy, wait now. We've seen the military people doing YouTube video.
Yes, I know you are right.
How they were not well equipped. So you see, there are some things we know about Nigeria that even if you lie from now to tomorrow, go complain to your boss. If your boss has that thing, should be like that time he go give you, but your boss is not even having it. That's the problem. So because the boss of your boss has embezzled.
Remy, we are not even talking about the gun now. We are talking about their welfare, their family.
So many things, so many stuff that I think at the end of the day, I'll be frank with you fully this morning. We are in the morning here. The old system has collapsed.
So what do we do?
We have to. It's like we are starting afresh again. No choice.
Which people?
We are starting.
Let me tell you, Remy. What we don't understand is this. Remy, what we don't understand is this: people that destroy our past cannot guarantee the future. So if you are still have this,
I don't want to. Please, I beg you in the name of God, don't let us go.
Okay.
Don't let us go, because let me be frank with you. Anybody that finds himself in position of power, whether young or old, you never can tell. It is when that person gets that power that you really know the kind of person he is.
I beg to disagree with you. I beg to disagree with you. Let me tell you what our problem is.
Now,
Let me
Tinubu
tell you what our problem is.
he
Let me
has
tell you
a
what
lot
our problem
of
is.
young people.
Let's forget about leaders. About
I
our
hope we
leaders.
are not going
So
back to
that's where you
Sowore.
are going, and I don't want
No,
you
no,
to
no, no,
take
no, 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 no. We're not going that. We're not going that route at all. We're not going that route at all. In a system where the best brain were being neglected, and the system is using the evil one in the system, like a police officer now. If you're a police officer and you are doing fine, you cannot collect bribe, you are decent, police will not promote you. They will only promote the thug among them who know how to do what's it called? To do the what's it called?
Help our guy make money.
Yes, to help Oga to do all this dirty job for them. They were the one that will be getting promotion. And the good guys in the police will not get promotion. In that kind of environment, what do you think it will happen? People will be joining the line of being a bad guy. The good one will be reducing the number. And any system that is producing that kind of environment, there is no way you can get a result.
So, in
There is
short,
no
what
way.
you are trying to tell us that we should wipe away the present set of whether police leader, political leader, we should just wipe them away.
What I'm telling you, we need to, you know what? In every country that works, the citizens, they try to buckle up themselves to know exactly what they want. Yes, to know exactly what they want and build a structure in place. And the structure cannot be in place when you are still allow the criminal to be the one choosing this to choose another structure for you.
Who are the criminals?
Okay, let me in case you don't know, our space starting from the councillor of the councillor, our space is not even allowing the good one in our community, local community.
The question is, who are the criminals? Is it the councillor to the governor?
I'm just telling you the damage that our country already have. The damage that we already have.
You know what? I will tell you something. I've lived in 3 continents already, and I've seen whether you are black, yellow, green, or white, there is corruption. The level of corruption might be different. Ask those people that live in Canada, America, they will tell you the same thing. So the level of corruption might be different. What you are wishing for your country is that you classify some people as criminal. If I ask you now, are you a criminal? You say, no, you are not. You are clean. But you perceive some people as criminals, probably because they don't believe in your ideology or they don't believe in whatever.
Until we start, you know what, Remy?
Okay, can I ask you a question? Are you a criminal? At least you fall
I'm
under
not.
the of 30.
I actually know that I'm not. I'm actually know that I'm not.
But who do you not classify as criminal?
Okay, I will not. You know what? The problem we have here is this: we defend what is not defendable most times.
So that's the point.
We were telling. Wait, Remy, please calm down. We were telling you that. Wait now. Let's assume that we have a democracy in place.
Let's ask Remy a question. How would you describe Emefiele?
So,
how would you describe it?
Of course, what Emefiele have done is
no. Do you describe? Would you describe him as a criminal?
No, the question I asked, that is not the tenant. We are using a
no, we are asking you a question.
No,
would you describe him as a criminal?
I will answer before I answer your question.
Baba
let me respond
let me school Remy this morning. I want to school Remy myself this morning.
No, I don't have to come to the school because I will soon go to work. Let me tell you something. You are generalizing. You are generalizing.
And I'm telling you, our procedure for any position is becoming. Let me tell you something.
I asked you a question. You said you are not a criminal, right? And
yes,
as I see you from the way you are talking, you also have experience of life. For you to have experience of life, you cannot fall between the age of 20 to 25. Probably from 25 to around 40 years old. You should be in that range.
I'm early 40 already.
So, and then you said you are not a criminal. Some of your mates, and you said some of your mates might be councillor, some of them might be represented House of Assembly members, and some of them might be, who knows, maybe you know a senator or you know a governor. So if you classify these people, because they were the one ruling us today, and when I talk about your governor in Ekiti State, you said it's not, you stay a short time. So you have some set of people. You yourself, you have you have generalized them as criminals. And those
Okay.
ones that, if I ask you a question now, do you think Sowore is a criminal? You said no, because you believe in me. But if I ask you, do you think Tinubu is a criminal? You might probably say yes. So your ideology, come on.
No. Do you know where we are getting? You say you don't have time. I will have say some things. I will have tried to brought you up. Now,
earlier,
the question should be who are the people on that space of leadership? Who are the people on that space of leadership in Nigeria? What is their history? They are Nigerians. What are their histories? Okay, where are they coming?
Are you talking about
Yes.
Fashola does not have a good history, or are you talking about Tinubu who happened to be working?
Please, can you just allow me to talk? Can you just allow me to talk? Okay, like we want to have a councillor in my street now. I'm starting as an example. We want to have a councillor, but in that community, we know a guy who we know very well, and we also have another guy that we know very well that is not capable of governing our community. But the one that has the that has the good character does not know the Godfather to make him a candidate.
This is just your personal.
I'm just telling you. And now they use the power of They use the power of Godfatherism. They use the power of Godfatherism to elect that idiot. I'm telling you, all these are the problem we have, but you guys will not listen. These are the source of our problem.
You know what I don't like about you Nigerians?
No,
So
let
why-
us answer
you-
Remy.
you
Remy.
think-
So the people that have run Nigeria and destroy every fabric of that society to where we are today, as a nation, a beggars nation. How would you describe them? People that have
Thank you very
mismanaged
much. This
the
is a very
resources
good
of the
question.
country.
First, I will respond to you that those people are your brothers and my brothers. Or my
Oh, forget
sisters.
about what is
No,
brother.
I am telling you,
people
I
that have
cannot
mismanaged the resources of
generalize.
people
and I
that
cannot-
embezzle, people that
Can you let
embezzle
me
the public
respond?
money.
They are all
Nigerians. How
Let
would
me
you describe them?
Let me respond to you. People that embezzle our money, they are not good Nigerians, and they need to be punished. But those one of them that have
So
worked
how would you
wonderfully well
describe
for that-
them? Those that have embezzled them, how would you
Here now
describe
you are not talking. Now you are not generalizing like
Mhm.
falling. You have already put an adjective to it. Those that are
Mhm.
embezzled. So that ones, they are not good Nigerians, and they need to be punished accordingly. And those ones, I can classify them after court that they are criminals.
And those are the people on our space today. Those are the people on our space today.
You cannot say they are in the space today.
They are the one. They are the one. You are just running away from the facts.
Okay, it's the same rhetoric. So if you are not, so who are the ones? Because they are the ruling party, or they are.
They were the one. You want to have your governorship election? They use power over you. They use money they've stole already to bring their own puppets, to bring their own person there. And what do you expect? These people are the one in charge. Go to your palaces. Your palaces want to have a chieftaincy. They use the same set of people.
Ask Babanjale Koko a very good question. He has been living in America for decades. Is it easy, also in America, if you want to join Democratic Party or the Republican, just to find yourself, they'll just pick you like that because you have the best conscience. You go through the primary.
It's very easy.
If you are
It's
going to
very
politics,
easy.
you go
It
through
is
the
very
primary.
What did Obama did to become American president?
Do you
It is
think
very
Obama
easy.
does not have financial support? Do you
It
think they
is
don't have
very
good
easy.
employees?
It is very easy. Look,
It's
Where
also
did it
easy
start
in
from?
Nigeria.
hold on,
You know, if that
hold
money
on.
goes to it and everything.
It
you
is
want
very
to prove
easy.
yourself.
It is your campaign. As many people you can knock on their door,
Before you get
talk
to
to
that,
them.
before your
Those are
party
the
gives
ones.
you
They
have
are
to
not
go
like
through
your
the
people
primary.
that have to bribe. People
Okay,
that
if that
bribe
is the
their
case,
way. Hold on, no. Hold on,
Baba
because you are
Jaleko, why don't
defending
you
all
become
these
a mayor?
criminals now.
Why don't you
They are
become a
telling you they are criminals. You don't want to accept. People that paid, that buy vote, that bought
That
vote
pay
to
dollars.
get to they are criminals.
And
People that bribe their way to power, they are criminals.
Remy, hold on.
People that bribe their way to power, they are criminals, and all of them are criminals that you have in place today because they are all guilty of paying of buying votes to get to the position of power. They are criminals.
For the give an example.
You guys
Remy,
like to defend the indefensible. Oh,
Folly give us an analogy now, an example. He said in a street or in an area, there's a councillor, and people voted for the wrong one. So what about the people that voted?
People did not vote. People did. Have you ever come out and witnessed any councillorship election in Ekiti?
Yes. In councillor election.
They write
no. Councillor election.
They only write election.
People vote. We vote in Nigeria.
They wrote the number for them. Nobody's coming out to vote for councillor again.
You see, you people because of this your Sowore, you can turn Nigeria to. You're becoming obedient as well.
Can you imagine that you're saying? Can you imagine why you take our discussion to? Can you imagine what
that's why you are saying all this thing? You want to kill everybody in Nigeria because of Sowore. So Sowore will be the president, and Sowore will be the governor. Sowore will be the councillor.
Anybody. Let me tell you, nobody's killing anybody.
You want Sowore to be the president?
People are already dying.
Hold on. Sowore will be. Hold on. Sowore will be the president, and he will be the councillor, he will be the governor, he will be the accountant general. You don't know what you're saying. Everybody is different. Even Sowore have an allegation of being a criminal. Do you know that? Do you know Sowore had an allegation of being a criminal?
They are not talking about Sowore now.
No. Before you come and talk about Sowore here, you are not.
Can you see where your brain takes us to now? Can you see where your brain actually takes us to now?
Yes, because I know where you are going. We know where you are going.
How do you know where
you not to go there? Let me have been telling you not to go to that side. Yes, everybody is criminal. Sowore too is a criminal. Sowore is a criminal. They contributed money. I contributed money for Sowore. I contributed money for Sowore during the first election. I contributed money for Sowore during the first election, and he didn't give us the account. We don't have any account for that. Everybody contributed money for Sowore. We wanted Sowore. Yes,
guys.
Let me talk to you.
No. Fully.
We wanted Sowore. You can't just. The same thing you are doing is the same thing Rational Mania and all the rest are doing. You paint Sowore a saint. You paint a saint. Everybody's a criminal in Nigeria. You are a criminal as well. I'm a criminal. We are all criminal.
I'm not a criminal. You are a criminal.
You are a criminal. It's a lie.
You are a criminal.
It's a lie. Everybody's a
criminal.
criminal.
You are a criminal and a fool. You are a criminal and a fool.
And you too, you are a fool for saying that. You are a fool because you don't know what you are talking.
Why would you call me a criminal? You are a criminal. You are a fool.
Everybody in Nigeria have the same. Okay. Now, if you go to your area where you live or where you stay now, we can call everybody in your area. They will say one thing about you.
I can give you my address.
Nobody is clean. I don't want. Nobody is clean. That's what I'm telling you. All politicians are criminals.
I can give you my address.
Yes. You can't say somebody is a criminal.
My location. Wait now. I can give you my address, my location, where you can find me, where you can verify who am I. Okay, and you will be shocked. You will be shocked.
And myself, I can give you my address, my location, and where you can find me as well. You will be shocked.
Can we try that?
Yes, of course.
Can we try that? Can you go on that challenges?
Yes, 100%. I'm ready.
100%. Are you guys done with your
Fully, let's leave this thing alone. Fully, don't worry, man.
You just gonna be saying rubbish here.
No, you can't say I'm saying rubbish. That's the fact. All Nigerians, we need to be patriotic.
You calling me a criminal? You calling me a criminal?
You calling everybody a criminal as well.
You know,
I don't call everybody a criminal. I only call my leaders, my rulers, people who are supposed to do what they're supposed to do and they're not doing. I call them a criminal. I never call you a criminal.
So because people don't vote for Sowore now, everybody that don't vote for Sowore is a criminal.
This is your dumb brain. Eh? I don't know where you're going to make yourself.
Let me tell you something. Hey, Mr. Fola, let me tell you. Let me tell you something. There's nothing you can do.
for these 4 years. Even if Sowore come back
Can
next
we
year,
abandon
if
this
we
and
don't
move
like
to
him, we
another
are not going to
thing?
vote for him.
Foley,
I don't
We are
believe
not
in
going
that.
to
Me, I
vote for
believe in
him.
changing it.
Foley, let us
We are not going
abandon this
to.
and move to
We
another thing.
don't even need
It
a dumb,
doesn't work.
dumb people like you.
Just
We don't need people like you.
just yelling here. We
Because
don't need
people like
that.
you,
Now
will
you
destroy
don't
you.
need people like me. That's fine.
Yeah,
They're not going to
we will
vote for
destroy you
him.
more. People like you will destroy you
I'm
more.
Nigeria. I'm Nigeria as well.
People like you will destroy our plan. So we don't need people like you to even support us at all.
Yeah. Continue with your plan there. Nobody's holding you down.
Have it in your mind. We don't need you.
I'm not. Yes,
we need good.
I'm not going to.
Good Nigerians.
I'm not supporting
we need
you.
Good Nigerians.
Am I saying I'm supporting you again? I can never support you.
We need good Nigerians.
Nigeria. Who are the good Nigeria? Can you tell me who are the good Nigeria?
We have them. We have
who
them.
Are the good Nigeria?
I know Rational Mind. I know
Why? Okay, so
I know people
so those good Nigeria now they can't vote for Sowore to be. So Sowore cannot be the president.
We are not even talking about Sowore here. You brought Sowore.
You don't need
nobody talking about
hello. You see you people when you come on any platform, you start lying and when you start lying, when you people start lying, you come around saying
what do we
where you are going. Tell us, let us know where you are going. We know where you are going. We know where you are going. We don't know. Do you think everybody is a fool? Because of your ideology, you want to sell it to everybody.
You just show me here that you're a fool. You just show me here that you're a fool.
Yeah, because you too are a fool. You are a fool. You too, you are a fool because you are following Sowore all about without knowing any ideology that people will buy.
Do you know what?
In Sowore area, nobody voted for him. Nobody voted for Sowore in his area where he lives. Nobody voted for him.
Hey, do you know people
Nobody
are listening to us?
Voted for him.
Actually, yes. Who between me and you? People will know you.
Yeah, because you come here, you come here and start saying rubbish. You think everybody will just buy to your idea.
Gani, Foley, someone did like imagine. Keep believing now. At some point,
he acts like a fool. I'm telling you.
Foley, you too. You act like a fool. You don't call me fool. You are a fool.
I mean, I'm so disappointed in you both, man. Foley, come on, especially you now. Come on now.
Foley, more than sọ fún ẹ pé kò fi kíní sílẹ̀, o ájí o need gbogbo eléyìí now. I mean, we don't need this. Let's just abandon it and just move on. It's a conversation between you and Remy. Look at Remy has already even run away. He cannot bear it. He ran away.
I learned from you to now. You're talking about each other. We don't even know what you are saying. For the power,
you know, when somebody is just come here and put an allegation in place without you even knowing anything about what you are saying, it pains me. You are talking about you donate money for Sowore. Go and check the record of that money. So Sowore was the only person that actually put out his what's it called expenses after 2019 election.
But hold on. I also contributed money to Sowore in 2019, and I know he put out a record of how we spend the money. So that's but just say that then. That's my point. Just respond that way.
No. You know, he's already making this matter look like we are talking about Sowore here. We are talking about our country. And why would you put every time you're Sowore, you are putting things on people's brain? People are talking about Sowore here. We're talking about our country.
So if you are talking about wait. If you are talking about our country, you should have provided solution to our problem, not to criticize everybody. You are criticizing. You are condemning. That's why the same way Rational Mind came on this platform and started saying something about Professor Wole Soyinka, calling Soyinka a bigot. And that Rational Mind will come on this platform and be saying he's a Yoruba man. And not everybody
Gani Yoruba ni Akinfa lẹ́yìn lórí is not here to defend himself. So you don't.
Yeah, because one man keep taking me out because of Rational Mind.
But it's not here. Okay, so he's here to defend himself. So, but it's not here to defend himself.
I believe this thing does what it doesn't move our current. Does not worth it at all. What we need here is to have a space that we can all be proud of. Okay, and anybody that is supporting this kind of system that we have in place, that person should think twice. Our system that we have in place is already been hijacked. It's already been taken over by the hoodlums among us. I wish we can witness election in Nigeria, how election in Nigeria has become war. I wish we can witness the procedure, the process of electing leaders in Nigeria. You will know what we are talking about. Nobody is coming here to come and be telling people what is not. We're only here to tell people about our present situation, that it's not sustainable. Do you even know my fear? My fear is this: if people like us don't do anything now, and we leave it without attending to, this matter is going to consume every one of us. You may think that because we are out of the country, you still have family here. Check what we are passing through already. It's unbearable. We are here to speak for people who are voiceless. Many people are not even afford to have data to speak with us here. But here we are here, and we are here to actually make sure that we will pass the message to ourselves so that everybody will understand what is going on. This country is becoming something more tense, more terrible, and we are all here defending the same system. Is anybody hearing me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm not defending anybody.
I'll never come to this
What I'm
place to come
saying
and fight
is,
anybody. But the way you stand, make it look like I'm here to fight.
Okay, let's. Can I say something too?
Bishop, please go ahead.
Okay. Number, you see, it's becoming very complex, and when conversations are not productive, there's no problem. Now, all of us seem to have. Oh my God! All of us. Who is that? Can we mute that? So, all of us seem to have formed a habit. If it is not our way, then it is no way. And we have created this dichotomy. It is we versus them. No individual is immune from what has led to where we are presently. And no one individual is more patriotic than the other. We could see things differently. But it does not mean we should be disagreeable. I think it is very simplistic when we concentrate too much on the trouble, on the problems, the challenges facing our land, rather than the solution. What can be done? What can we do? And we go on endlessly to disparage those that are doing their little quota. We have people that came into service with sterling integrity. One of the worst places to be a public servant in the world is Nigeria, because it's a thankless job, no matter how much we do. And we see people that know nothing about some individuals. Oh, of course, there are bad people we have produced in our leadership selection process. But we see people that know nothing about those individuals, calling their names. And we know how to criticize very destructively. Because if it doesn't go our way, then that means every other person rigged it. It's the attitude of a bad sportsman. If you don't win, then that means it must have been rigged. Or when you don't come first or second, that means the other guy cheated. My teacher failed me. We imbibe, when we plant that in our children, that's what they will grow up with. Even parents that are buying result sheets or exam paper for their children in primary school will come on radio on program like this and castigate every other person and abuse and disparage and swear like people that give bribes to get anything done. We come here, people that cheated in exam in school, people that sorted to get their degrees, people that use machinery to pass exams. We come and sanctimoniously disparage others because we have created the culture of we versus them. Our politics is not perfect, but is our churches, are they perfect? Is our homes, our families, are they perfect? inside our home. Go. A man with one wife or two wives and three, one wife and 4 children and 5 children. Our relations are brothers, uncle, cousin, brother. But we think it is only we that are clean. Every other person is dirty and stained. There is no country that it is only saints that builds the society. Everybody, when we know the limit, and there is no country that puts everyone that has broken the law behind us. People are punished to serve as a deterrent. So if 100 persons commit crime, you don't wait until you put the 100 persons in jail before you know you have done. No, put 3 or 4. It will serve as a deterrent. Those that have done it before that escape now, say, don't let me do it again. And those that have not done it, we know. But if you now have to wait until you put every criminal behind bar, I have seen people that have served this military. Let me give you a scenario. Guys went, somebody, I don't know if Mike is still here. Guys went on an operation in Northeast. A quick response operation. Within 1 AM, they gathered all of them. They were able to put about 23 guys, young men together with officers. They were, they have finished their evening, whatever, they just relaxed, and there was an attack somewhere, and they laid ambush for them, and they killed 14. Out of 22, only 8 or something came back. These were people that you sat and ate dinner with yesterday. These are young men. They have parents, they have children, some of them young wives. They died. Some of us, we sit down and we cast aspersion and we abuse and disparage their memories. Those 8 that came, the following day, there was still a red alert. That still carry they still carry their rifle and still run their as we want to defend their motherland. But some people will see it because they have access to go and speak on television and radio, and they disparage those memories. I don't contribute where people disparage the memory of our armed forces. Do you know why? Because as an individual, I have contributed my role. As I speak, I have my blood. My daughter is in the military. So I won't see, and she's in active, very active service. So I won't see it where people disrespect the military. Are they perfect? Absolutely not. They are human, just like you and I, our imams and our pastors. Some of our pastors that are sleeping with other people's daughter. Some of our imams that are doing all manner of fetish and nonsensical nonsense. Like the rest of us, we are human. Our politicians we are not better than our politicians, and they are not better than us. We have only not been tested with the kind of power and privileges that they have. Many of us, if we test the kind of power they have, we will crumble. Because of the pressure people put on you, left, right, and center, everybody want favor. Who will crumble? We will do worse. Is it not the same Nigeria? We have produced a reverend father. Johnny Yame is a witness, is a record. We knew how he messed up Taraba State. All the ones that messed up, at least in this house, when you are here, you hear Joshua, you hear Peter, you hear Paul, you hear Gabriel, you hear this. All of them, what is their record of service? If we are waiting for the day that saints will be the only one that we will elect into public office, then we will never make progress. If we are waiting for, the one that has no sin, who is the one that will come and cast the first stone that, okay, I am clean? I will now talk sanctimoniously as if we are better than them. If we can put in place a system that checks, and when people err, we punish them and to serve as a deterrent, maybe we will make some little progress. I'm not thinking that we can jump from 0 to 100. No. There is a saying that says by learning from jumping from tree to tree, the monkey learns to jump without falling. One step is what you need. The correct one step. Then one step after one step. Then one step after one step. People say we have never had a correct election in Nigeria. That's a lie. We know when there were no elections in Nigeria at all. Our election and electoral process is improving gradually. But because your candidate or you did not win today, you are saying, we have never had.
I would disagree with you. I would disagree with you.
Please, I'm coming. Please, just wait.
Yes.
You cannot. If you disagree, it's okay because we always disagree whether we have points to back it.
I would disagree with you. Based on election that you just mentioned.
Hold on. Our election is not perfect yet. It is improving. It is better than where we started in 1999.
That's the problem. It's not improving. It's not improving.
hold on now.
It is not.
This
It is
emotion.
not.
Let me hold on. It is improving.
It's
Very
not.
seriously improving. It is. State
How
your
is
facts.
it
Let us have
improving
a debate on that.
when there is vote buying, when there is
Uh,
forgery of election
okay.
result?
Just
What is
what
improving there?
Number one.
What is
Number one.
improving in vote
Number one.
buying, in
Adali Kuku.
election,
Number one.
falsification of
Number one.
election result?
Number one. You were not
In
able to establish. Let me answer you now. You have asked a question. Number one, you were not able to establish any falsification of results. You were not able to. There was the court process. Nobody was able to establish one single falsification of results. They did not bring any result that contradicts what was uploaded from the polling unit. Not a single one. That's one. Number two, vote buying. If I convince you and I give you and you mortgage, is it my fault? I'm not saying it is right, but is it my fault? But is that now enough?
that is the criminality we are talking about, that they are all criminals. You don't have to bribe
Before you govern people.
to get to the position of power.
Listen,
It's
you
a
call it
criminal
bribe.
offense.
Hold on.
It's
You call
a
it bribe.
criminal offense, and that is what
you will never get to them. They will always tell you, they always
all
go
of them
around
they
this whole
have
thing.
done to get to the
Just let
position
us,
of power.
yeah.
It's a
Hold
criminal
on.
offense.
Adali Kuku, hold on. Adali Kuku, hold on. In Nigeria, let me land my thought.
Other person come in?
Let me answer
Thomas.
what he said. Let me answer what Adali Kuku said. Now, you call it vote buying. That is very subjective, and I will tell you why.
My God, just subjective.
Okay. Okay. I beg but subjective.
Sherry, there are some people that just irredeemable with this whole Nigerian thing. I mean, it's just. Ganiyu. Emi o mo ba won run e si bibai ko ma act the hooligans but she ma act
Èmi ni wọ́n pè ní hooligans. Èmi ló pè ní hooligans. Orí ẹ̀ ti yí, orí ẹ̀ ọpọlọ ẹ̀ ti dàrú. Ọpọlọ ẹ̀ ti yí.
You mentioned my name when I'm not even here. That was why I'm
because
not here. Somebody came here and is here to talk about this.
Thank God put it padà.
Yeah, you have to overrule it. This guy, you are insane.
Thank God put it.
You are
Thank God that you're back now.
You just be going every I've seen you on other platforms.
Yeah, thank God you are back now. Thank God you are back now. You were tó jẹ́ pé full criminal ni you are a criminal gbọ́ngbọ́n ni wọ́ gbọ́ngbọ́n ni the only criminal tó wà nígbà orí ẹ̀ ti yí because torí ọ̀bá yí if you are not mad o ní pé Professor Wọlé Ṣóyínká o ní pè ní bigot ìwọ ọmọ Yíbò tó ń pera ẹ Yorùbá ṣe ni èmi pẹ̀lú gbàgbọ́ fọ́ọ̀lì yẹn lájọ olóṣì yẹn wait listen jẹ́ ìsọ fún ẹ listen let me tell you tí o gbọ́ bọ̀ fọ́ọ̀lì yẹn bó ṣe tí o gbọ́ bí bọ̀ fọ́ọ̀lì yẹn ṣe sọ̀rọ̀ did you hear what Fọ́ọ̀lì said
gentlemen Mike, are you there?
Bàbá sọ pé stop. Kò lè gbọ́rọ̀ a kò máa bú rational
ṣé rational man bàbá Adali Koko yóò gbọ́ tí rational man kọ́kọ́ bú èmi.
ṣebí wọn ló bú lẹ́ẹ̀kan ìgbà tí kò sí.
mi ìbú mo ní rational man pé Professor Wọlé Ṣóyínká ní bígọ̀ tó ń pe gbogbo àwọn leader táwa máa wọn wò lójú ó máa kọ́kọ́ máa wọ̀ wọ́n lẹ̀ inú nonsense wo nìyẹn that's nǹkan tí mo sọ nìyẹn ṣé mo bú ni ṣé mo bú
nonsense bí Fọ́ọ̀lì ṣe sọ nonsense o tó gbé mi wá yìí.
So ìwọ tó ń pe Professor Wọlé Ṣóyínká bíkọ tó mú ọba Tinubu máa wọlé.
ṣé ìwọ ni Professor Wọlé Ṣóyínká.
àwọn táwa ń wò nílẹ̀ Yorùbá nìyẹn.
Tálẹ̀ mọ̀ yóò lè Yorùbá wèrè bí ara wèrè bí títí lè wọ́n mọ̀ Yorùbá bígọ̀ bí
rational mind.
Bígọ̀ bí títí ló mọ̀ nílẹ̀ Yorùbá. Jọjọ ní ìṣúná. Ìgbà wọn ni wọ́n ti custodian Yorùbá culture báyẹn wíwá tí Tinubu àti gbogbo ní àtìkẹ́ Wọlé Ṣóyínká yín.
Rational mind. You are one of the most senior person here.
Can you stand this guy's buffoonery?
Wait,
he comes here and he acts like an hooligan.
Wait, okay, nobody.
You want to browbeat everybody to their Tinubu's ideology.
Rational mind,
What is wrong
Rational
with this
mind,
guy, for goodness sake?
Otito now. Rational mind, Otito.
Rational
I
mind,
thought
wait.
that you are trying
No,
to respond to
And you
Bishop.
wonder why the country cannot grow.
I
If
thought
you
you are
don't even
trying to
have
respond
any,
to Bishop.
this
Just
is the
leave
problem we have in the
Ghanaian,
country.
Ghanaian
No,
that
no,
darkest
you guys.
It's okay. It's okay.
Rational mind,
Rational mind.
let's see there.
It's okay.
Mo
Ghanaian Soromo. Respond to
but my point is this.
Bishop
My
and let's
point
move
is
on.
this. My point is this. You know, nobody has the monopoly of this.
Rational mind. Let the bygone be bygone.
Rational mind.
I'm not going there. I'm not going there.
Over.
I'm just trying to say nobody has monopoly of this.
Don't respond to him. Don't respond to him. And we won't enjoy the session.
So that we don't repeat this in this room now.
Rational mind. The studio is full now. Let us enjoy this session. Forget about that. It is gone.
No, I'm forgetting it now, but I'm not saying so that we don't repeat it
Okay,
again.
let's listen to him. Let's listen to Rational mind. Let's listen to him.
I'm just trying to say that nobody has the monopoly of this arrogancy and this buffoonery and this kamasorobi.
Going there, rational mind.
No.
Yeah, when you finish, I can talk as well.
Mike. Anybody that finds send them to the back.
Rational mind is over. Ghanaian is over.
And I believe many of us here we actually here.
Bishop, respond to him and let's move on.
Yeah, I believe many of us here we actually here to bring a solution to the problem we have presently.
That's the thing. Fully annoyed to go back for 3-4 years now, but I would disagree with Foley and we'll go back and forth. That's it. But don't make it personal or like all this. You can disagree.
Even me and Ghanaian, we already try to bring it down, right?
Well, I don't know.
You know what? At times we'll be here. There's no way. There's no how we'll be here without having a changing of words. Sometimes it also happens.
Not
if we are even coming here, without having a kind of telling ourselves the truth, that means we are not saying that we are not saying what we need to be saying.
Foley.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You can argue. You've seen where even learned people in the academic environment will exchange words, but not this. You argue with superior facts, not with Oluomoism kind of style. So because you cannot win, don't expect to you cannot win an argument that way. And we are not here to win arguments. We are here.
No. Sorry, I can't be here. And somebody is calling me a criminal, and you want me to just keep quiet?
No, Foley, I understand. No, I understand that. That's why we are saying we should manage our words. We should be very careful of what we say. But let's go back to business. Let's go back to the business.
But that's why whoever is moderating should let people know that you can't come here and start calling people names. If we call our leaders,
what's going on here? Rational mind. Are you saying no one should be calling?
What are you talking about?
Michael Tichel.
I'm make a comment. You're telling me.
Mike, anybody fighting, Mike, please send them to the background because
did I just hear Rational mind say we should not call people names? Right? Were you not here today calling Yoyinka bigots?
Why didn't you moderate the platform now? For that was not platform now. You just abusing each other for almost 30 minutes like that, and you just left them.
See, there's no ideal situation. If you look at our electoral process compared to the past, I have my baseline, and this thing I've said it over and over. We have actually improved.
You know what?
Wait now. Actually, let me give my own. Let me build my own basis now. My basis is that you cannot go to Republic of Benin and bring people in to come and vote for you. That I see that as an improvement. At least you can use biometrics to eliminate some people. But as if people see bribing for vote, of course they do. Nobody is saying that. Are we going to get there just at once? No, we keep improving. That's what we're saying.
And what we're now saying here is this. on a paper, our electoral process is good. When it comes to
as improved
practicing what we put, let me talk. When it comes to level of practicing what we put on our paper, is not working. In any election, the idiot among us, I'm sorry using that word, were the one that nominated as a mandate, as what they call them. These people that used to go and vote for their candidates. What's their name? Those people that collect dollars.
Calling me an idiot for voting for my own choice now.
No, not an idiot. No, not you. I'm telling you.
No, I'm telling you. Me. I don't put myself as one of those voters.
Do you know you can go out and vote for anybody you like without anybody inducing you? Once somebody induces you and you collect it, it's already an idiot. It shows that you are an idiot. There's no any name. There's no any name you want to give to that. You can be an idiot by you collecting that money.
Bishop Ejoy alone. Bishop Ejoy from Nnebi alone. Fully B. I've even said it here that even the Western government, they find a way to bribe the voters. The only thing is this: they are not as crude as us. What I'm saying is an economic theory that is okay. How come that during the major election?
Do you even know where I'm talking to? The area I'm talking from is this.
Whether someone collect money,
want to have an election.
Collect money during the election.
Sorry, please, let me land. Please, we want to have an election, and each party needs to bring out the best of them to come out. Okay, and in Nigeria we have just 2 or 3 parties that is very on top, and those 3 on top, they have all what it takes to buy whatever they want to buy to get that mandate. And once they get that mandate, we have the letter with no option than to pick from the 2 or 3. That alone is a psychological effect in our brain that we only need to choose between these 2-3 people. Okay, because they already buy their way to that space, and they are the criminal as one having the money to buy their way before they can get to that place. And once they were there, we have no option again. And nobody will now tell me that we have a democracy in place. Had it been they throw it out, let people willingly choose who is coming out in their own political party as their leader, as people that they think he has the best, what's it called?
I've said that on air. You see, Yoruba will say, Kini koko ori nse, ti gege fi bo fun Ọlọ́run kan. The question is this: is it to blame? Some of us
is that scenario that this guy described now, is it an improvement?
It's correct too. I'm not even arguing. It's correct too.
Is it an improvement? No. Is that not the way it has been since 1999?
That's not the point.
Is that not the way it has been since 1999?
No. Okay.
Through the party process, it's a fraudulent process.
Please.
When the foundation and the process is fraudulent, then you are going to have what we have today.
You are expecting a perfect situation from 0 to 100. Look,
no.
Let me give you. Just hold on, please. Let me come back to the conversation, please. I beg you. Now, you are saying people are bribing people. I want to paint 4 different scenarios. If I come to you and I promise you that what is your problem? Say my daughter, I want my daughter to go to university. And I promise you that don't worry, in this your family, if you can vote for me, I can guarantee you that your daughter will get a scholarship. I am bribing you. If I come to you and I know that you are
no. That is not the scenario. No.
I'll just wait. Let me finish now. Let me finish. Because you are expecting to get something in return.
You are describing only
Let me finish now. Right. Please. If I come to you and you express your desire that you are religious, you tend towards religion, and you say, look, I want Sharia, and I promise you, don't worry, if I come to power, I will use my power to bring Sharia. I'm bribing you. If I come to you and I say the church, I say, okay, church, you don't worry, take back your church. When you come to power, when I come to power, I am bribing you. Every of us, we have one sentiment that we pander to. And somebody will say, look, last year, when the last
what
election,
you're describing, that one is lobbying, no, that is
let
not
me
bribery.
finish.
If
Let
I'm
me
lobbying
finish.
that, when you get to power, can you
Why
work
don't
for
you let me
our
finish
salary?
now? Please
That's
now.
what I'm lobbying now.
Let's have a conversation.
A good patriotic
Let's have a
Nigerians
conversation.
will not want something for himself
When
during the election. You have to
when
be
the other
aligned with
candidate,
general
oh my goodness,
benefiting from it. You have
when
to
the
be
other
everybody
candidate
benefiting
comes,
from this system.
look,
Fully,
you
let
are saying,
Bishop land. Let Bishop land fully.
when the other candidate come, and he said, look, the last time that you came, you promised, and for 4 years it's almost over. Now you are coming again. No, what I want now is that my daughter or my mother or my something is in a hospital. I need money to take care of that person now. Now that is my own problem. I pander to it. What is wrong with the person? And I give money to go and pay him in the hospital, whether it is good. Or my daughter, they have pursued her from school. She cannot pay her exam fee, and I give money. Okay, go on, just to encourage, to whether entice, induce, or whatever. It happened in Nigeria. It is happening. It will keep happening. It happened in America. At least we saw it in the last election. When people say, okay, we are going to mobilize people, but we'll buy. When we were having zero-party election in those days, and people will go and sit under the sun, and some people will call people that are selling bonds and pure water for them. And no people do it is still, they call it mobilization. Why I don't agree with it 100%, I'm saying it's not something we can eliminate 100% in our electoral process. We had a period in time that people will go and vote. And before they even start voting, some people have written the results somewhere. That is no longer obtainable. That is an improvement. Have we gotten to where we want to, the desired place? No. But can we say that our electoral process has not moved? Had not improved gradually? In 1999, PDP scored 24 million votes. Most of them, more than half of those votes, were fictitious, were just written in most places. At the end of the day, we saw an election in 2003 or 2007 where they were still counting votes in Delta State, and they have already announced votes in Abuja. We saw an Obasanjo in 2003 in Ogun State that scored more votes in the presidential election than the governorship election. Because before they even finish counting the votes, they have already written a result. Because there were no way of testifying. So by the time they started subjecting it, most places, there were more people that voted than the number of registered voters. That did not happen in 2023. That's a fact. So if you want to point to fact, I will say again, have we gotten there? No. Has there been an improvement? Very well, yes. And we can only get better.
Bishop, one of those things they are not talking about is this. When you look at how people voted since 1999, number of voters keeps shrinking and we are increasing the population. And you are saying we are not improving. For example, how come that maybe, for example, 70 million...
Is that an achievement?
It is.
Why is it not an achievement?
Because we are eliminating fictitious live voters.
No,
we are eliminating
people are getting tired of our democracy.
Lack of confidence.
People don't believe in the process. People don't believe in your election anymore.
People are not going out to register
I believe you must have managed project before.
Yes.
I'm not seeing any project you do.
People don't believe in your process anymore. That's why they decided to watch DSTV.
But the number of voters, registered voters, decreases when your population increases. I mean, what is that?
And you think it's an achievement?
People are
people are losing interest in your politics. People are losing interest in your democracy
every year.
No, that's not true.
Can't you guys just be just one at a time. Because this rowdy thing, this is supposed to be the after-hour session where it's more calm. But for some reason, you guys cannot even just one at a time. So it's too rowdy, man. Come on, guys.
Sorry.
Ajale
Koko. No, I think Babati is correct. So Ajale Koko, look at it this way. Now, workers are reducing too. When they started using biometric, all of a sudden, maybe Nigeria used to have, let's say, 10 million workers before. All of a sudden, they are now 4 million. So people are losing interest in working, right? As we
can we talk about that too?
Wait.
Can we talk about that too?
Fully be waiting now. Fully be waiting.
Okay.
We don't want this thing to be rowdy. Now the
I'll be
question
jotting it down.
We put a system in place that eliminated ghost workers. They put a system in place that has reduced or eliminated ghost voters. All those ghost voters that politicians already pre-planned to use to rig elections. So Beavers eliminated it. And this thing we just wanted, just because of our political leaning, we just really want to discard it. Like I was saying the other time, I've never seen anybody that executed a project. You want to improve a process, all of a sudden, your process, suddenly you improve everything 100%. You now tend toward ideal situation. If everything will be perfect in Nigeria, then we are no longer human being again. Then that's the end of the world, because there must always be a problem to solve. As we speak now, to some certain extent, we solve some critical electoral problem issues. Even some of the legislators that supported, some of the politicians that supported the process even eliminated them. Is that not significant? I put the system in place, and he sent me out of job. He sent me out of politics.
Governors lost senatorial elections. 7 governors lost senatorial elections. 7
Very
governors.
unheard of in the history of the country. And we are saying we are not improving. Just because Obi didn't win or Sowore didn't win. Now.
You have started
Let me give you an example. Please, let me give you an example. Please, let me give you an example. In 2015, Wike won the election in Rivers. I witnessed that election. I was there. I know what happened. We had guys in Omoko. We had guys in what's the name? Asaditori and Akukutoru were beheading people and putting it on stake. Where Wike orchestrated the arrest of 78 APC leaders because they challenged him on the money they went to collect from Madame Peshi in Okirika. I know all those things. And after the election, the tribunal upturned Wike's election in favor of Dakuku Peter side. He went to appeal. Appeal court upturned it, upheld, and he went to Supreme Court. And they now use the technology of that, okay, that card reader was not in the constitution. And what they used was that the card reader eliminated other voters that, but because they said, oh, the card reader was not in the constitution, INEC did not have the power to introduce card reader. And that was why they now upturned that vote. Because Wike had people that filled and signed this incident paper that, okay, if card reader did not read your card, sign it. And almost one hand writing, write more than a lot of hundreds. So at the end of the day, they are saying that more than 70% of the vote, the card reader did not read, which was not true. And that was why Wike became governor. Ordinarily, Wike lost that election, so it was at the Supreme Court. And that was the year they changed the governorship election to start getting to the Supreme Court. Normally, it ends at the appeal court. While I will repeat that we are not there, anybody that says there has not been an improvement in our electoral process, no matter how easy, how small, it's just been, I don't know the word to use.
Okay, thank you. Well, can you allow us to respond? I will respond to you.
Of course, you can reply, but I never say I will not allow you to speak now. Speak if you want to speak. What do you mean? I was listening to you for hours now. So speak if you want to interject, if you want to say something.
Yes.
Yes.
You are talking about issue of our the reduction in in the number of people that come out for election. And I'm telling you this: the reason why our number is going down is not because of the card reader, either we like it or not. The reason why our number is going down is I have friends, I have people, I have families that we talk to during the election period. And mind you, most of these people will always tell you, even if you like, even if you like, vote for this, go out and stress yourself to vote for these people. The person that will win, they already know them. So many large number of that category of people don't come out for election. They only sit at their sitting room, turning to their DSTV, waiting for a rice news to tell them. I'm telling you what happened. Number of people.
No, forget. That is the easy thing to say. Number one, there is no apology. If you decide to stay in your room, you don't have any reason to complain. That's number one. You don't have any reason to complain. Oh, Simbe only won't pay that. So if you did not participate, you lost your right to complain. That's number one.
No.
Number two,
hold on now. You know what? No, please now. I'm the one talking here now. Please.
No, I was the one talking. You came in. No, that's not right. I was talking, you interjected, and we are extending something. You are saying you are the one talking at this.
I thought to have landed.
No, you were answering me. You were responding to me, and I'm responding to you. You are saying you are the one talking here. Come on, that's how I talk. I was listening to you for.
You know what?
You
I was
landed.
listening to you.
You landed. I was responding to you. If you want to talk, let's have an exchange. Don't tell me you are the one talking.
You know what? I was talking to you, and I was actually jotting down your points, what you are saying. Okay, you can also take your pen too. Jot down.
I'm not. I don't have that luxury. I don't have luxury. Okay. I'm at work, so just go ahead.
Okay. So what we are saying here is this: we are talking about the reduction of numbers of people voting, right? But I'm telling you, as a democracy,
what happened to Foley? See, like for Foley before Foley B comes back. See, Foley B, you may be listening. So this is what I'm saying. This be kidney kokorinche tigegefi borukan. The thing is this: when we say, the selection process was wrong, all those stuff, I will start asking, what were you doing? Kini kokorinche tigegefi borukan. You understand? The question is this. So the
Babati, I will go control Sonny.
So the thing is this. The thing is this. If we keep blaming, the way they select. Okay, for example, at least I have my in-laws that participate in political processes. I have them there. Both are even so. Whether they want for my wife.
So this is what I'm saying.
So my wife family, my younger brother's family, they all participate in politics actively. So we can't be on standby. We can't be standing by. We've not even joined any political party, and we are saying, some people are selecting. Yeah, we know they may be picky. So the best thing for us to do is to either get engaged, and Obi process has shown us that Nigeria can actually find alternatives. Those are the things we should be looking for. Not to say, among those people they will put their people down. You two find a way to join a viable political party and find your viable candidate. That's why I'm saying that. Okay, do you think if you guys have brought another guys out instead of Sowore, for example, I know that Baba Jaleko will be coming now. If you brought another person out, probably we'll have. But unfortunately, Sowore does not have that political capital. And to win political capital is beyond money. Because you must be, because when you talk of different type of leadership, some different leaders, they have way of inspiring people. At least, even if some of us were not there in the 60s, people told us how Akintola and Awolowo would just mobilize, just with the word of mouth. At least we used to see Bode Olowo Poroku in Ilawe Ekiti there, the way he talked to the people and mobilize. So there's one thing that for you to talk and people listen to you. If you can talk and people listen to you, it shows your level of competence. But if you appear to be no nonsense to everybody, you be like gagging all those stuff, then it becomes another thing.
Ola, that is the only issue to money pẹ̀lú Foley. Pé any solution thing can come, but for some reason, people are not born with tense. So you remember you are no tubu, right? On the money for years, and I've come to rescue you. So mentally, it isn't enough to want to even help who wants to help you. Any don't matter, let it fair you.
Exactly.
So you can't be blaming the victim. Wait, actually, don't you see what's going on? Are you? No, they are already mentally enslaved. Even though to get them out.
Babati, you will see the cellular of Brazil where people like to make reference to. You know, it took this guy almost 17 years to build his own dynasty, to build his own supporter base. You know, so he now came back later to become the president of that country. But look at it this way. Even the one you were going to Oni of Ife, you were being ruled to Oni already. So now, the first thing you will first of all look at, maybe you think Oni is indisciplined. So now for your own mouth, when your baba like it, even if you think Oni was indisciplined to you, you are going to his ear, you are going to his palace.
Ola, that's where I agree with you. That's one thing I hated about Sowore. Like, just that. I was so provoked when he did that thing, because before he went to Oni's palace, he first went to Benin, he went to the southeast, even he went to Badan to Oba Igbo Gonson. He went to Abia State.
You didn't do that
for Oba Igbo. Yeah, near Abia. I want to respect Oba Onibe. You went to Badan to the Oba. Now you went everywhere. You went to Kano, back to the king. I mean, then he now came to Yoruba land, the Oni of Ife. You now disrespected him.
You disrespected him. You expect me?
That guy, the guy now, but CBN governor was the
when I don't blame all these Yoruba youth today, I don't respect their tribe anymore. When we have some Yoruba elder, they will see when Igbo person will come and insult our tribe, we keep quiet. Our children are watching, our elders will keep quiet when other people insult our tribe. Why would they not grow up and be insulting our tribe too? So you got to say that here now. But then, how can you people sit down here when National Man come and call the evolution in Kai Dikot and Yoruba people are sitting there looking? Can you go to which other tribe you can go? You go and sit down in their platform and insult their respective.
Like when they welcome and pray, you are very welcome in advance. Yeah,
that's our problem now. Even our children are beginning to look at their own day. He says his father is Yoruba. Look at the guy who just be insulting his own tribe. You see how people insulting.
He's just looking for waiting in go shop now. So,
but he's comfortable. We name any other pet tribe, you find a person from that tribe publicly be dragging that tribe. And you go back to his people.
Àwọn politician ló ń bá àwọn Tinubu particularly àwọn yẹn ló ń bá fa wàhálà kò ní sọ ti Yorùbá.
I've seen I've always saw this girl that went to this Yoruba platform.
Ṣebí ègún ni.
No.
So
no. On day was that when they were talking about Biafran war, he was there and he was talking. She said Yoruba people they are the victimized Igbos.
Obedient in
Ajale Koko. Should you were that you understand? Sowore was going to you know the significance of Oni of Ife, for goodness sake. You don't try that one for Oba of Benin. You don't air pass.
I think the guy said the king kept him waiting. Who are you?
Can you
the guy waited when he went to the other Oba in the southeast. He waited. He doesn't respect Yoruba people. That's the thing. We allow ourselves to become
at a point he was trying to greet. That was it. That was when they threw, what do you call that thing? Tear gas into the combat. We don't know where that one comes from. And then,
gas.
Ajale Koko, Kobo Sowore yẹn dáadáa.
fi ṣòwò rẹ̀ sílẹ̀, èèyàn
Sherry,
kì í dá. Okay, he did that.
That way, let me. Jojo, the bag Sowore discussed because I remember when they asked Sowore about his Yoruba lineage. Only àwọn wá láti Ekiti originally, I believe.
Ìjẹ̀ṣà.
But he now talked about but nígbà tó tọrọ yẹn ó wá sọ̀rọ̀ kan tí àwọn èèyàn tó ń kọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ó ní even you used to call Yoruba people self ṣé pé talking about the war among Yoruba people pé we were fighting all over all the time, we have so much disunity. What is the big deal with the Yoruba thing anyways? He poo-pooed the whole culture pretty much. So he has something against Yoruba culture as a whole. The way
I didn't hear
UK when it was during the time of Igbo.
No, I don't. I think he's just trying to pander to the Igbos. That's what he's trying to do.
Why
he want their vote. That's why he was upset when they didn't vote for him. They all went for Obi.
How is that working out now? So what?
Yeah, exactly. It didn't work for him now. The guy will go to court and be sitting down with Nnamdi Kanu trying to get. This guy just a pander to the Igbos.
No. Mike,
that's what he was trying. He wanted the Igbo vote.
Pander to them.
But they will never vote for you, man. No matter how you pander to them. If you are Yoruba, they will never vote for you.
Mike, you watch him on Dr. Damegi. You know you went after them. You know when they
went after who?
The obedient on Dr. Damegi.
He's upset because he thought Obi stole his shine because he spent all that time pandering to them. Obi came from nowhere and took his vote. That's why he's upset with Obi.
No, he didn't pander to that. Look,
no, but let's be objective. The man said that the document that we used to get labeled that it wasn't that gave it to.
Yeah, that gave it to.
The guy was working hard to get the Southeast vote. You go to Nnamdi Kanu's court case, he will be kissing Southeastern's ass. All of a sudden, Obi came from nowhere and took the shine. The guy was upset.
He told them to their faces that, look, this Obi that you are, because they were calling on him to come and join Obi. And he told them that he cannot join Obi. That the Obi you are talking about, that this thing, how many good hospitals did he build in Enugu? How many? He was part of these people. He pointed it out to them, right to their faces, right there. They were very angry and they were talking all sort of something. So, but look, to me, what he did to Oni, I didn't like it.
Okay.
At all. I disagree with him totally.
So, how will you now expect such kind of person? How do you want to entrust? How do you believe that person type of is competent in terms of leadership? Because the thing is,
Mike, thank you.
Fully hold up.
When you're talking about my boss, I want to be here.
Can you hold on?
Fully hold on.
Fully hold on, please. Can you hold on? This is my issue with Sowore. You can make mistake, but command correction. That's the problem. When you are wrong, I was wrong. Adjust. That's what I'm saying with Sowore. When you are wrong, adjust your position.
You have to be diplomatic.
But that agility, I'm never wrong. Game like that's something I don't like about him.
Mention instances where he was wrong. And
okay, let me give you an example. When the whole Igbo thing came about, right? Talking about it was sponsored. It was he used to be a PDB, blah 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 blah. That was when Igbo came out. When Igbo came out, and at the Igbo, it wasn't talking about your bad nation. It was talking about security of forestation, whatever. That one Koiki, they don't know one is a political talk. It's a kiniko. No.
No. He never described Igbo as political.
No. Go and watch the tape.
He never described him.
Let me finish.
Yes.
He was talking about, oh, you can say PDP, whatever, whatnot. My issue is this: when somebody's talking about an issue and you have a pushback, you will adjust. Kill any answer, focus on the issue. But man, take things personal if it's not in the
mention any
issue.
instance now.
I just gave you an example of the way I address it.
He did not describe it.
No,
he never at one time described it.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I'm telling you, yes, he did. Go back and watch. He did.
Did you have the video?
But that one, don't involve it. But my point, that's just one out of many. This is my thing with him. When you say something, adjust your position. Betray believe in core belief where but he wants to just hold on to that same position all the time and not adjust. We are perfect now. We all make mistakes as humans.
I don't know what you are referring.
Okay. My point. When you make mistake as a politician or as a public figure,
you mistake will she turn something back adjust so assure mention mistake.
People are not happy with him joining. But he should be a former PDP person. People can't low politics. You don't join issues with people like that. You don't follow people to say that about somebody else. Focus on the issue that he was talking about. Just say, okay, it might be that in the past, but right now it's focusing on security. Then you just make that adjustment. But just say it's a political hack at that point in time, I didn't think it was fair.
I didn't hear you because I follow Sowore.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I did follow. I did follow that space.
I never had.
I did follow that. I'm telling you, he did do that. And remember, that was before he was running for second term. And I remember the 19. I did contribute to his campaign.
Okay, when you are saying all of this, who was the one responsible for fighting to get Igbowo's boy that were taken to detention to DSS? Who was responsible? Who was responsible for their release? Is it not this Sowore that you are talking about?
That was.
Where was any Yoruba? Hold on. Where was the Yoruba nation?
It was not him.
Where was Yoruba nation people? Everybody ran away.
That was campaign move now.
Backdoor deal now. That was a backdoor deal to get them out. What
did you say?
That one, no.
What did you say? What did you say?
That was not him. Now. That was a backdoor deal. Now it was.
Backdoor deal. But which backdoor deal?
No, it was not him that was responsible for getting them out. It was not him. Don't give him that much credit. It wasn't him.
It wasn't him.
It
was gearing for election. I mean,
it was not him.
He was deeply involved.
My thing. Okay,
he just went to take picture with them.
He was involved with the lawyer, and he got all the documents, even all the people that stood for he facilitated all the people that stood as a shorty.
I'm telling you, these are backdoor dudes. Don't see them. This is not public.
Don't worry. We now my
point to Sowore is this: if you want to rescue people, they are in trouble. Change. You can't then blame them at the same time.
He never blamed. We don't know what you are talking about. He never blamed at one time. Igbowo.
No. I'm addressing the bigger. No. I said that my bigger picture with him is this: if you want to rescue somebody, not Igbowo, people, Nigerians, like the way he claims, I want to save you from Nigeria because you are saving. You don't then blame the same. They are victims. You don't blame the victim to first save.
Who has he ever blamed? Has he ever blamed Nigerian people for anything before?
All the time he does that.
Oh no, that is not true.
He does all the time.
That is not true. I never hear him. He never said anything bad against Nigerian people.
Are you kidding me?
Sowore.
Are you kidding me?
It is not Sowore. Give me a video.
Nigeria. No, if I want to see,
give me a video. Go and bring it. You love to come out with facts to buttress your position. Get me video where you ever blame Nigerian for any Nigerian people.
They vote for their oppressors. They vote. No, they are already victims.
Oh God!
They are already. This is my point to you. If people have let's come
the context you are putting this still is wrong.
Let me, because I can please.
He has advised people. He has said people should not vote for their oppressor. It doesn't mean that they vote for their oppressor.
Let me say this calmly, please. Let me say this calmly. This is my point to you. Nigerians are mentally enslaved by their political oppressors. We all agree with that. They are mentally enslaved. They can't do any. For some reason, there's this mental block, and it's not. Hold on,
Babati. But Ajani Koko, when the Nigerian footballers, Kanu, all of them, when they went to Tinubu, when he invited them for his birthday, Sowore insulted all of them now.
Yeah, that one is different now.
That's wrong. Now. Why would he attack them? Because they went.
They are not. They are, look, the categories those one are. He attacked them because he believed they know better.
Know better.
They hold on, because they know better. They are not ordinary people. Those one are high.
Why are they not ordinary people? They are footballers now. I mean, they just played football in the 90s.
No,
they went to a birthday party, a birthday event, and you are insulting them. They didn't say they are supporting. They didn't declare any support or anything like that. All they did was
their support for him. They declared their support for Tinubu, and what he was telling them, why he attacked them, he said they should be on the side of the people. That the Tinubu.
So what if they, even if they support, what is going to be insulting them and be attacking them?
That's my point exactly. Can I finish? That's my point. Fully hold on, please. It's very important.
Yeah.
If somebody is already in your own opinion, I'm not about Tinubu. You don't know any better. Right? They are wrong for doing that, right? Agreed. But if you want to save, please.
Yeah.
If you want to then save them from that captivity, you don't attack them. That is a wrong approach. Is my point.
The guy behave like obedience sometimes. He behave like those obedience.
No. Hold on. You guys are twisting this thing, or maybe you couldn't get the message he was passing out then.
It is not what
the message. Hold on.
It's not about the message. It's about the fact that you told them.
Hold on. The message he was passing out is that they are not on the side of the people. These are the people that,
because they don't support you as a politician, they're not on the side of the people.
Hold on. He mentioned then that during their career, the people were strongly behind them, that spend their thorough cover to support them.
Hold on. Wait. Do you know that he was
abandoned them to go and support politicians that never do well for the people that support them during their own career.
Okay. And they made it clear. Kanu made it clear. Hold on. Wait. Kanu made it clear that during his heart situation, it was Tinubu that stood up, that put money for his foundation, and also when the team in 2000 and something, 2002 or 2001, when they needed some support, something like that, was Tinubu that stood up to support them. That's why they made it clear. They say that's why they came out to, when he invited them to come to his birthday, because they remember the favor he did for them as a team back then. And Kanu specifically even said when he and after they made that clear that Tinubu did something for them. That's in the past during their career. And Sowore still attacked them. Can you imagine?
That's why.
Mr. Mike,
that is fine.
Do you think
the reason they gave is fine? I mean, but
exactly, but Tinubu,
you can't blame him
for apologize.
That's wrong now. Because Tinubu is his opposition, and Tinubu to him is not good to Nigerian people when it comes to governance of the state.
Let me speak on the issue of how this game is being played on us.
Please hold on, please, Fofoli. It's my point to you. I am with you, people are suffering. I get all that, but I'm going deeper to the psychology of politics here. that if I am trying something to break through, to reach the masses, and my message is not resonating, why is it not resonating? Because they are already enslaved mentally. So how do you break that chain, that obstacle? It's unable. It's failed in that aspect with my point. So how do you do that? You don't blame.
Can I speak? Can I speak on that?
It's my point.
Can I speak on that?
Hold on, my girls are answering. Look, Sowore, I even said it several times that Nigerian people are, the how do I say it? The money politics. Politicians don't play.
Right.
They are so advanced in it in such a way that they have confused a lot of people. People
I agree with you.
Really know. He has said it.
I agree. But how do you save the people? Is my point.
It doesn't blame the people.
Mr.
So
please.
What I've heard him said several times is that people should try to understand the consequence.
You cannot rescue like that.
Hold on now. He doesn't attack them.
Please.
He only he has only called on them that they should know the consequence of what they are doing. Vote buying cannot. Politicians will give you money and they will abandon you and they will loot you and they will never have good education for your children, no good role. He only advises, he doesn't attack the people.
Babangale Boko, please let me just chip in some things because I was listening to Mike when he was talking about visiting the palace and insulting the king or whatever. I'm not actually in support of anybody insulting kings. But in the history, and I will tell Mike today, as a black man, we have never for once have a leader that Africa's actually that actually represents what Africa should look like. My reason is this: even during the slave trade era, the people we call elders then, they were the ones selling us out for white because of bottle of wines, umbrella. So, and that knowledge still continue till today. And if anybody have that understanding, find himself in that kind of category again, and he knows that this game that has been playing upon us is still what they are still playing upon us, that person must be bitter about it. And let me tell you something about revolution.
Are you justifying Sowore's behavior towards us?
Please, you are coming again. Please let me talk. Please.
No, just answer the question. We want to know where you are.
I'm not justifying anything here. But if you call yourself a leader,
that's what it sounds like you just said.
Wait. If you are,
but do you agree that Sowore was wrong then? Do you agree was wrong?
Mike, please, can you just allow me to talk, please? If you call yourself a leader, you must show an example that you are ready to lead the people you are leading. Okay? That day,
are you referring to
what happened in the palace? Sowore went to Kanu to go and visit Emir of Kanu. Sanusi was on seat before Sowore even ever entered the palace. And we know how everything goes. Sanusi actually welcomed him more than what the person you call your
oh my God. Did. What are you talking?
No, please.
Let him learn.
That is
true.
Please
let him learn.
Please now.
Or this should be seated. No, I won't stand up. Or this should be seated waiting for Sowore to come in.
No. I'm not talking about that. It's you that you do the comparison now. You do the comparison that Sowore went to social place.
That because somebody was already seated for him.
Wait. Somebody said here that Sowore went to all those places and he has never disrespect them. But those guys actually give him his own respect back as well. They didn't keep him waiting for almost 3 hours. They did not keep him waiting for almost 3 hours.
Enough. Cabbage you should respect him. Who is he? Any suru not. Even Yoruba Torah. Wait now. Respect him for what?
The problem we have here is that it's like they've created that thing in us that no matter who you are, no matter how, as a human being, once somebody is more upper hand than you, whatever he does to you, you must accept
Okay,
it.
what did Oni do to Sowore to disrespect him? Tell us.
Yes, they have an appointment. Come by 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And Sowore was there around 12.
You kidding
that shows
me?
respect. Yes?
Wow. So
Are you
that shows
kidding me?
respect.
Kabiyesi should now.
Yes. No. Wait now. Sowore was there. Wait now.
Have you had an appointment?
Wait.
Have you had an appointment for 1 year and you got there? The appointment got cancelled.
No.
Wait.
Hold on. No. Nisulu.
Babati,
no. The man said, Kabiyesi said, I want you to lẹ́yìn. So he came they were doing some kind of in the background, because when he came out, he said, it might be new, and she to the one doing no. Go and watch the video again.
Wait now.
The man told him why he was
Wait now.
Foley, you are shaming me today, man. We'll continue.
Wait now. I don't care. I don't, as long as I'm standing on what I believe. I don't care about your office.
Of course, you won't care now.
Okay. So let me land before you crucify me. Hi, Mushekere Toyin. Tí Kábíyèsí ìlú mi, tó bá wọ́ mi lẹ̀, tó bá respect me, tí mo dàn pé kò wà justify, I will do the same thing. I'm telling you.
I mean, you two are from Rational Minds Village.
Because if you need respect from anybody, you have to first of all show the respect as well. Respect is a reciprocal.
Are you a Yoruba man? Are you a Yoruba man?
Calm down.
This is the Monday we already find ourselves. And that's why somebody. This is the reason why. This is the reason why somebody will call himself a king and he will give out 40 bits in the presence of umbrella.
Slowly, can you clarify? I know.
Please.
Go straight to the point.
Just let it go straight to the point and land so that we learn from each other.
Only could narrate, not that rabble around it and be, don't circle around it. Just what you know about the palace situation. Sowore did not prostrate. That tell us.
Yes. That very day, Sowore got to the palace around 12. And Oni is aware that he's around. But Sowore sense there is a particular calling. And I won't lie to you, if that day Tinubu was the one coming to that palace that day, Oni will reschedule all his whatever he wants to do that day. And I'm sure he will actually.
And some bloody what?
You should know that Tinubu and Oni has had a long relationship now.
Okay, does that mean that is the reason why
Excuse, I beg. Let me come in. I want
what even make Tinubu different to me? Even not even Sowore. Me. What make him different? Wait, can you tell me?
My brother.
Because he's a human being, I'm not a human being. Because he's a human being, I'm not a human being. Is it because he's a human being, I'm not a human being?
Folly, excuse me, Folly. Hold on, Folly. Do you know what they call relationship? Relationship. Tinubu and Oni, they've been coming from a long way.
We are talking of Oba here. We are talking of Oba here. That you must not allow your relationship to affect anything. You are on the tone. You are on the tone to represent everybody. You are on that tone. You are on that tone. You are on that throne to respect everybody.
Fully, we have to hear that
listen to everybody.
Hello, Mike, you dey hear me?
That guns me.
Hello, Mike, are you people hearing me?
Yeah,
okay. I greet everybody. My brother, Mr. Foley, you make a statement. You said that the king were the one selling slave. Do you have a proof?
That is what we all know.
Okay, let me tell you one thing. The British or the European currently haven't looked into the atrocity they have committed. And many Africans studying in their own schools And when they want to teach them the history of Africa, anything that have to do with colonization, they don't mention it. What happened to people in Congo, they don't talk about it. What happened to people in Benin, they don't talk about it. But the slave trade is well recorded. So they look for a way to design it to brainwash people like your tie, that is your king that was responsible. Let me ask you a question. Has any king in Africa run communism in that continent? If your own forefathers were autonomous to fetch for their family, what were they doing? Today, Nigerians are in Dubai, so they are there for the Yorubas in America. They are there for Oni. Oni is the one that sent them. Is the Oba of Benin that sent them? Those women that are engaged in human trafficking, who were selling people for years, they become a menace to the entire European countries. When the Oba of Benin went in, there was a result. So Oba was the one sending them. So please, you see that statement you made. Let us continue to digest
we are talking about.
I am not saying. Listen, let me handle. Wait. Because you are a black person. Before you make a statement, people listen to you. Because of tribal hatred within Nigeria, particularly the southern people, or some who claim not to be having king, whereas they were having. But something happened. It was totally decimated, destroyed. And nobody want to dig into that history. Who did it? How does it happen? You understand me? And they will pick it. Obas were selling slaves. What do you mean? No one has ever run a perfect society. Our Obas and our kings did not run a perfect society. We know they might have made mistakes as well. And why people still respect them today is because they have also contributed to the greatness and to the good of the people. Just the way you see every government in the world. No king in Africa that run communist system where everybody work for them as a state. Even in the Southern, as civilized as Oyo Empire. Wait, my brother, let me round up. As civilized as ancient Oyo Empire, Benin Empire, history is there that nobody paid tax to them when the British came, even in 1900. What else do you want? They want to destroy your cultural heritage with lie, and you are copying it.
Midwest, I want to throw violence on I want to throw violence for Ajali Koko and Foley. See, if Sowore won election, Foley B and Ajali Koko made ministers. Mama Pale woman.
I don't even need any minister.
Ola, please, can we stay on this?
I don't even need any ministerial appointment. I only want a country that works.
Foley, let me also ask you. Oshogure, Nigeria is not his property. Nobody is his son. Obni did not invite him. It's just like the Oba of Benin. I cannot force you to come and visit him. And when you are in the palace, there are codes you must follow. If Oshogure is there, there are codes in that place. Traditional code you must respect. I don't blame anybody. It's because this
can I clarify with
goes everywhere, bringing himself to and people start messing up anyhow.
Do you know I can have 2 appointments?
Can you even look at this
for a day? Do you know I can have 2 appointments for a day? For 1 day.
Let me clarify with you.
We cannot defend this.
I'm not defending anything here.
We can't justify.
I can.
It was very wrong. It was very wrong. It's an arrogance.
Let me bag about
please. This video. Can you
hold on, please?
Let me talk.
Can you go back to the video and watch the video?
Hold on now. Hold on.
Let me talk.
Culture requires no. Let me put you. Bí ọmọ ọba ẹni sùúrù ẹjọ́ tó bá jẹ́ ọmọ ọba àbí tó bá jẹ́ olóyè tó bá ní oyè or tó bá ní title ní Yorùbá land, you have access than the regular folks. That is culture. Kì í ṣe pé bóyá class anything. That's the way it is. Your status in society dictates how you have access to the king. So when you say he has equal rights, that's some kind of British parliament.
Okay, let me set an example for you.
Let me talk.
Let me set an example for you. Let me just make this point known. Last 2 weeks. Sorry, please. I want to speak on what you are just saying. Please.
Hold on.
I want to speak on what you are just saying. Please.
Okay. Say your thing. I want to talk.
Please now. Please now.
Say it quick.
Please now. Please now. Please. Last 3 weeks I was on the radio, and we are trying to talk to people on radio, trying to talk to about acquisition of things, and an call from a palace, and it was against what we have been saying, that politics in Nigeria cannot be paid without money. Olori in the palace. Okay? And my response to that Olori is this. People like you who are the problem why this country is not moving forward. Because politicians will come to your palace, and people like you will be the one that will represent people, that will speak for people. And you are here telling me Nigeria cannot move forward with Nigeria cannot have a leader without spending money. So that error is in our palaces already. And the earlier we all understand what is in our palaces and what we are talking about, the better for us. I'm not condemning any kings. Go to our palaces, where you call palaces today. We have 419.
The conversation is not about palace. The conversation is about disrespecting Oni. Let's not make it about what's going on with the Obas.
Are you telling me? Okay, let's say today.
The conversation is was he right for Sowore to disrespect your Oni of Ife? That's what we're talking about.
I have to go to a palace today.
We don't need to start talking about what goes on in palaces.
I see the person on the throne. I see the person on the throne. At 419.
Why did you go there in the first place? If you don't believe in Oni, why did you go there? Why did you go there if you don't think it's the
palaces is not meant for palaces is not meant for hooligans the way they turn our palaces to today. Go to our palaces.
Why are you there? Why are you getting campaign there?
I'm telling you, the earlier the earlier you know the problem that this country is already
Hold on.
I need to only for one and
the only thing I will say, see, the only thing I will say, my brother, see, the thing is this, I have to stay on the topic. What Sowore did was very wrong. If you are inspiring to be,
why are you there?
To be a leader,
let me talk now.
You should be.
I should be talking. I mean, why do you jump into? Let me talk. I've been waiting for Foley to finish. Now let me talk. Look,
okay, sir.
Foley. You can't justify what Sowore did in that palace. You cannot justify it at all. There's no justification for what he did for not prostrating. It was wrong, and we should condemn it. Even if I see him face to face, I will tell him that you are wrong. I still believe in you. You are the best man for the job. Nobody is above mistake. We can make mistake at one time or the other. He made a mistake. He was wrong. We don't have to, defend him. There is no justification for what he did, and that is how I see it. And what Sowore did, another politician did it openly in the public. He disgraced Oni. Who is that politician? Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Oni walk into an occasion, maybe the birthday of what's that Olushi? I mean, what did they call that king? In the Ibejuleki, or what's his name? He walked into that occasion. Tinubu was sitting, other people sat down. Tinubu was sitting down. He didn't even stand up for Oni. That is Oniru, thank you. He did not stand up from his seat for Oni. He just brushed him. Even the greeting was like, it was, but the way he described the governor, that governor of Ogun State, that was what he did for Oni now. The kind of greeting it was see the Konjari. So if you want to blame what do you call it? Sowore.
Baba Jane Koko, you are right to some extent, though.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yes. So if you want to blame Sowore, At least Sowore went to the palace.
No, stay on the issue. Continue. Stay on the issue.
No, I'm asking for you now.
Why must you rope him? Why must you rope
Tinubu
the
issue?
No, but by the way, let's put it in proper perspective. So what you just referenced is not correct. Please.
I want to do.
And I will tell you, no, it's not what they call. Let me just look. Listen. You have done well initially because.
No, I'm not done well because
hold on now. The reference you made. Hold on. The reference you just made.
Ti done well mo ìgbà tá ti mú Tinubu
No. Hold on now. The reference you just made is the incomplete version of the video that we saw. Immediately after that one came, they brought the full version of the video. And it turned out to be people that chose that part deliberately chose it for their mischievous. I challenge you. I challenge you 100 times. Bring the entire video of that Oniru's birthday. Let us look at it together. I challenge you. I repeat it again. I challenge you. Bring the entire video and compare it to what Sowore said.
Bóyá ti lọ ṣe version video tí
let
defend the ara yìí. You know, we saw the video. Oni was walking in. Tinubu sat down. Others stood up.
The topic is Sowore, not Tinubu.
He sat down.
The goalpost. Tinubu, we're discussing Sowore, not Tinubu. So stay on Sowore.
I will talk about Sowore. Ajale Koko.
Ọmọ ẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ tó dàbò bo ọmọ ẹ̀ mọ́lẹ̀ tó ṣá nǹkan míì jẹ lẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ òun lẹ ṣe ẹ fẹ́ bo Tinubu
your guy does not know how to adjust.
Ajale Koko, let me also come in here. You have said your own. See, my brother.
Yes.
Sowore they should have as someone that want to lead Nigeria, he should have a council that will advise him on traditional matters. It's very important. And if he doesn't have, with the way he talk to politicians, elected officials, he throw that kind of attitude towards the traditional leader, he will lose the support of the people. He may not know it. People may not tell him. You just offend people and they pick it and they will put it in their mind. They will not challenge you. That is how their issue goes.
I understand me.
That's why someone have to be careful when you are dealing with this.
You cannot if you mess up disrespect to the traditional king.
No. So if he have a leaders, he will know how to. We are not saying they are like this. My brother is talking. We are not saying our kings as perfect. Likewise, all over the world. But when you have a cultural heritage and tradition, if you are sensible enough, you look for a way to protect it. If you want, go and see what happened to Spanish king. He's in exile now. It is his son that is now the king of that country. Something happened. But they have to protect their cultural heritage. And the son-in-law went to jail for it, for the whole mess that came out. So they are not also perfect. This United Kingdom you are hearing, some kind of things there. When it happened, a responsible leader, prime minister, whatever, we protect first of all, the interest and the cultural heritage of their land with every possible tools they can. Not then taking the side of what is wrong. So if you are coming to lead a place like Nigeria, you know how complex it is. You can't step on everybody. I'm telling you, this is democracy. Even the military guys, when they were leading, they were very sensitive to the traditional leader. I'm telling you what today, go and find out. Even when they have the absolute power to say, hold him, take him off. There are key traditional leaders they never mess up with in that country. So everything needs wisdom. I think he need an advice on that. It may be a good guy challenging these guys, but we should remember he's also in Nigeria. It's like
that's the problem. He does not take advice from people. It's a one-man mopo. He does not like to take advice from other people.
So that is not fit to lead the country if he cannot take advice.
Just only him. He's the leader of the party, the secretary, the ABC and D of everything. Nobody can tell him anything. Come on now, let's be honest with
So,
you.
but let us agree that as to red disrespect on it, Tinubu did the same too in the public. So
let's stay on the issue.
See, somebody is here now countering you. Wait, somebody is here countering you, Ayale Koko, with a full video. I don't think Tinubu will ever disrespect Oni. It cannot happen. Maybe they did not see him coming. Or maybe people just did that video.
Did you watch the video?
Maybe people did the video. Somebody's telling you here, go and watch the full
video.
No, Midwest.
Did you watch
Midwest.
the video?
Tinubu also disrespected our traditional ruler. So
what are you talking about? In Midwest, you don't know. You don't say.
He said to one place,
even to the
he was saying the state, not the he said the state.
I know what Louis he told the king of Ogbomoso back then before that one died. He said, "I am richer than your state."
He
said it to the face of the king. Your state, your state, Osun, I am richer than your state. That's a disrespect to this thing. Look, those are the things that Sowore are saying that make him feel. Look, if these people doesn't have respect for all these people and they are just political, what is respect for them?
Okay.
He's a presidential candidate. They
should
respect him.
From history,
I don't support him. I don't support him.
Let me also point it before you.
I will never support that. I will never support that. I will never support that. You see the traditional king, you have to show absolute respect. Showing respect is not to the king, but to the throne and the community.
And if you have important thing to tell them, they will listen.
Yes. And the community they represent, that throne and that community, that is what you show respect to, and not that personality on the
and
throne.
The king told him when the king came out, go and watch the video. He said, I want you to learn. He told him why. He wasn't arrogant about it. Go and watch the video. Come on now.
Mr. Foley, have you learned something this morning?
I think in all honesty, we should just leave it at that, what Ayale Koko just said. Irrespective of what, that attitude really did not go down well. And let's leave it at that. There's no justification for it whatsoever. I think he made a mistake. I think he realized it eventually. See,
Bishop, he didn't make a mistake.
Bishop, hold on.
I don't think he will do that again. I believe he realizes.
Can we hear from Mr. Foley, please? Can we hear from Mr. Foley?
Hold on, try on, please. That's my point with Sowore, Bishop. Kumangbo correction. That's my only issue with him. I get it. Kumangbo correction. When it's wrong, just say you're wrong.
Can you facilitate inviting Sowore to speak with us on this platform?
He's been here twice now.
Oh, he's been here twice before.
Okay.
He became a fan. I'm so happy to see you.
Ayale Koko was breakdown.
What is all this? What am I going to attend to? I was doing some shipping that day. And they asked me to call. Oh, what am I going to do? And then the first ship will call DHL.
What the fan? The fan of you. I'm so happy to see you.
Document come for me, and at the same time, I was trying to. So I was just. Oh, what am I going to do? Whoa, if I miss the opportunity. At the same time, well, He will come back. He will come back. Foley will bring him back another time.
Ajale go pé máa sọ fún ṣòwò pé ó ti di wá wọn, ó ti di ṣe wọn, ó dẹ̀ ti mọ́ wọn lára. Ẹ má ṣe gbẹ́kẹ̀lé wọn.
Ọ̀dàlẹ̀ lẹ́yìn.
What we are saying here, what we're actually saying here, we are not here to play. We are not here to play at all. Yes.
Okay.
We have a country. We have a space.
What have you learned? That remember what I've been telling you since life. It's all about respect. To win people's mind, it's all about respect. Communication matters. You understand?
Mr. Trayon.
Do you still remember?
Mr. Trayon.
I would like you to be. Yes, I would like you to run for local government in your state. I've told you that I would like you to run for local government, Mr. Foley.
Mr. Trayon. With this system in place, if you like, arrange thousands like me to confront these politicians, you will not win the election. They will just ridicule you and mess you up.
I will teach you how to win.
You don't teach me what I know. Stop saying that. Don't you know? There's this language you used to use to me whenever we're talking about something.
That's right. You see, Foley, right there is the problem. You don't want to listen to somebody's idea.
No. Please, can you allow me to talk to Trayon? I want to talk to Trayon on my own, because I've been seeing him. Wait now, I've been seeing him telling me that he wants to teach me. Okay, and let me talk about that. The day we were talking about cryptocurrency here, that's the same way he said he's going to teach me.
I don't deal
whenever
with
we're talking about something, he will tell me he wants to teach me.
I told you I don't deal with crypto. I told you something.
No, I'm just I'm just using that one as an example.
Okay, Mr. Trump,
I still have your number. I still have your number. Don't forget about it. I have the number.
We have a problem in place. We are telling you these people is not even allow our plans to be. Yes, I'm listening.
Can I have a second with you? Now you just make this point now, and I'm going to debunk that's your points gallantly. You said with this system,
is it my network that is bad?
You think nobody can do good at all, and I beg to disagree with you. The same system Okonjo-Iweala came and did excellently. The same system,
my brother,
and did excellently. We
have millions of people that will do well in this space. Millions of people. The same system.
The same system. El-Rufai as Minister of FCT did well. So it's impossible. The only thing, you can only be limited, and forever, irrespective of how perfect your system is, human being will be limited as long as they live with other human beings. So see, there are a lot of ways Sowore can demonstrate his competence. Don't come and if you think we are going to experiment with the presidency, okay, good luck. I'm not going to talk more than that now.
In case you don't know, please. In case you don't know,
engaging with Sowore soldiers,
please. Because you people are making it look like Sowore just started what he's doing because he wants to come and become president. Are you seeing? Is that what you are thinking? Do you know Sowore has been involved in any process? Do you see that Sowore has been involved in any process that will give us a kind of country that we need?
The only thing we are talking of the contest of becoming the president. That's what I know.
The reason why this guy is running, the reason why this guy actually came out to create a political movement is what people don't understand. He said, we have been working, we have been fighting, we have been make sure that this country works. But it's like these people coming back to come and take our take the glory of what we have been doing. So instead of us working for them all the time, why can't we create our own movement where we now shine the good people in the society?
Okay, let me tell you something.
Well, it's a part, by the way. No.
Wait, is Prince Daddy here? He hasn't said anything. Is Prince Daddy, are you here?
I'm here. Don't let me talk,
Yeah.
Just button now because it's a free for all at this point.
No, I'm just trying to make sure it's there. Because some people still want to come in from the back.
Fully. Remember last year?
You can put Adewale at the back. at the background.
Hold on,
He has not spoken
please.
since.
Hold on, please. I told you last year. Once you have a political party, you can't be talking about moving anymore. Try what the hell, man? Okay. Anyways, you have. Hold on, please. AAC is a political party, not a political movement. A party's job is to win elections to effect the change that they desire. So you win elections to change the system. Don't tell me within 5 years you cannot even win a ward and you're so political party.
But you see why I said Sowore is not competent now. They are saying it's just a movement.
Please, do we talk about the problem and the factors? Please, can we talk about the problem and the factors that make Sowore not to win a polling unit? Can we talk about the problem and the factors before you throw it out?
Forget Sowore, but
no. Are you telling me Sowore is? Are you telling me Sowore is an incompetent?
No. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Number any student now. No. Please, can you
continue educating them?
Can you guys listen for a second, please? Number one, Sowore is not any student, please.
You cannot win. Leave them alone.
We're having an engagement. We're having an engagement, and I will love that.
So hold on, please. AAC is not Sowore. Sowore is not AAC. So
yes.
When you see, so this idea that Sowore is all abuse, and this is one of the problems that I have with the party. Anyways, I'm talking about from the grassroots. You remember 3 years ago, we had this debate on online, and I told you, you have to start from the grassroots. I told you that 3-4 years ago. The party has to evolve more than beyond Sowore. You must start to winning at the grassroots. This is not the Sowore thing at this point. If you really
can you allow me to take you down whatever happened.
We've had this debate before, so I know the whole cost thing. I know that.
Hey. So how do you want us to win election when we have our own candidate?
Because you cannot. Because you
INEC. Please. And INEC. Wait now. We have our candidates. We submitted our own candidates, the real faction of AAC party. We submitted our own candidates to INEC. And INEC removed our own candidate and he put the intruder candidates on the ballot on the ballots.
For which vote?
AAC.
For which one?
Okay. AAC, Ekiti State governorship election. Wait now. Ekiti State governorship election.
You have no chance for governorship. Not by local government council. Forget governor. We know we can't win governor. We know that for a fact. That's my issue with you guys. Stay local.
In Edo State, we have people that want to contest for National Assembly, House of Rep, and Councillor in our group. They have their primary. We have their names. We took their name to INEC. INEC did not reckon with our own group names. They reckon with what's it called? Lunad version of the party. And Lunad version of the party, they are using the party to do business. And our own group, we were the real and revolutionary people who actually have a goals. And these people is not reckoning with us. They released the party to us 6 days before the INEC final date to submit all the candidate names. 6 days. And how do you want us to have that kind of election and get anything out of it? 6 days. So the party actually got back to us 6 days before INEC final dates. So there is no preparation. INEC has been dealing with the Lunad of a thing for almost 4 years, destroying the party. And yesterday, are you aware that Sowore that cannot travel out of the space? For 3.5 years, Sowore cannot leave the premises of Abuja. For 3.5 years. So the party is under that damage for that period. So if anybody is saying that we don't have anything, that person is not being fair with us. Let me tell you, we are fighting a system that is so corrupt.
The party has to grow bigger than Sowore is my point. It cannot be.
Here is not Sowore things, but here we are all revolutionists. So we support whatever that will bring the kind of change the total change, not the one that we will have and will later be regretting that we have it.
Yes, about Sowore, that's what I see in AAC. Anybody else?
No,
Anybody
no,
else?
no, no, no. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you. People think that it's because we love Sowore. No, we are the kind of person that we have this mind of us. But the only reason why Sowore is the one leading us is because he's the one on that space to lead what all of each and every one of us have in our mind. I go against Sowore at times. I confronted Sowore many times as well. We talk to her. Sowore even like you to confront him. He see you as a lion when you confront him. Sowore don't even like to lead a barbarian. He love to lead a lion like him. Okay? So when you see us, anywhere you see us, we are not Sowore's. We are just a revolutionaries that want things to change. And I think everybody should be in that space with us. How do we get things changed? Do you know we can still use these people to change the narrative if we are really on them, if we are really on their toes? And people are saying Sowore as if he's desperate. This guy is desperate. If Sowore is desperate, he will join where you want him to join and make his money. But he decided to choose a path where we can be pressing their neck. Pressing their neck is our goals. Obi coming out to get what Obi got is because of someone is here mobilizing youth to have answers.
So pressing them is, I thought you were supposed to win election as a political party.
No. Let me tell you, winning an election is not a problem. Making Nigeria to work where we have that's where I play.
No. That's a political movement. You're a political party now. It's a political party. You have to win elections as a political party to effect change, not just come, not just testing.
Wait, what? The question will be what bring our party? How do we arrive?
You are failed to evolve from a movement to a party is the issue I have with you guys. You have to evolve from a movement to an actual political party that starts winning something. That's the problem.
No, wait. Our goals is there is something wrong. Wait, my chairman. Our goals is that we know that something is wrong. Okay? And we are here to come and speak to that thing that is wrong as a political party. We start from being from a movement, we take it to a political party. Yes, and you don't expect us.
Yeah. What's wrong with you? Is it a phone thing or something?
You don't expect us to get what we want that same day that we are in. It has to take us through a process.
Is it just me or just is it just so sorry? Same in the corner. If Foley's phone is just buzzing every 2 seconds.
I think it's his phone. Meanwhile, while you are listening to me,
hello,
he comes back.
Yeah, your phone. Your phone.
Hello,
or something. Yeah, we can hear you now, Foley.
Yeah, so we have to know what are we actually trying to achieve here. What we are here for is to make sure we educate our people towards a good governance. We can have as many as possible candidates that is vibrant and good to lead this country in different part of the political parties. We are here to make sure Nigeria knows that we don't need to rely on these two people alone before we can get this country right. Because the space already adapted. We are here to educate Nigerians towards a better system. Not to win, not just come here and win elections.
To win elections, so they can change the system. The political party.
Let me just.
Do you know our presence in political space in Nigeria is actually what actually makes us to have what we have in 2023.
That's not true.
It's true. It's truth.
Our obedient movement won an election.
Our president was the one that gave birth to obedient movement.
Permit me to just chip in something, please, if you don't mind. Both Foley and my brother. Look, one thing we don't realize is this, and it's really very instructive. I am not discounting what Sowore has sown as a seed. Some seeds that will last are sown and you won't even see they won't even germinate until another 20, 30, 40, 50 years. If Sowore has sown an ideology and he thinks it is not until he reaps it in the immediate that makes it significant, then that means we are just rigmaroling in the same circle. Many people believe in the ideology, but they know it is not time. The ideology of the idea that we must sow it now, we must reap it now, is not different from the people we are trying to displace. I believe that if we make haste slowly and take it one step at a time, it is going to be more enduring than thinking, because Sowore started a movement, if that movement does not yield and metamorphose into getting power now, then that effort is wasted. I don't believe so. He had laid a foundation. Maybe sometime in the very near future, there are people that are more temperate that will take the battle to the next and hand over the baton to another that will ultimately at some point achieve what it is now. Now, Sowore thinks he can start a movement now and achieve the presidency of Nigeria. Nigeria is not Togo. It's not Benin Republic. That would be a wishful thinking, taking a little bit too far. Do I agree with all of his ideologies? No. I know Sowore in his younger days in the university, and we had an encounter, and I can say that to him. I'm sure he will remember. Lucky that efforts of so many people were able to keep him alive after then. But the truth of the matter is that we all have a starting point. And when you start and you are privileged to make a mark and hand over the baton, did I support Sowore? No, I did not. Because I did not see, I don't have anything against him,
Bishop,
but I did not see him as a president for now.
He has to take a back in that movement. He's going to face change in Nigeria.
Not anymore, exactly.
Bishop, that's the problem now.
Bishop,
that's why I'm going.
Yes,
sorry, I would like to know something about what you just said. Sorry.
He can't lead that revolution is the point I'm making to you. It can be one of the members, but it cannot be the face of revolution in Nigeria. That's the fact. You have to accept that.
Well, I want to hear Poli talk.
Sorry. Do you even know during NSAS, as much as people want Sowore to be in charge, do you know he didn't accept it? Do you know that? He did not take it up.
No,
and he wants that started the process.
No, he was not the one that started. He was not the one that started the process.
I think one
he was not the one that started
in the best place. One man will be in the best place to have this video so that he can play it. Tunde has a conversation with Tunde Edlot. Sowore has a conversation with Tunde Edlot, where Nigerians youth are actually begging him to come out and lead the protest for them. I can send you the video.
How can you see? Sometimes we get a little bit. I don't know how to call it. What percentage of Nigerians? Where are the Nigerians? Look, if we want to do a very critical review of that NSAS project, there are people. It's just that Nigeria does not hold people accountable. There are people that we know the roles they played underground. And it was to achieve an end, a predetermined end. Truth of the matter is this, and I challenge you, if that motive had succeeded, if they've been able to achieve that, Nigeria would have descended into anarchy as we speak. nobody would have been able to tell how long it will last. Let's just assume for a moment that ELSAS in October 2020 succeeded and we crumple the Buhari administration. Is it the military that will take over that will not lead to a civil war? Or you will ask a Yoruba man to take over that will not lead to a civil war? Or an Igbo man that will take over that will not lead to a civil war? We dodged a bullet. There would have been anarchy. This one we are talking now, what we are dealing with, that would have been a far, far child's play compared to the kind of mayhem, bloodshed, and complete total breakdown and anarchy we would have been facing. Because it was not well thought out. People just wanted to take advantage of the spur of the moment. And that would have been extremely very disastrous. Unfortunately, not for Nigeria alone, but for the entire sub-region, because the whole of West Africa would have been thrown into. But some people saw it. So that some people sponsored and were trying to take advantage, use backdoor to get what it didn't work. And Nigeria is a little bit too big and too sophisticated for that. When I see the challenges we are facing as a nation, on the flip side of it, I always want to look what would have happened if this thing had gone the other way. And I realize that we are really a blessed nation.
Where's Bishop? Has he disappeared?
It's Nepal is taking that up and down. Fully, you know I like Sowore from the start. You know that. You know what? I don't have it.
We're not even asking anybody to like Sowore.
No. I am telling you, I do.
In what we save the country.
I'm telling you, I do as a person. He's a strong person. But this is my point to him. He cannot be the face of revolution. He can support it. He can fund it. He can mobilize for it. But he has to sacrifice that leadership role in the AAC if he wants that change. The question is he willing to do that?
Tell us why. Why you say
Let me tell you why now. No, the man
I'm a member. Wait, I'm a member.
Hold on. Let me
antagonistic of him. Yes,
let me
all the time.
Hold on. You ask me a question. Let me reply. Let me tell you why. Because because it's a polarizing figure. Is a very polarizing figure in Nigerian politics.
Polarizing?
Is very He's a very polarizing figure.
Well,
yes. Politically.
So tell me what makes him polarizing.
Because you need somebody. No, hold on, please. You
tell
need somebody.
us what makes him polarizing figure.
Politically. What makes him polarizing? Are you?
How?
Hold on. Let me get to. I will tell you in a second. Hold on. Somebody has that can galvanize the troops. Somebody more that I think that will be more appealing across board. That even in the political space, they will have a reason to say, you know what? Let's give this guy a chance. Not too radical in their approach to change. They want the same thing, but they're not radical in their approach.
This current system that we are operating.
No, stay with me.
In this current system,
stay. I'm not saying I have a name.
I'm listening to you. I'm listening.
I'm saying that his own approach is too radical for even if I want to change, I feel uncomfortable with him leading. Okay, so I'm saying that he has what he's saying makes sense, but him as the face of that movement attract. Remember, even when he went to that, they said, "Guy, we don't want to because once you show up, you."
Is it your Adewale that is the right person?
No, hold on. That is more economic revolution.
Is it Adewale?
I know. No. I'm saying
Adewale will win the polling booth.
No. The man still got more votes than
to tell you
No.
How useless
Hold
But
on,
almost
hold on.
everybody
Let's not be personal
he
now.
didn't even win in his
The
polling
guy
booth.
got more votes than Sowore do, by the way. But
Yet,
that's the point.
yet he has done so much for the
My
community.
point is,
But
no,
the community did not even vote for him. Ẹ̀yin ni nǹkan
like I
ṣe,
said earlier,
kò ń ṣe àwọn
any
Sowore, kò ń ṣe
any
àwọn
suru.
Wọlé.
Oh my goodness, you
Let
guys!
him land.
I
Ẹ̀yin
said,
èèyàn yìí,
I
ẹ̀yin
said
èèyàn yìí
earlier, people already.
wọ́n ti gbé
Baba,
ọ̀rọ̀
let
yìí
him
sórí
land.
ìtàgé.
Baba T, are you still wondering why Sowore didn't get enough votes? This is exactly why.
I am saying that people are already mentally enslaved. Okay,
And I'm telling you,
hey,
telling you, I'm
fully,
telling
please.
you.
I can't. Sorry, guys. Let me just finish my talk because you guys.
All
I'm
right.
sorry. My point is let me say this again. I'm going to a slave camp to save people. They've been there for years. They're so institution that they for 7 years they've been in this slave camp for 7 years, and I want to save them. I have to do more than just open the cage because that's all they know for the past 7 years. Okay, so my point to you is, if you want to save Nigerians, you can't just say, "Here's the door, enter." You have to do more than that. It's
Mention
hard.
what
It's
he should
difficult.
have done. Mention what he should have done better.
Okay, so let me give you
to mobilize. To attract people's vote. Mention what he should have done better than the politician.
So let me give you. Okay, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. So the first time he ran for office, I've always been an advocate of open primary system in the AAC. Across board, by the way, across board. So you make that movement bigger than yourself. It cannot always be about one person. If I say AAC, it should be about a belief system. Foley is a core supporter, so he understands what it takes to be an AAC because he's a member. But I'm saying that out there to the regular Nigerian folks, there has to be a core value about AAC that even when Sowore is not there, carries like a torch. It shines across everywhere. That everybody will say, this is what we all believe in. This is A, B, C, and D about AAC, and I can say I support it. Sowore or no Sowore, this is what I believe in. Even to now, the general public don't know what it is. It might be genuine, but it's not out there enough. All they know is AAC, Sowore. So it's about the individual, not the ideology. So the first thing you do
you people in Nigeria care for ideology?
But that is the
your people care for ideology.
But that is
you are contradicting yourself.
That's
now, because you said
that is my point. Let me get to the point, please. Let me get to the point.
Okay, make your point. Make your point.
When I said open the cage and convince people that is where it is hardest to convince people about the belief, because it starts with a few people. I believe in A, B, C, and D. Once you convince them of the belief system, that is where it's hard, because they will tell you, oh, you can't win, you are small, they will kill you, A, B, C, and D. That is the hardest part to get through. You have to then do the work. Once you break through that barrier, they will be the ones to then spread the message.
So did Sowore stop people from coming to AAC?
No, they will not come to you now. They are already enslaved now.
Hold on.
They are already enslaved.
Does Sowore doing the campaign simultaneously in all the states of the federation? Does he not have candidates for other elective offices across the country?
Oh,
if not in all the countries,
how did they win? No.
What is in each state of the federation, people people that are members of the party carry out campaign, market the party in each state. It is not Sowore alone.
The first time,
The first time. So what you don't know about somebody that is a leader, a real leader of a political party, or a particular movement, when anything happens to that leader, it will affect that movement or that political party. If anything should happen, if before the election, if anything had happened to Tinubu, I didn't wish him dead. If anything had happened to him,
what is Tinubu's political
before the
ideology?
election or before he contested for primary, his political kingdom, or what do you call it, empire, will
I was not
be
discussing
dismantled.
stay with me here.
Yeah.
His
Because
political empire will
you want to
be in
build something.
disarray.
No,
Baba,
and you
Baba
want to do
Dalekoko.
something very different.
Baba Dalekoko.
So,
I think
Yes.
I understand what my brother is actually saying. But what people don't really actually know about this thing is this. For the past 30 years, what you want Sowore to be doing now, what you think he should be doing now, that is what exactly he has been doing in the past. Being the part of the system, but not coming up, not even showing himself as if he's there. Didn't Rubadu say something about Sowore? He said, Sowore was the only person that make my job so easy as EFCC chairman. He said, he will give you information and he will not even want you to mention his name. He didn't say it, he didn't hide it. There was a particular general, chief of army staff, when during when Bukwara was actually hot like that. He said something about Sowore as well, that all the informations about the terrorists, Sahara Reporter did a lot of things to make them to have a clue. And Sowore will never allow them to mention his name. But the reason why Sowore is now trying to take that battle out by himself is, he said, we have been doing this thing, but we have not been getting results. Can we actually create a platform where we can channel our own personal agitation, where people can be able to come and join us so that we can win a battle once and for all? Not fighting for the same people, and at the same time, these same people still coming back. And that takes me back to 1999.
Fully, I'm with you. You have a platform. It's not so much to attract people. How do you draw them in?
And that is what we are telling you.
No.
We came out in 2018.
You have AAC.
We are here. No, wait now. We are here 2018. We came out 2018. We registered our party 2018. And after the election, the founder of the party was arrested. And the party was hijacked. The party was in the hand of the wrong people for almost 4 years. Now, 6 days before the INEC date, we have our party back. We go for election. We did not perform well, but we just finished the election. Now, our leaders just been free yesterday that he can travel now. He cannot have his passport back, which is Sowore. Since then, Sowore has been confined in the Nigerians alone. They can't travel. For 3.5 years, he can't even go to anywhere. And the party that was supposed to be working on, we that were on the street, that were working on the party, wherever we went to INEC to go and submit any document, they did not reckon with us. They reckon with the perpetrators. So there is no way you will see us grooming the way you want us to just grow like that. But we are going to grow. I can tell you that. Truth in life used to pass through some stages. Before people will start believing in your idea, you have to take that through process. Initially, people will say you are lying. It's not possible. This is fake. Stage will come, what can we do about it? Can we do something about it? The stage will now come that people will now go, wow, this is where to go. So we are passing through the stage of, can it be truth? The stage we have now is, can we actually make things happen here? And by the time the stage now reach the level of, okay, this is where to go, nobody will tell Nigerians that AAC actually is the party to drive whatever we want to do. Because even our constitution actually allows us to have a good candidate. That I didn't mean people that are Labour Party elected for National Assembly and House of Rep. I didn't mean they are AAC member. By now, we'll be firing them as our own party because they signed a form before they even got the mandates. We have an ideology of what we want our candidates to do. We have all the templates in place. I can do the soft copy. I can send the soft copy of our what's it called, party constitution, so that you people can read and see what is there. We create a movement that will actually give birth to good Nigerians, not
the mediocres, not the money bags people. People who really want a tangible change, a change that we will have, that we are not going to regret having. But don't expect that kind of moment we just come into a system like Nigeria and to just boom. No, we have to. They will first of all fight us. They will throw the stone at us. But what will keep us is our ability to stand firm, to confront the system, and that's why we are different. And that's why we are not joining any. We created let's join. No, we want people to know us as what we believe. We know it's not going to be easy, but we want people to do. This is not matter of AAC or
Mr.
Sowore.
Foley,
This is in Nigeria.
sorry to interject. Is everybody like you in your party? Is everybody like you in your party? Let me ask you this
And
question.
Mr. What's it called? I forgot the name. Sorry.
Mr. Foley.
Sorry.
Mr.
Yeah.
Foley.
And yeah,
Mr. Foley.
Everybody cannot be like me.
Mr.
There's no
Foley.
anywhere you will see an AAC member
Mr. Foley. Mr. Foley.
speaking.
Mr. Foley.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Let me try and
Good morning,
answer
Mr.
that question for Mr. Triumph.
Okay, Mr.
I think one should never expect anyone in any group, everyone in any group to be the same. So it's not even an issue of is everyone in his party, are they all the same? No, even the teeth in my mouth, they're not all the same. You know. In any event, I've been listening for quite a while, and I think objectively, what people are saying for the most part is that in order for Sowore and group to be able to move along, they have to become formative. You know, if you look back in the days of Awu and Zik, for example, if Awu had passed away in 74, for example, that party will have still continued because of the people he had in place. If Sowore dies in a aircraft tomorrow, what will happen to the rest of the group? You know, so I don't know how long it's going to take a movement like that to be able to transition to where they need to be to become effective. But when I look around the world, you know, whether it is Ceausescu in Poland, whether it is Hitler in Germany in 1926, whether it's Thomas Sankara, Rawlings in Ghana, if you see how these people evolved and were able to take over and get people to believe and support the movement, there will be challenges, just like Sowore has been going through challenges in Nigeria. You will hardly, I mean, look at how long it took Nelson Mandela, 26 years of being locked up. But it does take special people. It has to be something that is ingrained in you. It's not something you learn in a classroom. You know, you have to be willing to, just like Sowore is doing, leave your family in New York, leave your children. It's not an easy thing. But for those who it is embedded in them, you know, they can't fight it. They have to do this regardless of the hardship that is involved, the disappointment, the failures. So I don't, you know, unfortunately, I think too many of our people are too people driven and not movement driven. You know, is Buhari Baba Buhari Baba Buhari? What is the ideology of the party? What do they stand for? You know, I think Babati asked the question earlier. What was Tinubu's ideology? But for us, at least based on my observation over time, is about the person. You know, this person, this OB, you know, or is Tinubu or Buhari or whoever else for that matter. So it's not party policy or party politics. It's more about individualism. And if you don't have a policy to stand behind, if something happens to that individual, the system itself can die off. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. So so I think that last speaker already said it all. We are not eager. We just believe that with time, Nigeria will see what we are here to do, and they will kill behind us.
Fully,
And
let
we'll
me
make it happen.
ask Kandu, let me ask him a question. He made a statement now that it's a very strong statement. He said Nigeria does not play ideology politics, but people's politics. So, what do you think is going to happen to a society and the people that doesn't play politics of ideology, but people's politics?
Yeah, Ekaro Babaja.
Akulo.
Maki Jari.
ọmọ aṣáàmì lẹ́yìn ọmọ aṣáàmì látòrìn lábúlé wa tí ìgbà tí wọn. Yes, sir. I think what will happen is the same thing that has happened to other environments where that was the case. Sometimes we tend to want to believe that we're that different. We're really not. Human beings are basically the same wherever you go. So a society that refuses to practice ideological, believing in an ideology, rightfully or wrongfully. The people in 1929 in Berlin and all over Germany. I mean, look at how Hitler came to be. When Mr. Foley was speaking earlier, when he talked about Sowore, I cannot remember that. Kind of like that's how Hitler came into Germany. He was a nobody. I mean, Sowore wasn't a nobody because through Sierra Reporter and all the things he was doing. But no one knew who Hitler was. This was a failed guy from 1917. Broken guy, totally broken. But he saw a space. Somehow he believed in himself. And he was opportune that time was on his side. That time, what was happening in the world, the failure of the world economy. Just like we have the failure of the Nigerian economy that's been developing, not because Tinubu came into power. We've been in this rut for a minute. We've been living, like a bunch of drunken sailors, thinking we were rich. I tell people, at least in America, when they talk about Nigeria in the news, Nigeria, a very oil-rich nation. And I tell people, don't let them fool you. You're not rich. You have the same number of crude oil that Libya has with her. What is the population of Libya compared to you? You're not rich. It's a fallacy. The times, unfortunately, when we were at $100 a barrel, $143 a barrel, when we should have tightened our belt, invested more in palm oil growth, crude oil downstream, cassava, coconut, and all of that stuff. We wasted it. We're busy spending money like a bunch of fools. So, sir, unfortunately for us, we're just going to have to suffer through this. There are no easy answers.
And Kando, do you know what's funny though? Then they will vote for that personality, and they say, "Oh, it's not doing what we want." But I'm like, there's no political belief to hold him or to for him to be accountable to. Like if I vote for a Democrat in America and start doing something else, I can say, wait a minute, this is not what this is not what a Democrat does, right? I can hold him accountable to something. Or if it's a Republican, but if it's a Nigerian,
if you vote Republican in America, you know what the ideology is.
Exactly. But Nigeria, you have no idea. It's like, oh, the person, forget the person. You can't hold them accountable to anything because they don't have any manifesto that you can work with. Where's the political belief? You don't have any.
It's called our political belief is Amala policies or Begiri policies. That's it.
If you don't come.
Yes, sir. Babaja, I don't know if that answered the question you posed or not.
Yeah, that's a good answer, and I'm glad that you mentioned the politics
I can see that is awake.
Kanu, do you know do you even know what's crazy? A capitalist like will be running on a society on a little capital like Labour, who are socialists, and nobody complains. Turn now, they are socialists, you are capitalists. And nobody says anything.
Yeah, but you see, he himself, obviously, Obi himself.
Kanu have said it all. It's a people's politics, not politics of ideology. A people's policy cannot get you anything.
What is he doing on socialist?
It's a failure.
But Mr. BT, the reality is, Obi could not have stayed in PDP, and we still the same belief system. He had to go somewhere else. So other than trying to start off from scratch, he just availed himself to the mole that was moving, which was LP. Anywhere you go with it.
Actually, Obi is a smart guy.
They go.
Obi is a smart guy. No, to be sincere with you, Obi is a smart guy. He actually saw the opportunity and he just jumped in.
Yes,
but that is smartness. That is smartness actually affects us.
I heard that Labour they were pursuing Sowore as their first choice. Was that true?
Yes. Yes. But the reason why we didn't join them is because the people in Labour, they are still the same people sponsoring by these same people we are talking about. So what we need to do is, if someone can actually go to Labour to win election, there's nothing stop us not to mobilize a movement, a political party on our own.
But
we stand for what?
Fully, Labour fits in more now. Labour kind of aligns with what you believe. They are socialist kind of thing. They align more with.
That's why we don't join them. That's why we don't join them. We believe we create a movement and a political party that will give space to individual who is willing to change the narrative, and who individual that will ready to face the consequence if you fail the party, because we have an agreement with you before you run.
Everyone like
before
you
the election,
in your party, everyone like you. Sorry to interject. Everyone like you in your party. That's what.
Okay. Maybe Mr. Tryon. What I will just say is, maybe I will bring in other AAC member here, so I won't talk. You listen to them as well. You will know that we are keying to the same ideology.
Do you know that money
we believe in the same thing?
Character, Mr.
Okay, so can we start from? Fully. Are you more? You are more socialist leaning, right? Like
yes,
healthcare service for all,
definitely. I'm a socialist. Yeah.
So, in terms of government control of businesses, are you more of free market economy or a mixture? What is the political? What is the economic policy of AAC?
Okay, economic policy is that
government should run everything, or we should have private businesses running the country.
No, in any country that want to work.
You choose your citizens first. Anything that will make your citizens to live a life of fulfillment, you go after it first. And later, and you still have the other hand of growing your economy as well. So you don't just don't go after economy alone and abandon your citizens, because they will be the engine room to drive your economy. But when you abandon citizens and you are driving the economy, they will draw the economy back. So in our own system, we believe that whatever we want to do, our citizens first. The way our citizens felt is our priority first, because they will be the engine room to drive whatever development we want to drive.
Should the government be in control of oil and gas like the refineries, or should it be referred to private individuals under your own policies?
Okay. I would prefer a Nigerian that has a private refinery, but that would be yes, that would be thoroughly monitored by the government, thoroughly monitored, and I will not allow the private firm to cheat the people, either through employing the way you employ them, through what you want to sell to them, through the resources that are given to you. Yeah, there must be a transparency in that aspect. But in our own case, there is nothing like transparency. And they even give our own private firm to people who doesn't even have the love of the country.
So it's private. Okay, when it comes to education, Baleko want to go to university. So I'm gonna assume that you believe in free education. Do you believe that you should go to secondary school level or to the university level?
That's free education. Like us, we would prefer a secondary school level that can give birth to a lion, that can produce anything after a secondary school.
But university
than to build a ship that will have PhD
and nothing. Okay.
So that's the thing we're talking about. We can actually make it happen at secondary school level.
No. So free education to secondary school level should be free, not university.
Not even about no. Free and not even free alone. Okay. Well educated.
Okay, so I get your point. So free education to secondary school level, it's the AAC manifesto. How about healthcare?
Definitely.
Are you like a universal coverage for everything, or are you more of what is your approach to healthcare?
Come again, sorry.
What is your approach to healthcare? Is it like a basic universal healthcare for everyone, or private
do you know if a country provide job and opportunity for individual, okay, from what you are earning, government can be taking stipend from it to pay for your healthcare, and the healthcare you are paying for, whether you are sick.
Do you know why?
Whether you are sick or you are not sick, you are paying. So your money can easily take care of people who are sick.
Fully.
Because everybody cannot sick at the same time.
The reason I'm asking this question is because even you and Babaja, you differ on some things when it comes to your political ideology. So I don't know how much he knows about the AAC himself, because he talks about free education to university level. So it differs a bit from what you believe. So if you don't mind, just send us like a copy of the AAC thing. I think I've seen that on their website before. I want to go through it first, and before. But I know you're kind of socialist leaning, but I don't know how much you are in that direction.
No,
but I know you.
I hate people.
Mr. Foley, do you know that there's nothing free in the world? You know there's nothing. You know that very well. So that means that for people to have there's nothing free in the world. For you to have a free education, someone has to pay. It doesn't fall from heaven. Someone has to pay. And do you know the people that are going to pay? The entrepreneurs. Those big companies.
I think wherever we are trying to have a conversation like this, our mind needs to be opened, so that we will not be looking for where to attack the whatever we are saying. It should be what is it saying and how can it work. Nobody is saying free education. Nobody is saying there is free. There is no even in Freetown. There is no free. There is no Freetown. There is no free something. But do you know a parent can actually contribute
little in government purse to educate the less privileged. Do you know that? If you are working and you are receiving a good salary, and government is taking little out of your salary, and not you are even working, you have to be working and be productive. There is a difference between you working and you are not productive. But when you are working in an organization and you are productive, you being productive alone can actually grow the system. But in our own system here, people are working without even contributing anything to develop.
I think,
Yeah.
Mr. Foley, I think the vast majority of us are of the same mindset, or at least working towards the same goals and goals. Obviously, I think in a way, what Mr. Triumph is saying is that even in a system where the healthcare is free or as close to free as humanly possible, that free is actually being paid either by the state or by the citizen through some sort of tax collection, and that in order for that system to actually work, you have to have people that have jobs. In order to be able to tax the citizens, not that the government has to create jobs for them, but the government needs to create an enabling environment that makes entrepreneurs and business people want to get into those spaces. And it's actually in the best interest of the government because you need these people. You need, those are some of the reasons why in some countries, government actually give um, couples tax breaks for having kids. You might need to go and fight Ghana someday. You need some people to go do the job. You need to have revenue, so you need workers to work so that they can contribute to the purse. So that's why I say I think we're kind of saying the same things. No one is saying that people should not contribute towards